Nia, where the fuck is she? I hear the beta scream. I already knew Beta Kyle was talking about me, the only servant of the house. I groan and get to my feet, grabbing the cleaning basket and taking it with me. The moment Beta Kyle sees me, he strides towards me and his hand slices against my cheek. I don't make a sound. Years of experience has taught me to keep my mouth shut at all times and only speak when spoken to, even if what they are doing to me hurts. Alpha Trey and I are expecting company, and you still have not cleaned the office like you were asked. Beta Kyle spits at me. I nod my head and my hand tightens on the cleaning basket. If I could just find the courage to swing it at his head, it would make my day. I resisted. He was stronger than me, and I didn't need locking up for another week with no food. My stomach already hurt enough. We are trying to make a good impression on Alpha Dane. Do you not understand how important it is for us to join ourselves with his pack? I don't answer. I know it's a trick, to try and get me to say something so that he can give himself a reason to punish me. I keep my eyes low so that I didn't have to look at his face. Alpha Dane, I had only ever heard rumors about him. Words exchanged between the other pack members when I was in the room. From what I gathered, he was a ruthless man, a wolf feared by others. He didn't mess around, and he had the largest pack. He is the alpha of Black Shadow, the biggest pack in the world. We need him. Beta Kyle continues. Yet he doesn't tell me why. We had never been attacked, and we had never attacked anyone, so why did we need another pack to help us? He places his hands on my shoulders, digging his nails into my thinning skin, and turns me around, kicking me in the ass as he shoves me towards the office. Useless fucking wolf, he mutters as he moves away. Quietly closing the door, I lean back against it, observing the already clean office. There was nothing out of place. It looked perfectly fine for a meeting with this so-called powerful alpha. Closing my eyes, I slide down to the floor. I hated this house. I thought that when I turned 18, I could finally escape, but 4 years later, here I still am, a slave in my own home, doing all the dirty tasks for my brother, Alpha Trey, and the pack. While my ex-mate, Beta Kyle, waltzes around reminding me of how worthless I am. Someone clears their throat and I freeze. I thought I was alone. Leaning forward, I see a handsome man sitting in a chair, just around the corner, a foot propped up on his knee as he nurses a glass of alcohol. His short hair is dark and his eyes are a deep crimson color that don't quite look right. They suddenly shift to me and I throw myself back against the door as my heart pounded. Is this the way you greet all alphas? His deep voice rumbles through the room. There was an edge of amusement to his tone. I'm sorry, I whisper, getting to my feet. I thought I was alone. I had no idea who he was, but I could feel the power radiating off of him, even without my wolf. He doesn't introduce himself either. Why should he? Come forward. He orders and I already feel a lump forming in my throat. Alpha Trey was going to kill me. I step around the corner, doing as I'm told, allowing him to see me properly. I close my eyes, expecting the worst. You smell funny, yet you are a wolf, correct? I nod, though I couldn't tell how he was going to react. Most laughed when they found out about me. I would prefer it if you spoke to me, he growls. I'm not in the mood to play games. Yes, I whisper. I couldn't help but think of all the punishments I was going to have to endure. A whipping maybe, starvation for another week. Why do you smell strange, and how is it possible for you to not know I was in the room? You should have scented me. I hated the question. Spit it out, I haven't got all day. He takes a swig from his drink. I knew why I couldn't scent him. I knew why I hadn't been aware of his presence, but telling people why was not something I ever wanted or liked to do. They never let me tell my side of the story. All they do is laugh and mock me. You should open your eyes when you are talking to someone. It's rude to not look at them. Has your alpha not taught you anything? His deep voice sends a shiver through me. Slowly, I open my eyes and lower them. There was no way I was making eye contact. My wolf abilities were bound, I mutter. Twice, I wanted to add. Twice my abilities were bound. But he probably wasn't interested in that part. He leans forward, carefully placing his glass on the small table next to the chair. I could feel him staring at me. Why would someone do that? If this is the alpha that my brother is supposed to be meeting with, I knew I could screw everything up for him by saying too much. It was a punishment, I whisper. It wasn't far from the entire truth, but it was the simplest answer I could give. There's a twitch in his cheek. Was he angry to hear of such a punishment? Or maybe, just like the others, he was amused by it. I couldn't tell. The door swings open and my brother screeches at me. Nia, what the fuck are you doing in my office? He turns to the crimson-eyed man. I am so sorry that my sister is bothering you, Alpha Dane. Crap, it was him. My brother spins around, his hand stretching out to hit me. I close my eyes, bracing myself, ready to feel the burn. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Alpha Dane's voice rumbles through the room. Peeking through slits, I see Alpha Dane has risen to his feet, his hand coiled around my brother's wrist. He was taller than my brother, more muscly too. Nia, my name rolls off of his tongue, was kindly showing me to your office, Alpha Trey, as you failed to meet me at the front of your house like I requested. I was lucky someone was present. At least someone understands the importance of this deal. What? I had no idea what he was talking about, and he had no reason to lie for me. My brother glares at me, clenching his jaw tight. I was going to pay for this later. I would have to try and steal some food. Go and get Beta Kyle. Alpha Trey seethes. Tell him that our guest is here. I nod my head and hurry from the room. The last thing I wanted was to be caught between bickering men. Beta Kyle, I whisper as I enter the dining hall. He instantly glares at me with his dark eyes. I had spoken without being spoken to. Alpha Trey is in the office with Alpha Dane. I was sent to inform you. He slams the newspaper down on the table and glares at me as he walks by. You're lucky that the Alpha sent you to get me, otherwise you wouldn't be seeing sunlight for a few days. Pausing behind me, he yanks my head back, locking his fingers in my hair. Leaning in close to me, I feel his hot breath on my skin. He doesn't speak. It was just his way of proving that he could do what he wants when he wants. I try to keep myself busy so I can stay as far away from the office as possible. My peace doesn't last long when I hear my brother calling out to me. Quietly, I pad towards the office and plaster a smile on my face as I open the door. Nia, go get the champagne and some glasses. We are celebrating. I bow my head and hurry to the drinks cabinet, quickly finding what my brother has asked for. As I re-enter the office, I can feel Alpha Dane watching my every move. Even the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. No one ever watches me this closely. Approaching the small table by Alpha Dane's chair, I start to fill the glasses. He takes the champagne bottle from me, telling me he is more than capable of filling his own glass. I feel my cheeks flame, not from embarrassment, but because I knew that I would be punished for this. I should have been quicker. I should have filled the glasses before entering the office. I should have... My brain freezes when I see my brother glaring at me. Nia's your sister, correct? Alpha Dane questions my brother. She is. Alpha Trey mutters with disgust. He looks away from me to focus on the man asking questions. Why do you treat her like shit? Straight to the point, my brother wouldn't like that. He only liked sharing information on his terms. No one had spoken to my brother about his treatment of me because everyone took great joy in beating me. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't move, but I knew I had to get out of there. If this deal goes to pot because of me, then that would be my fault too. Nia was responsible for our parents' death. Alpha Trey spits. I closed my eyes, battling back the tears that were threatening to break free. Responsible how? Alpha Dane's voice rumbles through me. He was definitely angry. She served them wolfsbane. Nia, don't make a sound. Don't make a sound. I knew Alpha Dane was studying me. They all did. No one could ever quite believe how someone could do something so disgusting as poisoning their own parents. I stood there, with my head hanging low, wishing for the ground to open up and suck me in. There are movements around me. He was standing directly in front of me. With a rough finger, he tilts my face up towards his, forcing me to look at him. Slowly, his hand latches onto my throat, but he doesn't squeeze. You poisoned your parents? I was 6, I splutter. I just made them lemonade. My voice comes out all squeaky as I try to defend myself. I could barely remember my parents, but I could remember all the guilt I had been made to feel since that day. His crimson eyes flashed to my brother's. Hardly seems fair to blame a 6-year-old. A 6-year-old should know the difference between plants. Alpha Trey snaps. Sounds to me like she was set up. Alpha Dane shrugs his shoulders, letting go of my throat. We all know that standard wolfsbane doesn't affect us anymore. We evolved from that shit centuries ago. What? What did he mean? Wolfsbane wasn't lethal. It had been drummed into me since I could walk. Which only leaves blood of wolfsbane, Alpha Dane mutters. You weren't there, Alpha Dane. My brother muttered through gritted teeth as his eyes narrowed to slits. It was wolfsbane. He nods his head. You are right. I was not present. Great. Now there was someone else who could remind me of something I had done by accident years ago. But tell me this. Where would a 6-year-old get blood of wolfsbane? I didn't ask you here to talk about my slave, Alpha Trey spits, or what happened to my parents. Alpha Dane grabs his leather jacket from the chair. Unlike other alphas, he seemed to dress more casually. A simple black tee and jeans covered his huge frame, and unlike other alphas, his arms are bare of tattoos, not a single bit of ink poked out anywhere. You're right, and now I have a few things to mull over. I thought we agreed. My brother exclaims. Nothing has been signed. Now I will show myself out. The moment he is out of the office, both my brother and Beta Kyle round on me. What the fuck did you say to him? My brother demands, slamming a hand into my stomach. Nothing. Well, he just asked me why I smelled funny. Did you tell him? Beta Kyle demands. He was practically spitting in my face. I hated him. I hated him so much that I had vowed to one day get my revenge and rip his stomach out through his mouth. Well? My brother yells when I don't immediately respond and smacks me across the side of the head. My head involuntarily moves up and down. But I didn't say it was you. I tried to sound strong and confident, but it just comes out as a whisper. If they weren't wolves, they probably wouldn't have heard me. My brother's hand locks into my black hair as he yanks my head back, sending a shooting pain through my skull. If you have ruined this, you won't see daylight again. He drags me by my hair from the office and down the hallway towards the basement door. Please, I beg. He was an alpha. I had to answer him. My cheeks burn with my tears as he flings the door open. On the other side of the door is Alpha Dane. He is leaning against the wall with his arms folded, staring out at us. My brother's hand falls from my hair, relieving the pressure on the back of my skull. Alpha Dane, I thought you had left. Alpha Trey murmurs angrily. I said I would show myself out. I thought I had found the door, but instead I find a basement, riddled in your sister's strange scent. Is this how you treat your family? As I said, my brother holds his ground. She is responsible for the death of my parents, so yes, this is what she deserves. You should keep your nose out of other packs' business, Beta Kyle adds. Alpha Dane laughs. If I agree to this deal, everything about your business becomes my business. So tell me, what would your punishment be for her? No food, locked away for a week, beatings? We don't. Really? He cocks a brow. You really expect me to believe that you would have just let her sleep? I have already stopped you from hitting her once. His eyes roam over me. She is underfed, bags hover under her tired blue eyes. For a sister of an alpha, she is certainly not treated like one, regardless of what she allegedly did when she was a pup. She did do it. Alpha Trey seethes, and she has nothing to do with our deal. That's for me to decide. His crimson eyes flicker around the hallway. Where is your mate? I would be interested to know how she feels about this. I close my eyes, silently begging my brother not to call his Luna. Luna Cassandra is worse than Beta Kyle and Alpha Trey together. On second thoughts, why bother her? I'm certain she is just as vile as you. He sneers. I peer through slits to see his crimson eyes on me. There was no reason for him to defend me, and yet he was. I was a nobody, no one special, just who everyone called a traitor. Only instead of being given a death sentence, my brother had decided to make me spend my life suffering. I have a proposition for you, Alpha Trey. Alpha Dane is smirking at my brother. We have already agreed on terms. Well, I'm adding one, and if you don't agree, you will not get my help. Instead, you will become my enemy, and we both know you don't want that. I take it that your new terms have something to do with her? Alpha Trey mutters through clenched teeth. You would be correct. Let me take her away to my pack, and then you, Trey, will have a deal. Me? Why would he want me? As my brother and his beta discuss me, Alpha Dane is still studying me. His look made me nervous. What could someone like him possibly want with me? Deal. Alpha Trey sticks out his hand for Alpha Dane to shake. He doesn't take it. Instead, his crimson eyes shift from me to my brother. I will have paperwork drawn up and will return tomorrow. He reaches a hand out and cups my face. Ensure you have everything packed. He drags his thumb across my bottom lip and strides to the opposite end of the hallway and straight to the front door. He knew exactly where the front door was, so what was he up to? He pauses at the door. If I find out any one of you has laid a hand on her, the contract will be the last thing you need to worry about. He struts out, slamming the door behind him. Get out of my sight! My brother snaps at me. Hurrying away, I make my way up the stairs and into my tiny bedroom. It was practically empty. The only things I had were a few changes of clothes. It would take me less than a minute to pack. By morning, I hadn't slept. Alpha Dane's questions were on repeat, and why was I so interesting to a wolf like him? There was a reason he had the biggest pack. They were known for their fighting abilities. That's why my brother wanted to link Moonshine with Alpha Dane's pack. But where did I fit into all this? And what the hell is Blood of Wolfsbane? Dane. 10th bride's the charm. Jensen mocks as the driver pulls up in front of Moonshine's pack house. Shut up! Eric snaps at him. Both of you shut your fucking mouths before you say something you regret. He will never learn. My wolf, Arrow muses. The driver pulls open the door. Just give me a second. I need to speak to my men. The door closes and neither one of them speaks. She isn't like the others. Don't speak to her. Don't look at her. And you, Jensen, keep your fucking hands to yourself, or you might just lose them this time. I was more rattled than usual. Nia was different to the previous selected mates. I didn't know what it was or whether it was because I was used to confident women, but there was something about her. And Arrow appeared to like her too, more than any of the others. I had to have her. I mean it. I snap at Jensen's smug face. Being my brother won't change my mind. He runs his fingers over his lips as though he was zipping them shut. They follow me from the car. Standing in front of the old pack house, all three of us stare up at it. Because until a month ago, I knew nothing about them, and even after my visit, all I had learned was the Alpha is a dick. My knuckles hammer on the door. It's barely open an inch when I force myself through, making his beta stumble back. I spot her straight away, hiding herself behind a corner. Are you ready? I call out. If you just wanna... Beta Kyle starts. I was not talking to you. I was speaking to Nia. The expression on Beta Kyle's face was a picture. His jaw hung open and his eyes are wide. He clearly had never been told what to do, even by his Alpha. Nia steps out from her hiding spot, clutching a barely full carrier bag. She drags her teeth across her bottom lip and nods her head. Where are the rest of your things? I told you everything needs to be packed. That's all she has. Trey snorts as he makes his appearance. That's it? I stare at him. That's all her belongings? She's what, in her early 20s, and that's all she has. What more does she need? His beta sneers. Kill him, let me rip out his throat, and he will regret the day he crossed us. What are you waiting for? I hear a horrible shrill voice that seems to vibrate through the floors. Looking away from the beta, I see a woman holding on to a statue of herself that sat at the bottom of the stairs. Her blonde hair hung in waves around her face as her green eyes studied me, and she sways her hips as she moves to Trey. I noticed Nia's reaction yesterday. When I asked Trey where his mate was, her whole body had tensed up in fear. She was afraid of this woman, and I wanted to know why. Take her, Alpha Dane. I'm sure she will be as useful a slave to you as she is to us. Her shrill voice goes straight through me. Look at the stupid girl, she's going to pass out. The blonde bimbo laughs. You don't get to talk about her like that anymore. I glare at the blonde. She is not your toy. She is not your slave, and I suggest that you, Alpha Trey, keep your wife in check. There is only so much disobedience that I will tolerate. Disobedience! The woman screeches just as Nia's ass hits the floor. How dare you? If anyone is disobedient, it's that rat in the corner. Who the fuck is she calling a rat? Arrow growls. You should make yourself familiar with our agreement. I snap. It seems your mate has not told you everything. Waving Eric forward, he pulls a thick wad of paper from the folder under his arm, the contract that I have drawn up. All that for your help. His mate's eyes are wide. I don't do half-witted contracts. Taking the contract from Eric, I shove it against Trey's chest. Shall we go to the office? Trey leads the way with his mate clinging on to him and his beta hurrying behind. My men follow them while I stay behind to check on my new mate. You are more than welcome to join us. After all, you are involved in this deal. Or my car is out front. You can take your stuff and wait there for me. Are those my only options? She whispers, keeping her eyes low. For now, personally, I think you should sit in with us. It will give me great pleasure in pissing off that mate of your brother's. She keeps her blue eyes low as she continues to clutch that bag of hers. This close to her, I could really see how ill she looked. Even her heartbeat is slow, like it's fighting to hang on to life. So what will it be? Her head rotates between the front door and the direction of the office. The office, I guess. Good choice. I hold out a hand for her, but she doesn't take it. Pushing herself up to her feet, she wobbles a little but steadies herself. Walking a few steps behind her, I see the evil glares she receives from Trey and the other two idiots as she enters the office. Take a seat, I whisper as I walk past her. My hand grazes her lower back and she immediately tenses up. She stands, frozen to the spot. Only her eyes dart about when she shakes her head. Sit, I say it a little louder. She doesn't have that privilege here. The blonde snaps, with her lips curved up in amusement. Sitting is not a privilege, I growl, wondering what else they were forcing her to do. I couldn't see any bruises on her arms or legs, a good sign, I hoped. It better be, Arrow paces in my head. He wanted her out of this place as much as I did. The blonde physically recoils in her seat. Her mouth falls wide open, shocked that I had said something. And I suggest, I look at Trey, you tell your mate to keep her mouth shut, or I can shut it for her. Alpha Dane, you are in my home, and you want my help, correct? The three of them were fuming. No one liked being told what to do in their own home, yet they were doing just that to Nia. I point to the empty chair between Jensen and Eric, and she finally sits down. Let's just get this done. Trey snaps. The sooner she is gone, the happier I can be. You should read the contract, I muse. I agreed that you could take her as part of our deal. Idiot, Eric murmurs. He knew as well as I did that contracts should be read before they are signed. They sign without reading and practically throw the contract back at me. Done, Trey mutters. Good, you can get her out of my house. Trey's mate screeches. If I had it my way, I would just take Nia, then I wouldn't have to put up with the twats, but this way, they can't have her back. Even if they begged, a contract was a contract and it was impossible for them to get out of. Getting to my feet, I hold a hand out to Nia. Come, we are leaving this shithole before I lose my temper. Her warm fingers slip into my hand as she rises to her feet. Her other hand clutches the bag to her chest as she walks with me to the front door. She doesn't even look back to say goodbye, and that confirmed everything I needed to know. She hated them as much as they hated her. She pauses at the open front door, her hand falling from mine. Her blue eyes are wide as she stares at the limo. Come, I instruct. Eric and Jensen are standing behind her, watching her curiously. Is she okay? Eric links me. Nia? I step in front of her and she doesn't move. She seems to be staring right through me. It's time to go. Okay. Her lips barely move. She takes a step forward, almost as if she is in slow motion. Her hands grip the door frame. Her knuckles turn white as her heartbeat increases. Her lips part a little, and her hand falls from the door frame just as her eyes roll to the back of her head. I've got you, I mutter, catching her just before she hits the floor. Her entire body tenses up as I lift her and carry her to the car. She was so weak and was even lighter than I expected. She probably didn't weigh much more than a small child. Jensen and Eric get in the car first. Jensen cocks his eyebrow at me and has a smirk plastered to his face as I slide in with Nia on my lap. Keep your thoughts to yourself, Jensen. I hold her close, listening to her breathe and her heart as it slowed, letting my fingers comb through her dark hair as she becomes a little more with it. Suddenly, she sits upright, moving away from me and trying to make herself as small as possible. Deciding not to force her to do anything, I keep my attention on my beta and my brother, talking about pack stuff while casting a glance over to her every so often to make sure she was all right. Come, I mutter as the limo comes to a stop. I don't wait for the driver and get out myself, holding a hand out for her. I'm fine. She speaks at last while glancing at the others and shuffles herself forward to the open door. She stares up at my home, gasping a little. It was easily 3 times the size of her previous home, and I hoped that she would be happy here, that I could provide her with a life that was better than her last. Let me give you a tour, I suggest as she continues to clutch that carrier bag to her chest. She follows me in, not speaking a word. I had no idea if she was listening to what I was saying or not. The Omegas swap out on a rotational basis. Good for the youngsters to learn some responsibilities before they get proper jobs. I tell her while showing her the dining hall with a table long enough to fit 20 people around. We move through to the kitchen, where I point out a board on the wall. If there's anything you need, you just add it to the board and it will be ordered in. Her brow furrows and still she says nothing. Picking up a pen, I smile. Maybe she felt intimidated by me. So tell me, what do you need, because there is no way you are living under my roof with just the things that are in that bag. Her dazzling blue eyes dart around the room. Well, I ask. I don't need anything, she whispers. Sighing, I start scribbling things down. Underwear, jeans, workout clothes, dresses, shoes, anything I can think of that will cover her for a few days. Holding the pen between my teeth, I grab her around the waist. My thumbs meet just above her belly button, and my fingers touch her spine. She was so thin, how was she even alive? Dane. She looked like a deer caught in headlights as I write her size down. She was tinier than I thought, skin and bone. If I had moved my hands up any higher, I would have felt every rib sticking out. It sickened me. She should be strong, powerful. She had alpha blood running through her veins. I also saw how she scrunched her face up when I measured her. It wasn't fear, it was pain. She was hiding something underneath the baggy maid's dress. I know you want to say something, so just say it. I'm not interested in the crap Trey drummed into you. You don't have to wait until someone asks you a question. You are free to say what you want. Are you injured? No. She was lying. I could feel it. She shakes her head as if it would confirm her answer, and a lock of her black hair falls from the band that was supposed to be holding it back. Nia was going to be a tough girl to crack. A life of being starved had made her quite protective over herself. I will make Trey pay for what he has done to her. You have to say something, Nia. I cannot read your mind. When I mark you, at least I will know what you are feeling. Mark me? I didn't think her eyes could get any wider. Yes, I will mark you. She was completely and utterly shocked by the idea. Her pink lips part a little as she continues to stare at me. I thought she knew. I thought that was why she came so willingly. My beta had kept asking me if I was certain I wanted her as my bride. There was no doubt about it. She had a strange scent, but something was luring me to her. I couldn't take my eyes off of her when I first saw her. My wolf Arrow was going mad for her too, though he hadn't said a word about her, annoyed with me for not taking her home with us yesterday. You brought me so that you could mark me. She takes a step back, walking into the kitchen island. She winces a little and quickly covers up her pain, relaxing her face. If Trey had bothered reading the contract, he would have discovered that you are to be my bride, not a slave. He would also have read that if he or his ridiculously stupid mate tried doing anything to you going forward, that pack would become mine, or rather, yours. I never bought you, Nia. You were always destined to be mine. I'm a murderer. She gasps. Why would someone like you want me for a bride? Blood Arrow growls, interrupting my thoughts. I glance down at her baggy dress. A blood stain had appeared right where I had my hands wrapped around her. What's that? Are you injured? I demand. I had barely touched her. She covers the stain with her hand. It's nothing. It's just a cut that I keep knocking and it opens up again. I forget it's there. Forget? How could she forget a wound? Why isn't she healing? I feel Arrow's panic. She's been with us less than 2 hours and already she has some form of injury. His need to protect her was strong. It hadn't occurred to me that her lack of abilities included not being able to heal. I would have to find someone who could reverse the binding, and soon. Show me. It's fine, she mumbles. I was already so sick of hearing that phrase. It's not optional, I mutter. If you won't show me, I will have to find a way to look myself. Her heart skips a beat. She looks around the kitchen. Can we go somewhere more private? Private? I didn't really do privacy. What Wolf did? She bobs her head but still keeps her focus slightly off of me, almost afraid to look me directly in the eyes. Office, Arrow mutters. I was just going to suggest that. I snap back at my wolf. I feel his eyes roll as he retreats to some dark corner of my mind. This way. I gesture to the door. Nia waits for me and follows closely behind. The scent of blood steadily grew stronger. It was more than just a cut. I already knew that. In the office, I hit the remote and the blinds start to drop, blocking out the sunlight. Nia hesitates and slowly begins to unfasten the buttons of the dress, but only where the large blood stain was, keeping everything else covered from me. She pulls the dress to one side. The wound was about 4 inches long and already fairly infected. See, it's fine, she whispers. You need to stop saying that. She closes her mouth and starts to fasten the buttons. No, I grabbed her hands. I had caught sight of another bruise. Let me see the rest of them. It wasn't optional. She gasps as my fingers rip apart the rest of the buttons. Her sports bra had seen better days, just the same as her panties. But it was the bruising I was most concerned about. Bruise upon bruise, scars that had come from whips. Her hip bones and ribs stuck out too. Turning her around and pulling the dress from her, I find that her back is just the same. Yet interestingly, there was nothing above her chest and nothing below her thighs. Her arms were completely bare of wounds too. There was only one reason why someone would do that, to either hide what they were doing to someone or to keep up appearances. They didn't want guests to see. More importantly, they didn't want me to see, considering the meeting was arranged over a month ago. She fumbles with the dress, pulling it tightly around her thin frame. You need to see a doctor. She trails off when she sees the anger on my face. It always heals eventually. Did Trey do this? I mutter with my teeth gritted and gesture to her body. She lowers her blue eyes. Cassandra? She still doesn't answer me. That prick that follows Trey around? All three of them? She pulls her dress tighter around her and silently nods. She brings her hand up to her face, brushing her cheek, wiping away an escaped tear. Anyone else? The pack, she whispers. I'm gonna kill them all. Arrow growls. He will have to get in line, because of what you allegedly did to your parents. She nods. I don't believe you were responsible. She tilts her head up towards me, her brow knits together as her eyes finally find mine. Because of blood of wolfsbane? Nia, I don't know what blood of wolfsbane is, I whisper. He frowns at me. Your brother said you knew the difference between plants. I didn't have an answer. I couldn't remember, not fully. Blood of wolfsbane is wolfsbane fed by our blood. The leaves will have a red hue to them. I can't imagine a child would know what it is because it is not freely grown. Your brother's story doesn't add up. Oh, I won't stop until I find out who did this, Nia. His crimson eyes narrow. I will make them pay for the suffering you have endured. He sits on the edge of his desk, studying me. Right now, you do need to see someone about the infection. I kept my mouth closed. I was still trying to process his news of me being set up. Why had my brother never considered it? Come, I will show you our bedroom. You can shower before we see the pack doctor. Frozen to the spot, I don't move. Did he just say our bedroom? As in, we are sharing a bedroom? I guess he thinks he can have sex with me whenever he wants if I'm his contract bride. A shiver runs down my spine at the thought. Glancing up, I see him watching me. He has stood at the open door waiting for me. Ensuring my dress has me covered, I step out into the hallway. No one was around, and the hallways were quiet. As we moved, Alpha Dane would tell me what each room was, but he seemed more focused on getting me to the bedroom. His bedroom is huge, with massive windows, just like the rest of the house. The bed sat pressed up against the wall. All around it, thin drapes hung from the ceiling, but they were tied back at each bedpost. What surprised me the most was that the bath and the shower were in the same room. Only the toilet was in a small room to the side of the shower. No privacy whatsoever, though he didn't seem to care about that. He makes me jump when I feel his warm breath on my skin. You don't need to be afraid. I may not be able to smell him, but he would be able to scent the changes in my emotions. Crossing the room, he pulls open the glass door to the shower and turns it on. The moment he closes the door, the steam of the shower quickly fogs up the glass, and still, I find myself afraid. He gave me no clue as to what he was expecting from me. Hey, his rough fingers tip my face up. It's just you and me, and for now, I will let you shower in peace. Walking away, he pulls his phone out of his pocket and messes around with it before placing it on the bedside table. The alarm is set for 10 minutes. I will come back then. I will bring you something to wear, so just stay in the towel. Understand? He stares at me, waiting for an answer, and I just nod. A 10-minute shower. I was lucky if I got a minute shower back home and the water was always cold. He moves to the door, and with his hand resting on the doorknob, he looks back over his shoulder at me. I really wish you would talk more, Nia. Alpha Dane leaves me in peace, and I make a mad dash for the shower, as if I'm in some kind of fantasy land, and this was all a dream. Maybe it was. Maybe I was about to wake up in the basement of my home. The smells of the soaps and shampoos are divine as I lather them into myself, and my hair has never felt so clean. The wound on my stomach stung as the hot water hit it, but I didn't care. It was worth it. Someone in the room clears their throat and I freeze, thanking the steam for keeping me semi-hidden. Nia, are you done? The alarm went off 5 minutes ago. Alpha Dane's voice seems louder in here. I had been so caught up in the freedom of a simple shower that I hadn't even heard the alarm or the Alpha come back into the room. Coming, I mutter, turning off the water and pulling a towel around me to hide the hideousness underneath. Stepping out, I already see that my ripped dress, underwear, and worn sandals had been removed from the floor. Alpha Dane sits on the end of the bed with what looked like folded clothes on his lap and a pair of trainers. It's not much, as we don't have anyone with as small a waist as you. He smiles as he hands over the clothes, a matching navy blue sweatshirt and joggers. You will have to make do without the underwear for now. Should be here first thing tomorrow. He watches me with a cocked eyebrow as I pull the joggers on and tug the sweatshirt over my head before removing the towel. Maybe he was used to the women parading themselves in front of him, or throwing themselves at him because he has power, but I wasn't like that. Let's go. He rises to his feet, and this time, I follow him. Something told me that if I didn't get this wound looked at, it would put him in a bad mood. The pack doctor was young, unlike the one back home who was old and afraid to let anyone take over from him. She smiles at us as we enter the pack hospital and rewraps her dark hair into a bun. Raven, this is Nia. Alpha Dane introduces me with a grin. I keep my eyes low as I hear Raven say, Alpha Dane, what seems to be the problem apart from the strange smell she has brought with her? It didn't sound like a hurtful comment like I was used to, but more a comment of curiosity. No one, she will tell you herself when she finds her tongue. I have a wound, I whisper. And you are not healing? Raven asks, confused. I don't have my wolf. I hated saying it. It was just a constant reminder that I did not fit in. Her wolf was bound when she was a kid, Alpha Dane tells her. That's why her scent is strange. Her wolf is there, locked away, waiting to be freed. My eyes flicker up only to find him staring straight back at me. I had always believed that my wolf was gone, not that she was trapped. Raven's dark eyes hover on me. Wow, okay. She grabs my hand. This way, let's take a look at this wound of yours. She leads me into an empty room and asks me to lay on the bed and to show her my wound. Pulling up the sweatshirt, just enough for her to see the wound. Her eyes widen, a flicker of rage passing over them as she takes in the infected wound and the bruising that surrounds it. Her fingers carefully press around the wound. How long ago? A few days. I mutter, though I wasn't sure. Every beating blurred into another one. Any day that I wasn't hit was a good day. Raven shakes her head. This is longer than a few days ago. The infection has had at least a week to develop. Nia, you need to tell us the truth. Alpha Dane orders. I don't know. Nia! His deep voice rumbles through me and I close my eyes, fearing his anger. Anger brought punishment. Punishment brought pain. I swear, I don't know. The beatings, they happen so often that they just kind of... I'm never not bruised. There's silence and I was too afraid to open my eyes. Alpha Trey had said it over and over, that if anyone found out, he would make my life a misery, more than it already was. I used to wonder who would ever find out that didn't already know. Now here I was, sitting in another PAX hospital, revealing the truth. Heal her, Alpha Dane shouts after what seems like forever. He storms from the room, pulling a phone out of his pocket. You will have to forgive my brother. His temper is short, especially when it comes to things like this. Raven mutters as she gently inspects my wound. Your brother? I whisper, opening my eyes. Ah, I see he informed you. I'm guessing he didn't tell you that Jensen is our brother too? I shake my head. I'm guessing Jensen was one of the men that came to my brother's house. She chuckles. Jensen is considered to be our brother's gamma. Gamma? I had never heard of the term. Yep, and Alpha Dane has a love-hate for me working here. He wants me to represent our family, but he knows this is what I'm good at. She grabs a pot of cream from the cupboard. Now this needs to be applied 3 times a day. It should clear up the infection. If it hasn't changed in a couple of days, I will take another look. My brother is waiting for you out front. Thanks. I mumble, taking the pot of cream from her. I looked at the label, but couldn't read it. I had never learned to read. She bobs her head at me as I hurry out to find Alpha Dane on his phone, snapping at someone. He hangs up as soon as he sees me and asks what Raven said. Cream, 3 times a day. I show him the pot and he takes it from me. Good, come. He strides off and I have to run to keep up with him. I follow him through the house and into the office. Show me, he orders, pulling the lid off the pot. It wasn't going to be negotiable. Not when he had used the same tone moments before he ripped my dress open earlier. Slowly lifting my sweatshirt, he crouches down in front of me and gently smothers the wound in the cold cream. I don't want you to lie to me, Nia. Not ever. If you can't remember, that is what you need to tell me. Is that clear? I don't want to have to guess what you mean. Okay. I couldn't say anything else. I was too focused on the warmth of his hands. One presses against my lower back, holding me steady while the other gently rubs cream into my wound. The only touch I had received from another man was a beating. Stop holding your breath, he tells me, getting to his feet. I am not going to hurt you. It seemed impossible to believe given my history. The act, the words coming from him, it just didn't feel real. Dane. She didn't trust me. Not a single inch of her, which only made me question her history more. I wanted to know everything. I wanted to know her inside and out. I wanted to know who it was that had turned her life upside down all those years ago, and why they had chosen to pin it on a child. While she was being seen by Raven, I put in a call to my beta, Eric. He was keeping an eye on the moonshine pack, and I wanted to know if there was anything that he had found out of place. So far, the answer was nothing, which only made me wonder how much they were keeping hidden from the world. How deep did their secrets run? Because until Trey reached out to me, I had never heard of the Moonshine Pack, a pack that lived less than 50 miles from us. I wondered if Nia knew that. I told him to head back. The pack run is tonight, and he needed to be here for that. I couldn't help but notice how Nia hadn't smiled once since I had met her. Not once did her strange scent change to show that she was even a little happier. Something that I would need to change, especially if she is to be my mate. Running my hand across her stomach, she holds her breath and keeps her eyes off of me, finding anything else to look at. Are you afraid of me? I ask directly as she lets her sweatshirt fall down. Of course she is, just look at her. Arrow mutters as he paces in my mind. I see how she bites the inside of her cheek as she thinks of something to say. Everyone is. She mutters breathlessly. I cock an eyebrow at her. You have the biggest pack. You've gone to war and absorbed other packs. You have killed multiple alphas. People ask for your help. You don't ask for theirs. It would be stupid to not fear you. I smile and I could feel Arrow's joy too. We had worked hard to become the alpha that we are. Nia was smarter than what her brother made her out to be. That's not what I meant. I know my position in the world. I'm talking about you. Are you, Nia, afraid of me? Quickly, her eyes fall to the ground. I wish she wouldn't do that. I could stare into them all day. I am not them, I announce when her silence continues. I would never stoop as low as them. I would never beat a woman for my own benefit. Were there others like you? Normally where there was one, there were multiples, hidden away from sight. She shakes her head. Only me. It made it 100 times worse knowing that they only hurt her, that everyone else was considered to be above her when she carried alpha blood. You are one person who never needs to fear me. I want you to know that. She pulls the sleeves of the sweatshirt down over her hands, hiding more of herself from me. By nightfall, she still hadn't spoken first. Every conversation came from me and always ended with her just nodding or shaking her head. She was almost impossible to read, but I loved a challenge. You need to sleep, I mutter, guiding her towards the stairs. She had no wolf and would not be able to join us for a pack run. Her blue eyes move to the large clock hanging on the wall. Still, she keeps her mouth closed, keeping her thoughts to herself. She follows me through the house back to my bedroom, allowing me to put the cream on her stomach again. Just like before, she holds her breath. Only this time, she doesn't seem as afraid as she was earlier and watches me instead of closing her eyes. "Good night," I mutter. As I lean in to kiss her on the cheek, she tenses up as her heart races. I was expecting her to run, but she stays rooted to the spot, her eyes squeezed tightly shut. She lets out a little gasp as I walk back to the door. "You're leaving?" she whispers, surprised. "It's a full moon tonight. I lead the pack run. I will be back in a few hours, but you will most likely be asleep." "Pack run?" she mumbles, her brow knitting together. "You know, when the pack goes on a big hunt all together." Her eyes grow wider the more I talk. "Moonshine don't do a pack run?" As far as I was aware, everyone did it. She shakes her head. I give her a reassuring smile. "You will get used to them. Get some sleep, because when you have your wolf back, you will be joining us." As I start to close the door, she still remains in the same spot, staring at me, confused. Downstairs, I find Eric and Jensen waiting for me. "How's it going with the new girl?" Jensen asks, unbuttoning his shirt. "Nia is staying and Moonshine doesn't do pack runs," I mutter, mulling over Nia's words. "Are you serious?" Eric questions. "I thought that was standard everywhere. All wolves are empowered on the night of a full moon, and it's the best time to hunt." I frown at Eric. "You sure you didn't see anything unusual?" From my position, they acted just like everyone else. Some went to work, some stayed and trained, others harvested their crops. He cocks a brow at me. "Why? What do you think they are hiding?" "For starters, who really killed Nia's parents?" "Trey," Eric suggests. "I don't think Trey is smart enough to do that. The idiot didn't even bother to read the contract." Jensen mutters. "I think we should pay them a visit tomorrow." Jensen suggests. "Surprise them," I mutter. "Sometimes it's better when they don't know we are coming." True, Trey was pissed about my arrival. When the hunt is over, I confirm with Eric and Jensen what time we will be heading out before making my way upstairs for a shower. Slipping quietly through the bedroom door, I was glad to see Nia fast asleep in the bed. I half expected her to have ran, to have used the opportunity to escape. Instead, she's curled up in a small ball, hugging a pillow, still in the sweats I had given her earlier. She doesn't wake while I shower. She doesn't even stir when I flick the light on. Almost like she was used to sleeping in a confined space at any time of the day. Drying off, I climb into bed with her, pulling her tiny, weak frame against me. She makes a few funny noises as she starts to wake, but quickly falls back to sleep. Waking before her, I couldn't help but watch her sleep. At some point during the night, she had rolled herself over, facing me. In the early morning light, you could see a faint splattering of freckles across her nose. She gasps, suddenly sitting upright and rubbing her eyes. "Where am I?" "Nia, you're in my pack, remember?" Her blue eyes lock on mine before they drift downwards to my bare chest and then to the sheet that was barely covering me. Are you naked?" There's a rosiness to her cheeks that didn't make her look so fragile. I prefer it that way, especially in my own bed. I smirk at her. She pats herself down, checking that she was still wearing clothes, and lets out a sigh of relief as she realizes she is still fully dressed. "We could strip her," Arrow mutters. "We could show her what we really want." "We need to take it slower," I mutter back. "She isn't like any of the others." Arrow sulks at my comment, slinking off to the back of my mind. Thankfully, as I had gotten older, I had become better at keeping him under control. Nia crosses the room, shutting herself in the small room with the toilet. I could hear her muttering to herself about keeping it together. "When you are done," I call out, "we need to put your cream on." 10 minutes pass before she makes an appearance. She eyeballs me as I pull on a black tea. "Eric, Jensen and I have an errand to run. You will be staying here." I grab the pot of cream and gesture for her to lift her top. "Alone?" she asks. Her voice quivers as she rolls her top up. "Alone." I confirm. "Well, there will be others here, so not completely alone." My hand hovers on her stomach a little longer. "She's right here," Arrow growls. Dropping my hand, Arrow sulks. He wanted to prove a point, to claim her as ours, to finally put a silence to the rumors surrounding us. "Nia, you know my brother really likes you." Raven smiles at me as she shoves a crumpet into her mouth. My eyes flash up to hers across the breakfast table. She had been put on babysitting duty while Alpha Dane runs those errands he had mentioned. Clearly my comment about being alone had made him reconsider. He hadn't told me where he was going and I didn't ask. I didn't think it was my place. "You are prettier than the last girl," Raven mutters, distracting me from my thoughts. "Last girl?" I almost choke on my juice. "You are his contracted mate, right?" I nod my head. "Did you really think you were the first?" It wasn't something that had crossed my mind. I was more concerned about what Alpha Dane was going to do to me. He hadn't made a move except for holding me against him while we slept. He hadn't tried sneaking a hand between my thighs. He hadn't insisted I sleep naked, nothing. And that only made it worse. Waiting for the unknown. He didn't seem like a man that would wait. "Hopefully you will stick," she adds, reaching for another crumpet. "I will stick." I wasn't used to these phrases or the way she spoke to me so casually. Orders and abuse, that was what I was used to. "I probably shouldn't be the one telling you this, but it's better for you to be prepared." She takes a deep breath. "My brother has been looking for his mate for a long time. He's 28, doesn't have an heir yet. The others, they stay no more than a few weeks. Some run, some are killed." She tells me with a shrug of her shoulders, like it was normal. "Because they won't give him an heir?" She shakes her head. "Because he loses interest." "Why are you telling me?" I whisper. I would prefer not to know if I was going to be killed. There's something about you. He looks at you differently. I saw it at the hospital. Her words don't exactly make me feel better. Everyone looked at me differently. They always had because of my strange scent. Your biggest concern will be if he finds his true mate. She mutters. Beta Kyle had been my true mate, and he had rejected me the second I turned 18, barging into the basement in the middle of the night and screaming his rejection at me. He had beaten me black and blue until I accepted his rejection. You have a mate, don't you? I can tell by the way your eyes just flickered. Had. I whisper, he rejected me. I remember the pain I had felt, and not just from the beating. It had felt like my heart was being torn from my chest. And because I had felt the bond, my brother had me bound for a second time. That is when I stopped being able to heal like everyone else. I know what that's like. Mine rejected me too. She sighs. The moment he found out what pack I'm from and who my brother is, he wanted nothing to do with me. Anyway, like I said, my brother seems to like you more than he has liked any of the other women. Is that supposed to make me happy? Knowing that I might just last a little while longer than the others. That because he likes me, he might keep me like a prized possession. Raven takes me along to the hospital. She had to work, and apparently Alpha Dane had told her to not let me out of her sight unless it was to use the bathroom. Maybe he thought I was going to be like some of his other brides and run, as if I had the energy to do that. No one comes into the hospital. Raven spends most of the time doing inventory. It almost seemed pointless having a pack hospital. No one needed it. Everyone could heal. Hey, she smiles as she comes towards me. I'm going to be here for a while yet, so I brought you some trashy mags to read. Raven dumps them on the table in front of me with a smile as I just stare at them. I had no idea who the people were in the photos, nor did I have a clue what was written about them. Not your thing? She asks curiously. I just shake my head. I didn't want to admit the truth. She stares at me from the other side of the counter, her eyes slowly narrow to slits. You can't read, can you? How did she know? I shake my head, feeling my cheeks flame. I'm guessing you didn't go to school? No. It was so embarrassing having to admit it. What 22-year-old couldn't read or write? Does my brother know? No. Well, at least now I have something to do other than counting. She smiles at me and sits in a chair next to me. Hours passed and I still wasn't getting the hang of it, but she was patient and kept trying. Suddenly, she grabs the pieces of paper and shuffles them all into a pile and shoves it into one of the drawers. My brother is back. How do you know? A pack thing. Seconds later and the doors swing open. Alpha Dane moves towards us. He looked angry. His crimson eyes were darker than usual, his brow creased, and all of his attention is on me. I need a word with my mate, he snaps at Raven. Sure, she mutters and quickly escapes, leaving me alone with him. He waits for her to be out of sight and turns to face me. My eyes drop to the ground as his voice rumbles through the hospital. Where has Trey gone? Huh? Do I need to repeat myself? I open my mouth to tell him that I didn't understand. There was no one there, Nia, no one. I feel his glare on me. That didn't make any sense. How could there be no one? Home's empty, the pack house empty. Where have they gone, Nia? I shake my head, confused. You went to see my brother? I whisper, refusing to meet his gaze. Was this all a lie? He gestures to me. A setup so you could get some dirt on me? He was so angry. What does Trey want? I close my eyes like I always do. It was easier if I didn't see the beating coming. His hand grabs my chin. I said you would never have to fear me, but that was when I believed I was helping you. Open your fucking eyes and look at me. Tears creep out of my closed eyes. Raven was wrong. This was going to be the end of me. Opening my eyes, his crimson ones are staring at me. Slowly his face starts to soften. You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? No, I mumble. He lets go of my chin. The pack is empty. Abandoned? I whisper. No, nothing is gone. Everything is still present, but there were no people anywhere. It was like they just disappeared, and trust me, we searched. You said they don't do pack runs, but they clearly do something. I don't know. I gulp. I have never left the pack until yesterday. I never went further than the gardens. I frown. But sometimes the house would be empty. If I wasn't locked away, I would steal bits of food. How often? He questions. Every couple of months, I think. If it weren't for the times the house was empty, allowing me to steal food, I probably would have died of starvation years ago. No one talks about it? I shake my head. Are you sure, Nia? They might, just not when I'm around. Suddenly, he holds a hand out to me. Come, we are going home. His large hand envelops my small hand as he pulls me up from my chair and against his chest. His arms lock tightly around me, squeezing the air from my lungs. You better not be lying to me, Nia. I don't tolerate liars. I promise. I whisper, trying to ignore the pain from my wound, and instead of looking away, I couldn't help but stare at him. Even without my wolf, right now, I could feel his power, and it was overwhelmingly intoxicating. Dane, I could see it in her eyes. She was just as confused as I was, if not more. She walks next to me, almost jogging to keep pace with me as we head back to the house. Her eyes remain low, focusing on her feet as we moved. Take a seat, I tell her as I walk her into the office. She doesn't hesitate like she did at Moonshine and takes one of the empty chairs. She sits with her legs clamped together, the sleeves of her top pulled down over her hands, her face turned down in submission. Nia? Her back straightens as I say her name and her heart starts to race. The last time it did that, she almost passed out. I swear I don't know. If I did, I would tell you. The words tumble from her mouth as though she is fighting for her life. She speaks as though those words were what would keep her alive. Something I hadn't felt in years flooded my veins, and that was guilt. She shouldn't feel like that, not around me. You are upsetting her, Arrow growls. I shouldn't have shouted at you, I murmur, sitting on my desk. You didn't deserve that. I pause, frustrated over the other things she told me. You stole food? I had too, she whispers. The more I find out about that pack and what they did to you, the more I hate them. When the time comes, the entire lot of them will be killed. Finally, something we can agree on. Arrow murmurs. Nia's eyes flash up to me, and she bites on her bottom lip. I will eradicate her entire past. Contracts were simple. Every single contract I had drawn up always favored me. The other side were always too far up their own asses to bother to read it or negotiate, and they always lost out. And this time, it would be Trey and his pathetic pack that would lose everything. Tell me about Cassandra. I speak softly, aware that my alpha tone puts her on edge. There was a flicker of rage across her face. It goes as quickly as it comes. I had seen it before, when the stupid bitch had called my bride a rat. What do you want to know? Everything and no lies. How long has she been with Trey? She shrugs her shoulders. She has been around for as long as I can remember. Trey is 12 years older than me. They went to school together. She's his true mate? Nia nods her head. She was nice once, before I killed my parents. She used to bring me presents, toys mostly. It all changed after she became Luna, and I became nothing. You didn't kill your parents. When would she accept it was a lie? And you are not nothing, not anymore. She puffs out her cheeks and her brow furrows. Talk to me, I mutter, ignoring Arrow's rumblings. I will be nothing when you cast me aside for a new bride. I roll my eyes. Raven? She nods her head at me. Raven needs to learn to keep her mouth shut. Grinding my teeth, I stare at her. I had asked her for the truth. It was only fair I did the same. Raven isn't wrong. There have been other brides, but none that I have truly wanted by my side. You killed them? Raven really needed to learn to keep her mouth shut. It was her that had freaked out my other brides by telling them the same shit as she had told Nia. She was the reason some of them had ran. Some of them. She nods, keeping her eyes low. I didn't kill them because I was bored of them. Some were passing information back to their old packs. Others were money grabbers or desperate to be hanging on my arm at all times. If I had to go do something, they would whine at me that they weren't getting enough attention. Oh, Raven likes to do this. She likes to test my brides. But do you know what they all had in common? She shakes her head. I never marked them. I could never bring myself to do it. Something held me back. Nia was the only one I had considered marking, and I still couldn't figure out what it was that drew me to her. She's perfect. Arrow sounds smitten. Grabbing the pot of cream, she automatically stands and lifts her top to show me her wound. She lets out a little gasp as my fingers brush against her skin, and I hear her heart skip a beat as she closes her eyes. She had a habit of doing that too, afraid to witness what was happening, or maybe it was a fear of looking me in the eye. I couldn't tell. My fingers pause over her stomach and she holds her breath. Breathe, Nia, I whisper, and her heart skips a beat again. She lets her lungs expand and tears creep out the corner of her eyes. I don't want to die. Her eyes flash open, locking onto mine. It was the first time since meeting her that she truly looked at me. Her breathing hitches and her lips part a little. There's a growing need inside of me, the need to make her mine so that she cannot be claimed by anyone else. How the hell could she make me feel this way? Mate, Arrow growls. Not possible, her wolf isn't present, I tell him. Mate, he repeats a little louder, growing more agitated. You're wrong. Nia's blue eyes are still locked on mine. The tears had stopped and her brow dips a little as she stares at me. I have to, I mutter, turning away. I was completely thrown by how she was looking at me, so I storm out of the office. Go back, Arrow demands. Go back, we need to mark her. I could feel him pushing forward, trying to break free of my control. The more he pushes, the more I fight back, keeping him shut away. I had to get out of the house. Striding across the grounds, I head towards the pack hospital. I wanted to know what else Raven had told Nia. Asleep at the desk, she is startled when I wake her. What the fuck did you say to her? She rolls her eyes at me. She needs to know the truth. It's not fair if she doesn't know what's coming. She rubs her eyes and yawns. Why, has she done a runner? No, she is in my office. Then no harm done. She shrugs her shoulders at me. If you want my opinion, she is nice, different from the others. I am well aware. Why do you think I chose her? Because she is our mate, Arrow mutters gleefully. I try to ignore his comment. He had to be wrong. Her wolf wasn't present. It would be impossible to know. Raven walks around the desk, leaning on it and smiling at me. I was right. You do really like this one, don't you? She has a name. I snap, turning on my heel and walking away. Why are you fighting it? Arrow asks as I stop in front of the house. How do you know? I mutter. When she looked us in the eye, her wolf is buried deep, but it's strong. I can feel it, maybe even stronger than us. Pushing open the door, I could still smell her strange scent. I had given her another opportunity to run, but she was still here. In the office, she is sitting in a chair, hugging her legs to her chest. Arrow practically screams at me to claim her as mine. Instead, I ask her why she is still here. You didn't tell me to go anywhere. She keeps her eyes low, and I wondered if she knew. And I have nowhere to go. Have you looked through my stuff? I mutter, glancing around at the paperwork on my desk. It didn't look like it had been touched, but that didn't mean it hadn't. She shakes her head at me. Her hair falls around her face. I don't tolerate lies. I remind her. I don't do scheming women. She frowns. I didn't look because... She drags her teeth across her bottom lip and her cheeks flame. I can't read. It was completely not what I was expecting her to say. The others, they would make up some crazy lie. School? She shakes her head. I should have guessed that she never went. Not if she has been a slave since she was 6. Raven tried teaching me a bit, but I didn't understand. Why didn't Raven tell me? Was it because she actually liked Nia too? Because she had never been interested in any of my other brides. In fact, she had hated every single one of them. I get it, she mutters. You regret choosing me, but please don't kill me. I can work, I can clean, I can do anything you need me to do. Just please don't kill me. Pulling her from the chair, I plant my lips on hers. Nia. His lips are rough and yet soft, but I pull away. He looks annoyed, frustrated, maybe even angry as he studies me. I couldn't be sure. His hands that had been clenched around my upper arms drop as he takes a step back from me. I had rejected an alpha, and he was an alpha who most likely had never been rejected before. What had I done? His crimson eyes hover on my face until I lower my gaze. I felt mortified that it had even happened. It was definitely not how I expected my first kiss to go. You can go, he snaps, turning away and moving to his desk. Go? Go where? I whisper, fully expecting him to throw me out of his pack. Out of the office. I pause at the door, wondering if I should apologize. Glancing back, he was focused on the paperwork. He flicks his hand at me, shooing me away. Stepping out into the hallway, I feel my cheeks burn. Are you okay? A deep, curious voice asks. Looking up, I see one of the men that had come to my brother's house with Alpha Dane. The more I looked at him, the more I saw how much he looked like Raven. The same dark hair and dark eyes. We haven't really had a chance to speak. I'm Jensen. He smiles. Alpha Dane's brother? I whisper as he strides down the hallway towards me. He smiles. And I believe you have met my twin too. Raven? She had just said brother. She had never mentioned that Jensen was her twin, not that it was important. He leans against the wall next to me. That's the one. Is everything all right? You seem a bit flustered. Just tired. I lie. I didn't know who or if I could trust anyone around here, and I definitely didn't want to spill my guts to Alpha Dane's younger brother. And just trying to remember the way back to my room. I can show you. His dark eyes drift down past my face to my chest before flashing back up. I had seen that look so many times, but not here, only at home. You will do no such thing. Alpha Dane snaps as he rips the office door open. Shouldn't you be training right about now? I see how Jensen frowns and holds his hands up, just trying to be friendly. Jensen mumbles, but he has a smirk on his face before he turns and walks away. Alpha Dane's crimson eyes settle on me. I love my brother, but I would prefer it if you were never alone with him. His tone had changed from how it had been in his office. I find myself staring at him. After all, he was the one who sent me away. Or was this some kind of test? My brother and Beta Kyle would like to test me now and again. I should be used to it, but I was always caught off guard. Nia, if you have something to say, say it. Alpha Dane presses. Hold your tongue. Don't say anything. It's a trick. I shake my head, keeping my eyes low. You're tired? He asks, not pushing for more information. I nod my head. It was the easiest answer. This way. He walks in front of me again, leading me through the maze of hallways and up a flight of stairs before stopping in front of a familiar door. I shouldn't have kissed you. You were clearly taken by surprise. Although I have control, Arrow has a tendency to break through now and again. He tells me as he moves into the bedroom. Who the hell is Arrow? You were lucky I stopped him before he did anything more. While I am a little more patient, he is not. Arrow, I mutter, my wolf. Now he really made no sense. How could his wolf be someone completely different? Trey's wolf had a name too, right? He mutters as he enters the bedroom. No. I find myself frowning in confusion as I try to make sense of his words. He never mentioned it, ever. Alpha Dane's crimson eyes lock on mine. He thought I was lying. I could feel it by the way he looked at me. I really wanted to look away but found that I couldn't break the gaze, almost as if he was forcing me to look at him without even touching me. Could alphas do that, or was it just him? My voice drops to barely a whisper. I swear, I didn't know what else I could say. I'm telling the truth. I stutter as he continues to stare into my eyes. Okay, he mutters, yet it felt like he didn't believe me. And I guess, because of your binding, you never got to meet your wolf? I shake my head. They come when we are 13. I know that much. He frowns but doesn't speak. As he breaks his gaze and looks away, my body finally relaxes, only to be met with searing pain, radiating from my stomach. Ignoring it, I stay still, watching Alpha Dane move around the bedroom. It looked as if he was having a conversation with someone. Maybe this Arrow? I had so many questions. Did this Arrow live inside of him? What happens when he shifts? He mentioned control. Did Arrow have full control when he shifted? As far as I was aware, anyone that could shift just shifted. They didn't become someone else. As Alpha Dane continued to move in a figure of 8 in the bedroom, I press my hand against my stomach, and even through the fabric of my top, my skin feels like it's on fire. I feel my own heart running rampant in my chest, just like when I left Moonshine for the first time. My hands feel clammy and my mouth is dry. I reach out to grab the bedpost to steady myself and stop my legs buckling underneath me. It hurts. I mutter as the pain radiates through me. Nia? He spins around to look at me, and I let my legs give way. He catches me before I hit the floor, concern etched all over his face as he pulls up my top. Shit. I had never felt pain like it. All the beatings, all the punishments, this was nothing in comparison. Alpha Dane lifts me from the floor, holding an arm under my knees and under my back as he raced me through the house and out into the cool evening air. His feet pound the ground as he moves quickly. He slams his back against the door to the pack hospital, almost taking it off of its hinges as he forces us through. It's not what we first thought. He shouts out to Raven as he lowers me onto a bed. You need to look at this. He tugs up my top, ignoring me squirming in pain, and then tries to hold me down so Raven could get a better look. He cups my face with one large hand. Look at me, Nia. Look at me and breathe. Everything burned. My entire body felt like it was tearing itself apart. Is this what I think it is? Raven questions. Yes. Alpha Dane mutters as he holds my shoulders down. I'm sorry, Nia. This is going to hurt. Raven calls out. I can help. Another man speaks as another wave of pain shoots through me. Hold her legs. Alpha Dane instructs. I feel something hot and sharp press into my stomach. I let out a scream as I thrash against the men holding me down. They were going to kill me. Moments before I pass out from the pain, I hear Alpha Dane say, a fucking blood tie. Dane. Did anyone have a clue? I demand as I watch my sleeping mate. She was out cold and likely would be for some time. Raven had gone as far as stitching her up once she was certain the tie had been severed and Nia's body had been pumped full of drugs. Someone's head is going to roll, Arrow growls. No, Eric replies. Surely if Nia was mated, she wouldn't have left Moonshine so easily. But she didn't though, did she? She practically collapsed at the door. I thought you said that was because she had never left. You said a combination of fear and illness. I turn around to see him leaning against the wall, studying me. He was the only one I had confided in, telling him what Arrow had said about Nia being our mate. Maybe he was nearby. He shrugs his shoulders at me as my eyes shift to my sister. She was staring into her coffee, trying to not draw attention to herself, but the silence told me she knew something. The girl barely stays silent for more than a few minutes. Spit it out, I snap at her. Why the fuck is it always Raven? Arrow prowls around the back of my mind. I already knew he wanted to have it out with Raven's wolf, Midnight. I don't know anything. Raven keeps her eyes low. Raven, I nearly killed her by kissing her because of this stupid fucking blood tie. A blood tie can only exist if she has a mate that is still alive. Okay. You don't need to go all alpha on me. She had a mate. All I know is that he rejected her. Are you certain? She nods her head. Did she accept? I don't know. I'm sorry, talking about it made me think of Salem, okay? I kind of went off talking about why he rejected me, okay? If I had known that was the reason for this, then I would have questioned her more. Come on, Dane. You know she is telling the truth. Eric mutters. He moves next to me and peers in through the window at Nia. I'm more interested to know how she knew she was mated. What? You said she was bound, right? Eric frowns. I hadn't even thought about it. I had been too wrapped up in the blood tie news. She shouldn't have been able to scent him, I mutter. How could she have known? Sitting by Nia's bedside, I watch her in silence, trying to choose the words I wanted to say. There was a lot of information to unpack, though I already knew it would be too much for her to handle at once. In the bright lights of the hospital, she looked a little better. Her skin wasn't as dull, and her eyes no longer appeared so sunken. Raven appears regularly to check her and to check the newly stitched wound. Each checkup, she would apologize to me, telling me that she never meant to keep it a secret and that she hadn't thought much of it. Because in her words, who creates a blood tie when they have rejected their mate? Which just adds to the list of questions I have for Nia. It's almost 1 a.m. before her eyes open. She groans and tries to sit up, freezing when she sees me. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? Her blue eyes flash around the room. I've caused problems. I didn't. Ow. She holds a hand to her stomach and lies back down. Raven stitched you up. It's probably going to be uncomfortable for a little while. She blinks back tears. Am I in trouble? Why didn't you tell me? The pain came on so quickly. No, Nia, I'm talking about your mate. Why didn't you tell me that you were already mated? She drags her teeth over her bottom lip as she closes her eyes. He rejected me. He forced me to accept his rejection. She hesitates as she peers those slits at me. He beat you? I finish her sentence. She only moves her head slightly, but she confirms my question. Who? Beta Kyle, she whispers. But she's ours now, right? Arrow grumbles in a panic. Let me finish. I snap at him. How did you know that prick was your mate? I study her face. I don't know. I could smell him. She screws her face up. He was the first person I scented since I was a kid. I don't know how or why, but he was so angry, so disgusted. Nia hugs herself as she looks up at the lights in the ceiling. He hated me and I paid for it. She could scent him? Arrow mutters. How if she was bound? I'm getting to that if you will just be quiet for 5 minutes. How old were you? It was my 18th. She keeps her voice quiet and sighs. And he was the one who did that to you. She looks at her stomach and shakes her head. Luna Cassandra? I think. She pauses, pressing her pink lips into a thin line. Was it badly infected? You don't need to worry about it anymore. The problem has been dealt with. It will heal properly this time. Rising to my feet, I was about to tell her to get some rest, but I couldn't help myself. Why could you scent him? I don't know. I swear. She shakes her head. They bound me for a second time after that. I haven't been able to heal since. I wanted to push for more answers, but I could see she was exhausted even after all the rest she has had. Get some sleep. I will be back in the morning. Leaving the hospital, I find Eric hovering outside, just as I had asked. She awake? Nodding, she answered some of my questions, but I'm letting her get some rest until the morning. Eric, she has been bound not once but twice. Twice? Are you sure? He looks puzzled. I heard it from her own mouth. She must carry some fucking powerful alpha blood if she needed binding twice. She is possibly more powerful than Trey. What other reason could there be that would make them treat her like this other than fear? Why else would they set her up for the death of her parents? I don't sleep. Nia had only slept in the bed for one night, and it already felt odd to not have her here. By 6 a.m, I was back sitting beside her bed in the hospital, watching and waiting for her to open her eyes. She groans first, stretching a little before opening her eyes. I see how she panics before quickly remembering where she is too. Hospital? She whispers, looking for confirmation. Yes. I watch her as she pushes herself up on the bed, ignoring her pain, and I wondered how many times she had to do that while living in moonshine. I wondered if she had ever gotten a break, if Trey and the others just let her be for a single night. Nia pulls her top up, studying her own stitches with a frown. She made the wound bigger, she mumbles. Raven had too. At some point between Cassandra injuring you and me bringing you here, Kyle blood tied himself to you. He what? She asked, confused. She really didn't know much about our kind at all. Blood tie, it can be a mate thing, it doesn't have to be. I accepted. He wanted me to accept the rejection. I did. She stutters. I think because you were still bound to a certain degree that the rejection didn't work properly, or at least not how it should. She's our mate! Arrow roars inside of my head. He's not having her. I won't let him. I will kill the entire moonshine pack if it means that she gets to stay with us. Trust me, there is no way she is going back to them. Nia, it was a lot to take in. First the blood of Wolfsbane and pack runs. Now a blood tie and still sort of being mated to Beta Kyle. Flashing my eyes up to Alpha Dane, I lower them immediately. He was staring straight at me. I swear. I whisper again. I swear I don't know what you are talking about. And that is the most frustrating thing, Nia. I know you don't have a clue what I'm talking about. I wanted to ask why he was so angry. Instead, I keep the question to myself. I don't ever want to be near Beta Kyle. I mumble, and from the corner of my eye, I see his face relax. There was almost a hint of a smile on the corners of his lips. Good, I have no intention of giving you back. He rises from his seat. Raven has said you can come back to the house. Are you up for walking, or would you prefer I carried you? I can walk, I mutter. Slipping out of the bed, I straighten myself up, only to feel a long, sharp pain rip through my stomach. Are you sure? Alpha Dane asks. I nod my head. I had been through worse. I had worked through worse. But he seemed almost disappointed that I was putting a barrier between us. He lets me take my time, not saying anything even when I stop because the pain is so bad. They had said it would take a while for it to heal completely, but how long was a while? Stopping again, I glance back over my shoulder and realize I was barely 15 meters from the hospital and still had a long way to go to get to the pack house. Alpha Dane moves in front of me. Let me help. I can do it. Nia. His rough fingers gently tip my chin up to look at him. I can see that you are in a lot of pain. Just let me help. He does that thing where he changes the tone of his voice to basically tell me that it wasn't optional. Reluctantly, I nod and he wastes no time in sweeping me off my feet. He is pleased with himself as he carries me through the house and into the bedroom. But he doesn't put me down on my feet. He puts me straight into bed. As I said, this is going to take some time to heal. Blood ties are not the easiest thing to dissolve. The pain you are feeling now will likely increase. Increase? Surely it couldn't get much worse. He sits next to me, his crimson eyes lock on mine, and a shiver runs down my spine. Usually yes, but given that you were unaware of the tie and the fact you are still bound, I don't know how it will affect you. Why would he do it? Why would Beta Kyle do this after making me accept his rejection? That is something I'm still trying to figure out. As for calling him Beta, stop. He doesn't deserve that title, and neither does your brother deserve to be an alpha. I was a nobody. It was my duty to call them by their titles. It is disrespectful to call them by their names. Tell me, when you found out that he was your mate, did you hope it would change things for you? I shake my head, still remembering the hate that was in Beta Kyle's eyes. It was a nightmare. Did your brother know? I shake my head. I don't think so. Alpha Dane just nods his head. He suddenly reaches out a hand and I flinch. I hadn't flinched in so long. I had learned to control it because flinching means a worse beating. Alpha Dane pauses and then slowly reaches up to my hair and pulls something from it. He shows me a little feather. Get some rest. I will check on you in a little bit. He flicks on a screen on the wall opposite the bed and hands me the remote. I'm sure you will find something you like. I didn't have the energy to tell him that I had never watched television. It just made my life sound even more depressing. Alone, I slowly get out of bed and make my way towards one of the big windows and sit in the big comfy chair while trying to ignore the pain in my stomach. Sitting and mulling over everything I had been told, I couldn't make any sense of it. Why would Beta Kyle continue to beat me if he knew we were still connected? Or maybe that was why. Maybe he was so disgusted by it. But then, why would he force a blood tie on me? What did he hope to gain from it? I watch as Alpha Dane appears outside. He walks like he is on some kind of mission, and a few moments later, Jensen and Eric come from another direction, meeting Alpha Dane almost directly in front of the window. The three of them have a quick conversation, and then disappear into the trees, out of sight. I wondered where they were going, so I just watch, waiting for them to come back. You are supposed to be in bed, not sleeping in a chair. Alpha Dane's voice is quiet as he slides his arms under me and moves me back to the bed. He pulls the blanket up over me, but I try to sit up. Sleeping will help you get over this quicker. He gently pushes against my shoulders, trying to get me to lie back down. No. I push back against him. Something's wrong. I told you your wound will hurt for a while. No, I mutter sleepily. I couldn't even make sense of what I wanted to say. It's a trick, I mumble. I think it's a trick. A trick? I nod my head, but my tired eyes remain closed as I fight the sleep demons to tell Alpha Dane my idea. Get some sleep, we will talk about it when you feel better, he orders. When I woke, I made myself get out of the bed. There was no way I was letting myself get all sleepy again before I had a chance to explain myself. Splashing water on my face, I stare at my reflection in the mirror. My blue eyes were a little brighter, and my skin no longer looked as dull. You're awake, Alpha Dane mutters, making me jump. I hadn't heard him come in. He walks right up behind me, his eyes locked onto mine in the mirror as I feel the heat that his body produces. How are you feeling? He asks as his hands move to my hips. I feel my own temperature increase as my neck and my face turn pink. His fingers creep under my top, slipping inside the waistband of my joggers, edging into my panties as his lips meet my neck, and I let out a quiet moan. Nia? My eyes snap open to Alpha Dane, who is standing over me. You really should be sleeping in the bed, not the chair, he mutters. It was just a dream. Just a dream. But the dream didn't hide the fact that he could probably smell my arousal. So I clamp my thighs together. Do you need help? He asks. No. I blurt out a little too loudly, and he cocks a brow at me. I was only offering to help you get to the bed. I see the small smirk on his lips. He could smell me. I lower my gaze. I like to sit here. I like to watch. I mutter, trying to keep the topic off of my dream. It's different. Different? You don't expect me to do anything. You are letting me sleep for as long as I need. And the food, it's just different. I couldn't explain it any more than that, but he nodded anyway. Not everyone is a bastard. He tells me as he changes his black tee to a red shirt. He turns back to face me as he fastens his buttons. I was right when I first noticed no ink. Not a single tattoo could be seen. It was strange. Everyone in Moonshine was covered in them. Yes, he asks. Nothing. Nia, I may not have known you for long, but I know when you have a question to ask. Ask. You have no tattoos. That's not a question. Why? They're not really my style. I know others have them to show their dominance or to show they belong to a pack, but I'm sure you will agree that I don't need them. He points to his crimson eyes. These are enough to show my position in the world. He was right. I had never seen another wolf with eyes like his, though I thought it was some kind of trick, contact lenses or something. Trick. I mutter out louder. I can assure you that these are my eyes. No, I shake my head. No, I was thinking about everything you told me before I fell asleep. The blood tie and still being partly mated. His eyes narrow when I say partly mated. What if it is a trick? You said blood ties allow the mate to walk around freely in the other's pack. Raven told me that Moonshine had never been heard of, and you said the blood tie was recent. He is just staring at me. You told me that some of your other brides had been snooping. I haven't. I add when I look up at him. Could they get in, undetected because of the blood tie with me? It was probably the most I had spoken in one go since being here. It's a good idea, but no. You would have to be a member of my pack officially for that to work. Officially? You mean if you mark me? I asked quietly. He had mentioned it, but had said no more since. If I mark you, Alpha Dane confirms, but I can't do that while you have a mate out there. You think the blood tie pain is bad? It's nothing in comparison to being marked by one yet mated to another. It will kill you. Dane, it was a surprise that she had said so much. More than a sentence, and she would usually clam up. Maybe she was finally relaxing enough to feel she could talk more freely. You still haven't told her we could smell her arousal. Arrow mutters. I don't need to. I'm pretty certain she has already put two and two together. The rosy skin was a giveaway. I know he is desperate to have her, to claim her. Just as I was, but we had a new problem. Kyle. If I marked her, I would watch her die and there would be nothing I could do about it. Nia would be in so much pain as her body burned from the inside out. I'm cruel, but the moon goddess's rules were on another level. Her eyes hover on my face, slightly off focus. I knew she was fighting back tears again as she replayed my words in her head. Out of all my brides, she was the only one who surprised me. Because she isn't brainwashed like the others, Arrow muses. No, but her awareness of our world is limited. I mutter back as Nia wipes away a stray tear. Are you going to take me back? She asks in a whisper. Why would I do that? You said that you couldn't mark me. Yet. I can't mark you yet. I rise to my feet and turn away from her. Get some more sleep, Nia. I promise you it will help with the healing process. Are you leaving? I'm just going to see someone about unbinding you. You won't be alone. Eric and Raven will be in the house if you need anything. Meeting my brother in the foyer, he cocks an eyebrow at me. Bit smart for a meeting with a witch. She wants us to meet her in a high-profile place. I look up and down at his jeans and hoodie. I don't want to bring more attention to myself than needed. I suggest you go and change. He returns 10 minutes later in a gray shirt and deep blue jeans. Better. I mutter. The driver is standing next to the limo with the door wide open. I give him the name of the restaurant and he bobs his head. Do you actually think she can help us? Jensen asks as the door is closed on us. It's a long shot. Even if she can't, maybe she knows someone who can help Nia. You really like this one, don't you? My eyes flicker up to him. He had been warned one too many times about bringing up the women I was interested in. He zips his lips shut, pretending to throw away the key. The restaurant is buzzing, and we are shown to a table where an older woman is already sitting, drinking a martini. Her gold bangles rattled as she moved her arms. A purple scarf covered her hair and matched her long dress. Alpha Dane, she greets me with a smile. It has been a long time. Madame Curie, thank you for agreeing to meet us. I watch how she drowns her drink, so I offer to get another. No need, but tell your brother to sit down. He is drawing an awful lot of attention to himself. Jensen! I link him and he silently slides into the booth. Now tell me more about this girl, Madame Curie asks. She's my bride, as I mentioned on the phone. Yes, but why are you coming to see me? Have you chosen a human? Is that the problem? No, she is definitely a wolf. It's just her abilities have been bound. Twice, Jensen mutters. Twice? Madame Curie asks. She leans back in the seat. Is this why you want to meet me? You believe I have something to do with it? No, not at all. I was hoping you would know of a way to unbind her. There is a way, yes. It won't be easy, but tell me, why was she bound? I look around, dropping my voice. She was accused of killing her parents, but she was just 6. Then she was bound again when they realized she could scent her mate. She taps her long nails on the table and smiles. Strong alpha blood must run through her veins, so I assume you want her to have her wolf to break the bond with her mate? It's a little more complicated than that, but yes. She purses her lips as she studies me. It can be done, but it will cost. Give me a number. She puts her elbows on the table and rubs her knuckles. 1 million. Jensen spits his drink out all over the table. Bro, you can't be serious. Not just for some girl. You can go out and choose another mate. Shut up. I snap at him. Locking eyes with Madame Curie, I nod. Done. You unbind her. You will get your money. She bobs her head and rises from her seat. Just one thing, Alpha Dane, as it will help. Which pack is the girl from? Moonshine. She freezes and the color drains from her tanned skin. The deal is off, Alpha Dane. I wish you luck, but I cannot help you. She backs away into the crowd of people and disappears from sight. Fucking witches. It would be so much easier if they had a scent. Jensen mutters. That's what you are concerned about? It's a fucking good job you weren't the firstborn. Did you not see her face when I mentioned Moonshine? Something is seriously wrong with that pack. So what do you want to do? I need to speak to Eric. I drop some cash on the table for our drinks and head back out to the car. Take us home. I snap at the driver. Chill, Jensen beams at me. It's not his fault that you have your knickers in a twist. He goes to get in, but I grab him and slam his body into the side of the limo. Will you shut the fuck up? Why are you so touchy about this one? What's so special about her? He climbs into his seat, and as I take mine, he looks directly into my eyes. She's the one, isn't she? You have finally found her. I don't answer him, because right now I had no idea how long it would be before I could claim her as mine. If the pack never returns home, how are we supposed to kill Kyle and end the bond between them? Back at the pack house, I find Raven and Eric sitting in the office. How did it go? Is she willing to help? Eric rises from my chair and moves around the desk. She was going to help, Jensen tells him. Was? Raven asks. Jensen, what the fuck did you do? Hey, he holds his hands up. I didn't do anything. He didn't. I confirm. Madame Curie heard the name of Nia's pack and walked away. She walked away? Are you serious? Raven asks. Yes. I rub my temples. Is Nia okay? Been in and out of sleep, a few screams of pain. What are we gonna do? We have never been screwed over by another pack. Is that what they're trying to do? Are they trying to tear us down? We will figure it out, Eric tells Raven. We always do. I hear Nia scream. I will go, Raven mutters. I stop her. There is nothing any of us can do. There is no medicine to give her. She has to go through it. We can't just leave her. Arrow growls at me. She needs us. I look at Raven and see the sorrow in her eyes. She was feeling guilty because she was almost blood-tied to her mate. I will go. Nia is tossing and turning in the bed. She had changed out of the clothes she was wearing and was now in one of my tees. Sweat glistened her skin as she thrashed around, yet her eyes were squeezed tight. Moving closer to her, I feel the extreme heat radiating from her. She stills for a second before letting out another blood-curdling scream. 4 days it lasted. 4 long fucking days. With each new day, she slept a little less, but more time was spent screaming or thrashing about in pain. No one slept in the house. Eric, Jensen, Raven, and most of the Omegas left at nightfall, just so they could get some sleep. The 5th day came, and the house was quiet. I had taken to running in the morning just so Arrow and I could think more clearly, but as I creep into the house, there were no noises, no screams. Shit! I charge up the stairs, expecting Nia to have disappeared. Instead, she was laid out like a starfish on her stomach. Her black, sweaty hair hung over her face as she slept. Is it over? Arrow asks in a whisper as though he thinks she will hear him. We won't know until she wakes. Turning the chair around, I watch as she sleeps. I could hear her breathing and the steady rhythm of her heart beating. It was the slowest it had been in days, and I hoped it was a good sign. After an hour, she starts stretching her limbs. She sweeps back her hair and locks eyes with me. I'm naked, she mutters. You are. I smirk, happy to see that she was feeling better. Can you look away? Please. You've been naked for days. You were overheating. Raven put you in a T, but even that was too much, so I removed it. Her cheeks turned pink and slowly spread down her neck. Please, she asks again as her hand searches for the invisible blanket. Getting to my feet, I grab the blanket that hangs on the back of the chair and toss it to her. You really shouldn't be so embarrassed. You didn't do anything to me? You were ill and not of sane mind. I am not my brother, I mutter, turning my back on her. I could see her reflection in the window as she got to her feet and wrapped the blanket around herself. You didn't let Arrow do something? No, he was more concerned about helping you. In the window, I see how she presses her hand against her chest, and she lets out a big sigh of relief. Trust me, I add as I continue to watch her reflection. You would know if I had fucked you. Nia. My stomach ties itself in knots at his comment. He keeps facing the opposite way to me, but I feel his intent. His patience was waning. The others had probably slept with him on their first night here. He said it himself, he had to hold Arrow back. He moves to the large bathtub and turns on the water, pouring some colored liquids into the running water. You need a bath, he announces without looking at me. I sniff my armpits. He was right. I stank. He fills the tub until bubbles are practically overflowing. Get in. I can just shower. At least I could sort of hide myself from him. He crosses the room towards me and rips the blanket from my body. With his eyes locked on mine, he lifts me off my feet and carries me to the bathtub, slowly lowering me into the hot water. Not once do his eyes leave mine. They don't roam my face or the rest of me like his brothers had. Almost like he was trying to prove a point. You bathe. I need to change the bedding. He walks back to the bed and starts ripping off the sheets, something my brother would class as my job. I don't move or speak, and just let my eyes follow him as he moves around the bed and to the closet to grab more sheets. He pays no attention to me. He doesn't ask me any questions. His eyes don't even flicker back in my direction. When he's finished, he moves back to the closet and rummages through the clothes he had ordered for me. I assume you feel the cold. Sometimes, I mutter. He pulls out a pair of jeans and another sweatshirt and places them on the bed. I will be in the office when you are ready. He didn't wait for my reply, slamming the bedroom door behind him as he stormed out. His sudden anger made me nervous, and I was not looking forward to meeting him in the office. Rather than taking my time, I quickly wash, dress, and hurry down the stairs, only to find Jensen blocking the hallway. Someone's feeling better, he grins. I nod my head, trying not to be disrespectful. How's the wound? Better. I have to meet Alpha Dane, I murmur, trying to squeeze past his large frame. Dane won't mind us talking. I mean, if you are to marry my brother, we should get to know each other. You will be family after all. What was I supposed to say? Dane didn't want me to be alone with him, but it wasn't like I could escape. Hey, you don't need to panic. He drapes his arm over my shoulder and hugs me as my whole body tenses up. Seriously, Jensen, I hear Raven shriek down the hallway. What is it with you and our brother's brides? She strides towards us, pulling me out of his grip. I'm just being friendly, he mutters in annoyance. A little too friendly. You are always like this. She glares at him and growls as she guides me away. Where are you going? She asks as we round the corner away from her twin. Alpha Dane wants to see me in the office. Funny, he asked to see me too. She gives me a small smile as we stop in front of the office door. Beta Eric is with Alpha Dane. They drop their conversation as Raven opens the door. Alpha Dane's eyes go to my wet, tied-up hair, but he doesn't say anything. His look almost made me want to let it down. How are you feeling? Beta Eric asks softly. He always spoke to me with a kind voice and was never in my face like Jensen. I nod my head. Raven, check her wound. Alpha Dane orders. I turn to Raven before she has a chance to say something and lift my top just high enough for her to inspect it. Her fingers carefully press around the scar that was forming. She smiles at me. It looks really good. I would say the blood tie is definitely broken. Good. Alpha Dane still sounds annoyed. What had I done? Did I say something when I was out of it? Nia, we will be returning to Moonshine tonight. I feel my stomach drop. He was returning me. He finally realized that I was no good. My eyes close and I feel my breath catch in my throat. I should have been like the others Raven had told me about. I should have thrown myself at him. I should have tried harder. I shouldn't have accused him of stuff. I feel his rough fingers on my chin as he tips my face up. Nia, open your eyes. I keep them squeezed shut. Nia, I am not returning you. Continuing to keep my eyes squeezed tight, I didn't believe him. I knew it was going to happen eventually. I will try harder, I plead. I may still not know what the future holds for me here, but it had to be better than going back to my brother. Nia, you are not listening. I am not returning you. I peek through slits. We, Alpha Dane points to Beta Eric and himself, are going back tonight. Is that a good idea? Raven mutters. She glances at me and sighs. What if that's what they want? Raven, I can handle myself and the pack has barely 100 members. I could kill that many in my sleep. Are you taking Jensen? Raven asks. I wasn't planning on it. Alpha Dane's gaze shifts back to me, but now I think it is a good idea. And what if they aren't there like last time? Then we will burn it to the ground. He shrugs his shoulders, or I might just do that anyway. I see how he watches me, waiting for some kind of reaction. If you see Beta Kyle, rip his insides out through his throat. Raven's jaw drops open as she looks at me. Beta Eric was staring at me too, but Alpha Dane, he had a smile creeping over his lips. Gladly, he muses. He shifts his gaze to Beta Eric. We leave at nightfall. Beta Eric responds with a simple nod and leaves the office. He pulls a protesting Raven with him, leaving Alpha Dane and I alone. You've thought about his death? He asks, curiously. Beta Kyle. Don't call him Beta. Twat, prick, spunk bubble. You can call him anything but Beta. I told you he doesn't deserve the title. Okay. I have more questions about him, but tell me why I can smell my brother on you. Does it have something to do with why Raven asked me if I was taking him with me? He said something about getting to know me. I didn't want to cause problems between them. Let me guess, because you will be family one day. I nod and see how he frowns. I really wanted to curl up in a small ball and pretend that none of this was happening. I didn't need to be causing more problems. His head suddenly turns to the window. Nia, stay here. Lock the door behind me. Alpha Dane doesn't give me a chance to ask any questions as rushes out the door. I see Jensen, Eric, and some other men catapult themselves out the door, some already mid-shift. Quickly closing the door, I slide the lock across. I had no idea what was happening. They could obviously sense something that I couldn't. In my panic, I shove the chairs in front of the doors and sit under the window, hugging my legs to my chest. Moonshine had never been attacked, and the pack had never attacked anyone. I had no idea what to do. Peering over the window frame, a huge beast was being dragged out of the trees by the wolves. It was tall and muscular with strange tufts of dark fur. A body like a human, but its head was just like a wolf, only much larger. I had never seen anything like it. It digs its back feet into the ground as the wolves try to drag it into the clearing. Large claws swing at the wolves as it tries to break free, until someone grabbed hold of its neck, ripping it from its shoulders. Nia, I duck back down. What the hell was it? I couldn't bring myself to look again, and when there is a knock on the door, I jump. Nia, it's me. You can let me in. Alpha Dane's voice comes from the other side. Sitting in silence, I stare at the door as the handle is fumbled with. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to leave my safe spot, and I was grateful for the bolt on the door. Nia, I know you saw. The beast has been dealt with. It's dead. You don't need to be afraid. Pushing myself off the ground, I look out the window. All the wolves had disappeared from sight along with the monster. I start to move some of the chairs out of the way and slowly slide the lock back. Alpha Dane pushes his way in through the small gap, easily forcing the rest of the chairs back. His crimson eyes look around the office, but he doesn't mention the chairs, and I was starting to realize that the stack of chairs wouldn't have really made a difference. He had pushed them back like they were nothing more than a stack of pillows. Between shifting back to his human form and coming back to the office, he had found a pair of gray shorts. They hung low on his hips, showing off all his muscles. I find myself looking away, almost embarrassed about the thoughts racing through my mind. What was it? I mutter, trying to force my thoughts elsewhere. We don't know. You don't? It shocked me that someone like Alpha Dane didn't know what the beast was. He shakes his head. I have seen a lot of things, but nothing like that. You killed it? It was trying to attack some of the pack. It was the only option. It had a head, like a wolf, I mumble. I know. But the rest, it looked almost human apart from the tufts of hair and the size. I know, but now the beast is dead. You don't need to worry about it. Not worry about it? It would be all I could think about until the beast had a name, though I could see that he was done with the conversation. Moonshine will have to wait too, he tells me as he begins putting the chairs back in their correct places. Did you really think the chairs would stop someone from getting in? I shrug my shoulders because at the time, yes, I did believe that. I think it might be time to enroll you into our training classes. Training? Most kids would have learned a great deal at school, but you didn't go, and I would feel a little better knowing that you could protect yourself on some level. You want me to train with the pack? He straightens up and turns to face me. Maybe not with the pack just yet. They have a stronger sense of smell, hearing, and they are quicker. Even the kids would have an upper hand over you. That would be putting you at a disadvantage. No, you can train with me. You? I stutter. He was a strong alpha. I didn't stand a chance. I can control myself far better than any of the others that are sparring. And if you land a hit on me, I won't feel the need to attack you back. My stomach was tying itself up again. I had spent years closing my eyes whenever a fist came at me. How on earth did he think he was going to successfully train me? Now? I ask. A couple more days. I want to wait until that scar has completely formed. It is not my plan to put you back in the hospital. My hand goes to my stomach, feeling the bumps of the scar through the sweatshirt. Is it hurting? He was staring directly at me. No. Don't lie to me. The last time you held it like that, you collapsed. It doesn't hurt, I swear. Then why are you holding it? It's nothing. I didn't want to tell him that the scar was a reminder of how weak I was. It was going to be a permanent reminder of my weakness. Bruises fade, smaller wounds heal, but this would be there forever. A constant reminder that even though the blood tie was broken, I was still mated to Beta Kyle. Yet even when he dies, it will still be there. A reminder of the horrible life I had. His crimson eyes narrow as his brow creases into a frown. He leans back in his chair, studying me when I don't explain myself. Scars will fade over time. It won't always be so prominent. How could he know what I was thinking? Or was it that obvious? You should look at it as a survivor's wound, he continues. A survivor's wound? It wasn't something that was on my radar at all. He nods at me. It caused you a great deal of pain and suffering. But look at you, standing in front of me, probably looking the healthiest you have in years. You survived, Nia. You may not think it, but deep down, you are a fighter. He had such high hopes, and time will show him just how wrong he is. The only person I've ever really wanted to kill is Beta Kyle. Other than that, I wasn't a fighter. When there was no news of any more beasts in the forest, Alpha Dane told me I didn't need to stay in the office any longer and that I was free to explore. Standing at the open front door, I watched the snow start to fall. Little white wispy flakes blow around, and there were already children running around, trying to catch the flakes on their tongues. I take a step outside and immediately step backwards across the threshold. I had never been outside alone. Are you going to do that all night? I turn to see Raven sitting on the bottom of the stairs, her elbows propped on her knees, her chin resting on her hands as she watches me with a smile. I hated that I couldn't scent them. It's snow. You've seen snow, right? I mean, moonshine is not that far. I've seen snow, I mutter, looking out at the falling flakes. The snow was getting heavier now and starting to settle on the grass too. Then what's wrong? I've been watching you for a good 20 minutes and I can't figure out what the problem is. Is it because of that beast? Because we have the all clear? It's dead. I didn't even realize I had been standing here for so long. I hear her footsteps as she moves towards me. She stops still and links her arm with mine. You are not alone here. There is always someone to help or talk to. She freezes and rips her arm away. You're not thinking of running, are you? No, I've never been outside on my own. She grabs my arm again, beaming at me. It's like I said, Nia, we are never alone here. She pulls me out into the snow, completely unfazed by the cold as she spins around in jeans and a vest. She stops and smiles at me. Everyone thinks that we are this horrible raging pack that just wants to kill everyone. But what we believe in is loyalty. Here, everyone will protect each other. If you are outside and someone was to attack, you can guarantee that everyone will come to your side. Because I am Alpha Dane's bride, I ask quietly. Partly, but mostly because that is who we are. We protect our own. But technically, I still wasn't part of this pack. Dane. Centuries of recorded research, and there was nothing to describe the beast that had tried attacking my pack. I slam the laptop shut, just as Jensen makes his way into the office. Have you seen your mate? He asks with a bemused expression and drops down into a chair, sticking his feet up on my desk. Yes. Raven had already made me aware that Nia was having some kind of meltdown about going out the front door, but I had decided to keep my distance. There were just some things she would have to figure out for herself. Why? I'm just surprised that you have left her alone. She isn't alone. I smack his feet off my desk. What do you want, Jensen? I thought we were heading over to Moonshine. Plans have changed. Well, thanks for telling me. He rolls his eyes. Does he always have to make it about him? Arrow grumbles. I've been a little preoccupied, as you should be. I snap at my brother. The forest has been checked. There is no sign of anything else. What do you want me to do? He shrugs, unfazed. We are well trained. We have dealt with other creatures, and if more of those things come, we will deal with them too. He was so optimistic, but that was how he had always been. Even when I caught him in bed with my first bride, he had been completely and utterly unbothered, and strangely enough, that is what made him the perfect gamma. He was able to keep such a level head that he could see problems where others couldn't. If it puts you at ease, I will up the number of wolves on duty. He mutters when I don't say anything. Do you think it was here for her? It was already a growing suspicion that I had. The breaking of the blood tie, what Madame Curie had said, and now something like that turns up. It couldn't just be a coincidence. Nothing in my life was ever a coincidence. Nia. No, I don't want to sound rude, but she isn't exactly anyone special, is she? She is just someone that you happen to have found and added to a contract, just like all the others. She is not someone we just found. Arrow snarls in my head. She is our mate. Tell him if he puts another hand on her, I will be the one to bite it off. I smile at Arrow's words. Is he saying something? Jensen asks. Is Arrow talking about me? He just wants to remind you of the importance of keeping your hands to yourself. There was a flicker of gray in my brother's dark eyes. His wolf Aspen was close to the surface. Aspen had been desperate to challenge my wolf Arrow for years, but he knew he didn't stand a chance. Yet it still doesn't stop him from pushing, and it was always fun to let him try. Deep down, he knew he didn't have the strength or power to beat us. The gray fades, and Jensen stares at me with his dark eyes. If we are not going tonight, what do you want me to do? Tell him to shove his head up his own arse, Arrow muses. See if you can gain a location on Madame Curie. Seriously? Finding a needle in a haystack would be easier. I roll my eyes at him. You saw how she reacted. She knows something. Just see what you can dig up. Fine. He heads out of the office as I stand at the window, watching Raven and Nia throwing snowballs at each other, both of them laughing and smiling as they ran around. I feel my own heart skip a beat at seeing the happiness on my mate's face. After a few minutes, Nia suddenly collapses on the floor and is holding her hand to her chest. I was out the window and tearing towards them before I had a chance to think. Nia, what happened? You really need to chill out. Raven snorts. She's just out of breath. She doesn't have her wolf back yet. She can't keep going for hours and hours like we can. Talk about an overreaction. She's right. Nia mutters breathlessly. I'm fine. Then that's enough for today. I pull Nia up off the ground. You need to change. You are soaked. Nia nods and makes her way back inside. I was trying to get her to have some fun. Raven mutters as she folds her arms over her chest. I see that now. You are worried about her, aren't you? My sister questions. She's not always going to be injured or thrashing about in pain. If she wasn't allowed to do anything at Moonshine, she just isn't going to have the standard fitness levels of other wolves. It will take time. Her dark eyes linger on my face and she sighs. But you have something else on your mind, don't you? She was my only sister, but also the only one in the pack that knew when something else was bothering me. This isn't about her being out of breath, is it? No. Do you want to talk about it? She offers with a small smile. No, not until I know more. I return her smile, hoping it would reassure her. Nothing to worry about. I may be a few years younger than you, and you may have raised Jensen and I after our parents were killed, but it's been a long time since I was a child. Maybe I can help. Just keep an eye on Nia when I'm not around. She nods her head before turning and walking in the direction of the hospital. Now you! I snap at Arrow. Don't fucking do that again. I'm sorry. I panicked. You would be pissed if we hadn't done anything. He moans. I had to make sure she was okay. My control over him was usually strong, but in that moment when we saw her collapse, he took over. I find Nia in the bedroom. A blanket wrapped tightly around her upper body, and she had changed out of the jeans and into some gray joggers. The blanket hit her top, but I assume she has changed out of that too. I'm okay. I swear. She mutters as soon as she sees me. Good. Are you mad? No. Yes, but not with you. I tell her and she just stares at me with her big blue eyes. She was definitely growing more comfortable with looking directly at me, and I didn't mind. She sits on the bed and the blanket slips from her shoulders, revealing one of my tees. I was trying to go outside by myself. I wasn't trying to run. She stutters. I know, Raven told me. She presses her lips together and nods her head. Taking the chair, I watch her reposition the blanket on her shoulders. She shuffled herself further back on the bed so she could sit cross-legged. I wanted to rip the clothes and the blanket from her and bury myself deep inside of her. The thoughts were getting harder and harder to ignore, which I was certain that Arrow had something to do with. Thankfully, the idea of it killing her was what was holding me back. The sooner we kill Kyle, the better. Arrow's voice rumbles through my head. Dane, Nia drops her eyes, her fingers fidget with the edge of the blanket as she waits for me to say something. She's like a forbidden fruit, Arrow muses. So close and yet so far away. Are you sure it will hurt her? I hear the desperation in his tone. I knew how he felt because I felt my own urges anytime her blue eyes locked with mine. It wasn't just Arrow that wanted her. I wanted to feel the satisfaction of knowing she was mine. Until her mate bond with Kyle is truly broken, we have to wait. I tell Arrow. It wasn't what Arrow wanted to hear, and it wasn't what I wanted to admit. You truly believe she is our mate, destined to be with us and no one else? I ask. I feel it in my bones. Arrow mutters smugly. You haven't said anything? Nia whispers. Her eyes are still low. Even her little stutter had me turned on. I have a few errands to run, I say as I stand up. She bobs her head and, as usual, doesn't question me. However, I do feel her eyes on me as I walk out the door. Moving through the house, I could hear my brother arguing with Eric. You can't be serious, Eric, my brother hollers. I am deadly serious. Eric snaps back. You think just because you are Dane's brother I will let you get away with crap? Well, not this time. It's not happening. Regardless of who you are, I outrank you. Come on, Eric, I will make it up to you. I frown. What the fuck has he done now? Arrow groans. You know, Jensen, he has probably lured Eric's partner into bed. Pushing the door open, I glare at my brother. What the hell have you done now? Go ahead, Eric snarls. Tell him. It was ages ago. My brother pleads. We got drunk, okay? That was it, just one night. It never happened again. His dark eyes flashed to me and I knew immediately that I had been right. Seriously? You slept with Kelsey? What the fuck is wrong with you? I snap. Eric and Kelsey had been together since they were 13. They had 2 kids together. Maybe it wasn't his hands that needed cutting off. Arrow laughs at the thought. Eric was livid even though he hid it well. Eric's eyes flash at me. Tell me you are not going to let him get away with this. I loved my brother, but he was out of control. Jensen, I mutter coldly. I know, I'm temporarily grounded. Won't leave the house unless accompanied by you or Eric. No, not this time. You have had warning after warning and you don't change. To you it is all fun and games. I keep all of my emotions out of my tone, so I will give you a choice. He stares at me with his dark eyes. Banishment or... My eyes flashed to Eric's. He knew what was coming next, and even he was surprised by it. Or what? Jensen asks. Death. I state clearly. His jaw drops open. Are you actually serious? I'm your brother. You raised me and Raven. I will change. I won't do it again. Clearly I did not raise you well enough. All because I slept with his other half? Jensen scowls. But it's not just Kelsey, is it? What about all of my brides that you slept with? What about all the women that you have bedded that belong to someone else? It's almost as if it is a challenge for you, to have the women that are already taken. Enough is enough, Jensen. As I said, you have had warning after warning and you have still tried to hit on my bride. Bullshit. He is on his feet, his eyes turning gray. If Aspen wanted a fight, Arrow was right here and ready for him. Really? What is the comment you made about Nia being family? Implying that she is to be shared. Raven tells me everything, Jensen. If you want to chase women that don't belong to you, go elsewhere and do it. Mess with the fucking humans for all I care. Better yet, leave and take Kelsey with you. Eric snaps. You want me to take your boys? He asks with a cocked brow. No, just her, Eric growls. Bro, you can't do this, Jensen pleads with me. Eric isn't the first to tell me this. I have a list as long as my arm. Now your time is up. What do you choose? Jensen shakes his head, his dark eyes wide in shock. I will leave, he mutters. I just need a few hours to pack my stuff. He mutters in shock. Supervise him, I tell Eric. Not a problem. Eric follows Jensen from the office as I link Raven. Are you free? The news would be better coming from me. Sure, where? Office. On my way. She chirps happily. She isn't going to be happy. Arrow states what I already know, and that's why it is better coming from us. Raven is quick to appear. She's her usual happy self, which means that Jensen was yet to link her. Is this about Nia? No. Your brother has been up to his usual tricks. You said this isn't about Nia. It's not. It turns out that Jensen slept with Kelsey. Are you serious? Her dark eyes are wide. Why the hell would he do that? It was some time ago, but has only come to light recently. Raven, he has chosen to be banished. You're banishing our brother, my twin? It's gone on long enough. He has been given warning after warning and he still doesn't change. Do you know how many complaints I receive every day because of what he does? I can't fault that he is an excellent gamma, but sadly, his abilities no longer outweigh his activities. She folds her arms. Crap. Where is he going to go? I don't know. You mean you don't care? Of course I care about my brother, Raven, but there are only so many warnings I can give him. If it had been anyone else, they would have been long gone, and you know as well as I do that he has taken advantage of being my brother. She slowly nods her head and sighs. I understand. She's taking it a lot better than I thought she would. Arrow mumbles, and I agreed, but then again, for twins, they weren't exactly the closest. You can stay in touch if you feel the need. You are his twin. I will not hold that against you. But from this day forward, he is no longer a member of this pack. That means not giving him information, not telling him of mine or anyone's location, no filling him in on any attacks. You tell him nothing. Understood? She nods. Raven, I need to hear you say it. I understand. I will not in any circumstances give him information. Good. I believe he is in his room packing if you want to say your goodbyes. She doesn't say anything as she leaves. She will get over it. Arrow mutters. We have to do what's right for the pack. I wasn't a complete arsehole. I gave him keys to a car and handed him enough money that should see him through for a few months until he figures things out. But essentially, he was on his own because no other pack would take him. You made the right call. Eric tells me as we watch the black car disappear from sight. I know. It's been a long time coming. Would you have killed him if he had said death? I don't know. If it had been anyone else, yes, I would have done. But could I have gone as far as ending my brother's life? Who knows? What about Kelsey? She didn't leave with him. She's trying to use our sons as a reason for us to stay together. 15 years we have been together, and she throws it away on fucking Jensen. He looks up at the house where we both could see Nia sat in the chair by the bedroom window. Good job you got him out before he got to her. And in that moment I realized that is all it would have taken for me to kill Jensen, finding out he had fucked my mate. Have you told her yet? Eric asks. About? Her being your mate, obviously. It's complicated, I sigh. It's a little unfair to not tell her, considering you made her part of the contract. She still mated to someone else. You do want her, right? I mean, surely you wouldn't have brought her here if you didn't want her. I want her, but I also need her to want me, and not just because of some fucking mate bond. Nia. In the kitchen, I find Raven shoveling food in her mouth. Her dark eyes were tearful, and her face blotchy from holding back the tears. Aren't you supposed to be in your room? She snaps at me. I'm hungry and Alpha Dane said that if I ever was, I could help myself. I stutter. Raven had never been short-tempered with me. Are you okay? I ask quietly. Jensen has been banished, she splutters, and the tears break free. Oh, I puff out my cheeks as I think of some words of reassurance, but all I could come up with was an apology. Her dark eyes linger on my face. It's not because of you. It's because he is an idiot. I warned him so many times that Dane would only put up with it for so long, and I'm trying not to cry, but Midnight is grieving for her twin and I can't control it. Your wolf? I couldn't remember if it was her or Alpha Dane who had told me the name of her wolf. Yes, because not only are Jensen and I twins, the wolves we were gifted by the moon goddess are twins too. Midnight knows it was his own fault, but still she sobs. Slipping into a seat opposite her, I frown. I didn't understand the separate wolf thing. None of Moonshine had them. Well, not that I knew of. But then it wasn't like they told me anything. Can I ask you something? As long as it's not about Jensen. Is it normal to have another voice, your wolf, like living inside your head? She tilts her head to one side as she stares at me. We all have one. Well, not you, but we all have one. When we shift, they take over and we become a voice to them. It's a spiritual thing. Surely you know that. I had already sort of mentioned it to Dane, but a lot was going on and I hadn't brought it up again. It's just, all of you here talk about them. My brother never did. In fact, I never heard of anyone referring to their wolf at Moonshine. Is that weird? Super fucking weird. If they have a wolf that is anything like Midnight, who doesn't ever stop talking, you would soon know about it. Have you told Dane? Sort of. I haven't discussed it because I looked down at my stomach, and then there was an attack, and now he seems to be avoiding me. I'm telling you, Nia, that is really weird and Midnight wants to know if you have ever seen their wolves. I shake my head. You saw us shift and take down that beast. Are you really saying you have seen nothing like that at Moonshine? My brother had a rule. Shifting was to be kept in the woods. You need to tell Dane. She shoves a bit more food in her mouth. Raven sees my hesitation and offers to come with me. It's better that he knows everything you know, and I'm sorry I snapped at you. She gives me a small smile. She links Alpha Dane for me and asks him to meet us in his office. We were waiting almost 30 minutes before he appeared. The waiting made me panic more. It was a reminder of some of the abuse I had received from Moonshine. Sometimes when I knew it was coming, they would make me wait, tormenting me further. Even I can smell your panic. And I am not an alpha, Raven mutters. I thought my scent was weird. It is, which means your panic levels are stupidly high. You need to relax. The door swings open and Alpha Dane strides in. You wanted to talk. His voice was still cold, and normally he would be watching me. Instead, his eyes are on Raven. Nia needs to tell you something. She smirks at him. So why are you here? He replies. Support. He snorts at the word. I take a deep breath. I told you my brother never spoke of his wolf. You lied to me? He interrupts me. No, nothing like that. I didn't realize that everyone has a wolf that is someone else. His eyes shift to me and he cocks a brow. I thought, when you talked about Arrow, it was an alpha thing. I glance over to Raven, who gestures to keep going. I didn't know it was everyone. And now you do? I never saw them at Moonshine. You never saw them? He asks curiously. I shake my head and tell him what I had told Raven. No one talked about their wolf? No one ever shifted in front of you? I shake my head. I knew how stupid it sounded. I grew up in a wolf pack but had never seen a shift, not until the attack here. It's weird, right? Raven asks. Never? He asks me again. I never thought about it. I didn't need to. My job was to clean and be beaten. I didn't mean to say the last bit, it just slipped out. There is a flash of anger on his face. Being beaten is not a job. For a moment, the room was silent and all I could hear was my own heartbeat pulsing through my body. My brother had a rule. Shifting was only allowed beyond the trees. I shrugged my shoulders. I never went in the trees. Alpha Dane closes his crimson eyes. They never shifted even when they hurt you? No? His eyes flash open. Then it looks like we will be going to Moonshine after all. Raven, go find Eric. Tell him to round up the best. We are attacking? She mutters. Possibly. His eyes settle on me. You are coming too, Nia. Alpha Dane tells me to change into something more appropriate than joggers and a tee. I change into a pair of black jeans and pull on a pair of combat boots. He walks into the bedroom just as I pull a sweatshirt over my head. He doesn't say anything about the clothes I have chosen as he grabs his jacket from the closet. The same one he had the day I first met him. Ready? I think so. Good, the cars are waiting. What about the snow? He stops to look at me. The snow isn't that deep, but that's not what you're really worried about, is it? I shake my head. I'm not taking you back. I'm taking you to piss them off. He smiles at me. I open my mouth to say something, but close it again and take a deep breath, giving him a small smile. Do you think you will get the answers you are looking for? I'm not leaving until I do. I follow him as we head out of the house. Several large vehicles were lined up with people already getting in them, except the vehicle at the front, which was the limo I had already ridden in. The driver stood next to the car, holding the door open. They will follow us so far and will hang back, but will be close enough to attack if your brother doesn't cooperate. Alpha Dane mutters. We don't want to appear as if we are planning to attack. I watch Beta Eric get into the limo first. And you won't be left alone with anyone, Alpha Dane adds. While I sit in silence, the men have an open conversation about the plan. Every so often I could feel eyes on me, but neither ask me any questions. Well, it's not abandoned. Beta Eric mutters as he looks out the window. I look out of my window and see the people that had taken great joy in beating me. The car comes to a stop directly in front of the pack house. It really was tiny in comparison to Alpha Dane's home. As the door is opened, Alpha Dane gets out and holds a hand out to me. I didn't hesitate to take it this time because he had already told me that we needed to annoy Kyle. The warmth from his touch was comforting and strangely unexpected. Luna Cassandra is standing on the steps in a long white gown. Her blonde hair circles into tight ringlets that bounced around her face. Alpha Dane. Her shrill voice made me wince, and I knew my hand had automatically tightened around Alpha Dane's. We were not expecting you yet. I believe the contract stated that you would return after 30 days. So they had read it. It also states that I will return within 14 if I'm not satisfied. Alpha Dane mutters as he gives my hand a little squeeze back. You got what you want. Luna Cassandra glares at me, and we have not done anything wrong. There are questions that remain unanswered. There is a darkness to Alpha Dane's tone that instantly fills me with dread. If I had been on the receiving end, I wouldn't want to be in Luna Cassandra's place right now. You are more than welcome to come in. My husband and our beta are out hunting right now. I can try and answer your questions while we wait for their return. She hadn't even flinched at Alpha Dane's tone. As we enter the house, my heart races. Alpha Dane had reassured me over and over that he wasn't going to let anything happen to me, yet it didn't stop the memories flooding my mind. We follow Luna Cassandra into the office. Her green eyes lock on mine as she closes the door. Please, take a seat, she mutters through gritted teeth. It must have been so hard for her to say that to me. How can I help you, Alpha Dane? She speaks so calmly. Who bound Nia? It wasn't what I thought he was going to say. Unfortunately, that is information I do not know, Alpha Dane. But she was bound twice, correct? Her green eyes flicker to me. Correct, because she is mated to your beta. She sucks in her cheeks. He rejected her. Who wants a rat like that as a mate? She chuckles. Have you decided she is worthless, Alpha Dane? Are you trying to return her? No, as I said, I am just looking for answers. I don't know what you want me to say, Alpha Dane. She was bound as punishment the first time and then again when she turned 18. The first witch didn't do a good enough job. You used a witch. I thought you didn't know who it was. There's a tinge of red to her cheeks. I don't know who it was, and we both know only a witch would be capable of doing something like that. It was a good save, but it also sounded rehearsed. Then I will wait for Trey to give me the answers that I require. Very well, can I offer you something to drink while you are waiting? Water will be fine, Alpha Dane mutters. She leaves the office and returns a few minutes with a jug of water and glasses, placing it on a small table in the middle of the room. Alpha Dane is fast as he pins Luna Cassandra to the wall, holding her inches off the ground as his hands coil around her neck. Do you think I'm stupid? He growls. I could smell it before you even finished filling the jug. You shouldn't be able to. Luna Cassandra croaks as she tries to peel his fingers from her throat. Blood of wolfsbane. Beta Eric mutters, dumping the contents on the floor. Dane. Cassandra coughs as my fingers tighten against her throat. Her own fingers desperately clawed at my hands, hoping that I would free her. Are you growing it? I demand, releasing my grip just enough to allow her to speak. No, she croaks. Then how did you get your hands on some? Is it Trey or the other fucking idiot that's growing it? I found it, she mutters hoarsely. Bullshit. It's not bullshit, she splutters. It's true. Who are you trying to kill? Me or her? I demand. There is movement behind me, and from the corner of my eye, I see Nia step forward. Was it you? Nia whispers. Don't speak to me, rat. Answer her. I slam her body into the wall again, feeling some of her bones crack as she yelps in pain. I don't know what she is talking about, she gasps. Let me clear things up for you. Her parents were killed with blood of wolfsbane. The murder was pinned on her, a 6-year-old. Your husband claimed she should have known the difference between plants, but you already know all this. So again, did you kill her parents? Get your hands off my mate. Trey comes charging in, sending me crashing into Nia. Her blue eyes lock with mine as I land on top of her small frame. She lets out a gasp as my chest hits hers, and in that moment, I knew that what Arrow is saying is true. There was no doubt about it. She was my mate. Told you, Arrow mutters smugly. But it still didn't explain how she could be mated to 2 people at once. I get to my feet and round on Trey. He was raging about me pinning his mate and was checking the marks on her neck. Slowly, he straightens up. How fucking dare you come into my home and attack my mate? Can you not smell the blood of wolfsbane? I snap at him. He clenches his teeth together. She was alone. She was protecting herself. I came here for answers, not a war. But if a war is what you want, then I am only too happy to provide. Suddenly, he holds his hands up, realizing that I meant exactly what I was saying. It was a mistake. She shouldn't have done it. But even you, Alpha Dane, must see that my mate felt the need to protect herself. Now the problem we have is that the contract stated if you were to hurt Nia again, this pack would become mine. She didn't hurt her though. I assume because you have tipped it on the floor that you figured it out before any damage was done. His eyes shift to Cassandra, who was still sitting on the floor, rubbing her neck. She didn't break any rules, thankfully. He has found his own fucking loophole. Arrow growls. He had. For the first time since I had started creating contracts, Trey was the first to find his own loophole. I'm sure we can talk about this misunderstanding, Trey mutters. He turns to his mate. Leave us. I'm not leaving. Let her stay, I mutter. Let her stay and give away all of your secrets. I sit back down, watching them both. My eyes flicker to Nia and I hold a finger to my lips. She nods her head, acknowledging that I didn't want her to speak, but to listen to all the lies she had been fed over the years. Where's the other one? I ask. Cassandra said Kyle and Trey were hunting together, but Trey had arrived alone. He's coming, Trey mutters with a clenched jaw. Good, while we are waiting. I want you to tell me who really killed your parents, Trey. His eyes flicker to my mate. I already told you. But it's not the truth, is it? The fact your mate tried to poison us with the same shit makes me think that it was her or at least both of you. It was Nia, and what does it matter? You have taken her as a bride. You clearly don't care about the things she has done in the past. Because it is not true. Now you can keep denying it as much as you want, but I know it was one of you. My eyes flash to Cassandra, or maybe both of you were involved. Cassandra drops her eyes at the mention of both of them. Did you both plan it together? I ask directly. Were you so desperate to become an alpha that you killed your own parents? I see how his cheeks pulsate as he clenches his jaw. If you did, then that is your own issue, but to pin it on a child and punish her the way you have is unfair. But I'm guessing if the rest of the pack found out the truth about it, they wouldn't think of you as a leader, but as a traitor. There would be no place for you in this pack. What do you want? He snarls. Tell me the truth. Don't, Cassandra cries. Shut up, I growl at her. Trey turns to look at Nia. You did kill them, but it wasn't supposed to be them. You were too young to remember. You were supposed to have taken the poisoned lemonade to Cassandra's parents. But you took the jug and served our parents first. I watch Nia blink back the tears. Her hands ball into fists as she slides them under her legs until she is sat on them. So you punished her for your actions. I had too. She served them, and there were too many witnesses. He sinks into a chair. I couldn't let her go unpunished. And yet you still let everyone beat her, including yourself. Was binding her not enough? Then the stupid cow should have followed instructions. Cassandra snaps. Everything Nia had told me about Cassandra's attitude changing made sense. She had tried to befriend Nia and get her to do her dirty work. It was all a ploy. So let me get this straight. If she had killed your parents, you would never have tormented my bride? Neither one of them answer me. I thought as much. I was waiting for Arrow to say something, but all he does is pace in my mind. I think he was just trying to hold it together until he got more information. You may be angry with me, Alpha Dane, but it's in the past. We want to move forward and have a strong alliance with your pack. I know there's bad history between us and my sister, but we can move on from that, can't we? Bad history? I snort. You made her life hell. I look over to my mate, who is staring down at her lap, and I had a demanding need to get revenge for her. For everything that had ever happened to her, I wanted them all to pay. Every last wolf of moonshine would feel my wrath. Nia! I was having some sort of flashback. The memory wasn't quite clear, but I could hear Luna Cassandra's voice. It's so hot today, isn't it, Nia? There was a cheery tone to her voice as she helped me make the lemonade. She had let me stand on a chair at the kitchen counter, helping her. A second jug sat on the counter with some leaves sitting in the bottom. What's that, Cassie? I thought we could make some extra. Everyone loves lemonade on a day like this. The memory jumps forward to me offering the jug to my parents. I had stood and watched as they poured themselves a drink and toasted to something. Then there was chaos. People were shouting and screaming as someone grabbed my arms and dragged me away. Before I was out of sight, I saw the blood pour from my parents' eyes, nose, and mouth. They had desperately clawed at their faces. Nia, what did you do? I don't know. I could hear my own fear in my young voice. Cassie, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Will they be okay? Her face hardened as her green eyes became slits. My name is Cassandra, and you stupid girl, just killed your parents. I blink a few times, coming back to reality. Just as I look up, Kyle is walking through the door. Sorry, I had to deal with some things. His dark eyes find me. Decided to bring her back then? Too much of a pain, he muses. Just sit down. My brother snaps. It was just so unlike Trey. He never got snarky with his mate or his beta. We have told them the truth about my parents. Trey continues. It was time for the truth to come out. If it even is the truth. Alpha Dane snaps. I follow his instructions and don't say anything. I will tell him about my flashback later. Hopefully he won't be too angry. I'm also here to make sure you reject her correctly. Alpha Dane tells Kyle. Everyone looks at him. There was even surprise on Luna Cassandra's face, but not on my brother's. My brother still knew we were connected. You told me you rejected her. Luna Cassandra shrieks and I cover my ears. Her voice always made my ears hurt. I did and she accepted it. Lies. Alpha Dane snaps. All fucking lies. Because if you had truly rejected her, how could you force a blood tie on her? You what? My brother's chocolate eyes are wide with shock. Either my brother was a good liar or he truly didn't know about the blood tie. It was impossible for me to tell. I could probably sense it if I had my wolf. Alpha Dane's crimson eyes search my face. Say it. What did he want me to say? Fucking speak the words and reject her. Alpha Dane roars and I feel myself tense up. Kyle, reject her right now. Trey utters. No. Kyle's lips are curved up in a smirk. Alpha Dane turns away from me, squaring up to Kyle. Alpha Dane is easily taller than him, yet Kyle holds his place, refusing to back down. Unafraid. If I was in the same position, I would probably be preparing myself to die. Kyle, do as you're told. My brother shouts. Fine. He moves around Alpha Dane and stands directly in front of me. I drop my gaze, not wanting to look directly at him. Look at me, whore. I could feel my body trembling and slowly forced myself to look at him. There was so much hatred in his eyes. I, Kyle Souls, beta of the Moonshine Pack, reject you, Nia Kitson. He pauses, as my mate, now and forever. I accept, I mutter quickly, wanting to get this over with. I accept your rejection, Kyle Souls. While I feel nothing, his face screws up like he is in some kind of pain. And now, Alpha Dane smiles. I can kill you. He pulls a dagger out of his jeans and shoves it straight through Kyle's back and into his heart. Kyle stumbles forward, clutching his chest, and Beta Eric quickly pulls me from my seat before Kyle falls forward. He lets out some low guttural sounds before he stills. Both Luna Cassandra and my brother were on their feet. You killed him, Luna Cassandra cries. He deserved everything he got. I just needed to make sure that he had rejected Nia properly. You killed my brother, Luna Cassandra shrieks, rushing to Kyle's side. I hadn't known that, and for a split second, I felt sorry for her, until I remembered the hell she had caused me. You better watch your back, Alpha Dane. She growls at him. You don't scare me, he muses. Maybe I don't, but when you see what's coming, you will wish that I was the least of your problems. What are you talking about? Alpha Dane demands. Is that some kind of threat? You will see. She mutters as my brother pulls her arm and helps her get up from the floor. They both run from the room and Alpha Dane sends Beta Eric after them. I stare at Kyle's dead body, half hunched over the chair that I had been sitting in. I had wished for so long to see him die, and now it had actually happened. I felt relieved. Are you okay? Did it hurt when he rejected you? Alpha Dane speaks softly to me, using his fingers to turn my face to his. No, but it hurt him. I saw the pain on his face. I whisper. He said it differently this time. I thought that might have been the case. I didn't know they were brother and sister. Does it matter? You are Trey's sister and they treated you horrendously. But it was me. I did kill my parents. I mutter quietly. I saw myself giving them the jug. What did you remember? I tell him about the flashback. He doesn't interrupt me once as I try to recall smaller details. It's only when I finish that he tells me that he still believes that I was set up. The same thing he had been saying all along. Cassandra said she wanted you to kill her parents. I think that was an excuse. I think the plan was always for you to give the poison to your parents. She wanted to be Luna, and your brother wanted to be Alpha. They will never know, though. They died believing their daughter killed them. I groan. He sighs at my words, and before he has a chance to speak, Beta Eric returns. They're gone. Everyone has gone. The pack has cleared out. What the hell are you talking about? I followed Trey and Cassandra into the trees and quickly lost their scent. It's like they vanished into thin air. That can't be possible. Wolves don't just vanish. Where the fuck do they go? I'm assuming they have some kind of safe space. Beta Eric shrugs his shoulders. Set up a search party and hunt them down. I'm taking Nia home. Back in the car, I feel his eyes on me, yet keep mine low. I knew he had questions, but I couldn't answer them. I knew nothing when it came to my own pack, and it turned out I didn't actually know much about wolves at all. You don't have to see them ever again if you don't want to. His voice is low. As far as I'm concerned, the contract is void. The one thing that was tying you to the pack is dead. Lying down on the seat, I turn away, facing the back. I could still feel his gaze like it was burning into the back of my head. Thummer, he wanted me to talk, but there was nothing I could say. I was too busy, remembering the last time I saw my parents and how they had looked at me. Dane. Nia had fallen asleep by the time we got back. I had watched her shoulders judder as she silently cried, while keeping her back facing me. I had chosen to keep silent, not knowing what to say or do to make her feel better. Even Arrow was at a loss. Picking her up, I carry her inside. She doesn't stir, she doesn't make a sound as I observe her blotchy red face. Do you think she's crying over him? Arrow asks. I don't know. She said she had felt nothing. A delayed reaction maybe, because of the binding? We could tell her she is our mate. We can claim her now. She is free of that Arshol. No, I think that is the last thing she will want to hear. Putting her on the bed, I take her boots off and she instinctively pulls her knees to her chest, letting out a little snuffly sound as she always deos when sleeping. I watch her for a little while until I get a link from Eric. We need to talk. He sounded urgent. Maybe the hunting party had found something. Office. I link him. You are going to want to meet me outside for this. We will be arriving in about 10 minutes. What the hell is that about? Arrow asks when Eric cuts the link. I guess we will find out. I snap back at him. With one final check of Nia, I make my way down the stairs and through to the front of the house. Within a few minutes, a line of vehicles started to arrive, all creating a blockade in front of the house as though Eric didn't want the rest of the pack to see. He jumps out of the vehicle that comes to a stop right in front of me. Did you find them? I ask, and he shakes his head. Not exactly. Eric looks around. Where is Nia? Asleep. He nods his head and pulls open the back door of his large car and drags a naked man out by his feet, tossing him to the snow-covered ground. His wrists and legs were tied together. A thick metal chain had been looped around his neck, and he was only half conscious. Blood and mud covered him, making it impossible to tell his age. You brought me a naked man, I muse. He's not really my cup of tea. Eric shakes his head and grabs the end of the chain. He kicks the man on the ground. Show him! Some of the others that had been with Eric come forward, all carrying chains. Was the naked man a powerful wolf? Someone that I didn't know, because that would be impossible. The man just lies there, staring up at the star-filled sky, dazed. After a few seconds, we hear his bones crack and watch his legs and arms lengthen, snapping the ropes that hold him. Tufts of fur sprouted from him, but he didn't turn into a wolf. He turned into a beast, like the creature that had tried attacking my men. Eric calls someone forward, and they quickly throw chains around the beast's legs. Where did you find it? I demand, studying the beast with my crimson eyes. It looked exactly like the one that had attacked us. During the hunt for Trey and Cassandra, this one was high in a tree. The beast was still sprawled out in the snow, slightly dazed. In a tree? Arrow murmurs. I had to agree with his surprise. You wouldn't find wolves in a tree. Have you not noticed the other thing? Eric asks. I look at the beast and realize it had no scent. Nothing at all, not even a whiff of body odor. How is that possible? Eric gives the beast a kick. This one either fell out of the tree, or the branch could no longer carry his weight. Either way, he landed right in front of us. But if he hadn't, we would never have known he was there, Dane. When shifted, they can literally hide in plain sight. Has he said anything? I haven't gotten any answers out of him yet. Eric sighs and looks at me. I think this is what moonshine wolves look like. Take him to the dungeons. Make sure he is secured. We will ask questions. Until then, this goes no further. I snap. What about Nia? Eric asks. What about her? I glare at him. He closes his mouth, choosing not to answer. Take the beast to the dungeons. I repeat. Eric bows his head, and they load the beast back into the vehicle, driving him off towards the dungeons. She can't look like that. Arrow mutters in my head. She just can't. Why aren't you saying anything? Arrow demands as I move back through the house. Things were starting to fall into place. The fact I had never heard of moonshine until the call came. The secretiveness of the pack. How they suddenly disappeared and kept disappearing. How Nia has never seen them in wolf form. How the beast had been hiding in a tree. The comments Nia had made about getting their wolves at 13. What if that was what we were missing? They didn't disappear. They went up and out of sight, hiding high in the trees, knowing that we wouldn't be able to find them. I quietly sit in the chair in our bedroom, watching my mate sleep. Was she one of them and just didn't know it yet? If I find a way to unbind her, is that what she will become? She's our mate. Arrow mutters as though that answered all my questions. I wake to the noise of the shower running. The bed is empty, and Nia's clothes are piled up on the end of the bed. Looking to the shower, I see her, sitting on the floor, the water cascading down over her small frame as she leans against the glass. Nia? She doesn't move. Ripping open the shower door, she has her knees pulled to her chest. I don't really remember my parents, she mutters, but I see their faces. I see the blood running from their noses and the corners of their eyes. I see the way they claw at their throats as they splutter up blood. I remember how their eyes locked with mine as they took their last breaths. I had been worried that she had felt the breaking of her bond with Kyle, when really, she was reliving the final moments of her parents' lives. It wouldn't matter how many times I say it isn't her fault. She was haunted by the final image of them. Pulling off my shirt, I step into the running water, sliding myself down the cool tiles until I was sitting on the floor next to her. In one quick movement, I pull her naked body onto my lap and lock my arms around her, holding her tightly against me, hoping it would be enough to make her feel a tiny bit better, to make her understand that she isn't alone. She rests her cheek against my chest, taking a few deep breaths. Her rampant heart slows until it's beating regularly. "Let's get you dressed," I murmur, much to Arrow's annoyance. As much as I had needs, now was not the time. Though I was becoming more and more surprised by my own willpower. Nia stands completely still as I wrap a towel around her. She sits on the bed as I dig out some clothes for her to wear. "The contract is void, right?" she mutters behind me. "You are done with my brother, right?" "Yes, so I'm free to go without you killing me?" Dane. Turning back to her, she is staring at me with those big blue eyes. Her bottom lip quivers a little as she waits for my answer. I didn't want her to go, but what if she was one of these beasts? What would I be letting myself in for? Are you going to kill me?" she asks again. No, it didn't matter what she was. She clings to the towel wrapped around her, which was hitched up around her thighs and barely covering her. "Put these on." I pass her the sweatshirt and joggers out of the cupboard. I would rather she wore less, but it made it a little easier when she was covered up. "Because that's going to stop you," Arrow muses. Turning away from her, I let her dress. "Why do you think I want you to leave?" "I'm part of the contract." She doesn't stutter this time, almost like she found it easier to talk to me when I wasn't looking at her. "You were." I agree, keeping my back to her, but I don't plan on killing an innocent woman. "Don't you dare," Arrow growls at me. "If you want to leave, you can. I will ensure you are set up and will provide you with everything you need." "You fucking idiot," Arrow yells. He wasn't the least bit bothered that Nia might not be a proper wolf. "I have to give her a chance to think for herself," I snap at him, "to let her make her own decisions." "Where would I go?" Nia asks quietly. "Wherever you want." I sigh. It sounded like she had already made her decision. There are plenty of areas where no packs have control, mutual zones. Stop telling her the good things. Arrow was pacing in frustration, and as much as I didn't want her to leave, I felt it was only fair to tell her options. Tell her she will be unprotected, that there are more dicks than Trey. Tell her to stay. I hear her pad across the carpet and settle into the chair and turn to look at her. The soft blue sweatshirt made her blue eyes pop even more. "Can I think about it?" she asks quietly. "Sure." She brushes through her hair, and I catch the scent of something different mixed in with her strange scent, lavender. Yet the more I thought about it, the more I realized her strange scent wasn't as strong as it once was. "Mate bond," Arrow chuckles. "About time you believe it." Sometimes I really wish that Arrow and I were separate beings, just so I could punch him. "Hey," he moans at me. "I'm not the one who is pretending. Just fucking claim her." "I have to go and check on something," I mutter like some fucking school kid who had bumped into their crush. "If you need me, someone will be able to link me. Don't worry, I'm not leaving the backgrounds." She nods her head at me while Arrow continues to call me an idiot. "Whatever, we have a beast to interrogate," I tell him as I hurry from the bedroom and down the stairs. Before descending the dungeon steps, I could already hear Eric demanding answers, but he wasn't getting very far. The beast was not talking back. "What the fuck are you?" Eric shouts just as I appear. The man was in human form, and Eric or someone had been decent enough to give him some basic clothes to wear. The man was huddled in the corner, but now without the blood and the smeared mud, I could see that he wasn't that old. Maybe 18 at a push. "What's your name?" I ask, keeping my tone level. "He won't answer," Eric mutters. "I've been trying all night. He won't speak." I turn to look at the young guy in the corner. They had strapped his legs down with chains, giving him little to no room to move. "Are you injured?" I ask. The guy still doesn't look at me. "Does Trey know we have you?" He still sits in silence. "Do you know Nia?" His eyes flash my way. They are blue, exactly like Nia's. "Is she all right?" "You are locked in a dungeon and your concern is if Nia is all right. Please tell me you got her away? That you got her out of that house?" Eric cocks his eyebrow at me. "Who are you?" I ask, not giving him any information about Nia. "And what are you?" "She doesn't know me, or at least I don't think she does. My name is Devin. I'm her true brother and I am what's called a lichen, the same as Nia." What the fuck is a lichen? Eric snaps. Exactly what you saw. Part wolf, part human. His blue eyes move to mine. Did you get her out? What do you mean, true brother? I demand. Nia only has one brother and Trey isn't him. Don't bullshit me. I will tell you everything. He stretches out his arms. You would be the first. I snap, losing my patience. I am not loyal to Moonshine. I am a rogue. Devin tells us. He's fucking nuts, Eric links me. Rogue? It wasn't a term used among wolves. You either belonged to a pack or you didn't. Rejected by my pack. Devin mutters unfazed. Let's say you are telling the truth. How does Nia not know who you are? The same way as she believes Trey is her older brother. I can't tell if he is lying or not. Arrow mutters. Devin points to his eyes. Our eyes, they are identical, passed down through our mother and her mother and her mother before. Anyone can have similar eyes, I mutter. You are right, they can. But what color were Trey's eyes? He smirks at me. Look, why would I bother telling you this? To buy yourself time, I snap. I'm in a dungeon. I can't go anywhere, he mutters with a sarcastic tone. Let me see if I can get this straight. You are something called a lichen. A man that claims to be Nia's younger brother. Someone who she doesn't know, and Trey isn't related to her. Nailed it. Well, almost. I didn't say he wasn't related. I said he wasn't her brother. Who is he? Our uncle. So she is an alpha. Arrow murmurs in shock. Being bound twice was not just because she has the essence of powerful blood. She is an alpha by birthright, the firstborn. If it's even true, he doesn't believe the alpha role should go to a female. Devin continues. He portrayed himself as an older brother because of the bigger age gap between him and my father. The pack agreed with him. How do you know all this? I had someone on the inside. Had. They came here to check Nia had made it here, alive. I believe you killed him. He shouldn't have attacked my wolves. Oh, I know. I told him to be silent and unseen. It turns out he did neither. How old are you? 19. 3 years younger than Nia. If he had indeed been removed from Nia's memory, she wouldn't know. I know you don't believe me, but you saw me. You saw what I look like in lichen form. My adopted parents got a massive shock when I turned 13. Bless their souls. He smiles, his blue eyes shifting back to me. She doesn't know what she is, does she? He checks his nails, picking dried blood from them. Why didn't you stop him? Trey, I tried several times. They got craftier. I couldn't even get near the house. They didn't kill you? Oh, they tried. He puffs out his cheeks. Please tell me she is alive. I don't have to see her. I don't have to talk to her. I just want to know that my sister finally got out from under Trey's thumb and that she is safe. She got out, I confirm. Is she safe? Yes. Can I talk to you? Eric asks, using his head to gesture to the steps. Do you think he is telling the truth? Eric asks me the moment we are outside. I don't know. He wouldn't say 2 words to me, yet the moment you come down, he tells you everything. Keep questioning him, I mutter. I need to check out this lichen shit. No violence, I warn him. If he is truly her brother, I don't want her finding out that you beat him to a pulp. No violence, he confirms, as always. In my office, Nia is slowly spinning in my desk chair. She doesn't even hear me walk in and jams her feet into the carpet when she spots me, stopping the chair from turning. Are you looking for something? I ask. The need to tear her clothes from her body was growing more and more intense. She nods. You should have got someone to link me. I could wait. I'm used to waiting. She gives me a tight-lipped smile. How can I help you? If I give you your air, will that mean I can stay? Nia, his face wrinkled up into a mixture of surprise and confusion. Maybe there was even a little hint of anger there, but I just wanted to know where I stood with him. My life at Moonshine, although unbearable, was predictable. I knew what I was supposed to be doing and when I was supposed to be doing it. I knew people would come to my room to hit me. I knew that the only food I was allowed was leftovers, if there was any. Here, each and everything was a surprise. They spoke to me like I was actually one of them. I had thought about it while I was alone, pulling at every thread of conversation with Alpha Dane. He had said I was the only one he had ever wanted to mark, and maybe now that the contract was over with my brother, he would be willing to make a new contract with me. Is that what you want? You want to provide me with an heir, nothing more? Now I could hear his annoyance. I lower my eyes. It's what you want, isn't it? Someone to give you an heir. Wasn't that the idea of these contracts with female wolves? So make a new contract with me, just me. I had no idea where my confidence was coming from. You don't need a contract. I have already said you can stay. I nod, but I knew what wolves were like, especially the men from Moonshine. I heard them every night. I wanted to make sure that no one here would touch me. I see, he murmurs. You want a contract for your safety? Yes, I knew I was pushing my luck. He was an alpha. I had no right to request something from him. I feel him staring at me and kept my eyes low and my mouth shut. I had said what I wanted to say. It was his move now. No. Oh, it's not fair for me to draw up a contract and expect you to sign it when you can't even read. I feel my shoulders drop with disappointment. I was certain I was making the right move. I will make you a verbal agreement. 1 year. You stand by my side for 1 whole year, 365 days, and then if we are happy, you carry my heir. What's the catch? No catch, Nia. It's as simple as that. What if you find your true mate? A year was a long time. I was willing to carry his heir now, and maybe then, the fantasies would stop creeping into my mind. I won't. You can't be sure. I've searched for 10 years, Nia. I would know if I had found her. Do we have a deal? I glance at him and he is watching me, waiting for my answer. Isn't this why you wanted to see me? To make a deal? He presses. Why a year? I whisper. I think a year serves its purpose. There are a lot of questions surrounding my ability to keep a woman. You know what happened to the others. Who decides when the year is up? What if something bad happens in that time? What if I do something wrong or can never be unbound? He smiles at me. You ask a lot more questions than Trey ever did. You want to be sure. His smile turns into a grin. You may not be able to read or write, Nia, but you are smart. You really should give yourself some more credit. So let's try it this way. You act as my mate or bride, whichever term you prefer, for an entire year, during which you will be protected by the entire pack. I will teach you how to protect yourself. I will search for someone to unbind you. I will provide you with a life that you deserve. I will get you a tutor so you can learn to read and write. I will provide you with anything you need. A life that I deserve. It didn't seem possible. Okay, I mutter in agreement. Alpha Dane was still smiling, pleased with himself about his new deal. Good, now that is out of the way. You can come with me. He holds a hand out expectantly, patiently waiting as I take it. Where are you taking me? I mutter. A sudden surge of panic races through me. I told you training would start when you are healed. Walking across the grounds, he keeps his hand on mine. I wasn't sure if he was trying to make a point or not. Though I didn't care, his warm hand was comforting. As we move, I spot Beta Eric, standing outside of a small building with no windows and a single door, and quietly wondered where it went. Alpha Dane pushes open a set of double doors that lead into a gym. It was already busy with sweaty men and women. Everyone out, Alpha Dane orders. One by one, they grab their things and exit the building until it is just us. Right? He guides me to the mats and turns me around. Make a fist. I ball up my hand and he shakes his head. Give me a thumbs up. He waits as I do what I'm told. Now wrap your thumb around the outside. He grabs my newly formed fist. If you punch someone with your thumb on the inside, you will break it. And while you can't heal, I would prefer it if we don't have any more hospital trips. After watching me hit a punch bag a few times, Alpha Dane tells me that maybe it's better to teach me how to block attacks first. I would have been more frustrated if I hadn't agreed. The punch bag had barely moved. He spends time teaching me how to defend myself from attacks that came from the front. But the moment he moves behind me and locks his arms around me, I don't move, getting lost in the warmth that enveloped me. Nia, are you going to try and do something? His minty breath grazes my skin as he whispers into my ear. A hand is pressed flat to my stomach while the other locks my shoulders in place. Earth to Nia, he muses, releasing his grip a little. I need to use the bathroom, I mutter, flustered. He lets go of me and points to the end of the gym. Running away, I don't look back, hurling myself into the women's bathroom and shutting myself in a cubicle. I had never felt like this around any man, ever, to the point I thought there was something wrong with me. Why did he make me feel this way? You don't have to be embarrassed. His deep voice comes from the other side of the door. I can help you with your needs. I could hear the amusement in his voice. After all, you are mine for the year. He pushes the unlocked door open. His crimson eyes seemed to be a little darker than usual, but they were heavily focused on me and only me. I thought I was ready. I thought I was certain when I said I was ready to carry his heir. As he stared at me with a growing hunger, I knew I couldn't just give myself to him. I can help you release that frustration. He smiles. Or I can teach you how to release your own frustrations. I push the door closed in his face. I'm not ready. You are only going to suffer. It will only get worse and you will grow more and more restless, maybe even angry. Was he talking about himself? I rip the door open and glare at him. What does that mean? Are you just saying that to get in my pants? You are part animal. It's a natural instinct. You may be able to ignore it for now, but it will start to consume you and will become part of your everyday thoughts. Even right now, I can still smell your arousal and it's only getting stronger. I clamp my thighs together and his eyes move down to them. Your underwear is soaked. You feel a dull throb deep inside, an ache, a longing. Nia. He leans over me as I press my back into the wall. His eyes hover on mine and move down to my lips. He makes a quick move and presses his lips to mine, and this time, I don't flinch. Alpha Dane pulls back. Do you trust me? He asks in a gentle tone. Yes, I whisper. We can go slow. He whispers back and my head bobs up and down, accepting his offer. His lips come back to mine, kissing a little harder, and his hands settle on my hips. He breaks away again, and I give him another small nod, wanting him to continue. This time, his lips trail light kisses down my neck and to my collarbone. Each one felt as though my skin was being hit by little bolts of electricity. He steps backwards, pulling me from the cubicle and towards the showers. Pushing me up against the wall, he tugs my sweatshirt up and over my head, taking my vest with it and letting my breasts hang freely. He is quick to take a nipple in his mouth, dragging his teeth along it and making me gasp while he kneads the other one. His lips work their way down my body until they meet the waistband of my joggers. Inch by inch, Alpha Dane lowers my joggers, his lips planting tantalizing kisses on every inch of bare skin and making me moan. Earth to Nia. Are you okay? I'm suddenly dragged back to the gym with Alpha Dane's arms still looped around my shoulders, preparing to attack me from behind. I'm fine, I mutter, half hoping that I hadn't been daydreaming out loud. His arm drops from my shoulders, allowing me to turn around and face him. Are you sure? You zoned out a little. I wondered if he could smell my arousal. He doesn't say anything, just like last time. Just thinking, I murmur. His eyebrows rise a little and I was certain there was a hint of a smile. Anything that I can help with? No, I don't think so. He cocks an eyebrow at me. Then I think we are done for the day. Okay, I mutter. I was certain my face was the color of a tomato. Are you coming back to the house? I ask, refusing to look back at him. I just need to check on some things in the pack first. I think Raven is up at the house. She will keep you company. Hurrying out the gym, I practically run across the grounds, hoping that I could get into the house before anyone sees me and my red face. Are you okay? Raven is leaning on a chair as she looks out of the lounge at me. Why does everyone keep asking me that? I snap and run up the stairs. What the hell was wrong with me? It's hours before I see Alpha Dane again. There you are, he mutters as though I was the one who had been hiding. What's wrong? He asks as he closes the bedroom door behind him. You could smell me, right? I ask. I had been thinking about it for hours. Are you talking about the gym or when you fell asleep in the chair? I knew it. He did know. You didn't do anything. Is that a question or an accusation? He murmurs. I don't answer because I wasn't even sure what it was that I was trying to say. You are wondering why I didn't jump on you just because I could smell your arousal. He smiles at me. That's what male wolves do, isn't it? Not in this pack, no. Have we not had this conversation? Your brother, my brother doesn't count. He shuts my comment down. I know. You know? I try to keep the shock out of my voice. It's not like I went around broadcasting it. He nods his head at me. You didn't go to school. You didn't leave the pack house. Trey never let anyone touch you in that way. It's easy enough to put two and two together, Nia. You didn't say anything. Why did I need to? It's not my secret to share. Or are you planning on sleeping with all the men in my pack? No, I made a deal with you. You did, but there was no mention of you having sexual encounters. Is it a trick? You tell me. You agreed to be my bride for a year. How do you think I will react if someone else takes your virginity? I just stare at him. Sometimes, just when I was starting to see the nice side of him, he would remind me of what he is capable of in the most subtle of ways. By nightfall, I had shrunk back into my shell, only speaking if spoken to and keeping my eyes low. Alpha Dane kept asking me if I was all right, and I would reply with a simple nod of the head. When there was silence around the dinner table, I knew the others were having a conversation through MindLink, most likely trying to figure out why I was so quiet. Is this something to do with earlier? Raven asks when it's just me and her. I mean, you looked a bit flustered when you came crashing through the front door. I'm fine. What has he done? Who? My brother? I shake my head and she stares at me with narrowed eyes. Whatever it is, I'm sure he didn't mean it. Dane doesn't have the greatest track record when it comes to women. But I promise, he likes you. Just give him a chance. I'm going to bed, I mutter, quickly escaping. I made the most of being alone by having a hot shower and changing into fresh clothes before climbing into bed. When Alpha Dane comes to bed, I close my eyes and pretend to be asleep. I listen to him move around the room. He briefly stops in front of me before getting in the other side. Out of nowhere, he grabs me and pulls me in against him. I know you are awake. You can pretend all you want. I remain still and silent. You are mad at what I said, but you were the one who came to me about the deal. You agreed to the terms. You didn't have to. He lets out a sigh. I said what I said because it's true. I don't want another man's fingers touching your body. He runs his fingers through my hair, brushing it back from my face. Trailing a rough finger down over my cheek, he leans in, pressing his lips to my cheekbone. It was strange because it felt familiar, like he had done it a million times before. Dane, she had gone back to her protective state, barely talking, and when she did, it was either yes, no, or that phrase that I hate, I'm fine. She had completely shut down, and I can't even figure out what it was that I had said. I had only told her the truth. Was the truth too much for her? In my office, Raven stares at me. Are you sure you didn't do anything? She demands. She was chatting to me and now, nothing. I just spoke the truth. I reminded her that she wanted the deal, that she came to me. I told her that I didn't want anyone else touching her. Why did you even make the deal if she is already your... Quietly turning the shower off, I squeeze in behind the bath and lift her off the floor. Her head rolls back over my arm, exposing her neck. I was so tempted to mark her and claim her, but I just about managed to push the thought aside as I put her in the bed. It wouldn't be fair to do that to her while she was asleep. Moving away, Nia suddenly grabs my hand. Stay, she sleepily whispers, tugging me towards her. Kicking off my shoes, I slide into the bed behind her, pulling her back flush against my chest. After a few moments, she shuffles away. Rolling on my back, I sigh, grateful that I had some morals. Leaving her to sleep, I head outside to find Eric kicking a ball around with his sons, but as soon as he sees my face, he tells them to go to their grandparents. Have you told her? He asks quietly as his boys run across the grounds racing each other. No. I take it she still isn't talking to you then? No, he nods. Remind me, why haven't you told her? That dickhead is older. That dickhead is dead. She has no tie across to claim. It's complicated, I mutter. I get that, but... He pauses. You wouldn't be able to hide it if she hadn't been bound. Or is it because of this apparent lichen thing? Because wolves have done a lot worse and shacked up with humans. About that, I mutter, getting the subject off of Nia. Has Devin said any more? Eric shakes his head. I told you he won't speak to me. I don't know why. I literally can't find anything on them. I spent hours searching every database. How can something like that exist and there be no record of it? I take it that it has something to do with moonshine hiding, and the rules that Nia spoke of. I need to speak to him, I mutter. Eric comes with me to the dungeon, hitting the bars to wake up the guy who called himself Devon. You said you were removed. Good morning to you too. He yawned sleepily, scratching through his dark hair. There was no denying that there was a strong resemblance to Nia. Yes, I told you I was placed in adoption. Then how did you find the pack? If you were 3, there is no way you would be able to remember where to find them. You wouldn't have known where the pack was. It's a lichen thing. You are saying you can find them? Eric asks, even though you were kicked out the pack. Yes. How? We are connected. The same way I know my sister is here. You lot have the ability to link one another, right? How did you find them? He shrugs his shoulders. I can't explain it. It's like if there were other lichen packs out there, they would be able to find moonshine too. Are there other packs? No. Why do you think Trey is so keen on keeping the pack hidden? Our kind are dwindling. The ones you saw at Moonshine are the last of their kind. My sister is the last alpha. His blue eyes pause on mine. You still haven't told her. It's none of your business. She's my sister, he argues. You don't even know her. Do you? He mutters sarcastically. You are in love with her, and yet you won't admit it. Shut up, I growl. He makes sense. Arrow tells me, and I see Eric cocking an eyebrow at me. Devon holds his hands up. I'm just saying, how do you think she will feel about you keeping this from her? A secret that has been kept from her whole life. You know you are lucky to be alive. I know. But so is Nia. Have you not stopped to wonder why Trey was keeping her alive? Why? Now that is something I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out for years. Binding her abilities doesn't even make sense. If he had brought her up differently, she would be just like them. You said he didn't believe in a female alpha. I did, but then why keep her alive? You have to admit, Alpha Dane, something doesn't quite add up. And you could be making all this up to keep yourself alive. I could, but even you can see that what I'm saying makes sense. Do you believe him? I ask Arrow. I don't know, he replies. He has no reason to lie, and yet at the same time, he has every reason. If I kill him and Nia finds out, she will never want to be with me. If he's a liar and is plotting an attack with Trey, then I would be stupid to ignore it. There was only one thing for it, to tell Nia the truth, but would she be able to handle it? Nia, sitting up in bed, I look around the room in confusion. I was certain that I had been on my way to the shower. It takes me a second to realize that I only had my sweatshirt on and nothing on my legs. Looking around the room, I spot my joggers and underwear on the chair. I felt sick. Had Alpha Dane done something to me? My eyes flash around the room, checking to see if I was alone. You are overthinking it, Nia. I mutter to myself as I race across the room to grab fresh underwear and jeans from the closet. There was no blood on the bed sheets and everything felt normal. Alpha Dane did say he would never do that, but what if I had involuntarily given him consent because I was daydreaming again? Quickly dressing, I slip out of the room only to meet Alpha Dane on the stairs. His brow is wrinkled into a deep frown. I was just coming to see if you were awake. We need to talk. A lump in my throat forms. What was he going to say? Did he want to end the contract already? Or was he going to remind me again that I insisted on it? Do you mind coming to the office? There's a lot to discuss. Okay. Nia, I need you to talk to me properly. This is important. I know that you are upset, or maybe even angry with me, but if it's just going to be a one-sided conversation, I am not going to be able to help you understand. I scowl. What would there be to understand? I just nod. Alpha Dane rolls his eyes and stands back against the railings to let me pass. He follows a few steps behind, keeping a little distance between us. In the office, he asks me to sit as he closes the door and slides the lock across. My heart starts to race. I had never seen him lock the door before. I couldn't see what he was doing as he stayed behind me for a few seconds, eventually moving around the desk to his chair. The deep frown still sits heavily on his brow. Nia, we have a man in the dungeon who is claiming to be your brother. Trey? I ask, confused. No, he claims to be your younger brother. He calls himself Devon. There was only Trey. I know you believe that. Believe? That was my only brother. He had met him, he should know. But what the prisoner is saying is that Trey isn't your brother, he is biologically your uncle. And I have to admit, the family resemblance between our prisoner and you is unmistakable, whereas you and Trey don't even share the same features. I look all around the room, at everything but him. I had called Trey brother right up until I was forced to call him Alpha, and there had never been another. Are you saying that one of my parents had an affair? No. He thinks that when you were bound the first time, he was erased from your memory. He didn't grow up in Moonshine. He was rejected by the pack and ended up with humans adopting him. He stares at me with his crimson eyes as I try to think of something to say. It sounded ridiculous. You are in fact the eldest child of the Alpha. There is a reason you needed to be bound twice. Alpha Dane states, when you turned 18, you were old enough to take over as Alpha. The Alpha genes surged through you. I'm not an Alpha. I mean, look at me. You may not think so, but your blood believes otherwise. I lean my head back against the backrest and close my eyes. It's a lie. Is it? You were bound twice, Nia. Twice. I don't agree with binding on any level, but to have it done twice, you would have to be pretty powerful. I think there is an element of truth to his story. You believe him? It surprised me that he believed the story so easily. He isn't holding back. Are you going to kill him? Not right now. Nia, look at me. I opened my eyes to see him focused on me, but now, the frown had gone. Do you want to meet him? I shake my head. I will respect your decision, but can I ask why? I shrug my shoulders. I didn't have a specific answer, I just didn't want to. Okay, he mutters. He doesn't push for an answer. Where did you find him? I ask quietly. Eric found him when searching for Trey and Casnadra. The guy fell out of a tree. So he is from Moonshine? I ask, curiosity getting the better of me. Yes and no. He was kicked out by Trey. Apparently he has been trying to help you. Me? The only thing he kept asking me was if you were safe, if I had got you out. He has not pushed to see you. He just wants to know that you are safe, and for me to tell you the truth. That he is my brother? He clenches his jaw. Unfortunately, there is more to it. He wasn't in human form when he fell out of the tree. He was a wolf up a tree? Wolves couldn't climb trees, well, not in wolf form. No, I don't understand. He looks like that thing that attacked my men. He studies my face. He calls himself a lichen. Lichen. What the hell was a lichen? I pull my knees up to my chest and wrap my arms around them. I don't know what that is. You are not the only one. I've been searching for information and there is nothing. The prisoner claims Moonshine are the only ones left, that they are a dying race. It didn't register straight away. Are you saying I'm one of them? Yes. No. I whimper. The beast that had attacked was hideous. A monster like something from a nightmare. We won't know for certain, not until you are unbound. I had spent my whole life wondering what it's like to actually be able to shift, to run as fast as possible through the trees. I wondered if the others had truly enjoyed it, if they liked becoming an animal and feeling total freedom, but I didn't want to become a monster. Don't. He cocks an eyebrow at me. Don't what? Don't find someone who can unbind me. Please, I whisper. He looks shocked. His eyes are wide, his eyebrows raised as he stares at me. You don't want to be unbound? I shake my head. Not if I'm going to become a monster. Is that really what you want? For almost all of your life you have been bound. Then it won't make a difference, will it? I shrug my shoulders. You won't be able to heal. You won't be able to protect yourself. You won't. I understand, I whisper, lowering my head so he couldn't see me blinking back the tears that are building. He stands up and moves to the window, and I use the opportunity to wipe my tears on my sleeve. Are you sure? He asks quietly. Yes, I don't want to be a monster. Dane. Raven had been right about the constant fear. Now I was paying more attention. I could hear it in Nia's voice, but her scent stays exactly the same. The strange scent she carried from our first encounter to now, the only difference was the lavender essence that accompanied her. I could see her reflection in the window. I could see how she uses her sleeves to wipe away the escaped tears, barely making a sound. For what it's worth, Devon doesn't sound like a monster. I mutter. His priority appears to be you and nothing more. As I said, he is very forthcoming with information. You mean you haven't had to torture him? She speaks the words slowly, as though she was talking about herself. I see how she fidgets on the seat. Her head turns over her shoulder to look at the locked door. Talking about torture was a trigger. No, it was not needed. I wanted to get her thoughts onto something else. Turning around to look at her, I see how the tears make her blue eyes bright. Just tell her. Arrow moans. Do you really think now is the time? She has just asked me to stop looking for someone to help her, to find out that her mate is right here and she can't even sense me. What do you think it will do to her? He rolls his eyes at me and shuts his mouth. Another tear rolls down her face. I hated seeing her like this. Moving around to her, I crouch down in front of the chair and cup her face. With my thumb, I wipe away the escaped tear. Her eyes close and she leans into my hand like it was a comfort to her. The words tumble from my mouth. Nia, I am your true mate. A little wrinkle appears above her eyebrows as they knit together. Slowly, her eyes open. She keeps her face resting against my hand and just stares at me, properly staring into my eyes like she had when I landed on top of her at Moonshine. My heart thuds and I feel a pull to her. I just about hold it together and stop myself from doing something stupid. My mate, she whispers while still frowning. Yes, no, yes, Nia. I was mated to Kyle. And yet you are mated to me too. It was definitely not the reaction I was expecting. I thought she would be happy, or at least feel a sense of relief. She pushes herself back as far as she can in the chair and away from me. Mated to you? Yes. Are you sure? Trust me, I know, and so does Arrow. How long? A while. Something told me that if I said from day one she would freak out. She presses her pink lips into a thin line and once again looks over her shoulder at the locked door. No, she mutters again. You made a deal with me. Why? Is this what you say to all your brides? Is this supposed to make me feel better? The more panicked she became, the more she stuttered. It would be cute if she was happening for any other reason than panic. She really was nothing like any of the other brides or any of the women I would typically go for. Moving to the door, I slide the lock back and hold the door open. If you need to leave, go. I know I have sprung a lot of information on you and you probably need some time to think. I watch her nod her head, but she doesn't move from the seat. You didn't answer my questions. I leave the door open and sit on the desk directly in front of her. I have never said it to any of the others. I told you I have been looking for my mate for a long time. Did I expect it to be you? No. Am I happy it's you? Yes. I don't care if you are a lichen or whatever. That is not important to me. She bites her nails, not quite looking at me. Is that why you were so angry when you found out what they were doing to me because of the mate bond? She doesn't stutter this time. You are the only one who didn't join in. And you lied to Trey too. You said I met you at the front door. You said that I was the one to show you to his office. If I hadn't lied to him, he would have beaten you. My priority was getting you out of there. I sigh. This was not going at all like the way I wanted it to. You can't sense the bond, Nia, so I understand that you don't believe me. I promise you it is there. Think of the smaller things. Think of how you feel comfort when I'm holding you, or how you curl up against me in your sleep. I know you feel safe when I am around. You can't deny that. Arrow was oddly quiet too, because this hadn't gone the way he had hoped. You killed Kyle so that you can claim me? Nia blurts out. Yes. I'm no one special. You are an alpha, a powerful one, and I'm not. You are an alpha too. She didn't say much after that. She just asked if she could be alone to think, which was just frustrating. It was not supposed to go like this. She was supposed to be happy, not fearful and angry. She was supposed to want me to claim her, not want to run and hide. This is your fault. I snap at Arrow. You couldn't just leave it. You had to go on and on and on. And now look at the mess we have caused. In my defense, I thought she would be happy to find out she is mated to the greatest alpha. Maybe you should have led with that instead of telling her about the prisoner first. He snaps back at me. Heading to the kitchen to grab something to eat, I spot Raven stuffing her face with food. Are you ever not eating? I snap at her. I'm hungry. She shrugs, and something has clearly pissed you off. I slam a mug down a little too hard, and the handle snaps clean off. Raven gets up and adds mugs to the shopping list. We won't have any left at this rate, she mutters as she sits back down. So what's happened now? I told her. Raven stares at me with her dark eyes. You told Nia that she is your mate. What else am I talking about, Raven? Wah! Okay, I take it that it didn't go the way you hoped. Do you see her? I snap, gesturing around the room. She wipes a crumb from her bottom lip. I would be mad too. Thanks for the support, Raven. I'm just saying, not everyone is like Charlene or Daisy or Veronica or... That's enough, Raven. Sometimes I wonder if you actually know anything about women. She shakes her head at me as she takes another bite of her sandwich and I wait for her to continue. What? I snap. I know you are dying to tell me, Raven. So come on, let's hear it, seeing as you think you know her better than anyone. I didn't say that, did I? I said you don't know much about women, and that is something I do understand. She moves to dump her plate in the sink and immediately starts looking through the cupboards for something else to eat. Do you think she expected to find a mate? For most of us, the idea of finding a mate is a #1 priority, yourself included. It most likely has never been her priority, and I'm guessing you just sprung it on her. She can't sense the bond. How else was I supposed to tell her? It doesn't matter anyway. It's too late. You can't change the way you told her, but you should be with her and not down here talking to your baby sister. All right, smartass, I'm going. Nia stares at me with wide eyes when I enter the bedroom, and once again, I feel that pull. She is perched on the edge of the bed, her legs dangling over, almost like she was waiting for me. I will not admit to Raven that she was right. She already had a big enough ego. It makes sense. Nia whispers. You wanted me to sleep in here. You didn't want me to be alone with Jensen. You said you didn't want anyone else touching me. That was never because of the contract, was it? No. Because you knew? Oddly, she doesn't sound angry. It was more like she was trying to put the pieces together. Yes. There were very few people that I would allow to talk to me this way, to allow them to second-guess my decisions. I thought about telling you so many times. I thought about just claiming you and never having to reveal the truth. I didn't want you to feel obligated to be with me because of the bond. So you used a contract instead? She asks with a slight frown. When you say it like that, it sounds just as ridiculous. I mutter. Scratching the back of my head, I try to think of something to say, but there was nothing that sounded right. Nothing that seemed like it would make her feel better about my poor choices. She gets off the bed, pulling her sweatshirt off and revealing a white fitted tee where I could clearly see her erect nipples. I watch her walk over to the laundry basket and dump the sweatshirt inside. She turns back to me and places her hands on her hips. If you claim me, does that mean you can sense my needs? Will you be able to tell if I need help? I will know everything about you. I will feel your every need. I will know all your desires. I will know when you need me. She loosely ties her hair back and closes her eyes. Claim me then. Nia. His hands grip my thin waist as his crimson eyes search mine. Are you sure this is what you want? I nod my head. Nia, I need you to say yes or no. I feel the lump building in my throat. My stomach was tying itself up in knots. Was this really what I wanted? Will it hurt? I whisper. I knew he needed to bite my neck. I knew he needed to sink his canines as deep as they can go. I knew he needed to taste my blood and to leave his wolf venom in its place, permanently connecting us. There was a catch, though. To confirm the bond, we had to have sex. A little, he tells me. What will happen to me? Immediately? Nothing other than feeling satisfied. Within 48 hours, you will go into heat. Are you prepared for that? You mean I will want sex? I whisper. Want it, need it, become desperate for it. I don't have my monster. Doesn't matter. It's what happens to a female when marked by a male wolf. If you were human, it would still happen. He cups my face with a large hand. I promise I will be gentle the first time. So is it a yes or a no? Yes. His lips hit mine with force as he pulls me in against him, holding me flush against his body. His lips quickly move down over my neck. Once again, little bolts of electricity shoot through me in the exact spots his lips have touched. He pauses just above my collarbone. His teeth rake across my skin, searching for the perfect spot. His tongue flicks over my skin, and as his teeth begin embedding themselves, I let out a little whimper. Alpha Dane holds me in place as his teeth sink a little deeper. A few seconds pass, and he starts to suck. I could the warmth of my own blood run down over my skin. When his teeth start to retract, he licks the wound, cleaning up any drops of blood that had escaped, and plies my neck with soft kisses, working his way back towards my lips. As he kisses me, I feel that same dull ache inside of me. He pulls the band from my hair, letting it fall freely. His hands comb through it, suddenly balling up as his kiss deepens. Was I daydreaming again? No, you are not, he mutters breathlessly. He could hear me? I can. He smiles as he kisses me. How many times have you fantasized about me, Nia? I haven't. I lie. Really? He murmurs as his lips make their way down over my neck. His hot breath makes my skin tingle. I could hear the amusement in his voice. This may hurt a little, he whispers to me. Whimpering at the pain, he plants his lips on mine. It will only hurt the first time. Is that what you wanted? He asks quietly. My fingers feel the bite mark on my neck and I nod my head. Next time, don't try and hold your moans in. I would rather you let yourself go. He tucks a strand of my hair behind my ear. Come on, you need a shower. He walks across the room and turns the shower on. Alpha Dane sticks a hand out to me. Come. I catch sight of the dried blood on my neck and shoulder as I walk past the mirror. Alpha Dane pulls me into the shower with him, pushing me up against the cool tiles as he forces a knee between my thighs. He passionately kisses me under the hot water as my arms lock around him. I'm not done yet, he mutters, lifting my legs around his hips. He suddenly stops to look at me, and I was grateful that he was holding me steady. I felt like I was going to pass out. My head felt fuzzy and everything sounded so loud. The shower droplets sounded like gunfire as they hit the floor. Even Alpha Dane's breathing seems to echo. There was a funny smell that filled the shower, a woody smell. Trees, maybe? Nia? My hands go over my ears. Why was he shouting at me? Nia? Alpha Dane continues to shout my name as my ears ring. Eventually he stops and turns off the water. Grabbing some towels, he wraps one around me first. He is frowning, but I don't think it's aimed at me. I was just grateful for the silence. He walks me back to the bed and sits me down. I watch him go to the closet and pull out some clean clothes for me before he proceeds to dress himself. He motions for me to stay here and quickly hurries out the room. He returns a few minutes later and beckons me to follow, but he doesn't speak. Alpha Dane leads me into his office where Raven was waiting. The room had that strange woody smell that I had smelled upstairs, but it was mixed with something else. Why is no one talking? Why did it sound like I was shouting? Alpha Dane and Raven were talking to each other, but through MindLink. I watch how Raven's head bobs up and down and frowns. Will someone... I cover my ears. I couldn't stop shouting yet. I was certain I was talking normally. I think I have finally figured out why Kyle didn't reject you properly. Alpha Dane's lips didn't move, but his voice is warm in my mind, reassuring and calm when it felt like my head was going to explode. To break the binding, he continues, you needed to be claimed. You couldn't be claimed while he was still in the picture. Raven steps towards me and holds out little orange foam shapes. They will help, just until you adapt. Raven carefully pushes them in my ears. Better? Thank you, I mumble. Everything looks and smells different too, right? Alpha Dane asks. I nod. That woody scent you smell is most likely my personal scent to you. The other scent in this room belongs to Raven. Everyone has them, though mine will be stronger because I marked you. I'm no longer bound, I mutter. It seems like my mark broke the binding. Everything seems loud and different because you never had to adjust to it. It will take time, but you will get used to it. I'm not bound, I repeat my question, trying to make absolutely sure I understood what he was saying. No, but I do think that you should meet Devon now. Dane. Who? Raven splutters. Our prisoner. I had told her some information, but not all. I may have neglected to tell her who he was. Right. And why does Nia need to meet him? Because he claims to be Nia's brother. My maid is standing completely still, almost like she is frozen in time. She hadn't wanted to meet him and I didn't blame her, but now he might be the only one who could answer questions about herself. Nia? No, she shakes her head at me. No, I don't want to. You said it was up to me. I did, but now I think it will be beneficial. I can't prepare you. Prepare me for what? For your first shift. Her mouth drops open. She has somehow forgotten that bit of being unbound. Arrow mumbles. It will happen, Nia, and you won't be able to stop it. The least I can do is make sure you are prepared. She looks pained. Instead of lowering her eyes, they go up to the ceiling as she shakes her head. Her thoughts were just words that made no sense. She couldn't even think in sentences, except for one glaring statement. He did this. She blamed me. Raven, leave, I order. When she hears my tone, she doesn't even question me and hurries out the door, slamming it shut behind her, leaving me and my mate alone. Taking a seat, I stare at my newly marked mate as she fights with her own thoughts. She blames us? Arrow sighs. We only claimed her. And that's the problem, is like claiming her, unbound her after she had just told me she wanted to stay bound. You blame me? I ask after a few moments. Her blue eyes leave the ceiling, settling on me, and her fingers go directly to the mark on her neck. Tears prick at the corner of her eyes. You think that I made you a monster? She still doesn't speak to me. Have you ever considered there might be more to why you were bound? I believe that Trey did it because he feared what you would be capable of. I'm not an alpha. She shakes her head again. You keep trying to make out that this is a good thing. But if it is true, and you really believe that's why Trey had me bound, then tell me how bad of a monster could I be? Walking around the desk, I cup her face, letting her feel our connection, and hoping it would be enough to calm her overthinking mind. She leans into me, closing her eyes, and I feel her fear, a fear of the unknown. Linking Eric, I ask him to bring Devin to my office. If I couldn't get Nia to go to him, then I would have to bring him to her. After a few minutes of watching Nia internally beat herself up, Eric shoves Devin through the door. Ah, Alpha Dane. Devin looks back over his shoulder at Eric. You could have at least told me this was where we were going. There was no need to be all mysterious about it. He turns to look at Nia. It's been so long. Nia doesn't answer. She sits in the chair in the corner of the room in complete silence. She may not be physically saying anything horrible, but she was definitely thinking it. You don't know who I am, do you? Devin asks her. Nia silently shakes her head. Can you sense her? I demand. Yes. Devin mutters without taking his eyes off of her. And I see you have claimed her, finally caved to your feelings. I see how Nia pulls her knees to her chest and yanks her shirt collar up around her neck, hiding my mark. She felt exposed. I assume you haven't brought me here, so your beta can have his way with me. He shoots Eric a suggestive wink. Does this guy ever stop talking? Arrow mutters. He is just like Jensen. Eric smacks Devin across the back of the head, telling him to sit. Okay. Devin mutters, holding his hands up and sitting in the empty seat. Here's the deal. You tell us everything you know about Trey and his little gang. You tell me and Nia everything about being a Lycan, and if you comply, I might just let you live. Now that seems a little unfair. You might let me live. Devin replies, after I've given you all my secrets, I've only been too happy to share information. He grins at me. Surely you can at the very least guarantee my life. It won't be my decision, I mutter. He turns to look at Nia. You are letting my sister decide my fate? My eyes move to my mate, who hasn't moved. She was busy watching Devin. You won't know who will be making the decision, I tell Devin. That way you can't try and butter them up or bribe them into making a decision. Well played, Alpha Dane. It seems like you already know my style. So what would you like to know? Everything. You say that Moonshine is the only pack of Lycans left. Where did they come from? The same as wolves, I'm guessing. Packs develop over time, created of multiple different... No, where did the Lycan originally come from? We are children of the moon goddess. We are too. There's a story. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's a myth. The story goes a little something along the lines of a wolf claimed a human, but when they marked the human during a full moon, the human began to change, shifting into what I know to be a Lycan, part human, part wolf. As more were created, they began to procreate and more were born. Neither a wolf nor a human, but something in between. A wolf claimed a human? Arrow mutters. But that wasn't my concern. We have many of the same characteristics as you, Alpha Dane. Devin continues. We can shift at will. Females go into heat exactly the same as wolves, though I believe our females tend to stay in heat a lot longer than yours. I can't be certain about that one. Females are not my preferred choice. We hunt, we feed, we mate, we mark our claimed ones. We are strong, we can heal. The only real difference is that our bloodlines started differently. He shrugs his shoulders at me, like it was standard knowledge. It's impossible to tell if he is lying, Arrow tells me. You know a lot for someone who grew up adopted. I mutter. I told you, I had someone on the inside, but you killed him. He looks over to Nia. I'm so sorry that I couldn't protect you. Were you there? Nia asks quietly. Were you there the day I killed my parents? Devin shakes his head. Though I was informed about it when I was much older, Cassandra should never have put you through that. Cassandra? I ask. Remember what they said about the poison was supposed to be for Cassandra's parents? Arrow mutters. It's no secret she wanted to become Luna. Apparently all the Lycans knew and really wanted her to take over. She couldn't do that while our parents were still around, and she couldn't do that with Nia in the picture and set to become the next Alpha. They knew? They all knew what Cassandra wanted? Nia asks. Devin goes quiet. I can't say for certain. They all knew I was set up, and they still... She trails off, and her blue eyes fill with tears. I'm sorry. I thought... Devin looks back at me. I thought you had worked it out? There were still some gaps, I mutter. I could hear my mate's heart racing. Claim it back, Devin mutters to Nia. I'm not an alpha, Nia mumbles. You may feel like that now, but I promise you, the blood running through your veins says otherwise. Devin gives her a small smile, but Nia keeps her face unreadable. Only I knew all the comments that were running through her mind. Nia, stop, Alpha Dane snaps. His crimson eyes are on me, even though he is looking at Devin. Don't you want justice? Devin asks me. For everything that they did to you? That's enough. Alpha Dane's eyes shift to him. Not another word. Nia has made herself clear. I'm just saying, the pack is hers. She can claim it and take her rightful place as Alpha of the Lycans. And I'm telling you to stop talking, right now. You will only answer questions. You will not push her on your own ideas. Do I make myself clear? Devin's brow creases a little, but he does as he is told and closes his mouth. Except for the eyes, he looked a little like my father, well, what I could remember of him. It was hard for me to remember any image of my father except for the one that haunts me. The memory of blood dripping down his face as I was dragged away. You said they all knew. Alpha Dane is standing in front of Devon. Was he trying to intimidate him? How? My spy told me. Your spy? You could have asked him yourself if you hadn't killed him. I was certain Alpha Dane was going to hit him, but he just stood there, hovering over him. It reminded me of what Kyle and the others did to me, standing over me, telling me the vile things they were going to do to me. Alpha Dane keeps his fists to himself. Trey had no idea about the spy? He asks. No. Devon's eyes flick to me. He was the only one who never laid a finger on you. He hated what they were doing to you. He wanted to beg them to stop, but he would have looked weak, and he would have looked like a traitor. He still should have helped her, though. He was one Lycan. He couldn't do anything except give me information, otherwise Trey would have known. What about you? You sat back and let them beat the shit out of her, just because you thought you might die. Alpha Dane's tone was cold. He looks over at me. If it had been Raven, I would have died trying to get her out. I would not have stopped. I would not have sat back and gathered snippets of information from an insider. I would have gone in and ripped people's heads from their necks to save my sister. It wasn't that simple. Devon protests. I told you I tried getting close to the house. Once Trey figured out who I was, he made it impossible. I tried. Devon's blue eyes lock on mine. I really did try. Not enough. Alpha Dane snaps. He nods at Beta Eric. Let's go. Beta Eric grabs Devon by the arm and hauls him out of the office. That was not how I wanted that to go. Alpha Dane sighs as he moves in front of me. I wanted him to reassure you that whatever you turn into is not a big deal. Instead, he gave you even more of a reason to hate yourself. He looks like my father, I mumble, not really taking in his words. I don't want to believe it, but his eyes, they are like mine, like my mother's. Could you sense him? He smelled familiar. I shake my head. There's nothing up here. I touch my temple. I don't even remember a baby in the house. He claims he is 19. That makes him 3 years younger than you. You don't even remember a toddler? No, there is nothing. I didn't remember a baby or a toddler. I never even heard of talk about a man attacking. I never heard Trey announcing the need to up security. But what I do remember are the faces of everyone who had hurt me, and I will hunt down every single one of them. Alpha Dane murmurs as he takes a step towards me. You rid my mind? I ask quietly. It was still a weird thing to get used to. I like to pay attention. He leans in to kiss me when the door is almost taken off of its hinges. What the fuck, Raven? Alpha Dane growls. Raven was red in the face. Strands of her dark hair had fallen loose. We have a huge problem. Alpha Dane rolls his eyes as he turns away from me. What now? She's here. I look between the both of them. Who? Are you certain? Alpha Dane asks Raven. 100%. She is sitting in the hospital right now, and she is furious. Who? I ask again, because while Raven looked concerned, all I could see was pure anger on Alpha Dane's face. Even his crimson eyes appeared a little darker than usual. Maybe Arrow was saying something to him? They carried on talking like I wasn't even there. I told her you were hunting to buy some time. Did you tell her about Nia? I like to test your brides, but I would rather walk into a roaring fire than deal with that one. Another bride. Alpha Dane spins to look at me. Ex-bride. I absorbed her parents' pack years ago. The only one who didn't die, Raven mutters. Veronica. Stay with Nia. I will send Eric over too. He gives me a quick kiss on the cheek and leaves, leaving the door wide open. Who is she? I ask. He told you, ex-bride. Raven smiles at me, trying to brush it off like suddenly it was nothing major, even though she had practically broken the door down to tell him. I know, but you... It's nothing. Dane will sort it out. It's not the first time she has turned up. What does she want? She's probably heard about you. She potters around the office, straightening Alpha Dane's paperwork. Me? Why was she here because of me? If I tell you, please don't panic. I snort because everything made me panic. Veronica was like the third or fourth bride. I can't really remember. She was head over heels, in love with my brother to the point she betrayed her own family. By the way, not something that he asked her to do. But when the contract was up, Dane decided not to mark her. He didn't feel that she was the right one. So he let her live? The only one other than you. She smiles at me, as if that was a good thing. Why is she here? My instinct was to hate her. I had never even met her, but I hated the idea that Alpha Dane was alone with her. She turns up shortly after a new bride has moved in, reminding Dane why he chose her all those years ago. She desperately wants to get back with him. She killed her own true mate so that she could be with Dane. Killed her true mate? I wanted to make sure I had heard it right. Raven reties her dark hair and nods her head. She brought him here. Then to show Dane how much she loved him, she stabbed her mate in the heart, believing that the action would please him. It didn't. He liked her courage, but sadly, no. And he lets her just come here? Technically, because he absorbed her parents' pack, she belongs to Black Shadow. And what am I supposed to do? We sit tight. Beta Eric mutters as he enters the room and hands me a bottle of juice, and hope that she is just passing through. What if she wants to meet her? Raven asks. Beta Eric looks at me with a smirk. It's different now. Dane has claimed Nia. We do everything in our power to stop Veronica laying a hand on her. Laying a hand on me? You mean she is here to kill me? Dane. Well, that didn't take long. Something tells me that your little sister was lying about you hunting. Tut-tut, I'm a little disappointed in her. Veronica studies me with her gray eyes. She runs her hands through her long blonde hair, pulling it back from her neck, showing me that she still wasn't marked. It was an act, a reminder of why she was here. Why is she here? Stupid bitch, Arrow growls. You know why, the same reason she always is, I sigh. Changed your mind, Dane? She beams at me. You know I'm here whenever you need me, ready for you to claim me. I'm surprised it's taken you so long to arrive. Nia has been here almost a month now. She frowns at me. That's not a nice way to greet your lover. You are not my lover. You haven't been for years, so what has brought you back this time? Because my answer never changes. You should have figured that out by now. Dane, don't be like that. We were great together, and we can still be great together. I'm just here to remind you of that. We both know this new one won't stick. I mean, I haven't even heard of her. I roll my eyes as Arrow snorts. That's what you say about each woman that has come after you. And I've been right, haven't I, Dane? She gives me a smug smiles. Well, I hate to break it to you, Veronica. You are wrong this time. Her eyes turn to slits as she glares at me. I killed my mate for you. For yourself, you mean. She frowns at me and gets off of the nurse's station. I did it for us, you know that. She takes a step towards me. Are you still trying to deny how much you enjoyed it? I still remember how you smiled when he fell to his knees, begging you for your help. Desperation doesn't look good on you, Veronica. Desperation? She scoffs as her eyes widened. I'm not here because I'm desperate. You do this every time I have a new bride. That screams desperation to me. Turning up just in the hopes that I will cast them aside. That's pretty sad, Veronica. You really should move on. You can't talk to me like that. If I remember correctly, I am the alpha here. You are the outsider. You are the one who betrayed your family. So you can go. Her gray eyes narrowed to slits again. This is my home, and I am back for good. She grabs hold of my hands. Come on, Dane. You know we were great together. That was a long time ago, Veronica. I've moved on. I pull my hands from hers. And you need to get a grip. I've already banished my brother. Would you like to join him? Seriously? She gasps. You actually kicked Jensen out? I did. So again, I will ask. Do you want to join him? No, I've been grateful that you have let me come and go. I don't want to be without a pack. That would be torture. Then I suggest you behave. If you try anything with Nia, I won't just banish you. I will rip your throat out. What? You won't do that. Do you want to try me? I keep my tone hollow to show her that I wasn't fucking about anymore. What's so special about her? She demands. This will be good. Arrow chuckles. I marked her. You what? You actually marked someone? As in, you claimed them as yours? Yes. You've never done that. You've rejected all of us. You only came close to marking me. No, Veronica. I was never going to mark you. And to think, you were the only one who got to live. Her mouth falls open as her arms fold up under her large breasts, pushing her cleavage at me. You made a mistake, Dane. I agree. She smiles at me. Oh, you regret marking her? No, I regret letting you live. I turn around, walking away. Keep your distance, Veronica. You can't just walk away, Dane. She moans, running alongside me. I can do what I want, Veronica. Why are you being like this? You used to care about me. Used to. Like you said, it was a long time ago. There have been others since you, and not once have I come back to you. Why do you think now will be any different? Because it's me. Has she not come up with any new lines? Arrow groans. It's always the same fucking story. Please, we were good together. You let me live, blah, blah, blah. She really needs to get over herself. Has she slept with Jensen? Is that why you banished him? No. Stop trying to dig for information. She purses her red lips, keeping pace with me as I walk back towards the house. Veronica, go away. I want to meet the woman that has captured your heart. Coming to a stop, I glare at her. You want to meet my mate? Yes, I want to meet your bride. She's my mate, Veronica. She isn't just a bride. She is my true mate. You found her? Her voice drops to a whisper as she stares at me with wide eyes. Yes. No. I smile, hearing the disappointment in her voice. It sounded just like the day I had told her it was over. Yes, I didn't just mark her because I wanted to. I marked her because she is my mate. Wait, she is the one that I have spent years searching for. Where did you find her? None of your business. I bet she can't even satisfy you, can she? She mocks, trying to make little digs. The last few days of our contract, I had distanced myself from her. She was a good shag, and in the end, that's about all I enjoyed about her. The memories made it even more amusing because it was like Veronica couldn't see what was happening. My brother knew because he kept cracking jokes about being able to sleep with her, though he never did. Veronica was the only one he had never touched, and even that said something. I would like to meet her. Veronica's tone changes. Her words become lighter, as though she was suddenly happy about everything. She's up to something, Arrow mutters. No, I tell Veronica. You can't hide her forever, Dane. I told you, I'm home. It's time for me to put down some proper roots instead of spending all of your money on traveling. She flutters her eyelashes again. I was so tempted to kick her out, but so far, she hadn't done anything wrong apart from make a few comments. Have you got a job? I ask. I have. It's nothing major, just a personal assistant to someone in the city. She digs into her pockets and pulls out the credit card I had given her. Here. She gives me a smile and hands the credit card over. Guess I don't need this anymore. What game are you trying to play, Veronica? No game. Like I said, it's time to stop exploring. It's time to set up home. I am a wolf after all, and we are useless without a pack. She's done something, Arrow mutters. What did you do, Veronica? Nothing. She holds her hands up. I swear I'm telling the truth. Bullshit. Arrow snaps, and I had to agree with him. The longest Veronica stayed in one place was when we were together, and even then she was desperate to go off to some faraway country. She had never been concerned with needing to belong to a pack. It was one of the things I had liked about her. Why did you come to the hospital and not directly to the pack house? Are you in trouble? Oh, you know how I love to wind your sister up. Nothing ever changes with her. I bet it drives Salem nuts. She didn't know. She wasn't around to learn that Raven and Salem were no longer a thing. She's happy. I lie. Veronica doesn't respond. She's staring up at the house. As I look over my shoulder, I see Nia standing on the doorstep. Raven and Eric stand either side of her. Is that her? Veronica whispers. Yes. She grips my upper arm. She isn't much to look at, is she? Let go. You think she can take me out? She muses. That wasn't what I was worried about. I could sense Nia's jealousy from here. If she shifts, I won't be able to stop it. Raven and Eric won't be able to stop it. And none of us knew what Nia is really capable of. Grabbing Veronica's hand, I bend it back towards herself. She whimpers at the pain of her arm being in the wrong position. Get out of my sight, I snarl at her. I'm going. She frowns in Nia's direction before stomping off while cradling her arm. My eyes lock with Nia's as I approach the house. Is she leaving? Raven asks. No, I mutter without looking at her. She's decided to settle. Nia doesn't react. She stands completely still. Her eyes remain locked on mine. She wasn't angry. She seemed to be confused about the jealousy she is feeling. You are letting her stay? Raven questions me. After all that she has done, she's a lunatic. Yes, I agree she has made some poor choices, but none of us are exactly innocent. Well, almost none of us. If she tries anything, then she will be gone. I have warned her. And still, Nia doesn't speak. Raven brushes past me. I hope you know what you're doing, Dane. Don't let her ruin this. Go inside, I tell Nia. I just need to speak to Eric. Nia's blue eyes move to my beta before returning to me. She nods her head and slowly retreats into the house. How much did Raven tell her? Everything. Eric murmurs. Once she started talking, it's like she couldn't stop. And what has Nia said? That's just it. She hasn't said anything. Nothing. The last thing she asked was if Veronica was here to kill her, and that's when Raven told her everything. No sign of her shifting? No. I watched her like a hawk. I find Nia sitting in the kitchen, her legs folded up underneath her as she studied a bottle of half-drunk juice. She doesn't respond or even acknowledge me as I take a seat opposite. Her head was clouded with telling herself off. You've never felt jealousy before, I tell her. It feels strange, right? Having this need to attack someone? She stops spinning the bottle and her blue eyes flash up at me. Why? Because of that. I point to the mark on her neck. It will make you feel a lot of things that you have most likely never experienced before. Eric tells me that Raven told you everything about Veronica. She told me a lot. She stutters and a small crease appears on her forehead. She is very pretty. She is so angry. Arrow mutters. She's not you, I tell her. Did you tell her about me? I told her I claimed you and I told her you were my true mate. She frowns at me. There's something I don't understand. Raven didn't say. You want to know why I let her live? Nia, you said you killed them. It wasn't my place to ask questions, but he had clearly kept her alive, and if she was here to kill me, I wanted to know why she was the only one to survive. I did. But not her? I frowned, confused. He was deliberately dragging it out. There was never a reason to kill her. I told you, some of the other brides ran. Some of them were trying to dig up information on me. She wasn't clingy, she wasn't desperate for my attention, though that has clearly changed. Veronica didn't do anything wrong. In fact, she was very on board with the arrangement. It was me who grew tired of her. She killed her true mate. He wasn't part of this pack. She betrayed her own family. I see Raven told you everything she knew. He stares at me from across the table. Yes. Veronica's family had an agenda. Just like Trey, they gave her away for the contract. The only difference is, they made it look like it was the worst thing that could possibly happen to them. Yet, all along they had planned to hand her over. They wanted me dead and needed inside information to be able to do that. Veronica figured it out. So yes, you could say she betrayed them, but she brought the truth to the surface. It takes a lot for someone to betray their own family. You let her live because she helped you to live. It was the least I could do. The horrible jealous feeling fades away as I look at him. He had this mean, mysterious side, but now and again, he really did surprise me. I'm not saying she is a great person, or that she's even a good person. He continues. She has become bitter over the years. In some ways, I think the moon goddess is punishing her because of killing her true mate. Veronica knew that once she met him and their bond had formed, she wouldn't be able to do anything with me. Much like you, when you were still linked to Kyle, I almost killed you with a simple kiss. She loved you, I whisper, more than what I could ever return. He frowns. Raven didn't know? None of them do. It's not something that I like to share. As far as they are aware, Veronica had angered me. And she left? He nods. I told her she could go wherever she wanted and that I would never let her struggle financially. She returns every time I have a new bride. She tries to persuade me that she is still here and valuable. I think partly she is trying to measure up the new bride, but I told her we are mated and I have warned her. His tone deepens as his eyes lock back onto mine. If she tries anything, she won't make it out of this pack alive. It was a lot to take in. Alpha Dane sits there, watching me, waiting for me to say something. But what could I say? I had Trey and Cassandra who had set me up. someone in the dungeon who was claiming to be my brother. And now this, a woman who was desperate to have Alpha Dane as her mate. But how far would she go? I didn't know what I was trying to say. My fingers feel the bumps of the mark he gave me. He had marked me. I was the only one who he had done that to. I chose you, Nia. I was meant to find you. He looks up at the clock on the wall. We need to go, otherwise you are going to be late. Late? I have found you a tutor, like I said I would, he announces proudly, rising from the chair. He holds out his hand for me. Come. I still had more questions, but I think this was his way of saying the conversation was over. I almost hope that he is reading my mind, so he knows how frustrated I am. His eyes flicker to me, but he doesn't speak as we walk through the house and out the back door. He leads me across the grounds, nodding his head at various people but still doesn't speak to me. Stopping in front of a house, I couldn't help but notice how it was run down in comparison to all the others here. Run down was the wrong term, not as perfect as the other homes. Giant vines ran all over the building, snaking their way around the windows. Weeds stood tall in front of the house, and the path that led to the door was full of cracks. Alpha Dane raps on the door and pushes it open before someone even answers. He tugs me into the dimly lit house, giving my hand a little reassuring squeeze. Ah, Dane. A man a similar age to Alpha Dane steps out from a room, knocking over a stack of books and sends them crashing to the floor. His dark hair is tied up into a bun on top of his head. He peers at me with his deep green eyes. You must be Nia, and you are right on time. He smiles, sticking his hand out at me. I'm Klaus, your tutor. He beams at me, his hand still hovering in the air. His eyes flicker to the bright orange earbuds I had in my ears. Ah, the memories. He's safe. Alpha Dane's voice fills my head. Taking Klaus's hand, he frantically shakes mine. This way. He tugs me past the fallen pile of books and sits me at a small table. Dane tells me that you can't read or write. I shake my head at him and glance at Alpha Dane. You will be fine. I will be right here. His voice fills my head again. Klaus moves around, pulling random books out of the random stacks all over the room. Klaus is one of the youngest to have graduated. He even got there before I did, skipping a few grades. Alpha Dane starts telling me, if there is anyone that can help you learn to read, it's him. Hours passed, and although I was starting to get somewhere, I felt like an idiot, sounding out the letters. Keep going. Klaus would regularly cheer me on. He didn't rush me, he was patient, much more patient than when Raven had tried teaching me, but he still gave me this odd feeling, and it wasn't good. Alpha Dane suddenly gets up from his chair. There's something I need to deal with. You stay with Klaus. I will be back as soon as I can. He kisses me on the cheek and hurries out the door. Crap, he wasn't reading my mind. I sit in silence, staring at the door. I didn't know this man that I had been left with. What was worse is that I wasn't in the pack house either. Nia? Are you okay? Klaus asks me with a smile. I nod my head and go back to sounding out the letters in front of me. At least then I wouldn't have to talk. You are not really a talker, are you? He asks curiously as he stands behind me, leaning over my shoulder, practically trapping me. Could I get some water? I ask quietly, just wanting him to move away. Sure, he chirps, moving away. I use the moment to get out of the chair and prevent myself feeling trapped again. He will be back soon. You don't need to worry. He hands a glass of water to me with a smile and then holds his hands up. I'm not going to do anything. My eyes flash back to the chair. I leaned over you. You don't like that. Sorry. I won't do that again. Personal space isn't one of my strongest areas. He takes a seat on one of the worn sofas under the window. His deep green eyes move to the glass in my hand. Are you planning on using that as a weapon? No. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. It's not poison. I am not stupid. I don't need Dane ripping my guts out. Just water. Straight out the water machine. He points through to what I'm assuming is a kitchen. I still don't drink it. When were you unbound? Klaus asks randomly. Huh? He points to his ears. Kind of a giveaway. Not long ago. I mumble. It's a nightmare, right? More the hearing than anything. It makes you feel like your head is going to explode. Do they help? A little. It's still loud. It took me at least a year to get used to it. You were bound? I couldn't keep the surprise out of my voice. His head bobs up and down. Alpha Dane? I knew how he felt about my binding. I couldn't imagine him doing it to anyone. Hell no. No, I was born into a different pack. I wasn't what they wanted. Too smart for my own good. That's what they would tell me. When I started school, Dane and Eric were the only ones who didn't bully me. Dane and Eric stuck up for me and brought me back to this pack. Dane has let me live here ever since. Alpha Dane had saved him. He had given him a better life. You were bound because you were smart? Stupid, right? Why were you bound? I wasn't even sure if Alpha Dane wanted me to tell people. I was set up for killing my parents. I tell him, at least I could stay away from the whole firstborn and monster stuff. Shit, there's seriously something wrong with people. You don't have a mark. His neck was bare. Not every binding is undone in the same way, but for me, Dane found someone that could undo it. The hearing will settle eventually. He grins at me. Now come on, you need to practice. I sit in the chair while he stays on the worn sofa, respecting my need for space. When Dane returns, he walks in without knocking and asks me how I'm getting on. She's getting there. Klaus replies, and I notice the wink. But like I said, she won't be a master reader by morning. It will take some time. Daily practice. Well, that's enough for today. Good, you'll be back tomorrow. Same time? Sure. Just maybe bring a bottle of water with you. I don't want Nia to keep thinking I'm trying to poison her. Alpha Dane cocks an eyebrow at me as Klaus starts laughing. I was mortified. We walk back over the grounds. Alpha Dane's hand is tightly gripped around mine. Did you take me to him because he was once bound? I whisper as his pace speeds up. Did it make you feel better? No. I tug my hand free and come to a halt. I didn't know how I felt. With his rough fingers, he tips my chin up, making me look at him. I thought it would make you feel better, knowing you were not the only one. And Klaus is a good guy. I would rather you didn't accuse him of poisoning you. I didn't. You thought about it. You were reading my mind and you still left. Annoyance was creeping in. I was right outside. If Klaus had tried to do something, I would have known. I feel my scowl deepen. You were testing me, Dane. It wasn't a test, I murmur. What was it? She continues to frown at me. He is the best tutor I could find for you, and the only one who I know that will not lay a hand on you. I need to know that you will be able to have sessions with him without me present. As much as I enjoy watching you figure things out, I have a pact to run, and I still need to figure out where Trey and Cassandra disappeared too. Her frown retreats. Not everyone is out to hurt you, Nia. He asked me why I was bound. I know, I heard. Is that okay? I mean, what I told him? Should I have told him more? You didn't lie. I smile at her, but I do think it is time for me to have a pack meeting and tell everyone. If you shift, Nia, and I am not around. I trail off as I look into her blue eyes. She feared people knowing what she is. She feared their response. I won't shift. Unfortunately, you can't guarantee that. Devin said there are a lot of similarities. You most likely won't be able to control the first time. It will happen when you least expect it. And honestly, I thought you would have shifted when you saw Veronica. Oh. Her blue eyes start to glisten with tears. She hadn't asked me much about shifting, and from her reaction, I could tell that she hoped to be able to control it so that it would never happen. Come, you must be hungry. I murmur before her panic has a chance to truly take over. She nods her head and takes my hand, silently walking with me into the house. Go on through to the kitchen. I just need to check on something. I could smell Veronica in my office and didn't want Nia to be anywhere near her. What the fuck does she want now? We made ourselves clear. Arrow mutters. He just wanted to be with Nia, and so did I. I was very aware that she could come into heat at any moment. Reluctantly, Nia lets go of my hand and heads in the direction of the kitchen. What do you want? I mutter, pushing open the office door. Hey, Dane, she beams at me from my office chair. I was just wondering if we could go out for a meal, catch up like we used to. Is she out of her mind? Arrow snaps. No. Come on, just as friends. Veronica pleads. I won't even try anything. Does she even know how to just be friends? Arrow snorts, and I have to fight the laughter. No. Get out of my chair. She spins around in a circle before standing. I'm not trying anything, Dane. It's just I don't have friends here, and I could do with at least one, and you know me really well. Then you should have tried harder. I have a pact to run, Veronica. I can't be swanning off to dinners with you, just to catch up. We went out to dinner loads when we were together. The pack was much smaller then. As you have probably seen, it has grown 10 times the size since. The light catches her gray eyes as she grins. I have seen. I always knew you would be a great alpha. You just need the right Luna by your side. Are you sure she is the right one? She twirls with her blonde hair. You shouldn't judge people you don't know. Veronica rolls her eyes at me. I saw her, Dane. She is weak and full of fear, not fearless like me. A Luna who is fearful is a useless Luna. Like I said, you don't know her. Now, unless you have something of importance to tell me, you can go. She frowns and heads to the door. She won't make you happy, Dane. I watch her to make sure she leaves the house. She's never going to give up, Arrow mutters. We would be better off killing her. And when that time comes, I won't hesitate, but right now she is not an issue. I find Raven in the kitchen with Nia, both of them sharing a tub of ice cream. I know you don't want to hear it, but Jensen is okay. Raven mumbles with a spoon in her mouth. You've seen him? She shakes her head at me. He called me. I know you miss him, Raven, but you understand why I did it, don't you? Of course. The more I think about it, the more I'm surprised it took you so long. But you did what you had to do. My eyes moved to my mate. She was facing away from me and had tied her hair up. Her scent was shifting slightly, and beads of sweat had appeared on her neck. I watched her jam her spoon into the tub of ice cream and then quickly into her mouth, like she somehow thought that was going to solve her problem. She's coming into heat, Arrow mutters. She's fighting it. I muse, watching her eat more ice cream. My sister's eyes suddenly widen as she acknowledges the scent change in Nia. I think I'm going to go. She drops her spoon into the sink and hurries out of the kitchen. Are you okay? I smile at my mate as I take Raven's seat. Yep, it comes out a little higher pitched than how she usually talks. I am your mate. If you need satisfying, I'm only too happy to help. When she hits full heat, I won't be able to control myself around her either. Is this heat? She whispers, pulling at the collar of her tee. Yes. I pull her chair around to face me, locking my knees either side of hers and forcing her thighs tightly together. Though you are in the early stages, it will get worse. If you fight it, you will. I know. In one quick movement, I pull her from her chair and onto me. She gasps as her chest presses up against mine. Her heart races, pounding inside of her. Her legs dangle either side of mine, barely being able to reach the ground as I hold her hips tight. Here? She whispers as I pull her tea up over her head. It's my house. Her skin is flush and more beads of sweat appear on her brow. She pulls my face up to hers. Her lips hit me hard, with a different kind of eagerness, a deep hunger that was only growing, something I had never felt with any of the others. Lifting her a little, I rip her jeans, tearing them from her body. I could hear her thoughts. I knew exactly what she wanted. She wanted more, and I knew this was just the beginning of her heat. Dane, 4 days, 4 long, sex-fueled days before it started to ease. I had to put Eric in charge of the pack. I had to tell Klaus that Nia's tutoring would have to wait. 4 days where I had no idea what was happening in my pack because all I could think about was fulfilling Nia's needs. Sprawled out on her stomach, she is fast asleep in bed. It was the first morning since her heat began where her arousal levels had dropped and her usual lavender scent filled the room. Pressing my hand to her bare back, I could feel that her temperature had lowered too. Another sign that this heat was over. She could finally get a decent sleep. Finally. Arrow mutters, "You were the one looking forward to it," I mutter back. "Not all the tears." She was overwhelmed. I mutter in annoyance. She is sore, her body aches. You try being in heat for 4 days straight after you've only had sex once. He doesn't answer me. Nia doesn't wake while I shower. She shuffles about in the bed a little, but her eyes remain closed. Soft snores escape her. Kissing her on the cheek, I leave her to sleep and make my way down to my office. I didn't like being out of the loop when it came to my pack, but I knew they were in good hands with Eric. He is already sitting in the office, his head in his hands. As his jiggling knee repeatedly taps the desk. "Everything all right? It's over?" he asks. "Please tell me you are done." Yes, 4 days and she is finally out of heat. Is everything all right? 4 days is a long time. He was purposely skirting the question. Devin did say it lasts longer. She's asleep and probably will be for some time, so what is the problem? He won't look directly at me. We have a guest. Who? Madame Curie. The last time I saw her, she wanted nothing to do with my situation. Now you are telling me she is here and wants to help. I mutter, marching across the grounds. She says she has valuable information. Well, it's a bit late. Nia is no longer bound. That's what I told her. You told her and she still thinks she has valuable information? I'm guessing she has a price. She normally does. She didn't say, but she has been stressing me out since her arrival. Eric mutters. Though my boys love her. Why did you think she should stay at yours? Would you rather I let her stay in the pack house? It wasn't like you just stayed in the bedroom. His lips curve up at the corners. If I remember correctly, you got caught fucking Kelsey in the janitor's cupboard at school, and privacy doesn't bother me. Anyway, he mutters, I told Madame Curie that we already know about Nia, that the truth has already come out. But she said there's more. We stop in front of his house where we could hear his boys laughing on the other side of the door. Alpha Dane. Madame Curie pulls the door open to us. I'm glad you could make it. I know you have been a little... She looks back at the boys and then at me. Busy. Maybe this conversation isn't suitable for the boys. Boys. Eric mutters, go to your grandparents. They protest, but eventually leave. Eric doesn't move until he sees them enter their grandparents' house. The last time I saw you, you were hurrying away. I groan, taking one of the chairs at the small kitchen table. Yes, and I'm very sorry I left that way, Alpha Dane. I was not prepared to discuss moonshine with you. And you are now? I know about Nia. I found a way to unbound her. I have been told, but what you don't understand is that Nia has been bound more than twice. You didn't tell me that. Eric scowls at her. There is much more to Nia's past that has long been buried. And let me guess, 1 million? Not this time, you need to know. What the fuck are you talking about? I say no, growing impatient. Nia has been bound a minimum of 4 times, perhaps many more. It was not until I heard the name of her pack that I suddenly realized who you were talking about. The newborn baby that I bound. 4 times? Arrow mutters, alarmed. What? You bound her as a baby? I was disgusted. You said you are aware she is a lichen. Madame Curie taps her long fingernails on the table. Yes, though I don't know much about them. They shift at 13. She smiles like it's a great bit of information. I was made aware, but what does that have to do with you binding her? She shifted the day she was born. Eric and I look at each other and speak in unison. That can't be possible. I saw it with my own eyes, taught Alpha Dane, and until a few weeks ago, you didn't know her kind existed. Bullshit. I snap, rising from my chair. She was different, is different. Madame Curie sighs. You said 4 times, her 18th, when she was 6, as a newborn, and when? Just after the age of 1. 1? What the hell can a 1-year-old do? She started shifting again. Her father was beside himself. He didn't know what to do, so he called me again. But this time when I met her, she was strong, powerful. I watched her shift in and out of her beast as though it was some kind of game. Like she knew that was why I was there. How could a 1-year-old know what you were planning? Eric asks. You tell me. To seal the bind, she needed to be in human form. Otherwise, she would be bound and trapped in lichen form. We had to wait days as she forced herself to stay awake, fighting sleep like she knew what was coming. It didn't sound anything like my shy, stuttering mate. But then she had been beaten so much over the years that maybe they had made her a shell of what she used to be. You bound her twice. Who bound her when she was 6 and then again when she was 18? I do not know, but I did try to tell you, Alpha Dane. I told you she had strong alpha blood and I was right. I am right. Why are you here now? Why did you wait so long to tell me? What do you hope to gain from it? Nothing. Nothing. Eric quizzes. So you have been bugging me for days just to tell us this. She isn't just your bride, is she, Alpha Dane? She is your mate, the one destined to be by your side. I don't respond. The moon goddess does work in strange ways. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? I snap. You are a powerful man, Alpha Dane. You are either being tested or you have met your match. She will either break you or make you. Madame Curie gets to her feet. Now I must go. Is that it? You are going to swan in here with that kind of information and then disappear again. There's only so much I can tell you, Alpha Dane. I don't know what that girl is capable of. I just know that she is. I felt it when I was around her as a baby. I felt it the moment I set foot in your pack. Felt what? Her power. She looks me dead in the eye. And that is what drew you to her, long before you scented the mate bond. Nia, when I wake, I'm alone. And now I was thankful that my intense urges and desires had calmed. I could finally think clearly. But now I was paying the price. Tiptoeing across the room, I wince at the pain between my thighs. Turning on the water for the bath, I don't even wait for it to be full when I step in, easing my aching body into the hot water. The door opens and I catch Alpha Dane's woody scent before he steps into the room. His crimson eyes move to the bed before searching the room for me. Sore? He smirks, making his way over to me. I nod and sink further down into the water until it is lapping at my chin. It won't always be like this. He smiles at me as he leans over the bath, kissing my forehead. He moves away and sits in the big chair by the window. You don't remember much from your childhood, do you? I shook my head, knowing that he had turned the chair around and was watching me. Has he said something? I ask quietly. No. He mutters, but he sounded different, as though his thoughts were elsewhere. I haven't seen him. Did I do it wrong? He was the only guy I had ever been with. I couldn't be certain that I had done my part properly. He laughs and shakes his head. No, you were perfect. I soak in silence, waiting for him to tell me what's on his mind. But he doesn't. He just quietly watches me, the same way he did back in Trey's office, a look of curiosity. When I get out of the bath and start drying myself, he crosses over to the closet, fishing me out some clothes to wear, something that I was slowly getting used to. Are we going somewhere? I ask as he gets out a pair of trainers for me. I was hoping just to stay here and relax. We need to speak to your brother. I have some questions and I would prefer it if you were there to hear his answers. He said he hadn't spoken to him. What had happened while I was asleep? Traipsing in the snow to the dungeons made me feel a little uneasy. Something had definitely happened and I wasn't sure if I even wanted to know. Alpha Dane pulls the door open, stepping into the darkness first. He flicks the lights on as he makes his way down the steps. Devon? Alpha Dane calls out. Are you awake? You've brought me a guest. How can I not be awake for my sister? He mutters with a yawn as I step in front of his cell. He looked well. Someone had given him a small bed to sleep on, some water and a change of clothes. He had been given more than what I had when Trey and Kyle were punishing me. You look comfortable. Alpha Dane speaks quietly. Your gorgeous beta was kind enough to bring me a few things. He thought it might make me more conversational with him. He seemed a little annoyed that I would only speak to you. He grins. Tell me, is he seeing anyone? He isn't into men, and I'm pretty sure he has made that quite clear. Alpha Dane's tone is low. Such a pity. Anyway, how can I help you? He pushes himself to his feet, stretching out his limbs. Witches, Alpha Dane mutters. Witches? Any witch in particular? Not that I've met any. You said you had inside information. Was there talk of witches visiting, particularly surrounding Nia? My head snaps in Alpha Dane's direction, but he was solely focused on Devon. I don't know their names, but I assume it was witches or a witch that bound her. No one else has that kind of power. That is why I am asking you. Devon shakes his head. I don't know what you want me to say, Alpha Dane, but there was no talk of a witch or witches. Trey worked hard to keep that pack concealed from other kinds. He wouldn't let just anyone in. What do you mean by that? Alpha Dane demands. Whoever bound her when she was a child would be the same one who bound her as an adult. Do you know who he is talking about? I ask Alpha Dane quietly. Maybe it was why he was so off with me. Not yet, Alpha Dane mutters. He turns to the stairs, holding his hand out. Come, it's time for your lesson with Klaus. Lesson? Ooh, what are you practicing, fighting? Devon asks as his hands curl around the bars. Is this Klaus a handsome man too? It gets a bit boring seeing the same faces down here. Reading lesson. I mutter, not really thinking about it. It's about time someone taught you to read and write. What did you say? I had kept it a secret for so long. Raven figured it out. I blurted it out to Alpha Dane, but I had never told anyone else. Devon doesn't say anything, retreating back against the wall. Answer her? Alpha Dane growls. It's nothing. How did you know that? My person on the inside told me. Alpha Dane knew I didn't like talking about it. He knew there was no way on earth I would easily tell another person. Even Trey thought I could read, when the truth was I just learned to figure out what things were without reading the label. Your story is starting to slip, Devon. Alpha Dane paces back and forth in front of his cell. I knew there was something off with you. Honestly, it's what he told me. His name? He never gave me a name. He looks at me. He was blonde, easily 6 foot, almost black eyes, always happy. You trusted someone in the pack who wouldn't even give you their name. They didn't want to be caught. Bull fucking shit. Alpha Dane snaps. I've heard some lies, but this takes the fucking piss. He's telling the truth. I mutter, vaguely remembering someone that looked like Devon's description. This guy wouldn't know the truth if it bit him in the ass. Alpha Dane snaps. He didn't come to the house much. I dropped a list that Kyle had given me. It was like an old memory, scratching to gain entrance in the back of my mind. Little pieces flickered through for. He made a joke about me not reading it, and then read it out to me. Alpha Dane is staring at me. Are you sure? My memory is bad. It's like most of the good stuff is gone from when I was little, and I can only remember the worst parts. My parents' blood-soaked faces instantly appear in front of me. That's what Trey wanted, Nia. If you remembered all the good things, you would have been a threat. He had to make you weak. Devon mutters. Again, you know a lot for someone who was never in the house. Alpha Dane growls as he grabs my hand, tugging me back up the stairs and out into the cool air. I don't like him, he states. Just something about him rubs me up the wrong way. He grabs my shoulders, turning me around. Partial truths do not mean he is telling the whole truth. You mean like you are not telling me why you are being so weird? Dane. It was rare, but now and again, snap little comments would come through, taking us both by surprise. I'm not being weird. There's just a lot going on at the moment. You are being an idiot again, Arrow mumbles. What am I supposed to say? Hey, by the way, you were actually bound more than twice because they were scared of you. Or maybe, you don't need to worry about shifting. You've already done it. Do you think she wants to hear that, Arrow? She is petrified of shifting. Fine, he sulks. Do it your way. You still haven't said anything, Nia mutters. Is he saying something to you? Is he talking about me? Arrow cares for you as much as I do. We just have different opinions when it comes to certain situations. Her brow dips a little. He wants you to tell me something? Her frown grows. Not here, I mumble, looking around at my people moving around. Grabbing her hand, I tug her back toward the house, shutting us in my office. Plunking herself down in a chair, she immediately pulls her legs up to her chest. It took me a while to realize it was her way of defending herself, trying to prevent Trey and his crew hitting her ribs and stomach, though now it was becoming a habit when she felt unprepared. It's bad, isn't it? She whispers. Veronica is back, and now you and Arrow have decided. It's nothing to do with Veronica. I don't understand. The last few days, we have spent a lot of time in the bedroom. During this time, there was a visitor. Trey? She asks, alarmed. No, a witch. Oh, the same witch that bound your abilities. It was like tearing off a Band-Aid slowly. When you were a newborn pup. Her forehead wrinkles as her eyes widen. No, when I was 6. I don't give her the other information just yet, and explain that this is the same witch that I met with to discuss unbinding her. The same witch that had bailed when I mentioned the name of Nia's pack, and now I knew why. She helped Trey? No, Nia. I sigh. She helped your father. Her eyes drop from my gaze. Her hands grab the armrests of her chair, and her knuckles are momentarily whiter than white as she squeezes the wood. I feel her sudden rise in anger. My father? Yes, my father. He wanted me bound? She spits out the words. Her anger quickly fades, and her eyes become filled with tears. I know this isn't what you want to hear, Nia, but from what she told me, I don't think it was just Trey and Cassandra that were responsible. I believe it goes back further than that. She sits there, staring at me with her blue eyes. I felt so bad for her. I had never known a pack like it. Secrets that ran thicker than blood, but they were all centered around her. Why? They feared you. She lets out a small nervous laugh. Me? I was just going to have to break the news. You were able to shift at birth, Nia. They had you bound, and then when you were 1, you started shifting again like your like inside was fighting it. You, at the age of 1, knew why the witch was there. You purposely kept shifting to a lichen in the hopes that she wouldn't be able to bind you. Nia, that's unheard of. It is for wolves, Arrow mutters. Nia stares at me as if I'm nuts. Pure disbelief that I was even suggesting that she had already shifted. Her mind just wouldn't accept what I was saying. You are wrong. I would know. You wouldn't remember. No pup would or could remember that. That can't. You are wrong. I'm only telling you what the witch told me. You believe her. Madame Curie may be elusive at times, but she has always eventually told me the truth, even if it is like drawing blood from a stone. Sometimes cash tends to make her more forthcoming. However, this time she didn't even want cash. She's not listening, Arrow mutters. I glance back at Nia, who has her eyes closed and her nose wrinkled up as she frowns. Are you okay? I think I've heard that name. Madame Curie? I ask curiously. Her jaw clenches as she nods her head. From someone here? No, it's something up here. She taps her head. Familiar. Like I said, they feared you, Nia. That's why the witch was involved. They fear a female alpha. I'm not. You are a rare female alpha of a dying breed. She gets to her feet and moves around the desk to my window. I'm not powerful, Alpha Dane. I'm just me. I'm just the girl that was made a slave. I'm not anything powerful, and I wish, please stop saying it. I feel her sadness. She just wouldn't believe that it was a possibility. If they are dying, let them die out, she mutters as she continues to look out the window. Let them die out? Her comment takes me by surprise, that I have to confirm what I just heard. She slowly turns to me, and a tear is edging its way down over her cheek, but she is so angry. They did horrible things to me. They don't deserve to live. There was that rare spike in her thoughts. Almost a dark side that was trapped by who she had become over the years. Most people would find it unsettling, but it turned me on. It was enticing, and I wanted to bring it to the surface. There's a brisk knock on the door that's accompanied with Raven's scent. Stopping our conversation, and from Nia's thoughts, I could tell she was grateful for the break. Come in, I call to my sister. Hey. Her eyes move between me and Nia, trying to read the situation. Can I take Nia shopping? Shopping? There's a couple of us going into the city. I thought maybe Nia would like to join us, or am I interrupting something serious again? It's up to Nia. I look at my mate, still listening to her thoughts. She shakes her head. I'm not ready for that. Her eyes flicker to me. It might not be safe. Nothing can go wrong. It's neutral territory. No one is allowed to fight there, and I will be there. Raven pleads. We will keep you safe. Who is we? I ask curiously. Me, Klaus. She names a couple of others. Klaus is going? Shopping was definitely not his thing. He wants to pick up some more books. You know what he's like. He won't have them delivered in case someone has creased the pages. She mocks. And I assumed you would prefer us to have a chaperone. So you roped him in? Yep. I turn to Nia. She isn't wrong. The city is neutral. I trust Klaus. What about Trey? She whispers. I'm assuming the city is somewhere he wouldn't go. I fix my eyes on Raven. If there's a problem, we will get her out of there. Moving to Nia, I pull her around to face me properly. Raven has been to the city at least once a week since she was a kid. She knows it better than anyone. If you don't want to go, then that is also fine. You don't want me to go. She keeps her eyes low. I can feel it. I would prefer you to be somewhere that I can easily reach you at any point of the day. But that is not going to help you get over your fears. I trust my sister. I trust Klaus. They are not going to put you in danger. And if anyone tries anything, they would be fucking stupid. All the wolves know who my brother is, Raven adds. Salem made sure of that. She claimed she didn't blame me for Salem rejecting her, but certain phrases had me thinking differently. Choosing not to respond to her comment, I keep my attention on my mate. It's your choice, Nia. What if we will have to trust that you won't. I could feel Raven's eyes burning into the back of my head. I still hadn't told her that Nia was a lichen. I'm sorry, what? Raven's eyes immediately go to Nia when I break the news. Are you seriously telling me that she looks like that thing you killed? Yes. So she isn't a wolf? Raven is glaring at me as she demands answers. Technically, from my understanding, they are part wolf. Technically? She splutters. Yes. Well, this is going well. Arrow groans. Okay, so the guy in the dungeon claiming to be her brother, he is one too? Raven asks. Yes. And you are letting him live? For now, are you challenging my decision? It was a rhetorical question. A warning to drop the attitude. She turns to Nia, quickly softening her tone and dropping her attitude, most likely realizing that what she is asking would apply to Nia. Are you okay? Nia shakes her head. Then you definitely need to come into the city. Get away from this crap for a few hours. Clear your head and spend a shitload of my brother's money. Nia's blue eyes flash to me. It's your choice. Reluctantly, she agrees to go, though she spends the next hour checking that I was okay with her decision. She asks me a final time before getting in the car with the others. Just try to enjoy yourself, I tell her. Raven pulls her into the car. I will keep an eye on her. If it's too much, we will come back. You don't normally like the clingy ones, Eric mutters as we watch the car drive away. This is different. Because she is your mate and you marked her? He cocks an eyebrow at me. She's clingy based on fear, not because she wants me all to herself. She just needs time. How did Raven take the news? She mostly focused on the news I was letting Devin live. Took her a moment to realize that if she wanted Devin dead for what he is, she would be a hypocrite for not wanting Nia dead. Raven doesn't usually make new friends so easily. She must like Nia, especially to invite her shopping. She's never done that with any of the others. I nod my head in agreement. My sister had never been the greatest at social engagements. It's why she preferred the hospital. There's something I need you to do for me. I mutter as the car rounds the bend and it quickly leaves my sight. You want me to keep an eye on her? Just as a precaution. Nia. Klaus smiles at me as I settle into the car. Raven introduces the two other women, but thankfully she doesn't mention the truth about me. I hope she would keep it a secret, even if it was just for a little while. You will be fine. Raven keeps her arm linked with mine when I begin to fidget. We are all here. I could feel the other women looking at me. I know, that's why I suggested it. You can't stay cooped up in the pack all the time. Remember, it's good to meet others, to learn that it is not just us out there. Though Black Shadow is the superior pack. Klaus winks at me. Raven pulls a small black card out of her pocket and hands it to me. This is for you from Dane. He figured you wouldn't take it from him, so he asked me to give it to you. What is it? The other women giggle, amused by my lack of knowledge, and Raven shoots them a glare with her dark eyes. It's a credit card. Right. I take the black card from her, turning it over in my fingers. I had never seen one up close. I had never needed access to money. I will show you how to use it when you buy something. I don't need his money. Raven lets out a snort. You should enjoy it. It's not like he is short on cash. For a brief moment, I wondered how he made his money. It wasn't like he went to a workplace. Taxes, Klaus mutters as he opens up a book to read. Taxes? From contracts, he confirms. Plus Dane owns a few of the businesses in the city. Raven adds, he has deep pockets. The other women in the car giggle again, and I see Klaus roll his eyes. By the time we got into the city, the scents were overwhelming. Traffic, wolves, food, others that I couldn't place. I screw my nose up. Like I said, it will take you a while. Klaus climbs out the car and stands next to me and scans the area. There were people everywhere, some that seemed to be in a hurry while others had a much slower pace. Welcome to the city. Raven mutters as she links her arm with mine. I could already feel my body trembling. Get it together. I whisper to myself, hoping the others are not listening. Klaus stays a few steps behind us as Raven drags me from store to store, insisting that I pick out a few things and telling me that I can't go home empty-handed. She was enjoying it, but this really wasn't something I liked doing. I wanted to go back to the safety of the pack. I wanted to get away from all the noise and the smells and silently begged to go back to the car. A hand latches around my wrist as I watch Raven root through another clothing rack. Looking up, I see Klaus. He lets go immediately. I know, personal space, but you are not enjoying this, are you? I shake my head at him. Come to the bookstore with me. It's generally quiet. Nodding my head, he tells Raven, who pouts for a minute, but then makes Klaus swear to not let me out of his sight. I'm not stupid. Isn't this the whole reason I'm here? Raven gives him a location to meet at in 1 hour. If you are not back, you will call Dane. Klaus finishes her sentence for her. I wouldn't expect any less. Following Klaus out the store, he leads me through a couple of different streets and then down a side alley to a small bookshop, hidden away from the hustle of the city. He quickly works his way through the shelves, searching for something, as I trail behind, observing some of the pretty book covers. It made me wish that I could read. There were so many stories here, and I could barely pronounce any of the words. What kind of book are you looking for? I ask, thinking that if he gave me a description of the cover, I would be able to help him find it. There's no answer. Turning around, I don't see him and my heart skips a beat. Klaus? Still nothing. Racing between the shelves, I call out to him. There is still no answer. In fact, there doesn't seem to be anyone else here. Klaus? I was desperate. My heart starts to race, my breathing quickened as I weakly call out his name again. Turning up the final aisle, I freeze. Cassandra stood perfectly still, a smug smile on her face, her arms folded just under her chest as she grins at me. So the rat has found her voice. Just behind her, I see a foot poking out, a large boot that looked like the ones Klaus wears. A thick iron scent was slowly filling the air around me. Did you kill him? She turns and kicks him in the side and he doesn't make a sound. The alpha let you out then. Her eyes settle on the mark on my neck. I'm not alone, I splutter. Oh, I know, but they aren't here with you now, are they? It's just us. She combs her fingers through her long blonde hair. And where's the good old Alpha Dane? If you are his contract bride, I'm surprised he let you out with these idiots. Where's Trey? That is Alpha Trey to you, she spits, and it is none of your business. This is neutral territory. They won't like you here. I glance at Klaus's foot, which is moving a little. They have their own rules. Do you think I care about that? You are the reason my brother is dead. And you are the reason my parents are dead. My abrupt response takes me by surprise. Cassandra's eyes narrow at me, and I see Klaus roll onto his back. I was so relieved to see that he was alive. Why are you here? I demand, trying to find my confidence. Trey wants to see you. Why? She smirks at me. He wants to remind you. Klaus quietly stands up behind her, his hands clamp around her throat. Remind her about what? Before she answers, Beta Eric charges in from nowhere. He grabs hold of me, pulling me behind him. Answer me, Klaus demands. Cassandra fights against him, digging her perfectly manicured nails deep into his wrists, yet Klaus refuses to let go even when his blood trickles down over his skin, dripping into small puddles by his feet. Let her go, Klaus. Beta Eric orders. She tried to kill me. Tried. Something tells me that is all she can do is try. She has most likely never killed anyone in her life. She sets others up to do her dirty work. He smiles. Dane is going to have a field day when I take you to our dungeons. I wonder what he will remove first. A finger, perhaps a toe, maybe your tongue. As much as you want to kill her, Klaus, Beta Eric continues, Dane would much rather see to it. After all, she is targeting his mate. Bride. Cassandra spits. She had seen my mark. Did she not think it was genuine? Mate, Beta Eric mutters. You have crossed over into a different territory, Cassandra. Not only have you played with fire, you have given yourself the death penalty. Trey will come for you. Cassandra screeches and I cover my ears. I don't doubt it, and I am very much looking forward to it. He looks up at Klaus. My van is out the back. Take her out to it and lock her in. Fuck you, you stupid wolves. Klaus scowls. Go on then, shift. Beta Eric muses. I dare you. Nia. Cassandra glares at him. You don't want that. Klaus looks confused. He was the only one in here who didn't know what I was, what Cassandra and I were. I had no idea what Beta Eric was trying to achieve. She would show everyone what I would look like. She would show him the monster that I was. Cassandra's eyes settle on me. It suddenly dawned on me that she didn't know. She didn't know the mark from Alpha Dane had broken my binding. That was why she was holding back. Everything that Devin had said about keeping it hidden from me was starting to make sense. They didn't want me to know the truth. I will come willingly, she mutters. Good. Beta Eric and Klaus speak in unison. Klaus, I'm taking Nia with me. Clean up the mess in here. If this gets out, we will have even bigger problems. He nods his head, grabbing hold of Cassandra. The smell of iron is still thick, but I couldn't see where it was coming from. She killed the shop assistant. Beta Eric mutters quietly to me, like he was reading my mind. What you are smelling is a large amount of blood. Cassandra giggles as Beta Eric pushes her forward. The van was parked at the end of the alley in the opposite direction of the busy high street. Cassandra gets in willingly, and something just felt off. Beta Eric slams the doors, locking her inside. Come on, you can sit up front with me. Something's wrong. He cocks an eyebrow at me and looks around. What do you mean? I look up and down the alley, trying to make sense of my gut feeling. Beta Eric follows my gaze. No one else is here. Are you sure? My stomach ties itself up in knots. Cassandra hadn't tried hitting me, which was a first for her. They never left the pack without each other. What are you talking about? Cassandra was alone when she tried to poison us. At the pack house. But when they left, it was always together. Devon had fallen out of a tree. I look up to the top of the buildings. There was nothing. When the door to the bookshop swings open, Trey was dragging Klaus along the ground towards us by his long hair. I will give you him in exchange for my mate. He growls, his eyes locking on me. Beta Eric's hand is latched around my wrist again as he holds me by his side. Is he even alive? Barely. But if you take him now, he might just recover. Why? I whisper, looking at the trail of blood that had followed them. He sneers at me as I ask him the question and refocuses on Beta Eric. You have a decision to make, and I suggest you make it quickly. Get in the van, Nia. Beta Eric doesn't look at me. I do as I'm told and hear Trey mutter something about me actually following instructions. I wanted to say something and hesitate before opening the door. Van, Beta Eric calls out. Reluctantly, I climbed in, closing the door, just wishing that I had a bit more of a backbone. The van rocks a little, and a few moments later, Beta Eric gets in, sighing. Did you hand her over? I ask quietly. I had to. We don't abandon our own. And Klaus, is he alive? Yes, I'm sorry. This is my fault. No, you don't need to be sorry. None of us expected Trey to be here. Dane thought it would be too public for him, especially with the area being in neutral zone. Why did you come? I ask as moans come from the back of the van. Why do you think? I wasn't sure whether to feel pleased or annoyed, but if he hadn't turned up when he did, it might be a completely different story, and I might not be making my way back to Alpha Dane. Beta Eric doesn't speak the rest of the way back other than to confirm that Raven is already aware of what has happened. Alpha Dane is waiting at the pack house when we arrive. He waits for me to get out of the van when he grabs my face and forces me to look at him. Are you hurt? He demands. No. Don't lie to me, Nia. She didn't touch me. He pulls me in against his hard chest, locking his arms around me. I should have trusted my instincts to not let you go. You said it was up to me. It was. I should have known better with them both still out roaming the country. I don't think she knew. I mumble against him. What do you mean? Beta Eric challenged her to shift. She looked at me. I don't think she knew that your mark broke my binding. She should have scented you, or maybe she was confused. It's been a long time since you were first bound. Maybe she mistook your scent for Klaus's. Make sure Klaus gets seen too, he calls to Beta Eric. Raven won't be back for a while, but there will be someone else over at the hospital. Come with me, he mutters, dropping his arms from around me. I follow him through to his office. I'm not sure what it was, but every time I was brought in here, I felt like I was going to be told off, that everything was going to suddenly crash down around me. Eric said you had a weird feeling. I nod. Before Trey appeared, I don't. You can't explain it. He mutters as he sits at his desk and leaves me standing in the middle of the room. No, it didn't feel right. What did she say to you? That Trey wanted to see me. That, I screw my face up because her words just didn't make sense. That he wanted to remind me. Remind you of what? She didn't say. She didn't really have a chance. Klaus interrupted her. I shake my head. Beta Eric, he just wanted to protect me, just like Klaus. He doesn't acknowledge my comment about Klaus. I should have killed Trey when I had the chance. He mutters with a frown. Slipping into the empty seat in front of him, I watch him scribble a few things down, wondering what he was writing. Alpha Dane, how did they know? How did they know where I was? A question for Klaus when he has healed. Klaus? I'm not saying he was involved, but he saw Cassandra before you did. I need to know what happened in those few minutes before she attacked him. He glances up at me. Are you sure you are not hurt? Confused. I mumble, trying to make sense of it all. I will handle it. He changes the subject, asking me if I had bought anything nice. A few bits and bobs. I think Raven has them. I pull the credit card from my pocket and slide it across the desk towards him. He picks up the card and smiles. I tell you to buy what you want, and you barely spend anything. He pauses, and his crimson eyes lock on mine. The city was too much for your senses, wasn't it? The first quiet place was the bookshop. Klaus said it took him almost a year to adjust. It did, particularly his hearing. It's why he lives so far out of the center of the pack. There are a lot less people coming and going about their day, and it was just easier for him. Unfortunately, you don't have that luxury. Because I can't protect myself? Because I want you in bed with me every night, not hiding out in a house, somewhere in my pack. Alpha Dane takes me with him when he's told that Klaus is back to 100%. He is sitting on the edge of the same bed that I had been on when I thought I was dying. Klaus had taken the band out of his hair, letting it hang loose around his shoulders, and quietly drums his fingers on the bed. His eyes see me first, and he quickly jumps up. Are you okay? I nod my head as Alpha Dane gives me a reassuring squeeze. Are you? That fucking arsehole came from nowhere. Which one? Alpha Dane questions him. What do you mean? The blonde Cassandra, she was the one who knocked you out first, right? She asked me if I could reach a book for her. As I stretched up, she clobbered me across the back of my head with something heavy. Have you met her before? Alpha Dane presses. Never seen her in my life. And when they left, that guy came from nowhere, almost like he came down from above me and sliced all the way down my spine. He glances at me. Don't worry, all healed. I'm a fast healer. You've never met them, spoken to them before? Are you asking me if I set this up? Dane, why would I risk being almost killed? You know I'm smarter than that. The guy barely missed my heart, and I would be an idiot to try messing with you. I've seen what you do to those that cross you. I would rather be on your side than standing against you. My eyes flicker to Alpha Dane, but he doesn't notice. I had only seen him kill Kyle. How dark could he go? Right, Alpha Dane murmurs, turning away. Am I clear to go? Sure. Are we still having a tutoring session tonight? Klaus asks me. No, not tonight. Alpha Dane answers before I get a chance to say anything. He doesn't sound angry, but he doesn't sound happy either. It made me nervous, because it made him unpredictable. Klaus leaves without speaking another word, and Alpha Dane just stands there with an unreadable expression. Are we going back to the house? I ask after what seemed like forever. My question seems to pull him from some sort of trance. He smiles and nods his head. For the rest of the evening, he barely spoke to me, but appeared to be watching my every move to the point he was making me nervous. It was only when I was getting into bed that he asked me if I was accidentally linking them. Dane, she scowls at me. Is that even a possibility? Right now it seems like anything is. Because I'm a monster? You need to stop calling yourself that. She rolls on her back, staring up at the ceiling. Sighing, she rests her hands on her flat stomach. They will all react like that, she mumbles, puffing out her cheeks. You are the only one that doesn't seem. I'm not bothered by what you are. All I care about is that you are mine, and why are you still insisting on wearing clothes to bed? I pull her in against me. She lets out a little gasp as my hand goes up under her oversized shirt and grazes her lower back. Unexpectedly, she pushes me away. I can't, she whispers and tugs the shirt back down over her hips. She was fighting hard to try and not think of something, trying to keep her mind clear so I wouldn't know what the problem is. Pinning her to the bed, I drop my weight on top of her. What's wrong? You're crushing my lungs. I ease my weight off of her just a little, but not enough that she can escape from under me. Are you still feeling a little tender? She closes her eyes. And you are embarrassed? I drive a leg between hers, forcing her thighs apart. Her head shakes a tiny bit. Uncomfortable, she whispers. Kissing the mark on her neck, I tell her I will let her be, just for tonight. Only then does she relax. She drops off to sleep before I do, curled up into my side. We need to stop Trey and Cassandra. Arrow mumbles. They almost caused a war in the neutral zone. I know. We both know there are others out there that are desperate to knock us down a peg or two. I know. I mutter again, running my fingers through my mate's dark hair. You know how angry I've been, Arrow. I wish we had been there or that she had never gone, but I can't change what has happened. I can only make sure something like that never happens again. Looking down at Nia, her eyelashes fluttered on her cheeks as she slept peacefully, seemingly unaware of the anger that was growing inside of me. I need to run. I mumble to Arrow, slipping myself out from Nia's grasp. I think we should speak to Devon again. He tells me. He didn't know that Nia was going into the city. No, maybe he can give us a better understanding of what they might be planning now, or maybe he will at least be able to predict their plan. Pulling on a pair of shorts, I make my way through the house and out into the falling snow. The cold beneath my bare feet offered some relief from the constant warmth of my body. Walking through the snow to the dungeon, I see a guard, leaning against the door, bored out of his mind. Any problems? I ask. No, keeps himself to himself. The guard mumbles, stepping aside to let me through the door. The guard closes the door behind me as soon as I turn on the lights. Really? It's the middle of the night? Devon mutters. He apologizes when he sees me. I'm not the greatest when I haven't had sleep. What can I do for you, Alpha Dane? He stretches out his limbs and yawns. Nia, I mutter. You are going to need to give me a little bit more information than that. He rubs his eyes. You keep talking about Nia being this alpha. She is. Right. What is she capable of? No one knows for certain. I've tried researching, but the most I came across is how someone in her position will be of great power. They just need to know how to tap into it. Are you talking magic? Like a witch? Honestly, Alpha Dane, I don't know. I just know that she will be able to get us back to our rightful status in the world. And that's why they fear her? At the moment, I don't think it's so much as they fear her. They fear what she might be able to do. Particularly Trey and Cassandra. They are the only leaders left. What do you think? What would Trey want to remind Nia of? What do you mean? He rises to his feet and stands face to face with me. Only the bars keep us apart. What does Nia need reminding of? He cocks an eyebrow. I don't know what you are asking, Alpha Dane. Is she in some kind of trouble again? You have to let me out of here. You have to let me help her. She is my mate. I am aware, but she is surrounded by wolves. She needs someone who is her own kind. Someone who gets what it's like to be us. We have been over this. It's her call. She doesn't know you are here, does she, Alpha Dane? All these late-night visits, and she is blissfully unaware as you lot try to figure out her past. Late-night visits? I've been down here a couple of times since you have been here. Your bestie comes down here a lot. I believe he is having relationship issues. Why is Eric talking to you about his mate? Sometimes a third opinion is better. He shrugs his shoulders. Do you speak about Nia? Nope. What do you talk about? Like I said, his problems, and in return for me listening, he brings me things. He gestures to his cell that now had a stash of fizzy drinks along with the bed, clothes, and reading material. I would need to speak to Eric about this. Not once had he mentioned it. Devon's fingers curl around the bars. I swear to you, Alpha Dane, I am not here to hurt her. You know you can make the decision to let me out. You don't have to wait for my sister to decide. I still don't trust him, Arrow mutters. Why would Trey and Cassandra go into the city? I ask, ignoring Arrow as well as Devon's pleas to be let out. I'm not following. They've kept themselves to themselves, hidden away from other packs. None of us knew of your kind's existence, and now they are going to neutral territories. Why would they do that? I'm guessing for the same reason everyone else goes there, looking for something or someone. Nia had a run-in with them, didn't she? Eric got her out. Devon grins at me. The hero. I knew he was a good man. He's not interested in men, I tell him again. Everyone can be swayed. Alpha Dane, they just have to have that uncertainty. He winks at me. Anyway, for Trey and the whore to go into the city, there must be a big reason. A plan of some kind. Could they find her? Not Cassandra, but possibly Trey. Because of the blood connection? He nods his head at me. But they would have already had to have been nearby to know she was there. The same as me finding moonshine. I told you I could sense it, but it grew stronger the closer I got. It's how I knew I was going in the right direction. He places his hands on his hips and struts around the cell, muttering to himself. He comes to a stop and his blue eyes flash up to me. Who knew she was going? My sister, her tutor, and a couple of other females. And obviously me and Eric. All wolves, right? You haven't got any other lichens hiding here? Apart from Nia, is it possible she could have told him by accident, like open up a link between them? Unlikely. The only other option is that they were already there for something else, and Nia walked right into it. They won't come here, purely because you have the numbers. I stare at him, remembering how he had explained to us how lichens had come to exist. He said it was a story, and no one actually knows, but what if it was the truth? Devon, can they create more? Dane, what are we gonna do? Arrow demands. I need to speak to my beta. This is bad. We need to gain control over this right now. My hand hammers against Eric's door. Wah, 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 he snaps, pulling open the door before he even has a chance to see me. Are you trying to wake my kids? He freezes when he realizes it's me. What's wrong? Devon, shit, he told you. Look, I just needed someone to vent to, and I know you've had. That's not the issue. Whatever weird thing you have going on with him is up to you. I'm not worried about that. They can create more. He rubs the sleep from his eyes. What? They can create more lichens. Well, it would make sense, the same as us creating more wolves. Eric, he was missing what I was saying. Shit, he mutters, finally understanding. Are you serious? I mean, the information has come from Devon. He said it was like an unspoken rule that they were not allowed to do it. Trey would have likely kept it in place purely to keep the pack a secret. If the pack were any bigger, they would have been more noticeable. I go over everything Devon had told me, including them not being able to track Nia unless they were close by. Do you think they were looking for recruits? He asks. The city doesn't just have wolves. A lot of humans work there, unsuspecting of our kind, so yes, it's a possibility. We should have researched them more. We weren't to know. They smelt like wolves, they acted like wolves. It was as simple as that. However, the contract they wanted was never about needing support or Nia. I believe they are looking for a way to tear me down, and it all started with the very thing I've created. They wouldn't be the first, Dane. There have been plenty over the years, including your own brides that have tried to get out of your contracts, or ones that were just doing it to gain information. Now if Treya and the rest were to turn a load of people, we both know that we still have the numbers, and they are the most skilled fighters. Your brother made sure of that. He frowns at me. How is Nia reacting to the information? She's unaware. She was fast asleep when I left. There's a noise from upstairs, and we both wait patiently to see if one of his boys appears. A few minutes passed, and there was silence, but we still decided to take the conversation outside. Is she all right? Eric asks. She was oddly quiet on the way back from the city, not in the same way as when we brought her back here the first night. I think it's just some kind of shock. She seems to like Klaus, and I think seeing someone she likes so close to death has made her feel a bit out of sorts. I couldn't even say she was panicked because that was not the feeling I was getting from her. Thanks for getting her out of there. He cocks an eyebrow at me. You never need to thank me. I am your beta, and I will go out of my way to protect your mate. It's my duty. You've never been interested in protecting the other brides. He shrugs his shoulders with a smirk. You never claimed them. We sat for hours in his garden, trying to come up with a plan. Eventually, the sun comes up and his boys appear within minutes, demanding food for their starving stomachs. Eric looks at me. She needs to be on board for our next move. It won't work without her. She needs a hell of a lot of confidence, Arrow mutters. Then let's help her find it. So much for our run, Arrow grumbles. It's the pack run tomorrow night. We will have to wait until then. Nia is already up by the time I get back to the pack house. sat in the kitchen, munching on a piece of toast. She has braided her hair back from her face today, and I could see she had removed the earplugs. How are the ears? I keep my voice quiet. Trying to get used to it. She mumbles, screwing her face up at me. You got up early. I never slept. Oh. Arrow wanted more answers from Devin, and then I went to see Eric. She takes another bite of her toast but doesn't say anything. She did that a lot. Keeping her questions to herself, I found out something about lichens last night. She still doesn't say anything and just stares at me as she eats. It is to be believed that lichens can create more lichens by biting humans. She drops her toast, her blue eyes are wide, her mouth hangs open. Is that true? I don't know for certain, but it seems like a high possibility. It was how they were created in the first place. Why would Trey want more? Numbers. At the moment, he doesn't have them. But if he does create them, I pause, staring at her, because I already knew what her reaction was going to be. They need their true alpha, and not some wannabe. I'm not. But you are, Nia. It's in your blood whether you like it or not. If Trey is trying to create a new wave of them, there will most likely be those that hate what he has done to them. They will hate what they have been turned into. They will hate being a lichen. Like me, she mumbles, dropping her blue eyes to look at the discarded piece of toast. Exactly. Do you know how powerful they would be if they had a leader who felt the same way? I'm not. Alpha Dane, look at me. I'm the furthest thing from a leader. It's in your blood. Stop saying that. My father had me bound. He didn't want me to become a leader. He raised Trey as my older brother. Our fathers don't always know what they want. I sigh, leaning back in the chair as she watches me. I am a bastard, the child of an alpha and an omega. My father was growing restless and desperate for an heir, convinced an omega to carry me. I thought. Raven and Jensen had a different mother. She took me on as her own, raised me in exactly the same way as my siblings. Our fathers don't always know what they want, but sometimes if it wasn't for their poor decisions, we wouldn't be here. Her blue eyes rise to meet mine. Your father was the reason your life went downhill long before Trey. Instead of embracing you, he sent you into a downward spiral. That continued when Cassandra came into your life. Yet you survived, Nia. For 22 years, you survived everything that was thrown at you. Her heart was racing. You've blown it. Arrow mutters. You were too over the top and you have freaked her out. She screws her eyes closed and shakes her head. I'm sorry. I have to go. I don't try to stop her as she flees the room. Arrow was right. I had fucked up any chance of making her feel powerful. Told you. Arrow mumbles, retreating to the back of my mind. Nia keeps her distance for most of the day, but every time I catch a glimpse of her, she is muttering to herself. Late in the afternoon, I hear her scream and race through the house to find her in the kitchen. Broken glass surrounded her, a deep cut in her hand that was dripping blood all over the floor. Pulling her away, I remove the piece of glass out of her deep wound and watch as it quickly heals. The wound disappears in seconds, not even leaving a faint pink mark. It was like it had never been there. Another sign that shows she is an alpha. Her blue eyes flash up to mine. Sorry, she whispers. It's fine, I murmur, turning her hand over in mine. Before you were bound when you were 18, were you always able to heal this quickly? She nods her head at me. They hit me, she frowns, over and over because the bruises would last a few seconds before fading. Why? I sigh. I know I keep saying it, Nia, but healing this quickly, it's normally because of alpha blood. She tugs her hand from mine and shakes her head. Picking up a piece of glass, I slice it across my own hand for her to see. The wound is gone in seconds. If it happened to Eric, it would take longer. Klaus's wound took hours to heal. I grab her hand again, holding it up to her face. This is who you are. Nia. Focusing on my hand, I run my thumb over the palm. There wasn't even a tiny mark. It had been so long since I had healed this quickly. Over the years, Trey and the pack had great fun in trying to make the bruises last longer than a few seconds, hitting me harder and harder sometimes, breaking my bones, only to hit me again once they had healed. After I was bound the final time, the beatings continued, just not to the same extent. They got their satisfaction by seeing me permanently wounded. It's the alpha in you, Alpha Dane mutters. The only reason it took so long before is because of the binding. Curling my hand into a ball, I dig my own nails into my skin, watching tiny beads of blood appear. The moment I release, the small wounds are gone and I'm just left with a few droplets of red staining my hand. This is what Trey wanted, Nia. To beat you down, to take away your power, to make you little more than nothing. And you, he tips my chin up with a single finger. You are not nothing. I need you to see that. His hands move to my hips as he continues to stare at me, and we are telling the pack today. No. I shake my head at him. I just wasn't ready. I didn't even want to see what I look like as a monster. Nia, it's time. I've held off for as long as possible. They need to know. I don't have a choice, do I? I whisper, lowering my eyes. Not this time. No. Maybe it was better that they knew. If they decide they don't want me here, it would be better to find out now. They will want you here. I look back at Alpha Dane to see his crimson eyes watching me. He didn't seem in the least bit worried. Closing my eyes, I nod my head, still not quite believing that I was agreeing to it. Good. The meeting is set to start in 30 minutes. 30 minutes? I thought I would have more time to talk myself into it. I will be right by your side, and Eric will be on the other side of you. But there is also something else you need to do. I haven't even done it. I'm not asking you to shift, I am asking you to make a decision about Devon. Oh, do you think he's a risk? Arrow still doesn't trust him. What about you? I ask quietly. I'm still on the fence, but at the end of the day, he is your family. I involuntarily snort. Technically so is Trey. You have a point. Speak to Eric. He has been having a lot more conversations with him than I have. What do you mean? It's a long story, he mutters. He picks up the earplugs off the table and hands them to me. You are probably going to need these. Quietly pushing them back in my ears, I scan the room looking for a dustpan and brush to sweep up the broken glass. There will be someone along to clean it up, Alpha Dane tells me as he tries to guide me from the room. It's time to go. Walking over the snowy ground, we pass the training hall, traveling further south than I had ever been. We duck into the trees, following a well-trodden trail, moving deeper into the forest. Alpha Dane keeps his fingers locked around mine at all times as my nerves build. The growing knot in my stomach wasn't helping, and we had to stop multiple times so that I could vomit. We were surrounded by some that had shifted, while others were still in human form. There were so many of them, more than I had ever seen. It made it even scarier. If they attacked, I didn't stand a chance. Beta Eric appears from nowhere, positioning himself on my left side, while Alpha Dane continued to hold my right hand, his fingers laced with mine as he stood slightly in front. Alpha Dane formally introduces me as his mate, declaring that he has marked me. There was an eruption of cheers and applause, and I just knew it was going to be short-lived. The moment they found out what I was, they would turn on me and their alpha. Relax. Beta Eric leans in close, whispering to me. You will be surprised by their reactions. As you are all aware, we have had problems with the Moonshine Pack. They have not withheld their side of the contract. In fact, it was a plot to try and tear apart Black Shadow. Alpha Dane's voice is almost deafening, and I was so grateful that he suggested putting the earplugs back in. We kill them, someone shouts out. In time, yes. Alpha Dane tells them. Right now, it is important for you to learn some information about my mate. My heart was pounding, and I was certain there were black spots forming on my eyes. Is it true? I recognized Raven's voice. That Moonshine are not like us? Yes, it is true. Alpha Dane responds, and I notice the small curve to his lips. They are something known as a lichen, part wolf, part human, like the one that was killed attacking our pack. He had belonged to Moonshine. There is a collective gasp. What about the new Luna? Someone calls out, and I could feel loads of eyes on me. She isn't a Luna. Alpha Dane grins. She is an alpha. There are whispers. They move around, talking to each other. After a few minutes, Alpha Dane silences them. Yes, she is a lichen, one that was torn from her position in the family, forced to be a slave, beaten daily until her body was barely hanging on to life. A lichen who was bound from her abilities, not once, not twice, but 4 times. Tears quickly fill my eyes. I wanted him to stop. Klaus steps forward from the crowd. 4 times? He sounded genuinely shocked. His green eyes find mine. I couldn't tell if he was disappointed that I hadn't told him after he had revealed his past to me. Are you certain, Alpha Dane? He asks. The rest of the wolves are silent, waiting for Alpha Dane's response. What do you know, Klaus? Stories, he mutters back. His deep green eyes remain on me. There is nothing recorded about lichens. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I have books, storytellings based on myths and legends of wolves and other critters, especially those that had been bound. Go look. Beta Eric snaps and Klaus quickly disappears between the trees. There are still mutterings in the crowd of wolves. I feel their eyes on me and the questions start. Is she a threat? Is she going to shift and kill us? Is she going to pass information back to Moonshine? Is she going to turn against us? The questions seem to be never ending, like Alpha Dane was purposely letting them get everything out before deciding to answer. Any more? He finally snaps when the questions are growing further and further apart. I shouldn't be here. I should be far away, hiding. There's complete silence as Alpha Dane waits for someone to say something. But they don't. They remain quiet, waiting. They probably knew better than to speak. Do you really think I'm going to bring in a mate that will attack our pack? Others have tried and they have all been dealt with. Nia isn't like the others. And if anyone is questioning my decision, just remember I won't be kind and I won't hesitate. Beta Eric winks at me. He knows what he's doing. I knew what he was doing too. It was a backhanded threat. I had heard so many of them over the years. Everyone meet back here tomorrow at sundown for the pack run, Alpha Dane announces. There are nods and a few mutterings. They all begin to move away, disappearing among the trees. We need to go and find Klaus. Beta Eric mutters, already walking ahead of us. Don't do that, I mutter when it's just me and Alpha Dane. Don't do what? Don't choose me over them. You have worked hard for this pack. Don't throw it away on me. You are right, I have worked hard to make this pack what it is. And you, Nia, are part of this pack. He drapes his arm over my shoulders. Now let's go see what Klaus was talking about. Alpha Dane keeps me glued to his side as we walk back through the forest and into the main packland where Veronica is waiting with her arms folded over her chest. Well, what a fucking surprise, she mutters. Watch your mouth, Veronica. Alpha Dane snarls. She's not even one of us. She speaks directly to Alpha Dane, completely ignoring me standing right here. Her hands move to her hips. I don't get it. Then you better catch on quick. He snaps at her and turns me away, quickly walking me in the direction of Klaus's home. The door to Klaus's is wide open. Beta Eric is leaning against a wall just inside while Klaus seems to be frantically looking through the books, randomly tossing ones onto the table. Any news? Alpha Dane asks. Not yet. Beta Eric murmurs with a cocked eyebrow. He seemed to be finding the whole thing amusing. Klaus suddenly starts flipping through the pages of books, fanning them out on the table. There's no mention of lichens, he murmurs, gesturing to the books, but there are references to a beast like you described, half human, half wolf. Why do you even have this? Beta Eric asks. I was bound, remember. I was trying to figure out how to unbind it, but the only information that I could ever find on binding is on these creatures. Why didn't you say anything? Alpha Dane asks. Because I am a wolf. It was never relevant, and I didn't think. His deep green eyes focus on me. I didn't think Nia would be anything other than a wolf. He taps the pages of the book. This is centuries-old information. All of them are. You couldn't find anything, Alpha Dane, because they were never referred to as lichens. Instead, they were known as wolf-human. Wolf-human? I mutter. You don't transition into a full wolf. You become something in between. He sighs. And there is very little information on them. A secret, almost. What do we know? Beta Eric questions. Besides the basics. He glances at me. Devin likes to talk. I see Alpha Dane frown, but as usual, he keeps his thoughts to himself. You have been bound many times, Klaus continues. Right? At least 4 that we can piece together. But what does that have to do with anything? Alpha Dane asks. Klaus picks up one of the books and hands it Alpha Dane, already with its pages open. This states that the only wolf human to have been bound more than once was bound 3 times. Okay. The 3rd time killed them. He looks at me, heavy sorrow in his eyes. In theory, you should be dead. Nia. Dead? I mutter. From what I understand, that side of you shouldn't be able to handle the bindings. Klaus mutters, rubbing his chin. He looks at Alpha Dane. We know bindings is one of the worst things that can be done to a wolf, trapping their other half. It's the worst punishment out there, and I should know. I'm living proof. But according to these tales, she shouldn't be able to survive it. Well, clearly she is here. Beta Eric snaps. And she is healthier now than the day we brought her home. Maybe she wasn't bound properly? Klaus suggests with a shrug of his shoulders. You think it's possible that the witches who bound her didn't do it right 4 times? Beta Eric questions. It's a possibility. Alpha Dane frowns, but not once does he look at me. Maybe he didn't want to observe the panic that was written on my face. I wanted him to say something, to acknowledge what Klaus is saying. Or maybe now, he was finally realizing that I wasn't good enough to be his mate, or marking her saved her. Beta Eric mumbles. Maybe, Klaus mutters. I look up at Alpha Dane, who was reading the book Klaus had given him. His fingers follow the words as his eyes race back and forth, soaking in everything that was written on that page. Alpha Dane? I whisper. He doesn't respond and suddenly slams the book closed. This isn't helpful now. He shoves it back at Klaus. She can't be the only one. And why didn't you tell me you found this information on lichens or whatever they're called? These are old books, Dane. I thought they were likely just stories, myths even. I didn't think that I would meet a living one. I've been here for 12 years and something like this has never even crossed our paths. How was I to know it would become relevant? You weren't. Beta Eric steps in before Alpha Dane speaks. Am I going to die? All 3 of them look at me, yet no one answers me. Tears prick at my eyes and I quickly blink them back. Years I had spent thinking that death would be a better option over my shitty life as a slave. That was before Alpha Dane came along. Preferably not. Alpha Dane gives me a tight-lipped smile, one that didn't meet his eyes. Was he already expecting the worst? I need some air. I mutter, turning away from the men and making my way outside. None of them stop me, like all 3 of them were suddenly waiting for my impending death. Leaning against the wall, I concentrate on my racing heart, encouraging it to slow just for a moment. Hurrying across the grounds, people ignore me and I was grateful. No one wanted to talk to me, not until I reached the back door of the house. Finally, just you and me. My eyes lock with strange gray ones. I assume you know who I am? She spits. Veronica. She laughs at my stutter. Do you always do that? You sound like a child? I keep my mouth shut. I couldn't help the stutter. It happened when I was nervous. It didn't help that she reminded me of Cassandra. How the hell are you his mate? She places her hands on her hips and I decide it's better not to talk. Cat got your tongue? She mocks. So tell me, what is a lichen? The others are saying you become part wolf. Is that true? I don't know. You don't know. What? Have you never shifted? When I don't answer, she laughs. You won't last long here. Dane will see what a mistake you are and he will kill you, just like he did with the others. Only I get to survive. Only I deserve to be by his side. You don't even know me. She snorts. And why would I want to? Look at you. Veronica! Raven comes running towards us. You best not be fucking around with my brother's mate. Raven, she sneers. I'm just introducing myself. Weren't you told to stay away? Raven snarls. Like I said, I just wanted to meet our alpha's new mate. You mean you want to size her up? Dane doesn't want you. Why don't you get it through that thick head of yours? Veronica clenches her teeth and glares at Raven. You don't scare me. You tried that once, and look how that turned out. Maybe Dane needs a reminder of how meddling his baby sister is. Ladies? Beta Eric strides towards us. Am I interrupting something? No, Raven snaps. Veronica is just leaving. For now. Veronica smiles at Beta Eric. As she turns to walk away, she tells Beta Eric that she is sorry to hear about him and his mate. Just go. He waves her off as I look around for Alpha Dane. I knew he could feel my panic, and yet he hadn't shown up. Had he sent Beta Eric to check on me? Veronica started it. Raven mutters as she glares at Beat Eric. I don't doubt it. He shrugs his shoulders as I scan the grounds to see if Alpha Dane was on his way. Dane is with Klaus researching. Okay, I whisper quietly. Shall we go inside? I don't get a chance to answer as Raven grabs my arm and tugs me in through the back door, muttering how Veronica was a piece of work and that Alpha Dane should have killed her years ago. Are you okay? Beta Eric asks as he fills a glass of water and places in front of me. That stupid cow needs to learn to stay away. Raven grumbles as she falls into one of the chairs. I agree, but maybe you could rise above it, Raven. Dane has made her position in the pack quite clear, and you know as well I do she won't be the last to fawn over Dane. Learn to ignore it. He mutters at Raven. You are better than this. She was taking the piss out of Nia. Have you not noticed she does that when she is jealous? She has to, or otherwise she would realize how desperate she sounds. As much as I despise the woman, she is digging herself a hole. Let her carry on. What do you mean? Raven asks. Beta Eric's eyes focus on me. He has made his decision quite clear. It was supposed to be easier here, simpler, so Alpha Dane had told me. But everywhere I turned lately, there was a new problem. Why don't you go? I hear Beta Eric tell Raven. I can sit with Nia for a bit, keep her company. Are you sure? The boys are with their grandparents for the night. I have nowhere to be. I can stay if you need me to, Raven whispers to me. I'm okay. I whisper back, giving her a small smile. If you need me, I will be at the hospital. She heads out as Beta Eric takes her seat. You are a terrible liar. I know. I mumble quietly. Why didn't you tell her you weren't okay? Too many people are in this mess. If Dane had an issue with you being a lichen, you wouldn't be sitting here talking to me. Am I dying? Hopefully not. He shoots me a wink. Devin has said multiple times that there is something different about you, an anomaly. You believe him? I believe what I see. When I first met you, I wondered how you were even alive. You were nothing more than skin and bone. Your face was gaunt, like you were in your final days. Arms like twigs that looked as though they would snap at any moment. Even your heartbeat was so slow, barely beating, like you were hanging on to life by the thinnest of threads. He smiles at me. But look at you now. I'm still small, I whisper. I was in comparison to the other women in the pack. What I'm saying, Nia, is that you shouldn't have even survived the journey here, yet somehow you did. Because I'm a lichen? Maybe. Maybe it's that you were with your true mate. Maybe it's because you have more of a thirst for life than you believe. Maybe you survived because you are something that the world needs. Devin's got in your head, I mutter. Maybe he just opened my eyes a little. What does that mean? It's no secret there are more than humans and wolves in the world, and if we look at it that way, we shouldn't be surprised when something else makes an appearance. Me? He nods. We did fuck up. We went into this agreement blind. We should have done more research. We should have questioned Trey more. Dane probably would have if he wasn't so interested in you. You blame me? No, in the slightest. I enjoy a good war, no matter how they come about. A war was the last thing I wanted. Would you like to speak to Devin? I can take you to him if you like. Alpha Dane won't like that. Then why did he suggest it? Beta Eric makes me eat a sandwich first, telling me he is not having me pass out on him due to hunger. Alpha Dane still hadn't returned by the time we were striding across the snow-covered grass. It made me nervous. After he had forced our closeness, he was now keeping a distance. You came. Devin smiles at me as I step in front of his cell. I didn't think you were going to come back after last time. His blue eyes gaze at Beta Eric. It's good to see you too. He turns to look at the steps. No Alpha Dane? Not right now, Beta Eric tells him. I just stare at Devin. I didn't know what I wanted to say or ask. I didn't even really understand why I had agreed to come with Beta Eric. He smiles at me. I know you are not just here to stare at me. You have questions. I was bound 4 times. That's not really a question. I glance over at Beta Eric. Should I be dead? I see him swallow. He shifts his gaze back to Beta Eric and sighs. In theory, yes. He sits back on his small bed. You were last bound when you were 18, right? I nod. Trey, Cassandra, whoever it was probably hoped it would kill you, and yet you survived. If they wanted her dead, why didn't they just kill her? Beta Eric asks. I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out for years. If it was anyone else, they would have just killed their problem, right? That's what Alpha Dane would do here, right? And other packs too. So there must have been some kind of benefit of keeping you alive. It can't be because Nia is an alpha. Beta Eric murmurs. Beta Eric's eyes flashed up behind me, just as Alpha Dane's strong woody scent hits me. You are right. His crimson eyes lock on mine. It's because you are able to carry the next alpha. Nia, that's fucking gross. Are you saying our uncle wants to put a pup in her? Devin sticks his fingers back his throat and starts gagging. I agree. I was horrified by the idea. How could he even suggest that? We are related. Not necessarily him, Alpha Dane mutters. He stops next to me. You said Trey and Cassandra have been together for a long time. I nod. Since I was little. And yet they have no pups of their own. Rather odd, don't you think? It wasn't something I had ever thought about. If anything, I just tried to keep my head down and make it through each day with as little beatings as possible. Nia carries alpha blood. Beta Eric murmurs. We are a dying breed, Devin adds. Exactly. It's the only thing that comes remotely close to making sense. Alpha Dane studies me. I think the plan was to have someone impregnate you, most likely multiple times, producing another alpha. No, I shake my head. Trey he never let anyone near you like that, I know. He finished my sentence for me, and it just made it sound 10 times worse. You think he wanted to raise them as his own? Devin mutters. Alpha Dane nods. What about the excess bindings? Devin asks. That is something Klaus is trying to make sense of. Alpha Dane mutters to Devin. Trey had to have known. He bound me because of Kyle, I whisper. He bound me because I could scent Kyle. My voice catches in my throat. That's what I am struggling to understand. Beta Eric murmurs. He must have thought there was a reason why Nia was somehow breaking out of being bound. Maybe he thought the same things we did, that her bindings were failing, Alpha Dane suggests. Devin groans. Trey isn't the smartest cookie out there. Cassandra definitely pulls his strings, that's for sure. And from what I've been told, I think this has more to do with her than it does Trey. What do you mean? Beta Eric asks as I try to keep up with how they were working things out. I haven't grown up in a pack, but I am aware how packs operate. Devin frowns. An alpha normally has a Luna. The Luna seeks the same power as the alpha. Normally, to ensure their place, the Luna provides the alpha with an heir. She hasn't done that. He shakes out his mop of dark hair. Fucking bastards. It was the most anger I had heard from Devin. He was usually so laid back, this considering he was locked in a dungeon. If he changes more people, he will have a bigger pack anyway. Beta Eric mutters. What good is a pack if they have no heir to carry it on? Alpha Dane frowns. If they had killed you, which they almost did, the alpha line would be dead anyway. Devin's blue eyes are on mine. I'm so sorry that I didn't get you out of there sooner. If the situation wasn't so serious, I would laugh. He spoke like the older brother Trey should have been. Maybe it was time to let him out. The blood tie. Alpha Dane mutters. His hands grab my waist and he holds me steady. The blood tie was keeping you alive. You were weak. They knew you were fading away. Cassandra knew that they had fucked up. Devin's blue eyes are full of sadness, his jaw clenched as he shakes his head. I should have done more. You are right, you should have. Alpha Dane's voice is low, but you can't change the past. None of us can. We can only put a stop to the shit that's going on. This is too much, I mumble. Look at me, Alpha Dane orders. Hesitating, I slowly raise my eyes to meet his. His hand cups my cheek as his gaze deepens, his thumb runs across my bottom lip. You are not alone. If they need an heir, won't they come for me? I would like to see him try. Alpha Dane molds his lips against mine. Guys! What you get up to behind closed doors is your prerogative, but I don't want to see it. Devin groans. Alpha Dane winks at me and turns to Devin. Well, if you are staying in the pack house, you better lock yourself away. You're letting him out. Beta Eric asks, and I couldn't help but notice the slight pinkish tint to his peachy skin. It's your choice, Alpha Dane mutters to me, and if you do decide to, there will be conditions that he has to meet. Anything. Devin beams at us. I will literally do anything. I'm desperate for some sunlight. What if I make the wrong decision? What if I say yes and all this has been complete lies? What if the moment I let him out, he brings Trey straight to us? Choices were not my strong point. Stepping out into the snow, Alpha Dane grabs my hand, just as Devin mutters something about the sun on his skin being a glorious feeling. I am never going in a cell again. Devin's hand catches mine. Thank you so much. I promise you, I will be the brother you deserve. He straightens up in front of Alpha Dane and clears his throat, trying to force his voice a note lower and making himself sound almost serious. Alpha Dane, don't fuck with my sister. I see the small twitch at the corner of Alpha Dane's lips. He wasn't a man who could be told what to do. He lived and played by his own rules. Oh, come on. Devin muses. I had to do the brotherly thing. I will let you have that one. Alpha Dane replies, but I will remind you that although Nia let you out, I can quite easily put you back in the cell, and this time there will be no benefits. Sure. Devin puffs out his cheeks, turning around. Someone's on a mission. I follow his gaze to see Veronica charging towards us. I would just like to make it a few hours without dealing with her. Dane, I've been looking for you. Her statement was for Alpha Dane, but her eyes were ogling Devin. Veronica, now is not the time. I've been speaking to some of the others. She continues anyway. Of course you have. They are worried about her shifting. She points at me, even though it was obvious who she meant. Devin snorts. I'm sorry, but I don't know you. She mutters, a small smile on her face as she uses her biceps to squeeze her breast even higher. She somehow trips, bumping into me, and Devin helps her back up. You can call me Devin. As she stands, I'm certain I see something in her hand, but no one says anything. Maybe I was imagining things. Are you a guest? She twirls her hair like a teenager. You could say that. She giggles at his comment. Could she not see that we looked alike? Or was this supposed to be some kind of payback because Alpha Dane had turned her down? Was she trying to make him jealous? Her gray eyes flicker to me and a slight sinister smile crosses her lips before she returns her gaze to Devin. How about you and I get something to eat? She flutters her eyelashes at him. I'm sorry, but you can't offer me what I want. Her mouth hangs open as she frowns. You don't even know me. And yet it is very clear who you are. The disgruntled ex, right? You saw a chance to irritate Nia, and it failed. You don't know what you are missing. Veronica snaps, curling her hands up into balls. Oh, I do, and it is so not worth it. Bastard! Veronica. Alpha Dane steps in. You said you had been talking to the others. Her eyes narrow at me. We want to know when she is going to shift. We want to know if you're putting us in danger. Who is we? You, Veronica. You mean you. Alpha Dane sighs. He pulls me in against him, draping his arm over my shoulders. Veronica, you may have saved my life, but you are running out of lifelines. I'm only asking a question. She splutters. His voice drops to that commanding tone of his. You are questioning my decisions. No. She was so angry that she wasn't getting her way. It made me wonder how many things she had been allowed to get away with over the years. Just for a second, I wished that she could experience the life I had. Maybe then she wouldn't be such a bitch. Dane. Veronica stomps off, both furious and upset that she hadn't gotten what she wanted. After all these years, I half expected her to be used to it, but still, she remains persistent, looking for a way back in. Though I had to hide my amusement at Nia's thoughts. Once again, the darkness in her makes a subtle appearance, though only I could hear it. She's a piece of work. Devon mutters. I agree, Arrow mutters. Why didn't you just tell her you're gay? I ask, ignoring Arrow's ramblings. What would be the fun in that? Devon smiles, still watching Veronica stomping away over the snowy grounds. Besides, she was too dumb to follow what I was saying. So what's the deal there? It's a long story, and one that doesn't really concern you. I tell him. I see how his eyes momentarily flicker to Nia, but this time he keeps his mouth shut, recognizing that he had no authority to question my decisions as an alpha. In the house, I ask one of the Omegas to show Devon to his room and insist that he is placed in one of the rooms furthest away from mine. Nia, Eric and I head into the office. I needed a plan in place. I needed Trey and Cassandra hunted down and killed. There was no way I was letting either of them find my mate or find someone to impregnate her. Nia sighs and rubs her eyes. But just like every other time, she sits in silence, regretting her dark thoughts, questioning herself on how evil she could be. In my eyes, she wasn't evil. She just wanted revenge, a revenge that was more than deserved. But when it came to it, I wondered if she could actually go through with killing them. Take some of the warriors into the city. See if you can find anything. I tell Eric. I wanted time alone with Nia. Do you want me to take Devon? I mean, he should be able to sense them, right? It might make it a little easier. Don't let him out of your sight. Not a chance. As he stands up to leave, I tell him to kill them on sight, and I notice Nia's lips are a little curved up. Her smile disappears when she realizes I'm looking at her, and she lowers her face, embarrassed that she had been caught. We have wasted enough time, I tell her. I'm sick of their games or whatever they want to call it. Death can't come quick enough for them. I always thought that they wanted me dead, but I could never understand why they didn't just kill me. She pulls her legs up in front of her. I begged for death. There were nights where I wished the moon goddess wouldn't make me wake in the morning. I even thought about throwing myself down the stairs. You kept fighting. She lets out a heavy sigh. I didn't want to. If you hadn't, our paths would not have crossed. You would not be sitting here opposite me, claimed. Instead, you would likely be knocked up, raped, by one of the many men in moonshine. I wasn't intentionally trying to scare her. Instead, I was trying to give her some hope that everything that has happened has led her to me. If they do find me, I cut her off, my eyes locked on hers. I will burn everything to the ground to find you, but they would also need to kill me first, or it would kill you anyway. To fucking right. The whole world can burn for all I care, Arrow announces. It was something we could finally agree on. She sits quietly, hugging her legs. You know it would be easier if you just spoke to me. As much as I enjoy reading your mind, you do like to make it difficult, with your thoughts not focusing on one thing. I've told you before, you don't have to keep quiet here. If you have something to say, say it. She shakes her head at me. Nia? She scowls. Why would they agree to bind me so many times? We said, no, the witches? Madame Curie said you were powerful, that she had never seen anything like it. She bound you twice and wouldn't do it again. Fucking bitch! My fist slams against the table, making Nia jump. Nia clutches her legs tighter as she stares at me with wide blue eyes. She knew the consequences. She wouldn't bind you a third time. That's what she meant when she said she wouldn't do it. I was furious. I thought... Nia whispers, I thought she told you the truth. She usually does, eventually. There are too many trying their luck with us, Arrow murmurs. We need to remind them who the top wolf is. Glancing over at Nia, her face rested on her knees and her eyes had closed. Is she asleep? Arrow asks. Nia? I had just been talking to her. She doesn't stir as I try waking her. She's been sleeping a lot lately. Arrow mutters. Have you noticed that? She's probably still adapting to life here. She was exhausted. Her body is just playing catch-up. Who are you trying to bullshit? You've been asking her if she feels okay for days now. Placing the back of my hand against her forehead, I feel the extreme heat she is giving off. It was new. I hadn't felt it when I had my arm around her. Nia? She still doesn't stir. Nia? I try shaking her shoulders to wake her. Her legs fall down as her head rolls back. Her heart is beating just as steady as ever. It didn't make sense why she wasn't waking up. Raven? I link my sister, demanding that she comes straight away. She arrives in minutes and quickly tends to Nia. Checking her over, she tells me that she can find nothing wrong. Then tell me, why is my mate burning up? I don't know. She frantically rolls up Nia's sleeves, investigating her arms. What are you looking for? I don't know. A needle site, a bite, she could be having a reaction to something. She can heal. Nia coughs in her unconscious state, and a tiny bit of bright red appears at the corner of her mouth. Forcing her mouth open, I smell the blood before I see it. Her mouth quickly starts to fill with it, and if I hadn't leaned her forward, she would likely have choked on it. Fuck, 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 fuck. What has she eaten? Raven mutters as she continues to search Nia's arms. I don't know. She hasn't had anything since we have been in the office. Looking around the room, I look for something she might have touched or something that didn't belong. Nothing seemed out of place. I need her in the hospital, Dane. I can't treat whatever this is, here. Picking Nia up, I carry her on her side so that she doesn't choke on the blood. There were many things we could heal from, but suffocation was not one of them. By the time we got to the hospital, Nia's heart is racing. It's almost impossible to hear a single heartbeat under the constant hum. We need to strip her. Raven mutters. Something has to have happened. Surely he wouldn't be so stupid, I mutter, helping to remove Nia's top. Who? Devon. Nia let him out and he held her wrist moments before he made a threat. Whoa, that is a lot of information in one sentence, Raven murmurs as she tugs Nia's jeans off. Where did he grab her? Her wrist. Checking her wrists again, there was nothing. No sign of anything that looked even a tiny bit different. Then I see it. A small raised bump just off of her shoulder, and as I look at Nia, I see blood leaking from her ears, and I already knew what she had been injected with. This could not be happening. Raven quickly draws some fluid out of the small bump, a clear liquid mixed with a little of her blood. Is that what I think it is? Blood of Wolfsbane. Dane! Shit, shit, shit! Raven panics, frantically searching through the cupboards, pulling out small bottles and tubs, looking for something. Nia, breathe. I beg. She was in agony. I could feel it. I could feel her slipping away. She lets out a harrowing gasp, spluttering blood all over me, just as more blood starts to drip from her nose. I can't find it. Where is it? Raven cries. Raven, my voice drops to a whisper. Raven, there is nothing we can do. I have it. Where is it? Raven sobs as she tears through another cupboard. It had been a long time since I had seen Raven cry like this. The fear, the panic, the unknown. She hadn't reacted this badly when Salem rejected her. In fact, she hadn't been like this since our parents died. Raven, stop! No, it's here. There is still time. Nia's rapid heartbeat had slowed. It was barely beating, and her breaths are growing shallow. She was in agonizing pain, and blood was now leaking from the inner corners of her eyes. Here! Raven turns around and jabs a huge syringe straight into Nia's heart. Her heart stops completely. What the fuck have you done? I growl at my sister. It's an antidote. There's no antidote for this. I paid a witch in the city to help me make it. Big fat tears are rolling down her cheeks. After you guys were almost poisoned, I had to find something. It has to work. It has too. I stare at my sister. An antidote was just not heard of, not for blood of Wolfsbane. If there were one, every wolf pack would have it readily available. Listen, Arrow mutters. Her heart slowly starts to beat. Faint, but nonetheless beating. Nia's lungs are beginning to fill properly too as she sucks in oxygen. She coughs a little, bringing up less blood than before. Raven keeps her distance, afraid to come any closer. She will need to rest. She mumbles, refusing to meet my eyes. Why would he do this? He has spent all his time telling us about lichens, begging me to keep his sister safe. Why would he do this? I mutter more to myself than Raven. Where is he now? With Eric, they are on their way to the city to try and track Trey and his bitch. I don't know him, but hasn't he been in the dungeons for ages? He wouldn't have had access to any of this, and you said he grabbed her wrist. She wasn't injected in her wrist. Raven moves to another cupboard, pulling out wipes. She steps towards Nia. May I? I give her a nod and she starts wiping the blood from Nia's face as it finally stops leaking out. That was pure blood of Wolfsbane, not leaves that had been left to marinate. That's fresh from the stem. I'm certain you told me that it only lasts so long this way. Like I has to be used immediately. She was right, I had. It doesn't add up. Who else has she seen recently? Raven asks. Eric. Klaus, shit, what? Veronica, she saw us coming from the dungeons. She fell into Nia. No, surely she wouldn't do this. Surely. Actually, I don't know why I'm even defending her. Does anyone else know about the antidote? I ask. No, well, just you now. She combs Nia's hair back, trying to wipe the blood out. Keep it that way. Raven scowls at me, her eyes widening. You were going to tell Veronica she killed her? Well, that was her plan, wasn't it? I might as well let her think it worked. I assume you are. Of course I am. She isn't spending another night with air in her lungs. Pressing my hand against Nia's forehead, I could feel that her fever was retreating. I didn't want to leave her, but this had to be done. Don't let anyone in and definitely do not speak to anyone. I tell Raven. Walking out the hospital, I link some of the pack as I make my way across the grounds to where Veronica had conveniently bumped into us. There was nothing on the ground, nothing buried in the snow. But she already knew that it would be a mistake to drop something. I link her to meet me. She was hesitant at first, which is unlike her, but moments later she appears, seemingly happy about the blood splatters on my shirt. You wanted to see me? I've been thinking about what you have said. Oh, she flutters her eyelashes at me. Have you realized she is not the one for you? I have thought about a lot of things since your return. Her fingers immediately go to her hair, twirling a strand of it as she focuses on me. I knew it, Dane. I knew she wouldn't be enough for you. I knew you just felt sorry for her. But that's the issue, isn't it? I'm mated to her. I can't do anything with you while I'm mated to her. I can't kiss you. I can't run my tongue over your sweet skin. I can't claim you, and I definitely cannot fuck you. Her brow dips a little in confusion. Is she not dead? Now how would you know about that, Veronica? So it's okay for you to stutter, but not Nia? I had heard Nia's thoughts on the interaction. Her eyes widen as she tries to back away. Oh no, not this time. I grab her shoulders, holding her firmly in place. I told you, desperation doesn't look good on you. I warned you to stay away from Nia. You owe me. No, not anymore. Lifting her off the ground, she kicks and screams, fighting to get out of my grip. Dane, please, I did this for us. There is no us. If you had just left things alone, I wouldn't be taking you to fight for your life. Please, no. We protect our own. She isn't one of us. She screams out. It's like you said, Veronica. You needed a pack, but we didn't need you. I drop her at the edge of the forest where many of my people had already shifted into wolves and are eagerly waiting. No, please, Dane. You made Nia suffer. I think it's only fair you get to suffer too. Tears are running down her face. I'm sorry. I won't do this again. I won't. I will leave. Please. Run. I take a step back, removing my shirt, watching her slowly turn to the forest. 30-second head start. I'm sorry. The others are growling at her, digging their paws into the soil as they hunch down, ready to pounce. She backs away into the forest, running as fast as she can. I could hear her sobbing as she moved. She doesn't shift and sticks to running on 2 feet. She most likely knew there was not a single hope of her getting out of this. Shifting into my wolf, I walk back and forth in front of the others. They had all been chosen to hunt now, because they would be on duty during the pack run, keeping an eye on Nia. As soon as I give the go-ahead, they charge ahead of me, quickly picking up Veronica's scent. Their legs power over the uneven ground, quickly turning when her scent moves in a different direction. I could still hear her, and already knew that she wouldn't make it far. I'm quickly linked to say that she is surrounded. I could hear her begging them as I slowly made my way towards them. Piece by piece, Arrow growls. Veronica's face is stained with tears. The mud in her blonde hair suggested that she had tripped over at some point. Her eyes move between all of us as she begs for her life. It wouldn't make a difference. Her death is certain. I give the wolves the go-ahead. They lunge at her like they would a deer or a stag. Her screams filled the forest as they began tearing flesh from her bones. It doesn't take long for her screams to become silent as her heart stops beating. Her eyes are frozen wide as they continue ripping her apart. I hope that in her final moments, she felt the pain that she put Nia in. Dane. I sit at her bedside, watching every little muscle twitch, willing Nia to open her eyes. She wasn't dead. I would have felt it if her soul had crossed over, which meant the antidote had worked on some level. But what irreparable damage had the blood of Wolfson done? We wouldn't know until she woke. Eric still hadn't linked me either, and my patience was waning. It wasn't like him to go so long without checking in, and when I tried speaking to him through MindLink, he cut me off without a single word. You should get some rest. Raven mutters from the doorway. It's almost midnight, and you have the pack run. I'm not leaving her side. I can sit with her. Like I said, I am not leaving her side. She steps in and passes me a folded shirt. At least change your top. You still have her blood on you. I glance down at my blood-splattered shirt and agree that it is probably not what Nia would want to see when she wakes up. You haven't said anything since you have been back about Veronica. Raven mumbles. She's dead. That is all you need to know. You hunted her, didn't you? Did you expect me to let her final breath be easy? She gives me one final glance and backs out of the room. I hate this. Arrow mutters. You and me both. We have been in control of everything for so long, but things keep slipping through, Dane. Important shit. Are you trying to tell me you saw this coming? I snap at my wolf. No, of course not. Then you should have seen it. We both should have. Veronica has done some dark things in her past. I should have known that she would find a way to hurt Nia, especially after I told her she had no chance. Blood of Wolfsbane? He mutters. That is something we couldn't prepare for. Raven did. She knew there was a chance it could happen. Arrow drops into silence. He knew I was internally punishing myself, and that wasn't going to change anytime soon. Changing into the black shirt, I see Nia's fingers twitch a little. Immediately grabbing her hand, I talk to her, hoping that my voice would somehow help her wake up. Raven is soon replaced with Klaus. He lightly knocks on the door and frowns as he scans Nia. Did you find it? I ask without looking up. Yes, and there was plenty of it. What do you mean? She had a room full of them, easily 40 or 50 individual plants. She knew what she was doing. Not only were there plants, she had waders, a thick jacket and gloves, one of those beekeeper hats. The girl knew what she was doing, and she was planning something big. She had enough to do some serious damage to the pack. And we burned the entire room. Nothing remains, including Veronica's bones. He takes a step towards Nia and sighs. What? Nia has more enemies than you, Dane. For someone who knew nothing about her own life, how could she have made so many enemies? Her enemies are my enemies, I mutter. Klaus takes a seat in the only empty chair. I assume the brother doesn't know. He and Eric are yet to return. I'm sure they are fine. Maybe they have a lead and are tracking them. You sound confident. I have to be hopeful. Klaus gives me a small smile. Hopeful? Think about it. She is some kind of miracle. Who else can say they have been bound this many times and lived to tell the tale, and now poisoned by something so deadly to our kind? He frowns as he stares at my mate. Has she made any progress? No, her heart rhythm is steady. Raven says that everything is spot on. Maybe her brain just needs time to process. Maybe the shock of what has happened has made her body shut down. Her mind is a mess, I sigh. None of it makes any sense. I can't tell if she is reliving memories or whether she's dreaming. I just know she is confused. So talk to her. Use your voice to guide her. You believe in that? I've heard of stranger things happening, or if you feel uncomfortable doing that, I can read to her. He pulls a small book out from the inside of his jacket. Go ahead, I mutter, it can't hurt. As Klaus reads to her, I watch for any signs that she could hear him, but there's little more than a finger twitch here and there, but it did seem to be bringing her peace. Her mend wasn't so hectic. Footsteps echo in the hallway as feet come running towards us. Klaus and I quickly move to the end of Nia's bed, blocking her from view just as Devon crashes in through the door. Is she okay? Please tell me she is okay! I take a step to the side so that he could see her. Who the fuck did this? Was it that fucking blonde bitch? Yes. Klaus answers when I find myself unable to answer. Devon's reactions are strong, similar to how I would protect my sister. I will kill her. You are a little behind. Dane already had her killed, Klaus tells him. He moves around me to get closer to Nia, taking her hand in his. Why won't she wake up? We don't know, Klaus mutters while watching me. She has had an antidote. All her vitals are good. I think that after years of abuse, her brain is shut down just temporarily to recover. Where's Eric? I mutter. He went to check on his boys. Today made him realize a lot of things. My eyes narrow. Why didn't he answer me when I linked him? We ran into a spot of trouble. In the city? It looks like you were right. He is creating more lichens. They were waiting for us. As the light catches his skin, I notice old stains of blood that hadn't been wiped away properly. No one from my businesses had informed me that they were having problems. Where to in the city? Eric called it the South Bank, down by the river that passes through. We were attacked. We killed as many as we could. There was no sign of Trey or Cassandra anywhere. You couldn't sense them? Klaus asks. Yes and no. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? It means that Trey is doing the biting, connecting more to him. It means that he knows what he is doing. He's making it difficult for me to single him out in a place that is packed. I never thought of the idiot as smart, which makes me think this is Cassandra's idea too. He bends down close to Nia. Wake up. You are safe. You are protected. You are loved. Still, there is nothing. If it wasn't for her heartbeat, she would be presumed dead. When Klaus leaves, Devon takes the empty seat opposite me. He holds her left hand as I hold her right. Unlike the others, he doesn't tell me to leave or to get some rest. He sits in silence, which is unlike him. He was really playing the doting brother, but Arrow still didn't trust him. A few hours after the sun has come up, Raven returns, checking all Nia's vitals again. I don't understand, she murmurs. What's wrong? Devon demands. That's just it. There is nothing wrong. She should be awake. Are you sure you haven't missed anything? She frowns at him and turns a monitor around, pointing to the different lines. Heartbeat, good. Oxygen levels, brilliant. Blood pressure, perfect. Raven leans over Nia, shining a torchlight into her eyes. Pupils, reactive. Raven? There's nothing more I can do, Dane. She just needs time. That wasn't what I was going to ask. Who was the witch you saw? For the antidote, the one that you get information from, Madame Curie. Madame Curie? Yep, she was very helpful. Raven smiles, told me that it wouldn't be an easy antidote to make, but that it was possible. Madame Curie is the one who got Nia in this mess in the first place. She was the one that bound her originally. Why would she help? I never said it was for Nia. I asked her if there was a way. I told her it was for the well-being of the pack, and she agreed. She agreed? Yes, as simple as that. Nia, I could hear them. Their voices sliced through the thick fog in my brain. Raven and Alpha Dane are arguing about the witch who bound me. I could hear Raven defending the witch, not for what had happened in the past, but for what she had done now. She knew exactly who I was, Dane, she snaps. She knows you are my brother. I don't think she needed a degree to figure out why I was asking for it. Guys, Devon calls out. I still can't believe you went to her. Alpha Dane snaps. If I hadn't, Nia would be dead. Raven snaps back. Death. Maybe that was why I was here. Maybe death was what I was made for. Will you guys shut up? Devon snaps. Take it outside. She doesn't need to hear this. I'm sorry, Dane. I did what I thought was the best thing for this pack. I did this to protect us. Why can't you see it? Raven stops shouting. I did this for Black Shadow. How much? It was nothing. She always has a price. How much? I will pay you back. Raven. I don't hear what she says and I prefer it that way. But from the collective gasps, I assume it was a lot more than what anyone would pay. I have it now. She gave me a list of ingredients and the directions to make it myself. There's silence and I feel myself slipping away into my own fog, wrapping itself around me like a blanket as it cocoons me. She moved. Devon's voice drags me back out of the fog. She's been twitching since yesterday. Alpha Dane mutters. No, she moved. Her hand opened and closed. Alpha Dane grabs my hand. Short little spikes of electricity fly up my arm, jolting my heart. Did you see that? Raven asks. There was a spike in her heart rate. Nia? Alpha Dane calls my name. Had he felt it too? I try to speak, but nothing comes out. Take your time, I'm right here. Alpha Dane murmurs. He squeezes my hand and I feel the sparks again. My eyes creep open to the bright lights of the hospital, which forces them closed again. Turn the lights off, Alpha Dane orders as he reads my mind. As my eyes open again, I don't recoil from the dimly lit room. Hey, Alpha Dane cradles my head. How are you feeling? A raspy sound comes from my throat as I gaze at him. It's okay, take your time, Raven mutters. You scared the crap out of all of us. Devon mumbles. I don't turn to look at him, instead choosing to keep my focus on Alpha Dane and his strange crimson eyes. It was a relief to see him. For just a second, I had thought it had all been a dream. Who? I wanted to ask. Who did this? The last thing I remember is listening to Alpha Dane send Eric and Devin into the city. Veronica. Alpha Dane mutters, reading my mind. She injected you with blood of wolfsbane. Raven had an antidote. I knew the bitch was going to try and kill me. I see Alpha Dane smile. For just a second, I forgot how easy it was for him to read my mind. She's dead. You don't need to worry about her anymore, he confirms. And a good thing too. Otherwise, I would have had to kill her. Devin mutters. Now there was just Trey and Cassandra to deal with. Alpha Dane doesn't say anything. I knew he was listening to me. What was he not telling me? Can we have a minute alone? Alpha Dane mutters to the others. They leave, though they are not happy about it. He shuts the door behind them and rolls the blind down. It was serious. Eric and Devin did go into the city, he tells me, and just as we predicted, he is creating more lichens. He may be doing it just so he can attack us, but at the same time it will piss off other wolf packs. My voice sounds like a knife being scraped on a plate as I ask why. He frowns. Talk to me through your thoughts. I nod and he continues to tell me how packs will feel threatened by Trey's ability to turn humans. It's the same as vampires turning a lot of humans in one go. They do it to invade an area and then kill the ones they turned. Vampires? Sorry, he mumbles. There are a lot of other species in the world, though you will never see them here. I don't know what a vampire is. He narrows his eyes at me and I shrug my aching shoulders at him. Blood feeders. That's all you need to know. The way he barely speaks of them made me pretty sure I didn't want to meet them anyway. Shifting a little on the bed, Alpha Dane presses a button and the whole bed begins to move, pushing my back up until I was sat up, looking at him. He had a serious expression. His lips pursed a little as a small crease appears on his forehead. You need to tell me when something doesn't feel right. I thought I was just really tired. My head felt a little fuzzy. It still does. He leans over me, placing his fists on the bed, inches from both sides of my hips. His face is close. His scent is wildly intoxicating. I can't lose you, he mutters in a low voice. I won't lose you. His crimson eyes bore into mine. My thighs involuntarily clamped themselves together as I gazed back at him. He had this ability of making you want to obey him. My head bobs up and down, and he grabs my face, kissing me. His tongue briefly skims mine, and he quickly pulls away. I have to let you rest. He sounds annoyed and disappointed. I spot his swollen bulge, and I wondered how difficult it was, having to restrain himself right now. If you were here for anything else, I would fuck you, right here in this bed, he murmurs. He moves away, sitting in the chair and watches me. He doesn't speak, but his gaze tells me everything. When I'm given the all clear, I won't be leaving the bedroom. It's hours before Raven lets me go. She puts me through loads of tests, asking my full name, where I was, if I could tell her what day it was, and then there were the physical challenges. The more tests and questions she asked, the more impatient Alpha Dane grew. Raven, surely you have all your answers by now? He snaps. He still hadn't left other than to use the bathroom. I'm just being thorough. I don't need you biting my head off because I missed something. He frustratedly waves at her to carry on. I do everything she asks, but she still insists that when I go back to the pack house, I rest. I'm okay, I whisper. I'm not taking any chances. She turns to her brother, folding her arms across her chest. Nothing physical for a couple of days. His crimson eyes find mine. His lips curve up a little. He was going to find a way around her instructions, which scared me a little, especially when I think of our last time together. We walk slowly back towards the house, just like the first time I had been in the pack hospital. I refused to let him carry me, insisting that I needed to stretch my legs. Devin hovers closely behind too, like they were both expecting me to drop at any moment, or maybe they thought that I was going to be drugged again. Alpha Dane glances at me. He was still listening to my thoughts. Just take your time, he murmurs. I'm not going anywhere. I know you are aching. Trey and the others would never have cared about something like that. They would have forced me to work through the pain, ensuring I suffered more. And I will make them suffer too, he adds. You will have to beat me to it. Devin mutters from behind me. Even that Veronica, I would have made her suffer more than just feeding her to the wolves. I freeze at his comment. Fed her to the wolves? Did he mean actual wolves or the pack? You don't need to worry about it. Alpha Dane mutters to me and I see him glare at Devin. Sorry, I will keep my mouth shut. Devin sucks in his cheeks, avoiding making eye contact with me. I should have expected it to turn out badly for her, and I knew there was a dangerous side to Alpha Dane. I should have put two and two together to realize that when he kills someone, it's never simple and straightforward. Kyle's death was probably the easiest kill he has ever had, though it did make me wonder about the other women's deaths. Alpha Dane doesn't say anything, and I decide not to question him. He was listening to my thoughts anyway, but by the look he gives me, it would suggest that the others died in the same way. Dane. Devin leaves us when we make it to my office. Nia lowered herself into a chair, so painfully slow that I wanted to help her. She had lied to Raven when she said she had felt fine. She knew I could read her mind, though I didn't say anything because I knew she wanted to be back here. She somehow felt safer here in the house. Can I get you something? I ask while she pulls her legs up to her chest. Her head shakes from side to side, making her dark hair fall around her face. She hadn't mentioned anything more about the hunt, She hadn't questioned if the others had died the same way, but she didn't need to. She had already figured it out, and yet she still does not comment on my decisions. In fact, her mind is completely elsewhere. Nia, I know you are not feeling yourself. She picks at a thread in the black jeans she is wearing. I'm alive. Is she having some kind of mental breakdown? Arrow asks. Yes, you are, I mutter, ignoring my wolf. I shouldn't be. I should be dead. She grips her stomach and her face screws up in pain. What's wrong? It's just a little uncomfortable. Let me see. She puts her legs down and rolls up her top. There is nothing there, she whispers and tenses up again. This time her hand grabs my arm. Her nails sink into my skin, creating little half-moon shapes. My nose catches the whiff of blood. Nia, are you on your period? Her nails sink a little deeper into my arm and blood rises to the surface. I've never had one. She gasps. I hadn't thought about it until now, but it hits me that she hadn't had a period since she had been here, and she should have done. Her body had been so shut down and frail that its basic systems hadn't been working, and now everything was falling back into place, exactly how it should be. She squeezes my arm again. Is it always this bad? Come on, I can help you with the pain. I don't let her walk this time, not letting it even be an option. Lifting her from the chair, I turn her quickly so that she doesn't see the deep red blood that had leaked through her jeans. Standing her in the shower, I turn the water on, letting it soak the both of us as I strip her from her clothes. She would dig her nails into me each time a new cramp ripped through her. Take your time, I mutter, letting my lips graze hers. Stepping out, I ran her a bath. I had enough experience to know the hot water would help ease the cramps, and if it didn't, I always had my fingers. Turning the water off, I hear her weeping. A hand pressed against the glass door as she sat in at the bottom. I move her from the shower to the hot bath. Her skin almost sizzles as it hits the water, and she lets out a little gasp. Move forward, I mutter, pulling off my own wet clothes. It's blood. Do you think a little blood scares me? Resting my hand on her stomach, I pressed down, massaging it. She was still so thin that I could feel her cramps beneath the surface, coming in waves and crashing, one after the other. Her hands grip my thighs, and once again, her nails pierce my skin as her whole body tenses. She grabs my arm with both hands. What are you doing? Easing the pain. She doesn't let go. But it doesn't have to be a bad thing. I whisper in her ear. Pain can be turned into pleasure. She stills, her breathing heavy, her heartbeat running rampant. Better? Uh-huh, she mutters in a strange voice. I could see the pink blush making its way up from her chest and over her neck, heading towards her face. I smile as I listen to her thoughts. Rinsing off in the shower, I press myself up against her, squashing her between me and the cool tiles as my lips smashed against hers. She parts her lips a little to let my tongue in, allowing me to taste her. You, I mutter as I kiss her, are supposed to be taking it easy. Uh-huh, she mutters, pushing her breasts into me. She was beautiful, and she was mine. Nia. He spends hours making sure I have everything I need. Snacks, drinks, blankets, and sometimes he would just lay with me, ensuring that I was comfortable, trailing his fingers along my skin. I'm still not entirely sure what came over me or why I took control in the shower like I did. In that moment, it was like something else had taken over my body. Nia? He murmurs my name, rousing me from my sleepy state. I have to go. It's almost time for the pack run. Okay, I yawn, letting go of him. There will be guards on the house at all times, and your brother will be here too. He has agreed to stay. I yawn again, nodding as I pull a pillow against my chest. The pack run was a big thing here. I wasn't going to ask him to stay. Are you sure you will be all right? He presses his lips to my cheek. I will just sleep, I think. I will let Devin know. There is a small frown on his face, but he doesn't say anything other than telling me that he will see me in the morning. By midnight, I am wide awake. The full moon is high in the sky, but I had this bad feeling, a sinking feeling, heavy inside of me. I couldn't put my finger on what it was. I just knew something wasn't right. There's a frantic knock on my door. Nia, turn your fucking lights off and let me in. Devin whispers shouts through the door. What's wrong? I mutter, opening the door to a naked Devin. I covered my eyes because seeing my brother this way was not something that I needed, nor did I want it permanently etched in my mind. He slams the door shut behind him and quickly hits the light switch, plunging us into darkness. His hand grabs mine. You can see me, right? He whispers. I nod, though I still wasn't used to being able to see so clearly in the dark. Why are you naked? I match his whisper. They are here, Nia. They have used the full moon to make a move. I had to shift to cover my scent. Though they are aware of my presence and probably yours, they are here for you. I didn't think my stomach could fall any further, but it sinks to a new low. You need to shift. I can't. I don't know how. I look around in the darkness, tears threatening to leak from my eyes. The guards. He shakes his head at me. Dead. We both hear movement outside. Devin's eyes search the room, looking for somewhere to hide. But there was nowhere. It was too open. I watch as his limbs suddenly lengthen and his body widens. Dark tufts of hair sprouted along his thickening skin. His head started to take the shape of a very large wolf head. I try to move away, but he grabs me, pulling me in against him as he wraps his huge frame around me. A mixture of male pheromones, sweat, and something musty fill the air. I'm trying to hide your scent. His voice fills my head in the exact same way as Alpha Dane's. He rubs his long arms all over me, smearing me in his awful scent. They would be dumb to fall for it. The footsteps continue straight past the bedroom door. Devon holds me steady, refusing to let me go, and for a second, I thought I had screwed up and that this was a trap of his. Come with me. He links me after a few more minutes as his arms finally let me free. He moves to the window, quietly sliding it open, flashing his blue eyes at me. He holds out a large hand with massive claws sticking out each finger. From here I could see a few scattered bodies on the ground, in either wolf or human form, but no lichens. Where are we going? Up. I didn't understand. There was nothing up but the roof. Alpha Dane told me that if there was ever a problem and he wasn't here, to go up. What choice did I have? Stay here and let them take me, or hope that he was telling me the truth? Devon crouches down, telling me to climb on his back. I wrap my arms around his large neck and pray to the moon goddess that I could hold on, because I was either going into more danger or Devon really was a man of his word. He climbs the house quickly, only pausing when we are on the flat roof. He scans the rooftop and then does a quick loop, looking over the sides to see if he could see anything. There was nothing here other than a small duffel bag. Shifting back to human form, he quietly asks if I'm okay and pulls clothes from the bag. Why are we up here? Like I said, this is where Alpha Dane told me to bring you if I needed to get you to safety. Why hadn't Alpha Dane ever mentioned it to me? When? He is still looking out at the grounds and not paying attention to me. I hadn't heard anything apart from those footsteps outside my bedroom door. I hadn't seen any other lichens, and the growing pit in my stomach was making me feel sick. When did he tell you? Yesterday, when you were in the hospital. I didn't know if he was lying or telling the truth. I just knew this was wrong. Being here, everything felt wrong. And where was Alpha Dane? He must be feeling my panic. I wish I could link him. Hungry? Devon asks as I lower myself to the floor. No. Are you sure? You haven't really left your room all afternoon. He had been watching? I'm fine. I murmur, glancing over to the forest, hoping that some of them would come back. Alpha Dane, Klaus, Beta Eric, anyone. Suit yourself, he mutters. I could feel his eyes on me, waiting for me to move. If I don't fight, maybe it would buy me some time. Maybe he would leave me alone. You gave me quite a scare, he mutters, biting into an apple. That fucking bitch drugging you, that was never the plan. Plan? I pull my knees to my chest and keep my eyes low. Alpha Trey's plans were nearly ruined. He takes another bite of the apple. Alpha Trey, he was working for him all along. Are you even my brother? Nope, I just have a very strong resemblance to your family. Alpha Trey made sure of it. He knew it would be the only way for you to believe me. I could sense you. Of course you can, you dumb bitch. You have alpha blood coursing through you. Really, Nia, I expected more from you. You linked me. And yet you still haven't figured it out. He tosses the apple core off the roof and points to me. Alpha blood. As if that answered everything. It was just a game. I feel anger bubbling inside of me like nothing I have ever felt before. Just a fucking game. He takes a step back from me, laughing. Is that it? That is all you think I'm worth? I believed in you. I shake my head, lost for words. So did everyone here. Eric, Klaus, but you were the biggest believer of all. As if I would hide out in a forest all day watching Alpha Trey's house for years. No, my job was far more important. I had been so stupid. You were just going to hand me over to him? Kicking and screaming if you don't come willingly. He shrugs his shoulders. You are a fucking arsehole. I push myself up on my feet. I should have let Alpha Dane rip you apart. But you couldn't, because you felt sorry for your little brother. He mocks my voice. A pain shoots through my head as I stare at him. White-hot rage burned inside of me. I had spent my entire life being used as a pawn, being a punch bag for when they needed to vent or when they just felt like it. You don't get to do this. I snap. And what are you going to do to stop me? Alpha Trey will be here the minute I call him. I wasn't being sucked back into that life. I'm not going to let it happen. I look around. There's nothing here I could use to defend myself. Nothing. Another pain rips through my head, almost bringing me to my knees, and I fight with every ounce of my being to keep myself upright, to not show any weakness to him. There's nothing you can do, Nia, he muses. Your life has already been planned for you, and you are all alone. I'm here. A female voice rings through my head, and pain shoots through my entire body. My body hurls itself at Devon, large claws appearing at the tips of my fingers that plunge straight into his chest. As my hand comes out, fragments of his heart are attached to my claws. He croaks as he stares at me. The claws quickly disappear, leaving pieces of his heart sitting in my hand. Push him, the voice mutters inside my head. Push him over. Nia. His eyes were on my hand. Weird hollow rasps come out of him as blood trickles down the front of his top. Very slowly he looks down, like time had stopped to allow him to process what had happened. His hands shake as he touches his chest. He croaks and his body sways. Without a single thought, I shove him off the roof, standing still until I hear his body hit the ground with a deafening crack. Sitting down, I pull my knees to my chest, letting the cold night air rustle through my hair. I had just killed someone. I turned my hand over to look at it. It had partially shifted. Dried spots of blood still lingered. Running my thumb over the tips of my fingers, I feel nothing. No pain, no sharp edges under my skin. The claws had disappeared as quickly as they came. I'm sorry about that, but that prick needed dealing with. The voice rumbles through my head, unbothered by what had happened. There was no one on the roof but me, and it certainly wasn't Alpha Dane who was speaking to me. You are right, I am far from a man. I hear the amusement in her voice. Who are you? I'm Nyx, your lichen. and it looks like we found each other at the right time. You are not supposed to be in my head. It's funny what a little alpha blood and a few bindings can do. I was annoyed. If I had a lichen, why hadn't she shown herself? Where have you been? I've been right here, but those fuckers had me shut down. It was an odd sensation, feeling her roam my mind. The period? I whisper. Bingo. Stunned into silence, I keep my arms wrapped around my legs. Is this what Alpha Dane and the others feel like when their wolf is talking? You will get used to me, Nia. My job is to keep us both alive. I let out a snort. I had done all right on my own until now. Sort of. From now on, she adds. By the time the sun rose, my entire body was shivering. I only had on the tee and joggers I had worn to bed. My feet were bare, and even though my body could give off a lot of heat, it wasn't enough to combat the cold night air, and I wouldn't let Nyx come forward so we could climb down. I was still too afraid to become a monster. I would rather freeze to death. Nia? Nia, are you okay? Alpha Dane's words raced through my mind. Looking over the edge of the roof, I could still see Devon's mangled body along with the people he had killed. There were no others. The grounds were quiet. What about the kids? What about the ones who were too old to take part in the pack run? Where were they? How many had Devon killed? I'm on the roof. I mumble through the link. Why didn't he feel my fear or my panic? I ask out loud. I blocked it. It was time for you to stand on your own 2 feet. As much as he is hot, he can't protect us all the time. You blocked him? I shout out in annoyance. She doesn't answer me, and she doesn't say anything else. Alpha Dane and the others come out of the forest. They halt when they see the dead bodies that surround the pack house. Very slowly, Alpha Dane's eyes search the rooftop, looking for me. The moment he sees me, he just stares back at me. He thought I had killed them. I'm coming up, he mutters. He expertly scales the side of the house like he had done it 1,000,000 times before, his feet and his fingers quickly finding ledges to hold on to. As he climbs over the top, he just watches me. It wasn't me. Well, just Devon, I whisper. Did you shift? No, a little. She talks so much. What about the kids and the others? His eyes narrow at me. Eric is checking. Who are you talking about? Nyx, I mumble. In my head, a lichen. I was really struggling to get the words out between her talking to me and trying to tell me what to say and my own thoughts. Things were becoming muddled. He grabs my shoulders. His eyes quickly go to my bare feet, and he groans. How long have you been up here? Midnight, I whisper. I had looked at the clock moments before Devon barged his way into my room. I cling to Alpha Dane like a monkey as he lowers us back down to his bedroom window. Inside, he wraps a blanket around me and quickly closes the window. Tell me what happened. Tell me everything. He settles into the large chair, watching me with his crimson eyes. I stutter a lot, trying to get all the information out. He just nods his head, letting me get everything off my chest. And claws appeared. I mutter. I pulled out bits of his heart. I urge at the thought of it, remembering how the pieces stuck to the end of my claws. It still didn't feel real. You partially shifted? He asks when I don't say any more. I close my eyes and nod. I could hear in his tone that he didn't believe it, that he thought I was lying. And you have a Lycan who is talking to you? In the same way as Arrow speaks to me? I nod again, because it hadn't matched anything that I had learned about myself. Trey never had a Lycan spirit inside of him. Devon said it didn't happen. Yet here I was with Nyx whispering things in my head. Is she talking to you now? I puff out my cheeks and bob my head. What is she saying? That you don't believe me. But you can read my mind. You have to know that I'm not lying. Right? But it's not that you don't believe me, is it, Alpha Dane? It's that you don't think it's possible for me to kill someone like Devon, even though you can read my mind. His crimson eyes study me. Partial shifting is not a thing. But then again, these days, I never know what is going to happen. I didn't want to show him, but he was leaving me no choice. Do it, I whisper to Nyx. Just like before. I actually feel her eyes roll, and it was the oddest feeling. I pull my hand out from under the blanket and hold it out. Within seconds, there is a sharp pain that shoots through my entire body. My hand slowly transforms, growing bigger as thick claws inch themselves out of the tips of my fingers. The actual shift didn't hurt. It was the moment before. It was strange. How does it make you feel? I turned my clawed hand over, inspecting it. Tufts of dark fur spread up my wrist but fizzled out as it met my human flesh. I don't know, I murmur. I had hated the idea of me shifting, hated the idea that I would become something else. I hated how this was kept a secret from me since I was a kid. But the partial shift, it saved my life. See, Nyx mutters. It's really not that bad. You don't know? Alpha Dane repeats. I shake my head and my claws retract as my hand shrinks. I'm sorry about your men. I whisper, still staring at my hand. I believed him. When he said Trey was attacking, I believed him. You had no reason not to. You feared Trey. If someone tells you he is coming, I wouldn't have expected any different. I frowned because I knew I was an idiot. He lied to us all and we all fell for it. I'm just as much to blame. I should have known that taking too many on a pack run would be a mistake. I put my trust in the wrong man. That won't happen again. Dane, the bastard, had killed 8 men. They all had families. Some were older with children of their own. Some were younger, freshly graduated and wanting to prove themselves as warriors. It should have been a simple task, protecting my mate. None of us knew. It was the downside of shifting under a full moon. We were at our strongest, yet we got caught up in the haze of hunting, drowning out everything that isn't related to what we are tracking. As I sit here, watching her turn her hand over, Her big blue eyes study the smallest of marks, trying to figure out where the claws come from and where they have disappeared to. I couldn't help but feel annoyed with myself. Yes, she had protected herself, and it is what I've wanted her to do since the day she arrived, but that niggling feeling I have just won't go away. And yet she doesn't seem upset. Raven had confirmed that everyone had been dead for a while, and I could tell by Nia's blue-tinged toes that she had been out in the cold for a long time. So maybe she had come to terms with it. Or maybe this Nyx had helped her process it. I just knew that she didn't seem fazed, which was unusual for someone who had just experienced their first kill. The bodies have been dealt with, Klaus links me. Eric has checked in on all the kids and the elderly. No one has been touched. It just seems to be those who were guarding the house. I want both of you in my office in 10 minutes, I tell him. Nia rubs her toes with the blanket, trying to warm them up. What brought Nyx to the surface? I ask curiously. My period. She answers quickly, no hesitation or stuttering. She said it's what was needed. She says she should have been present when I turned 13, but I never went through full puberty. My body was too weak. She brushes her tangled hair back from her face. Grabbing her brush off the cabinet, I hand it to her and watch as she rakes it through her long dark hair, smoothing out the knots. She sighs as she drops the brush onto the bed next to her, rejigging the blanket to cover herself properly. I know you are mad, Alpha Dane. I'm not mad at you. I know, she murmurs. She goes to speak again, but frowns and closes her mouth. She's talking to Nyx. Arrow mumbles, look at her eyes. I worked that out, I reply. But as focus on her eyes, I see something that I haven't seen before. A dark ring around the blue. Nia? Her eyes flash up to mine and the ring disappears. I need you to come with me. Where? Am I in trouble? Only downstairs to the office. I would leave you here, but I don't feel comfortable leaving you alone right now. She follows me through the house to the office, keeping the blanket tightly wrapped around her. Parking herself in her usual seat, she automatically pulls her knees up to her chest, hiding her legs under the blanket. Klaus and Eric appear, arguing about something. We all fell for it. Klaus snaps, and from what I hear, you were having nightly visits with him. They stop when they spot Nia. Eric's arms fold up as Klaus watches her curiously. Can we just get past the fact he played us all? I snap. He kept up this fucking charade for a long time. Why would he help me kill Lycans if it was a setup? Eric scowls. Because he knew that we would have been onto him. It would have blown his cover. He had to make us believe that he was a good guy, that he was on Nia's side. He wouldn't have gotten away otherwise, not that he did. He said he was going to call Trey. Nia whispers. That he just needed to let them know I was ready for collection. The doting brother, it was all lies. Oddly for Nia, there is no emotion in her voice. He deserved it, she murmurs without looking at any of us. That subtle darkness raising its head again. You killed him? Klaus asks in surprise. I did. I ripped out pieces of his heart and then pushed him over the edge. She mutters unapologetically. You? Eric is shocked, and I could see why. She was small, she looked weak. You just wouldn't expect it from her. But then again, they don't see the darkness bubbling under the surface like I do. I don't understand, Klaus mutters. He looked just like you. Same dark hair, same blue eyes. There are even similarities in the way you both smile. The final comment was an odd one. Was he interested in my mate? Everything was a setup, I snapped, drawing their attention to me, and we fell for something as obvious as that. It was like Nia had said, I wasn't angry with her. I was angry at myself. I had seen all the tricks over the years. I had heard all the plans, and still I fell for it. You should have trusted my instincts, Arrow grumbles. He was right. I should have. I fucked up and I lost a bunch of my men tonight, but she was still here and she was still alive. My fist hits the desk, startling the men, but Nia just stares at me. It's probably the longest she has ever held eye contact with anyone. I'm calling Jensen back. Both men cock an eyebrow at me. Neither say anything and Nia just watches me. I know what you are probably thinking. I banished him, but you both know as well as I do that he is skilled in the art of war, and he probably would have seen all this a mile away. This is his area of expertise, and we are lacking in it. I had ultimate control. My pack trusted me, but we all had our strengths and we needed him. I look at Nia. He won't come near you. I was trying to be reassuring, but it came out as an order. She bobs her head at me. Nyx said she will kill him if he tries anything. Her answer is deadpan and both men cock their eyebrows at her. Who the fuck is Nyx? Eric demands. Nyx, I mutter, is Nia's Lycan. No, Devin said it wasn't possible. He splutters. Devin also spewed a lot of other shit. All the crap he said about Nia not remembering him, don't you see that it makes sense now? There was nothing for her to remember. He didn't exist. I shout at him. Whatever thing he had going on with the guy, he needed to get over it. Devin had screwed us, and that was the end of it. Nia. Standing out in front of the house, Alpha Dane's fingers were entwined with mine. It had been 4 days since the incident, and he barely let me out of his sight. Even training and tutoring were out of the question, and there was no room for debate. I knew that he was silently questioning my every move, while everyone else was feeling the brunt of his anger. It had been years since they had lost a pack member to anything other than old age, or at the hands of Alpha Dane. It put the whole pack on edge. There were meetings constantly, new measures were being put in place, and apart from Jensen, no one else will be granted entry to the pack, not for now at least. Are you okay? Alpha Dane asks without even looking at me. Uh-huh. I stare out at the grounds. The snow had stopped, and spring was on its way. He asked me if I was okay multiple times a day, like he expected me to spontaneously combust at any moment. Alpha Dane looks out the corner of his eye at me, a look I was getting used to because it wasn't just him. Everyone that I came into contact with in the last few days gave me that same look. It wasn't quite blame, because that is a look I would recognize anywhere, one that I received regularly at Moonshine. Here I couldn't quite figure it out, but it was definitely something, and Nyx didn't help, challenging anyone who she didn't like the look of. She would hurtle herself forward, taking control for just a second, and I couldn't figure out how to stop her, and she wouldn't tell me either, like it was some massive secret. A fancy car starts making its way towards us. It wasn't the one Alpha Dane had sent Jensen away in, and as I look up to him, I see the heavy-set frown. He didn't want his brother back, but what had happened 4 days ago gave him little choice. Jensen gets out of the car, slinging a bag over his shoulder. His dark hair had grown out since I had last seen him and was almost shoulder length now. Jensen stops less than a meter from us, dropping his bag on the floor. His dark eyes settle on me. Well, you have caused quite the problem, haven't you? He didn't know everything. Alpha Dane suddenly slides his hand into my hair, pulling it back to reveal my neck. More importantly, the mark he had given me. It was a silent warning. Interesting. He grins at me. Big bro has finally found someone to settle down with. His dark eyes don't leave mine. Fucking douche, Nyx mutters. Office. Alpha Dane mutters to his brother. There is a lot that we need to discuss. The coldness in his voice sends a shiver down my spine, and not in a good way. I sit quietly in the corner of the office as Alpha Dane breaks the news of my ancestry to Jensen, though he doesn't mention that I'm supposed to be an alpha. Jensen says something that surprises us both. So they do exist? You've heard of them? Why have you never mentioned anything to me? Alpha Dane demands. It was a comment I heard in the city, ages ago now. At the time I just thought I had too much to drink. When? Alpha Dane presses. A year and a half. I thought that I had too much to drink, that my mind was playing tricks. Alpha Dane's crimson eyes flashed to me and I knew exactly what he was thinking. It was the same thing I was. They had been recruiting for a lot longer than we thought. Maybe Devon was one of the recruits. Maybe he had been changed a long time ago, long enough to have learned everything about me. They are surprisingly decently skilled, compared to that first one anyway. Alpha Dane scratches through the stubble on his chin. One took out 8 of my men. Jensen turns to look at me. 8? It was a trap. He was going to hand me over to Trey. I mumble. I see that you haven't lost your stutter yet. He winks at me. Some things never change. I suggest you focus on something else. Alpha Dane growls. I didn't bring you back so you could hit on my mate. This is a chance to prove yourself, Jensen. Jensen turns away from me. You mean if I am willing to help, you will let me come home? That is the deal. Are you going to write a contract for me too? I hear his sarcasm and Nyx calls him a douche again. That can be arranged, but I would prefer that you do something for your family other than just think of yourself. I said I would help, he mutters, but I also get the feeling you are not telling me everything. I can't work without all the information. Alpha Dane looks over to me and Jensen does the same. They want me so they can put a pup in me. I mutter in disgust because it still made me feel gross. Jensen's eyes narrow. But you are marked. It will kill you if they try anything. They don't know that. Well, we believe they don't. I'm not entirely sure what they do and don't know. There is still a lot of missing information surrounding them, and it depends if the traitor shared any of the information we learned. Alpha Dane murmurs. Okay, then just show them the mark. He states as though that was it. I thought that would be the answer too, but Alpha Dane said it's not as simple as that. If they find a way to kill him first, I would be free from my bonds. The same as when he killed Kyle. Alpha Dane tells him exactly that. For argument's sake, let's say they do find a way to kill you. He mutters to Alpha Dane. Why are they so hell-bent about putting a pup in her? Surely there are other females in the pack. She doesn't just carry alpha blood, she is an alpha. Jensen's dark eyes find me again, hovering on me for longer than before. I shift in my seat and lower my gaze. Prick, Nyx snaps. I will help, he mutters eventually. Like you said, Dane, this is my home too. He swans from the office, muttering something about taking up his own room. You didn't tell him, I whisper. About Nyx? No, I thought it would be more interesting to see how you respond to him, now that you have another spirit residing in you. You mean you want Nyx to surprise him? He smiles, the first proper smile I had seen in days. It might remind him to stay in his own lane. Someone will tell him, it's not a secret. Perhaps, or maybe they will expect him to know. What did she think of him? She called him a prick. Alpha Dane laughs. Finally a female who can see right through him. He leans back in the desk chair, folding his arms across his chest. I know I haven't been easy to live with for the last few days, but something like this just doesn't happen to my pack. I know, and I'm so... He holds a hand up, stopping me from finishing my sentence. You have to stop apologizing, Nia. I know you are sorry, but you can't feel guilt for something that was out of your control. I was the one who put you in that situation. I left you with just a few guards and the man who claimed to be your brother. You have to stop blaming yourself. I don't think I can. Years of being made to feel guilty can't just be washed away. Someone could stub their toe, and I would probably find a way to convince myself it was my fault. I look up at the ceiling, trying to blink back the tears. I was expecting Nyx to comment on my weakness, but she too is quiet. She had told me she could see everything. Every little memory I had, and she hated that she wasn't there to protect me. She claims that she would have slit their throats while they were sleeping, and I was almost jealous that I hadn't had the balls to do that. Hey, Alpha Dane had moved around his desk and was now standing in front of me. I won't stop until he is dead. I won't stop until all of them are dead. He cups my chin, running his thumb along my bottom lip, freeing it from my nibbling teeth. Let me handle this. My head moves up and down, and his hand moves from my chin to my throat as he smashes his lips against mine. He suddenly pauses, resting his forehead against mine, closing his eyes, and a low growl comes out. What's wrong? I am being summoned. We will finish this later, he tells me. He takes my hand, leading me from the office and out the house. We head directly to the forest and not to someone's house like I was expecting. Where are we going? I ask quietly. He glances at me with his crimson eyes but doesn't speak. Dread begins to fill my body. Nix was becoming more and more restless too. Where are you taking me? I snap at him and instantly feel regret. Nix was going to get me into a lot of trouble if she kept forcing herself forward. There's a curiosity in his eyes that I didn't often see. I just want you with me. A lichen has been found in my forest and Klaus called me to check it out. Don't worry, he is dead. He pauses, looking at me. I told you I don't want you out of my sight, but it is nice to know that you are showing yourself. We moved deeper amongst the thick trees until voices could be heard, particularly Klaus, who was busy snapping at someone. A half-shifted man was sprawled out on the floor. A man I recognized that would come and beat me regularly, a man who liked to use the metal of his belt as his form of torture. I didn't know his name, but I had never forgotten his face. He wandered in, Klaus mutters, trying to claim he was a human and had lost his way. As you can see, he was killed mid-shift. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. Someone had torn out his throat, and I could think of nothing else but to wish that it had been me that had killed him. Dane, Nia can't take her eyes off of the dead lichen. A small smile sits on her face. Day by day, her darkness seems to be seeping out a little more. Do you know him? I ask. He was one of them. Her eyes hover on the belt buckle around his waist. His trousers had started to split from the shift, but he had been killed before he could complete it. Though the belt buckle remained in place, she stared at it like she had seen it before. He used to hit me with that. Her voice is low, and she continues to fixate on the dead man. I couldn't help wonder if she had stared at Devon in the same way when she killed him. Do you know his name? She shakes her head. Her eyes barely leave him to look at me, but I see how dark they are. The blue is barely present. Nix was right there, waiting to break free. Just his face, Nia mutters. Are there any more? I ask Klaus. No, he seems to have come alone. Klaus mutters. A stupid move. Unless it is intentional. Maybe Trey thought one would be able to get through. Devon had been alone when we had found him. He wandered in? Nia mutters. She knew everyone available would be on guard, but it still didn't stop her being concerned. Klaus points over to the trees that signal the boundary for this end of the pack. Less than 2 meters from where we are standing. He didn't make it far, Nia. That's our pack edge on this side. Her shoulders drop in relief at his answer. But it made me question if the pack was being watched. Of all the forest, it was where the boundary was closest to the house. Not only that, something Nia had said about her interaction with Devon, that he would call Trey to come, meaning he must be close by. I was trying to keep my concerns to myself, but she was starting to notice. Get rid of the body, I mutter. I don't care what you do with it, but get rid of it. The 2 men that are with Klaus drag the lichen to the boundary line as I turn Nia away and take her back in the direction of the house. It's satisfying, isn't it? I murmur. What do you mean? She asks, carefully stepping over a fallen tree. Her balance was certainly getting better. Seeing someone that has harmed you, dead. She doesn't answer me, pretending to focus on the uneven ground. You judge me when I kill someone, but I see the enjoyment on your face. You work hard to conceal it, but the curvature of your lips give you away. She still doesn't speak, and I didn't need to read her mind to know that she was embarrassed. The pink tint of her cheeks gave her away. They creep in. She mutters, focusing on her feet. I don't always think like that. I know. There is a piece in all of us that wants revenge for our past. I'm not. She tries to deny it. I saw the look when I first met you. The glance at Kyle, the flitter of rage that crossed your face. Like I said, you hide it well. Only now your lichen is making it harder for you to conceal it. How deep does the darkness go, Nia? I pull her hips towards me. I wanted her. She stares at me. Her eyes are a complete pure blue as her lips part a little. Or is it that you have just needed someone to tell you it's okay? I brush the back of my fingers down over her cheek. Her lavender scent quickly mixes with the scent of her arousal. A small gasp escapes her as I run a finger along her waistband. Her eyes darted around the forest. This was too open for her. The risk of too many eyes and ears catching her or us was intimidating. I lean in close to her ear and drop my voice down until it is almost husky. I want you more than I've ever wanted anything. I want you here and now. If you don't want to be caught, don't make a sound, I challenge her. She usually has the freedom to make as much noise as she wants. This is going to be hard for her. She keeps her eyes locked with mine, fighting against the need to make a sound. She grabs hold of me, pulling my face against hers, kissing me as she gasps into my mouth. You will have to do better than that. I keep my voice low, pushing her back and up against a tree. Her fight to prevent the noise from coming out just made things more challenging. Her mouth makes that O shape, the one she couldn't control when her muscles start to contract. An almost silent gasp leaves her throat as she grinds against my hand. As her body slows, she opens her eyes, thinking that she had won. We are only just starting. I mutter, pulling her around until her back is up against my chest. This time I let her have what she wants, tracing her neck with my tongue, flicking it over her mark. She moans as my teeth scrape the mark. Quiet, I whisper. You might attract some eyes. This is what you want, isn't it? She mutters in barely a whisper. You want to tease me until I can take no more. You want me to wait until the last minute, making me suffer, knowing that I'm desperate. And what point would that be? I plant little kisses along her jawline, knowing it was sending little electrical spikes through her that she was finding hard to resist. To show that you are in control. I fix my lips on hers, locking my hands in her hair. We were more than a match for each other. We fitted perfectly together in every way. Nia. The following 3 days saw more lichens appear. One would turn up, or sometimes two. They never turned up in the same place, but they all had the same goal, trying to break through the boundaries. None of them made it far. A meter, maybe two before being torn apart. Some tried in their human form, others had already shifted. I didn't recognize any of the unshifted ones, and when their bodies were searched, bite marks were found, confirming that they were not pure lichens. Alpha Dane was growing more and more pissed too. He paced more, talked to himself more, or rather, he spoke to Arrow, trying to decide on the next steps. And if he wasn't talking to Arrow, he was snapping at everyone else. Though it worried me that these wolves were going to hit burnout. Jensen had them working around the clock, with barely a few hours rest in between, and if they started to fall, we would be screwed. Still, I had to remain at Alpha Dane's side. He never spoke of it, but I knew he would blame himself if someone got their hands on me. He's doing it again, Nix mutters. I look up from the kid's book that I'm supposed to be trying to read. Alpha Dane is looping the desk, striding around it with a deep scowl on his face, his feet practically burning a hole in the plush gray carpet. It doesn't make any sense. I didn't know if he was talking to me or Arrow. I revert my gaze back to the book, silently sounding out the letters in my head. There wasn't a lot I could say, even if I wanted to. This was not my area of expertise. From the corner of my eye, I see how he picks up the weird little paperweight thing that sits on the corner of his desk. He lobs it at the wall. The act makes me flinch and cower, memories of the past creeping in. Today was not the first time he had thrown something, and the guilt inside me continues to grow. The lichens were only here for me. Sorry, he mutters. I didn't mean to scare you. Has there been another? I ask quietly, already knowing the answer by the look he gives me. He bobs his head, his crimson eyes not quite meeting mine. Jensen thinks they're trying to find a weak spot, an area that is not as well protected, but my pack is growing tired. We have a large amount of land to cover. They need rest, I mutter absent-mindedly. I am well aware. He scowls. It wasn't my intention to irritate him. I quickly ask another question. Why do they send one or two at a time? Easier to lose one or two over 30 or 40. They lose one, they can create another to replace them. I was hoping Nix had something to say, but all she does is sit and watch him. She did a lot of that. All because of me, I murmur. All because my uncle had some fucked up idea about me carrying a child for him and Cassandra. I frown in disgust as I gaze at the kid's book in my lap. Why now? What do you mean? Why make more lichens now? Why not years ago when numbers started dropping? Devin kept talking about it being a dying breed, about me being a dying breed. They could have just created more. Because they probably never thought that they would end up in this position. You mean they never thought they would lose me? He nods his head. If it were the other way around, I would do exactly the same. He's right, Nix murmurs. It's actually quite a smart move. Smart for Trey. I mutter back. It was probably one of the few things Devin had told the truth about. None of it was Trey. It was all Cassandra, and I couldn't wait to kill her. Alpha Dane and I hadn't spoken about it. Not once since we had sex in the forest. It almost felt like it was a forbidden conversation, speaking of the joy I had felt at seeing the dead lichen. That dead lichen wasn't the first. Each one, Alpha Dane would take me to them, asking me to try and identify them. And each and every time I found myself staring at the dead body with its torn out throat, a smile etched on my lips. He was right. I had a dark side. Or maybe it's just years of trauma finally bubbling to the surface. I look up to see Alpha Dane peeling the lodged paperweight out of the wall. His shoulders are tense, his crimson eyes are a little darker. He puts the paperweight back on the table. I knew it was only going to be a matter of time before it was lodged in the wall again. The office door is suddenly thrown back on its hinges as Jensen barrels in. He doesn't even acknowledge me and leans on the desk. The men stare at each other, and I knew instantly the conversation was being held through MindLink. That is not a good sign. Alpha Dane's eyes momentarily flicker to me. It was quick, and if I hadn't been paying attention, I wouldn't have seen it. What's wrong? I mumble, half wondering if I actually wanted to know. Jensen turns around to look at me. The lichen that has just been taken down asked to see you. Me? Stop panicking, Nick snaps. Ask him why. Why did he want to see me? That's a good question, and it isn't a he. It's only ever been men that have turned up. Was she bitten? He nods his head. I think it will be a good idea for you to talk to her. She's alive? I splutter in shock. They hadn't even hesitated to kill any of the others. Why didn't they kill this one? Alpha Dane moves around his desk. Nia, she's a kid. There are certain lines I won't cross. A kid, 15 to be precise. Jensen sighs. She is saying that she was dropped off by a blonde woman, told to walk through the forest and to not turn back, and to ask for someone called Nia. Cassandra? She didn't give a name, but yes, likely. She is very emotional. She is tired. She wants to go home to her parents. She is very confused. She's a kid. Nia, we can't ignore her. Nix murmurs. Where is she? Tears are brimming in my eyes and I have no idea why. I didn't know her and yet I felt so sad for her. She was turned because of me. With Eric. Jensen tells me. Are you sure you want to do this? Alpha Dane eyes me carefully. I nod my head while sucking my bottom lip between my teeth. Jensen leads us across the grounds towards Beta Eric's house. He took her to his home. Smaller place to keep an eye on her. Jensen mutters. Beta Eric opens the door to the three of us. Just like everyone else, he looked exhausted. She's cried herself to sleep. He gestures for us to come in. A young redhead is laid on the sofa, curled up in a small ball, much like how I used to sleep back at Moonshine. Has she said anything? Alpha Dane asks. Her name is Jessica. The last thing she remembers is going shopping with her friends before she woke up in the car of some hoity-toity woman. Then the tears started again, and about 5 minutes ago, she crashed out. Why would they turn a kid? Nix asks. This is low. Beta Eric murmurs as he drapes a blanket over the redhead. We all know that they don't care how low they stoop. Jensen mutters. We let her have a good 30 minutes to nap before Beta Eric wakes her. The tears flow the moment she sees all of us staring at her. As she sits up and brushes her shoulder-length hair behind her ears, I see the bite mark on her neck. Jessica? I ask softly. I knew what it was like to be surrounded by these men, to feel way out of your safety zone. Jess, she whispers and her soft blue eyes dart around the room. Jess, I'm Nia. What's wrong with me? I'm hot. I feel sick. I want my mum. I promised her I would be home for dinner. Big fat tears roll down her face, which she quickly brushes away. She doesn't know, Nix mutters. She doesn't know what's been done to her. Can someone take me home? She continues to weep. Unfortunately not. Beta Eric mutters. It's not safe for you at the moment. She lets out a little whimper as Alpha Dane gestures for me to follow him outside. What do you want to do? He asks. Me? He nods his head at me. The girl has no idea what she is or even where she is. Why would they do this? Why would Cassandra do this? They are appealing to your heart. The men are not working and they have just discovered that someone has found their way in. I hate them. I feel my hands ball up into fists as I close my eyes. They ruined my life and now they have ruined a young girl's too. Who is what, never going to be able to go home again? Never going to be able to see her family and friends? Do you believe her? I smell her fear. Dane. Anger resided heavily in her heart. Even after everything she had been through, Nia was never this angry. It was odd but fascinating to see the fire in her eyes, all because of this girl. She leans back against the wall of Eric's house, tilting her head back to stare at the blue sky. Her body slides down until her ass hits the grass. She had so much anger and she had no idea what to do with it. No idea how to channel it. Jess will be fine. I mutter. I wasn't just about to throw a kid out on the streets. A kid that knows nothing of what she will become, and I couldn't risk returning her to her home. Her first shift will be a nightmare, and if she doesn't kill her family, it would be a fucking miracle. Right, Nia murmurs. Her eyes are almost a solid black. Someone here will take her in. I won't throw her out. This won't be the first, will it? He will change more kids and send them our way. She looks up at me. I knew he was bad, but this is sick. She trails off, unable to streamline her thoughts. What he did to you was sickening too, Nia. She quickly brushes her cheeks, ridding the tears before they had even appeared. I want him dead, Alpha Dane. I want them all dead. I know. And I'm working on it. His death needs to be slow, Arrow muses. He needs to feel every inch of pain that he has caused others. Nia needs her revenge. The door is pulled open. Guys, I could really do with your help. I hold my hand out to Nia. She pauses, eventually taking it and gets to her feet. I notice how her eyes are almost blue again. Jess is sobbing, her hands pawing at her skin as she examines the mark on her neck. What did they do to me? Nia seems to freeze. Jess's words were probably something she had said to herself over and over. To hear someone else say it, it was probably causing flashbacks. Jess, come and have a seat. I need to talk to you about something. I try to keep my tone warm. Her soft blue eyes catch mine and I see her gulp. Please, sir, I just want to go home to my family, to my mom and dad, to my little sister. Please? I won't tell them anything. I won't. Her fingers dig at her neck. We can explain that to you. I offer, keeping myself calm and trying not to scare her any more than she already is. Her eyes search my face and more tears roll down over her cheeks. Eric gets her a tissue, but she just stands there staring at me, not even trying to hide her tears. I'm not going home, am I? It's not as simple as that, I'm afraid. She wipes the sweat from her hairline and quietly moves to the open seat at the table, tucking strands of her red hair behind her ears. Please don't hurt me. I'm going to tell you something that you probably won't believe. All I request is that you have an open mind. Your eyes are so weird. She wipes the snot from her nose as she tries to control her racing heart. Crimson eyes would be strange if I were human. The bite on your neck was from a lichen. There was no point circling the issue. She closes her eyes and shakes her head. Like the stories. Stories? She takes the glass of water from Eric and drinks it slowly, swallowing every last drop. Stories in the library, she murmurs, putting the empty glass back down. How was it possible the human library had more stories about lichens than we did? Was I hunted? Was I chosen? Why would you want me? I'm nobody. I barely scrape by at school. They all hate me because they do. 15-year-old girls were such hard work. She had missed the point that I was trying to make. I definitely don't miss being 15. I don't have all the answers right now. I am working on them. So, she sighs, what you are telling me is that you are a lichen. I am not a lichen. OMG, you're a fucking vampire. Her chair is thrown back as she jumps to her feet. She holds her fingers in a cross as though that would be the thing to save her. The eyes, I should have known. She screeches. I catch Nia suppressing a laugh. I am not a vampire, I mutter, irritated. I am a wolf and you are a lichen. Her jaw hangs open and her head starts to shake. No, you are wrong. Her soft blue eyes flash to Nia. Please help me. Her voice is all high and squeaky. I'm a lichen too. Nia whispers, her eyes locked with Jess. Your name is Nia, isn't it? Jess asks, sitting back down. You are the one I was sent to. Yes. You did this to me? The girl wasn't shy about asking questions. No, but I can try to help you. Nia looks over to me, sadness taking over. The people that did this to you were cruel to me too. The only difference is I was born this way. They forced this life on you. That's why you can't go back to your family, Jess. You might hurt them in ways that you don't think is imaginable. And trust me when I say this, you can't control it. It will happen when you least expect it. She was talking about Devin and how she killed him. But Nia reaches across the table, taking Jess's hands in hers. This is something I do know, Jess. We can keep you safe here. We can figure it out together, and I will personally make them pay for what they have done to you. Jess pulls her hands back and runs them through her red hair. I will never see my family again? Nia looks over to me. Her brow creased. She sighs before returning her gaze to Jess. No. The tears fall thicker and faster. Sobs leave her lips as her shoulders judder. I felt sorry for her. 15 and thrown into a world she knows nothing about. Cassandra and Trey are sick and far more twisted than I am, and that says a lot. Jess stays with Eric. It's the first house she had been taken to, and we believed it made her feel a level of safety. Plus the boys would be home soon, and that might make her feel even better knowing Eric was a father. Is this what's going to happen? Nia asks as we walk across the grounds. Young, innocent kids. Possibly. I hate them, she mutters. I know. What is Nick saying about all of this? Nia sticks her tongue in her cheek. Her eyes don't quite meet mine. Nia? She isn't really talking much, but she has been close to the surface. I saw it tonight when anger flooded your body. I was trying not to read her mind, but when she bends down to untie her shoelaces to buy herself time, I give in. Can you do that? I snap, frustrated that she hadn't told me something so important. She looks at me, a pink tinge creeping across her skin. I don't know. Nix thinks I can, but it would mean accepting your alpha position. I finish the sentence for her. She frowns. No matter how many times it is brought up in conversation, she tries to change the subject. What if I can? Do you actually think it will make a difference? Trey and Cassandra have a whole pack backing them. There is only one way for us to find out. You have to accept who you are, and then we can see if you can link them all. Her eyes are wide as she nibbles on her bottom lip. I don't want to be an alpha. It was the only thing she was consistently sure of, and she had made herself clear. What if it's temporary? I don't follow. When they are all dead, you won't need to be an alpha. You can exist as you are right now, as my mate, and one day as the mother of my pups. You can leave that world behind, let the breed end with you, if that's what you want. And Jess, you won't kill her? She whispers, rolling with my idea. You and Jess, I confirm, and any other children. She puffs out her cheeks. What do I need to do? Nia, he grips my elbow, pulling me into the house. His crimson eyes search mine, trying to figure out if I was definitely ready to do this. I didn't even know if I was ready. But something had to be done. It was getting too much. Everything was too much, and now kids were being turned. Beta Eric needs to warn Jess. I mumble as Alpha Dane steers me into the office. If it works, she will be able to hear me too. It will freak her out. I am 22 and it still weirds me out when I hear Alpha Dane's voice in my head, not to mention Nick's. I've told him. He is having the conversation with her right now. I still didn't know what this would achieve. If anything, it seemed like it would piss them off more. He guides me to the chair, telling me to sit down. I could see it in his eyes now. He knew there was every chance that this wouldn't work. Accept the role. Nix murmurs. Will it work? We will find out once you accept it. Fine, I accept it. I wanted it over and done with. I wanted to see their heads on spikes. I trail off realizing how dark my thoughts go. You will have to do better than that. Nix laughs. I look up to Alpha Dane. He is watching me. He said he could always tell when I was having a conversation with Nix. You've got this, and I am right here. He smiles at me. I accept. I mutter out loud. Alpha Dane shakes his head at me. I knew what he was saying. I had to put it all together. I, Nia Kitson, accept the role of... I trail off again. Could I really do this? It's in our blood, Nix murmurs. I slump back in the chair. Devin had kept pushing for me to take my alpha role back, to take control and lead Moonshine. He had really pushed for it too, insisting that it is what they all needed. But they all believed a woman shouldn't be in charge. Keep going. Alpha Dane insists. You can do this. It's a trick, I mutter. Nia, you are panicking. Alpha Dane speaks with a calm voice. It was Devon that told you who I am. He pleaded with me to lead the Lycans, to take control. He said they needed me, but he worked for Trey. I had been so stupid, I hadn't seen it. You think this is what he wants you to do? I swallow the lump forming in my throat. They never wanted me to lead. This is a trap. This is why Devon was sent here. I blink back the tears. I was so stupid. Fuck! Nix snaps. That's what they have wanted us to do all along. She was annoyed to have not figured it out. Her pacing in my mind was not helping at all. She hadn't been there until the very end. She hadn't heard all of our chats. His plan is better than we thought. Alpha Dane mutters. He loops the desk and me, scratching through the stubble on his chin. He pauses and leans on the table with his knuckles. What if you accept it anyway? I don't follow. As an alpha, I can block out my pack's voices, choosing who I listen to, choosing who I link. The plan was for you to link all of them. What if you start singling them out, one at a time, getting inside their heads to learn the information we need? And what if it doesn't work? He's right, Nix mutters. I can help with the block. Alpha Dane stares at me, waiting for my response. I sigh because neither of them are going to like my answer. We find another way. Nia, Alpha Dane starts. I never wanted it, Alpha Dane. Maybe if I was raised differently, yes. But this, I don't want to be a leader to them. I don't want them to be able to use it as a way to drag me back. And I definitely don't want them to put their fucking seed in me. I was practically yelling by the time I was done. Something that I don't do. And don't, I snap, storming from the office. I was furious and Nix thankfully keeps her mouth shut. Trudging over to the hospital, I hoped Raven would be around. I just needed someone else to talk to, or maybe it was silence that I needed. Hey, she mutters without even looking up. Dane said you might be heading this way. What's he done? He was very cryptic in the link. He wants me to accept my role. As Luna? I hadn't even thought about that. No, Alpha. Her dark eyes snap up, locking with mine. She presses her lips together and moves around the station she is leaning on. There must be a reason. I catch her up on the conversation with Alpha Dane and tell her about the girl. I had heard about the girl. Eric is bringing her by later. Thinks it will be good for me to do a checkup on her. What should I do? I was still so used to everyone having the answers. Nia, since you have been here, I have watched you gain confidence little by little. You couldn't even step out in the snow. She laughs about it. You killed a man the other day. And now, you have just made your way here from the pack house alone. You don't need me to answer your question. You already know the answer. My shoulders drop. Do you think we can figure this out? My brother hasn't let anything stop him before. If you have truly made up your mind, he will find a way. Plus, Jensen is very skilled in the art of war. It might be worth speaking to him. He might be able to give you some advice. Alpha Dane doesn't want me to be alone with him. She smiles and gestures around the empty hospital. I can come. She finds out where he is and quickly writes out a note telling people to link her if they need her and sticks it to the table. Where is he? He had left when we were at Beta Eric's home talking to Jess. On duty. I was definitely not supposed to be going in the forest without Alpha Dane. We are quiet as we slip into the forest. Raven ensures we are nowhere near the boundaries as we make our way through the trees and into the darkest parts of the forest. I had asked Nix to keep Alpha Dane out of my head too, just for now so that I could think. The scents were scattered among the trees, making it difficult to pick out individual people. The pack standing guard would change places constantly to help try and keep them alert and to confuse any of those that break through. Does Dane know that you are this far out? Jensen asks as he drops down from a tree, landing in front of us. Why the hell are you up a tree? Raven snaps, taking a leaf out of Devon's book. If that was even his name, how can I help you? His dark eyes hover on me and it sends a shiver down my spine. It always made me nervous, and in the moment, I was grateful that I was not alone with him. You wanted to speak to me? He mutters, doing a quick scan of the grounds. Have you figured out a way of dealing with them? Almost. Why? Do you have some information that could help? Don't tell him, Nix mutters. I just want it to be over. I see Raven give me an odd look. Thankfully, she swallows her words. You came out here to ask me that? He cocks an eyebrow at us. You know we are all out here for you. My people are working their asses off to make sure no one gets in. They are so tired that they are starting to make mistakes. Mistakes? Raven quizzes. It's been dealt with. He mutters, brushing it off. And by the way he looked at me, I knew they had been punished. I didn't ask for any of this. He places his hands on my shoulders. Every muscle in my body clenched as he focused on my eyes. Are you trying to get yourself into trouble, Nia? He slowly turns me around until I'm facing the direction we had come from. Go back to the house. If I accept my alpha position, will that help? I blurt out. His hands leave my shoulders and he moves around in front of me, a deep frown on his forehead. I didn't think you wanted to? I told Alpha Dane that I think it is what they are expecting. I sigh and look over to Raven, who nods her head at me, wanting me to continue. I think it's a trap. I think that Devon was supposed to convince me to accept it. I groan. Alpha Dane thinks I should link them one at a time. No. I was taken back by his response. There was no pause or hesitation, just a flat-out answer. No, that's not what they are expecting. Or no, Dane is wrong? Raven asks. Both. He winks at me. I don't understand. Devon got in your head, Nia, but what he was doing was finding the lengths you will go to ignore the alpha blood. It was a game, a test. I've seen it before. You are one of a kind, Nia. They know that, and we know that too. You think she should accept her role? Raven asks. That isn't for me to decide. What I am saying is if she does, it can work in our favor. You want me to link them? Oh no, I think it will piss Cassandra off. I think it will draw the bitch and the other fuckers out, because whether they like it or not, they will know who the alpha is, and that's what I'm counting on. No need for linking them. Plan B, Raven mutters. Plan B, Jensen confirms. He had been hoping for this all along. What's Plan B? Jensen smiles at me. You. Hey everyone, I hope you are all well. I just want to thank you all for reading my story and sharing your wonderful gems with me. They are very much appreciated in the good novel world. I would also like to thank those that comment on my chapters. It brings me so much joy reading people's opinions. Unfortunately, there won't be an update today. An unexpected late-night trip to the hospital has left me exhausted, and as I'm sure you are aware, I do not want to post any chapters without editing first. As long as all goes well today, everything should return to normal tomorrow 7th March. Thank you. Taylor West. Nia. My eyes flicker between both of them. They had been waiting for this. Waiting for me. Was Alpha Dane in on this? This was your plan all along? Backup plan. Dane made it clear that you didn't want to do this, so it was made the backup option. Jensen muses. And before you go getting ahead of yourself, we are not physically using you as bait. It's the idea of you having control. Raven mutters. We know you don't want it. We know you want nothing to do with them. But they don't know that. As far as they will be aware, you accepting your position will mean you want it. Right. It was bugging me that Jensen and Raven had already discussed this as an option. Raven grabs my wrists, locking her dark eyes on me. They are not just coming for you. They will pick us off to get to you. Our pack, as relentless as we can be, are not ready to die. Raven, Jensen snaps. Her hands let go of me as she turns to look at her brother. I'm just saying we have done loads for her. She could at least do this for us. That's not your call. Jensen warns his sister with his harsh tone. Dane will do whatever needs to be done to protect her. We can only give her her options. Raven frowns, and it takes me a moment to realize that she isn't saying this because she is angry. It's panic, a fear that the lichens will do something to the pack she loves. There's a rustle in the trees, and the three of us snap our heads in that direction. A large lichen dives through the bushes, charging at us. It's the biggest one we've seen, easily towering 8 feet tall. It holds its massive muscled arms out as it charges towards us. Its eyes are locked on me. Drool hangs from its razor-sharp teeth. Claws are in the air, ready to attack. It doesn't even seem fazed that there were others with me. Its feet hit the ground so heavily that the earth vibrates beneath me. Boiling white-hot rage floods my system as Jensen shoves me back and shifts into a black wolf. He charges at the lichen, and the lichen sweeps him away, sending Jensen crashing into a tree like he was little more than a leaf. Shift! I yell at Nyx. I couldn't protect myself this way. I knew the only way to protect me and Raven was for me to shift. Nyx doesn't hesitate. She forces herself forward. The pain is unbearable, and thankfully it passes quickly as my bones stretch and my body changes. My clothes fall to the ground in tatters, and the lichen skids to a stop in front of me, just as my claws plunge into its chest. It looks down at the claws embedded in its chest. And unlike when I killed Devon, I could feel the heart pulsating against me. I could feel my claws sliding into the heart so easily and steadily. The heart races until it's almost fighting to beat, and still, I don't retract my claws. Instead, I watch life fade from the beast's eyes, like a dimmer switch slowly turning down. My own heart flutters with joy as one by one, I pluck my claws out of the chest of the lichen and watch him fall back, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. There were no pieces of heart on my claws this time. I was almost disappointed. Nia, are you all right? Raven stands looking up at me. I wanted to laugh. Usually she is taller than me. I nod my head, feeling that surge of pain again. My claws disappear and my limbs shorten until it's just me, standing naked in the forest. Crap. Raven pulls off her jacket and wraps it around me. It barely covers anything, but at least I didn't have to walk around completely naked. She rushes over to Jensen, who hadn't moved since he hit the tree. Is he dead? I whisper. No, but it looks like he may have broken his back. It's why he is still out. It takes a couple hours to heal. I have to link Dane. I nod and refocus my gaze on the dead lichen. Apart from the 5 small red dots on his chest, it looked as if he was sleeping. He won't wake, Nyx mutters. The heart is pierced. Blood is slowly leaking out into the cavity. She lets out a small laugh, and I have to do everything in my power not to laugh with her. I had been afraid to shift, afraid to become that monster that attacked the pack. But standing here over the dead lichen, I realize it had felt freeing. Footsteps come hurtling towards us. Alpha Dane appears with Klaus. Their eyes immediately go to the dead lichen. Neither of them speak as their eyes refocus on me, taking in how I am only wearing a jacket. You shifted? Klaus asks quietly. Fully? I don't move. She did, Raven splutters. She shifted, and she killed him without hesitation. Jensen? Alpha Dane asks. His eyes momentarily leave mine to look at his unconscious brother. Raven repeats what she has told me. Klaus, help Raven take him to the hospital. As soon as they have left, he pulls off his own shirt, replacing the jacket Raven had given me. It was longer, skimming my thighs this time. His finger settles under my chin, and he tips my face up to look at him. You enjoyed it, didn't you? I didn't want to say yes. I didn't want to tell him that I had never felt more powerful. I didn't want to say that I would kill the lichen 100 times over if it gave me the same amount of joy that I had just felt. I didn't want to admit the truth to him. His lips brush my cheek. His hot minty breath grazes my skin. You don't have to say yes. I can read your mind. He steps away from me and grabs the lichen by its ankles, dragging it across the ground and through the trees. Where are you taking him? I need to get rid of him. I can't have them littering my part of the forest. I follow him through the trees to a clearing, and Alpha Dane quickly sets fire to the body. It goes up in flames quickly. The scent of burning flesh quickly ripens the air. Alpha Dane moves away from the body and stands behind me. His arms loop around my waist and his lips quickly find the mark on my neck. How many more will come, Alpha Dane? I ask quietly as thick smoke fills the sky. I think it's about time you stop calling me that, don't you? You have more than earned your place here. It felt wrong to drop the Alpha. I had spent years having it drummed into me to respect people of power. If I didn't, it would be met with a slap. I only stopped calling Trey and Kyle by their positions because I was ordered to. You are an equal, he murmurs in my ear. You are an alpha. He turns me to face him, his hand pressing against my lower back as he holds me close to him. His crimson eyes search mine. You didn't answer my question. I refrained from saying his name, and he knew. His lips curve up. Because there isn't an answer. You're waiting on me? I sigh, screwing up my nose as the burning flesh grew stronger. Yes. Why didn't you tell me that I was part of the plan, that you are relying on me? Because he thinks we can't handle it, Nix snaps. I wanted you to be ready. Alpha Dane murmurs. He combs a strand of my hair behind my ear. As much as I love this darkness in you, you have to be ready. We don't know what they will throw at us. I stare at him, feeling the heat of the flames behind me. Maybe this was the only way. I will always have your back, Nix murmurs. I push Alpha Dane away as I take a step back. I, Nia Kitson, accept my position as Alpha of the Lichens of Moonshine. Something rips through my body, surging from the tips of my toes to the tips of my fingers. It isn't painful like before shifting. It felt like electricity coursing through my veins. It feels powerful. For a brief second, I feel unstoppable. My heart beats so loudly that it makes my body vibrate. Voices echo in my head, sounds of anger, annoyance, all shouting at me. Nix works hard to shut them down, blocking out each individual until I hear a familiar voice. We are coming for you. Nia, I hadn't heard Trey's voice since the day we returned to Moonshine. It sends a cold shiver down my spine when it rattles through my head. My body involuntarily trembles at his words because every word had always inflicted fear. You hear them? Alpha Dane asks quietly. I nod. Alp. I trail off when he cocks his eyebrow at me. Equals, he mutters. You can't go around calling everyone alpha, beta, or whatever now. His lips curve up. You are far past that. You are an alpha. Dane, I splutter. It sounded so weird and wrong rolling off my tongue without the alpha in front of it. Nix is shutting them out, but Trey broke through. They are coming. I turn back around to look at the body that is engulfed in flames. The bones had almost been licked clean, and the sneaking idea of doing the same to Trey and Cassandra pops into my head. I wanted to make them feel every inch of pain that I had felt. Burning them alive might just work. I didn't feel like that little shy girl anymore. I knew Dane was listening to my thoughts. He always did when I went quiet or when I was deep in thought. His hand catches mine. His fingers quickly lace with mine, locking us together. He leans in close. As much as I want to fuck you right now, we need to go and prepare. He seemed to love this weird dark side of mine that creeps in. Dane pulls me through the forest at a quick pace. His eyes constantly move to make sure we were not heading into danger. We break through the trees, back into the main pack area. Klaus is heading straight towards us, his arms swinging by his side with a force that seems to be propelling him. Jensen has broken his back in 2 places. He will probably be out for the rest of the day. He tells Dane as he comes to a stop, yet his deep green eyes keep flickering to me. Did he know? 2 places? Dane confirms. Klaus nods his head. His usual bun has been pulled out and his long dark hair hangs around his face, making him look murderous. He will be out for a while yet. His eyes move down to our interlocked hands. What's going on? Did you deal with the body? Dane nods. They are coming. We don't know when, but they will be coming. Jensen was right. Klaus's green eyes settle on me properly. You've accepted, haven't you? That's how you know they are coming. I slowly nod my head at him because he didn't sound happy when he asked me the question. It felt almost like an accusation. What's wrong, Klaus? Dane questions. Nothing. I'm just surprised, that's all. Surprised? After everything that has happened, I guess I didn't expect, he frowns. I guess I didn't expect it to happen. He is hiding something, Nix murmurs. I agree, the flickery eyes gave him away. Just tell us, Dane snaps as he loses his patience. He sighs. The reason I came to find you before we were called to the forest was because I managed to find out more about the one who died on their 3rd binding. And maybe we should do this inside. Here is fine. Dane snaps, annoyed with how long it is taking Klaus to tell us whatever it is he has found out. He looks around, checking to see if we were alone, and I find myself doing the same. His actions were making me nervous. They tried binding her after she became alpha. That's what killed her. If they get their hands on you, you think they will bind me and it will kill me? I mutter. Nothing is ever simple, is it? Nix groans. Klaus lets out a heavy sigh and nods. That's not going to happen. Dane stares at Klaus. Do you think I'm going to let her out of my sight long enough for them to grab her? Did he just forget that I left the house on my own? Or that Raven and I went into the forest without him? I keep my mouth shut. Now is not the time to say something stupid. Well, no. It's just, there was talk of how stupid this Trey is. What if it's all an act? Devon kept saying that Trey was stupid, that Cassandra was behind it all. If you think about it, it's probably both of them. What if they just want us to believe that one is weaker than the other? Dane is scowling, and I have a headache brewing. It makes you nervous? Dane mutters. Of course it does. I raise an eyebrow at Klaus. He was tall and wide like most of the men here, though he wasn't like the others, preferring to be shut away reading and researching. I don't think I've even seen him training with the others. There was a moment where I questioned Dane about Klaus really being a wolf. He reassured me that Klaus went on every pack run and had done so since he had been in Black Shadow. You were bullied. I mumble, remembering what I had been told. You never knew when something was coming, and that's why this is making you nervous. His deep green eyes lock with mine. I knew my words rang true. I like you, Nia. I don't want to see anything bad happen to you. Tell him it won't. Nyx murmurs. I repeat her words and Klaus sighs, like he doesn't believe it. His green eyes slowly move up to Dane. What do you want me to do? The news of me accepting my position travels thick and fast. Dane was inundated with questions and spent most of the afternoon and late evening in talks with his pack. He had pulled them back from the forest, insisting everyone gets a decent amount of rest and to fuel up while they can. We didn't know when they would attack, we just knew they would. So Dane was telling them to sleep while they could, though he was expecting a long night. It was almost midnight when I'm pulled from my sleep. Panic tears through me. This was it. This was happening. Jensen's awake. Dane mutters to me. He flicks on the light, almost blinding my tired eyes. He wants to speak with you. I thought we were being attacked. My hand is pressed to my chest. Come. Dane grabs my hands, pulling me up into a seated position. He is already moving to the closet to pull out clothes for me. We trudge across the grounds to the hospital, and I couldn't help but notice how many wolves were awake and moving around at this hour. What are they doing? Prepping the pups. You are letting the pups fight? I ask in shock, disgusted by the idea. No, it won't be safe here for them, and I need to preserve my pack. The elder wolves are taking them to another location until it is safe to return. I breathe a sigh of relief. Jess too? That will be up to Jess. She is still an emotional wreck, and technically, not part of this pack. It wasn't what I wanted to hear. I wanted to know that she was going to be kept safe. She had been thrown into a life that she didn't deserve. He presses his hand against my lower back, guiding me towards the hospital. I could hear Jensen talking before we even opened the doors. He was demanding that Raven let him out. You are not fully healed yet. Raven snaps at him as we enter the hospital. Besides, you wanted to see Nia and she is here. As soon as I step into his room, Jensen's dark eyes lock with mine. He doesn't speak. Had they told him? Did he know that I had accepted my position? He knows. Nyx mutters. Seconds pass where no one speaks, and yet it feels like hours. His dark eyes remain on me as if he was trying to figure something out. What are you thinking? Dane asks him. It depends. How close are you willing to let them get? The idea of me being bait was changing. I knew it was me he was talking about. It's what they were after. Dane searches my face before returning his gaze to his brother. If they get close enough to touch her, you better be prepared for the aftermath. There was that warning tone again, low but spiked, full of danger. A personal warning to Jensen that if his plan fails, Dane will kill him. It almost scared me about how far he was willing to go to protect me. Almost, Dane, but it's not negotiable. I snarl at my brother. There was no way on this planet that I was going to send my mate to her own death. Dane, you brought me back here for this very reason. There has to be another way. I was grateful that Raven had convinced Nia to go for a walk with her. She didn't need to hear Jensen and I arguing, because knowing her, she would probably agree to his insane idea. They will know, Jensen. They won't be stupid enough to think that I've abandoned her. They will wait. They will know that some of us linger. They will know that I will not leave her unattended. That's precisely why it will work. If he wasn't lying in a hospital bed, he would be feeling the full force of my fist. You were the one who wanted to bring him back, Arrow mutters. Sometimes the best plans are the most obvious. Jensen sighs while refusing to look at me. Well, find another fucking way. I drop into the chair next to his bed. I don't know why, but I expected better from my brother. Surely he knew that I was not willing to play with Nia's life. Just hear me out, will you? He snaps back at me. I wave a hand for him to continue, knowing full well my answer would still be no. You can link her, right? He asks. Obviously. She won't be alone. We send her into the forest while the pack picks the lichens off. No, I am not sending her anywhere alone. We were going around in fucking circles. My patience is barely hanging on by a thread. Why couldn't he get it into his head that this was not an option? Then I'm out of ideas, Dane, because you didn't like the first plan either. These bastards won't be easy to take down. We don't know what kind of numbers they have. We have no idea how many they have turned. For all we know, there could be thousands making their way towards us as we speak. He rubs his temples. Some could be as young as that kid at Eric's house, because they can shift at what, 13? He pulls faces as he shifts in the bed. You are right, I mutter. We don't know how many they have coming, and look at you. One big fucker took you down. He bares his teeth at me. I was protecting your mate. Evidently, I snort. She was the one who killed it. The color drains from his face. Raven said it was you and Klaus. I shake my head at him. Not only has Nia accepted being an alpha, she fully shifted, killing it the way she killed that other prick. The only thing I did was burn the body. She went for the heart again, didn't she? There's no coming back from a pierced heart, I muse. Twice now, and the only thing she went for each time was the heart. Throats are what most wolves go for. It was almost like it was ingrained in her what to do. I rise from my seat. If they manage to get their hands on her, she won't survive. Don't they want her for an heir? It's different now. She's exactly who she is supposed to be, and if they find someone to bind her again, she won't survive. Every road points to her death. Arrow and I refuse to let that happen. He looks me dead in the eye, so put a fucking pup in her. We have had this conversation, I mutter tirelessly. It just didn't seem to be getting through to him. I have told you time and time again, your brother is stupid. Arrow shakes his head. No. Jensen pushes himself up a little more, screwing his nose up. You are not following what I'm saying. They only have to believe she is carrying your heir, and so does everyone else. You want to win this war by lying? I'm just saying, all is fair in war. It's not like it's the worst thing we would have ever done. His dark eyes flash around the room as though searching for someone who might be listening. Play them at their own game. Isn't it what they have always done? I mean, they made her believe that she was one of us. We can call in every single pack that you have a loyal contract with, because the Lycans won't just be targeting her, they will be targeting your pup. He pops the final P before adding, she doesn't have to be anywhere near the fight. They just need to believe it. And if they attack in the next few hours, my eyes flicker up to the clock on the wall. He follows my gaze to the clock. They would be stupid to attack now, knowing that you have done exactly what I said. If they know anything, they won't attack when there is a chance that everyone is fully rested. I need to speak to her first, I mutter. Nia isn't the greatest of liars. If I could see through it, then something tells me Trey or Cassandra will too. I'm telling you, if you want to keep her safe and away from whatever is going to happen, then this is the way. He watches me get to my feet. If you see my twin, can you send her in? I roll my eyes. She won't let you out until she knows you are healed. A wolf has got to try. Raven and Nia are sitting on the small bench outside, deep in conversation about something. They both fall silent as I approach. He wants to see you, I mutter to Raven. I've already told him no. I know him. He will go straight back out there. She shakes her head and storms inside, ready to lay down the law with Jensen. Nia is quiet, slowly picking at the wooden bench and avoiding my eyes. You are doing it again, I murmur, sitting where Raven had sat. Raven told me. Did she now? She certainly has a habit of doing that. I frown. She hadn't been inside when Jensen and I had spoken of the plan. What exactly did she say? I would be in the forest. No. I cut her off before she has a chance to finish and pull her in against me. Not a chance. But there is another idea of Jensen's that I need to see if you are okay with. She tilts her head to one side. The moon reflects off of her blue eyes, reminding me of a time my father took the three of us to a crystal clear lake. That was the last time I saw my father and my stepmother. Not here. I had no idea how she was going to react, and I didn't need or want the attention. She won't agree to it. Arrow mumbles, I have to try. We head back to the house, barely stopping to speak to those around us. She sits in her usual spot in the office, pulling her legs up to her chest. Her messy dark hair falls around her face, and she quickly tucks it back behind her ears. Her eyes grow wider and wider as she listens to me explain Jensen's idea. As I finish talking, she blinks a few times and looks at me as if I'm crazy. You want to put your pup in me? I thought we were going to wait a year? That was the contract you wanted. I personally think we are long past that. I cock a brow in amusement, but she doesn't see it that way. She snorts and blinks a few more times, only for the blue to steadily get darker. She was talking to Nix, or Nix was at the surface. I can't, she mutters, keeping her gaze low. I'm not ready for that. I'm 22. The only places I have ever been are here, moonshine in the city, which I only went to once. I still can't read properly, and I definitely can't write. What kind of a mother would that make me? She shakes her head. I'm sorry. I can't. In that case, you will need to lie. I keep my focus on her, trying to read her. I can't lie about something like that. Her eyes meet mine with a deep scowl. When I don't reply, she leans back, tilting her head over the backrest, eyes fixating on the ceiling. He thinks it's the only other way? Yes, other packs who owe me will join the cause, because they will think I'm carrying your heir. I nod. I can't make a decision like that. Alf. Dane. Told you, Arrow muses. He loved it when he was right. Look at me, I order. Her face slowly turns to mine. This way, you live. Nia. He's saying that we are going to die. Nix murmurs. I couldn't tell if she was angry or amused. Either way, she sounds content. I may be lacking in certain areas, but I know exactly what he means. I snap at her. She sighs. We will have pups eventually. He is our mate. We are bonded to him. We might as well. Her words don't reassure me as I make my way back to the bedroom. In fact, they just make me more anxious. Exactly. I snap. Eventually. Then lie. I'm rubbish at lying. Nix falls into silence. She had quickly learned when to back off, knowing that her words were falling on deaf ears. It was easier to think when I couldn't hear voices. Easier to get caught up in my own words as I try to figure things out. I laugh to myself as I drop on the bed, still fully dressed. If it wasn't for Dane, I would have thought the voice would be a sign of me losing my marbles. My eyes moved to the clock. It was almost 4 in the morning. I was exhausted, and something told me it was going to be a long day. Barely keeping my eyes open and rolling onto my stomach, I closed my eyes. Just a few hours, that was all I needed. Screams echo around me. People are running and shouting for help, all while I just stood there, watching, caught in the commotion. As someone moves, blood-caked faces come into view. My parents. My stomach plummets and my lungs shrink. My heartbeat is so loud it rattles through my head. I wanted to go to them, but I couldn't move, my feet superglued to the floor. Their names don't even leave my tongue as I try to call out to them. There's pure chaos around me, and tears begin to burn my retinas until I see him. Trey, hiding in the shadows. A smile so big it made him look scary. He watches them, hidden from sight. He had been waiting for this. Fingers curl around my wrist until I'm being dragged away. She poisoned them. Get her out of here. Nia, what did you do? I stare into Cassandra's eyes. No emotion behind them as she pulls me away from the nightmare. I look up at her, but not as a child, but as the woman I've become. Stupid girl. Her hand slices across my face. She says something else too, but I hear Dane calling me. How was he here? My face turns in all directions, looking for the source. Cassandra's painted talons grip my face, squeezing my chin and forcing me to look at her. Nia, wake up. Nia, you are having a nightmare. I gasp as I'm ripped from the memory. My lungs seem to fight the oxygen that's trying to fill them. My heart races, and I feel beads of sweat running down my face. You're okay. You are safe. Dane whispers. It wasn't a nightmare. It was a memory. I couldn't be sure if it was. What if I was just seeing what I wanted to see? What if my own subconscious is playing tricks on me? Your parents? He asks quietly. I nod, tugging my sweat-drenched top off. I think Trey was there that night, but I can't be certain. Dane asks me to run through it with him while pulling me against him. His fingers comb through my sweaty hair, and not once does he interrupt me. Is it just my mind, or do you think it's a piece I forgot? You said it was like you were seeing it through adult eyes? There's a good chance that the memory is right. As pups, we tend to see what we want to see, blocking out what we don't deem as important. But nevertheless, it is still there and still present. They were the reason I never got to grow up with loving parents, and why? All to be in a position of power, one that neither of them were entitled to. I want them dead, Dane. I want to see the blood pour from their eyes just as it did my parents. I wanted to be the last thing they see as their life fades away. But it would mean that I needed to lie, or I needed to let him put a pup in me. Either option felt wrong. It will keep us alive. Nix whispers. They will be dead soon enough. Dane murmurs in my ear. He kisses my cheek, slowly moving down to my neck. His teeth graze over my skin as he nips at my flesh, and a quiet groan leaves my throat. As his eyes flash up at me, locking onto mine, I knew exactly what he was doing. He was taking the choice away from me, and I didn't want to stop him. I don't need to hear about you having sex with my brother. Raven whines, covering one of her ears as she hands me an ice pack. I slide it between my thighs, grateful for the relief as I sit down. I'm not telling you about that. I just need to know if it worked. It's too early to tell. Just be grateful that Trey and his crew haven't attacked. It means there is more of a chance of him getting you pregnant. She peers up at me over her coffee. What made you change your mind? It wasn't a change of mind. It sounded really stupid. I couldn't make the choice between lying and just getting pregnant. I let Dane take control. Well, it would happen eventually, right? That's what Nick said, but what if it doesn't work? Never in the universe of wolves has it failed. I feel my heart plummet. I'm not a wolf, and lichens are a dying breed. There's a lapse of silence. Raven was lost for words, and every time she opened her mouth, the words would disappear. I'm not trying to be negative, but we do need to look at the facts. Nix is uncomfortably silent too, and that was not helpful. There's signs before it will even show on a scan. Raven mutters. Your scent, it will alter slightly to compensate for the extra hormones. Your mood might change. I almost snorted. She didn't hear the dark thoughts I had that always seemed to pop up and surprise me. You will pee more. Some of the women complain of sore boobs, and then there is the obvious one. No period. It's just a waiting game. A waiting game, I murmur, knowing that Dane wouldn't settle for that. He was already getting antsy about Trey not turning up. In fact, it had been so quiet, no one had seen a lichen. And that set me on edge more than anything. Dane, look, it's down to you. Jensen mutters. All the elderly and youngsters have relocated. It's been a week, I snap. I was fully expecting Trey to have attacked by now, yet there was nothing, no stray lichens, no threats, nothing. I didn't like it. They can sweep the forest again, Jensen suggests. They are looking in the trees. He snorts. Of course, we are not making that mistake again. My eyes move to the calendar on the wall. The next full moon was looming. You think they will attack then? Eric murmurs. He had been quiet, listening to me and my brother's heated discussion. When are we most likely not going to be here? I sigh. It's exactly what Devin did. He waited until we were gone. He took out the few guards I had stationed around the house. He almost took Nia. The very thought of almost losing her that night made me sick to my stomach. Others should have arrived by then, Jensen tells me. We have put in the call. They will need to run too. Then I will stay with her. Jensen offers. Eric and I stare at him. I still didn't like the idea of him being alone with my mate. Only now, I was certain Nia would be able to defend herself, but that didn't mean I wanted her to kill my brother. You need to run too. The moonlight empowers us. He slowly nods his head at me. But I don't need it as much as you. You are the alpha, you need to lead the pack, and I am an excellent fighter. One lichen took you down, Eric muses. Arrow's laugh rattles in my skull at Eric's words. It's the same each and every time. Hey, I was trying to defend Nia and my sister. Jensen scowls at Eric. Out of all of us, and after you, he points at me. I am the next best thing. Really? Eric cocks an eyebrow. You want to test that theory? Outside, Jensen yells. At least once a year this happens. And each and every time, I let it play out because Jensen needed reminding that he was skilled in the tactics of war, but not the fighting. Still, Jensen could never accept it. He always had to try and prove himself. I follow them out the house and watch them square up to each other. I roll my eyes as they begin to move in a circle. Eric had his hands in his pockets, moving around like this was the most bored he had ever been, while Jensen is crouched, trying to choose his perfect moment to attack. If I win, I get to babysit the Luna. Jensen snaps. Alpha, Eric muses. If you win, you get to protect the alpha. I watch my brother roll his eyes, and I knew that would annoy Eric more. Jensen charges at Eric, and Eric simply sidesteps. Jensen skids on the grass and quickly turns lunging at Eric. It was like watching a kid's cartoon where the younger one never got their way. They end up wrestling on the grass when I pick up my mate's lavender scent. She comes to a stop next to me. What are they doing? Deciding who is going to keep an eye on you on the next full moon. I feel her blue eyes on me. Don't worry, it will be Eric. Then why are you letting them fight? I hear the alarm in her voice. Jensen does this all the time. He likes to try and challenge Eric or myself. He never wins. I mutter just as Eric plants a fist on the bridge of my brother's nose. It's easier to let them battle it out. I pull Nia's back against my chest, locking my arms around her and resting my hands on her stomach. Every day I had fucked her, filling her with my seed, and there still wasn't a change in her scent to signal that she is carrying my pup. Raven had told me the same as what she had told Nia, that it's still too early to tell. How are you feeling? I whisper in her ear as she watches the fight. Sore. There was a warning in her tone, a warning not to try anything today. She tilts her head back to look up at me. Her eyes are almost pitch black. It was more than a warning, it was a threat. I hold back the chuckle bubbling in my throat and kiss her forehead. If Nyx thinks she can threaten me on Nia's behalf, she better think again. Kissing her again, I keep my mouth shut, but my eyes probably told her everything she needs to know. I don't take kindly to threats. Her attention goes back to the men who are still wrestling. Jensen was a little bloody, and the blood that was on Eric was also Jensen's. Not a single bruise colored Eric's skin. Guys, that's enough. You've been going at this long enough. Eric pins Jensen down, sitting on his chest with his knees dug into Jensen's shoulders. Do you give up? Jensen bares his teeth. Never. Eric digs his knees in more, and Jensen winces, but he still tries fighting back. I had to give it to him. He wasn't someone who backed down from a fight. I'm sorry, Jensen. You lost. I call out. He thumps the ground with his fist and relaxes. Fine. Happy? I whisper to Nia. She nods her head and whispers, I need to talk to you. Her hand links with mine, and she pulls me to the house and into my office. Her hand drops from mine and she sits in her usual spot, only this time she doesn't pull her legs up to her chest. Is everything okay? There is a flaw in your plan. She doesn't hold back. You said, and Raven said, that you would be able to sense that I'm pregnant, that my hormones will change. I did. What about the guests? They will be able to tell that I'm not. We still have a couple of days. And if I'm still not, then we tell them your lichen half is masking your scent. I lean against my desk, watching her. Who would have thought that you would be concerned that you are not carrying my air? Exactly 2 days later, I smell the subtle changes in her lavender scent. Nia was curled up asleep, hugging a pillow as I showered. The moment I turned the water off, I could smell the change. Walking over to her, I was half tempted to wake her and tell her the news. Instead, I settled for sliding my hand between her and the pillow and resting it on her flat stomach, enjoying that I was the first to know. Well, it finally happened. Arrow muses. Years we have been waiting for this. I agree, but I also internally sigh. It was a pregnancy of convenience. Doesn't matter, it is still our pup. Nia will be a great mother if anything. Her past trauma will make sure of that. I hope you are right. Pulling the blanket up around her, I quickly dress. Raven would be the first that I would tell. After all, she is the pack doctor and my baby sister. You have to tell him. I hear Raven as I push the door open. He is your brother. Klaus's words come out in a rushed whisper. And he is our alpha. It doesn't matter who tells him, he needs to know. I need to know what? Both of them jump, which makes it even more infuriating. They would have done well if one of Trey's assholes had crept up on them. Well, you need to see for yourself, Raven mutters, scurrying around the station. She grabs my hand and leads me to the room at the far end. I don't know how to help her. Her? She pushes open the heavy door and I'm hit by the smell of iron. Blood splattered the walls, floor, the door, and the cupboards. Sat in the corner rocking is a naked Jess. Deep wounds littered her arms, face, and body. They were slow to heal, most likely because her body was tired. Eric left her with me last night, Klaus mutters. She cut her finger opening a tin. She watched it heal and just fucking lost it. She keeps shifting and ripping into herself with her claws. Raven whispers. As soon as she is healed, she does it all over again. I can't get near her to sedate her. Putting her in here is all I could do. Why didn't you let me know sooner? Raven's eyes shift to Klaus. Well, you have been a little preoccupied. She was referring to me trying to get Nia pregnant. You should have told me, both of you. Get me a blanket. Raven runs out into the hallway and comes back with several blankets. What are you going to do? Leave me. But Dane, leave me. The door closes behind me. I quietly move towards Jess. Crouching down, I wrap the blanket around her. Hey, it's okay, you are safe. She continues to rock, seemingly oblivious to my presence. Grabbing a cloth, I begin to clean the blood from her face, and she stills. Her hands clutch the blanket tightly. I'm a monster, she whispers. No, I state it simply and clearly. You are a kid who has been thrown into the unknown. Why didn't you leave with the others? I don't want to run. But you want to hurt yourself? I was so grateful that Nia hadn't gone down this path. Something tells me she would have done a lot more than just claw at her skin. Especially when she has a habit of going for the heart. Death would be better. Yours or the people that did this to you. Dane, why is this happening to me? Jess asks me quietly. Her blue eyes are wide as she stares at me. Why me? As much as I hate to say it, you were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Right. Her voice is hollow, and she blinks back the tears. We can help you. Why do you even care? I hear the resentment in her question. Because my mate was just like you. She wasn't changed, but she was lied to and made to believe she was something else her entire life. When Nia found out the truth, she called herself a monster too. Right. She didn't believe me. You should spend more time with her. Come stay in the pack house. Eric is there most of the time anyway, especially now his boys have left with their grandparents. Her eyebrows knit together and thankfully the tears have stopped. You won't hurt me? I smile. I had no intention of hurting a kid. No. Can you find out if my family are okay? Of course. She sighs. What will happen to me? What do you mean? You said that I wouldn't be able to see my family again. You said you were a wolf, even though you look like a vampire from the TV shows. You said I'm a lichen, so where do I go? I suggest that you stay here, become a permanent member of the pack. You will be safe. You will be protected. You will have to learn what it's like to live here. We have expectations. She nods her head at me, her red hair swaying around her face. One of those being that you don't intentionally hurt yourself. She hadn't just been covered in claw wounds. Her arms were covered in old scars too, ones that happened before she was turned. A pink tinge creeps up her cheeks and she nods her head at me. Follow me. I mutter, rising to my feet. She follows me from the blood-splattered room, keeping her eyes low. Jess, I murmur, stopping by my sister and Klaus. You already know Klaus, but this is my younger sister, Raven. Are you okay? Raven asks. Jess nods her head and continues to keep her eyes low and her lips pressed together. I'm taking her to the pack house. Are you sure? I could hear my sister's concern. Yes, Nia is the only one who can give her the advice she needs. Raven doesn't answer. Her dark eyes remain on Jess. She didn't trust her, not in the slightest. I don't blame her after the Devon incident. In the pack house, I show Jess around just like I had done with Raven. Her eyes are like saucers as she takes everything in. You are not the only pack? She asks as we move up the stairs. No. Are all the main houses like this? I guess so. Are you like a millionaire? Like how deep are your pockets? I cock an eyebrow at her. She really wasn't afraid of asking questions. Right, too personal, sorry. I led her down to the end of the hallway. This will be your room. I called ahead already. There should be some clothes for you on the bed. Thanks, she whispers. She gasps as she steps into the bedroom. This is bigger than the ground floor of my home. Thank you. Sure. I glance back down the hallway towards my bedroom. Nia was stirring, but something wasn't right. I just need to go check on Nia. Will you be all right? Jess nods her head at me as her eyes dart quickly around the room. Heading to my bedroom, I find Nia sitting on the edge of the bed, one hand gripped around one of the posts. Sweat dripped down her face, and I see she is fighting the urge to vomit. I don't feel good, she croaks. I think I've caught... She gags again and runs to the door where the toilet is. Pulling her hair back from her face, I gently rub her back, waiting for her to be done. She sits back against my legs and lets out a tired sigh. You are not sick. Besides, we heal from standard illnesses. She pauses for a second, taking in my words, and slowly tips her head back to look at me. You're saying... I am. I scented it this morning when you were still sleeping. Her eyebrows raise. It worked? Are you doubting my abilities? No, my own. Raven didn't say anything about throwing my guts up. Helping her to her feet, I guide her to the large chair by the window. I've moved Jess into the house. I hoped it would take her mind off of how bad she was feeling. Oh, okay? She didn't leave. No, I went to find Raven. Her and Klaus had Jess in one of the rooms at the hospital. Is she okay? No, she shifted. I see Nia's eyes widen. In fact, she has shifted multiple times. She tried hurting herself, and it's not the first time. What do you mean? She is covered in scars from before she was turned. Her arms and shoulders are littered with thin silvery lines. She hides it well, but I think there is more to her past than she shares. I want to keep an eye on her, and maybe you should spend some time with her. Me. She called herself a monster. I wait for Nia to say something, but she just slowly nods her head at me. She needs someone to look up to. Maybe you can be like a big sister to her, show her that it's not all bad. Not so mean after all? She muses as I move to the basin to grab her a glass of water. Is that what you think? I cock an eyebrow at her as I hand her the glass. She doesn't respond. Instead, she chooses to press her lips to the glass, and I see a tiny curve at the corners that she is fighting to hide as she sips the water. There are people arriving today, I remind her. At least I don't have to lie now. She smiles with her lips, but it doesn't quite meet her eyes. No, but you should be aware that many of these people won't want to be here. But they are contracted to do so? Nia asks. Yes, they also will not be afraid to make their feelings clear. Right? She sighs. What exactly does it say in the contracts? That they will protect any of my heirs at all costs. And if they don't? Do you really want me to answer that? Wrinkles appear on her forehead. She opens her mouth to say something, but the words disappear as she makes a beeline to the toilet, thrusting the glass into my stomach on her way. I wait for her to finish, and when she looks at me, her skin has that same gray complexion as when I first met her. Nix thinks something is wrong. It's just the change in your hormones. I've seen it happen before. Though the gray skin worried me, I wasn't going to tell her that. If it makes you feel better, we can go and see Raven. You're still here? I mutter to Klaus as we walk into the pack hospital. I've been helping Raven clean the mess. Jess did quite a number. He flicks through a trashy magazine that Raven insisted on buying. Where is Raven? She went to change. Should be back in a minute. Is everything okay? His eyes settle on Nia. You don't exactly... He trails off when he sees my head shake, and before Nia has a chance to say something, Raven comes hurtling in. Klaus, can you head over to the house? Jess is in the room at the end of the hallway. Just keep an eye on her. I instruct. Sure. You're pregnant? Raven asks as soon as the door is closed behind Klaus. You have to be. Otherwise you wouldn't be here. Though I can't smell the changes yet. Can you just check her over? I've told you, Dane. Nothing will show up, not until she is a few weeks along, and even then it will be a tiny speck, if anything. She turns to Nia and smiles. All I can suggest is try to up your fluid intake if you're feeling queasy. It's not normal for a wolf. The words tumble from my mouth in irritation from Arrow pushing forward, and before I even have a chance to think or force him back. She's not a wolf. Raven snaps, folding her arms across her chest. Look, I can do a scan, but right now that is all I can offer, and I'm telling you, it won't show anything. She leads us to a bed and grabs a small machine, absent-mindedly running the wand over Nia's stomach. To be honest, Dane, I'm a little surprised you can smell anything. Most mates can't tell until their partner is at least a month along. She suddenly stops, holding the little want in one position. Huh. I see the panic in my mate's eyes. What do you mean, huh? Nia cries. She fiddles with something on the side of the small monitor. A heartbeat echoes around the room, followed by an extra beat. Nia, you are further along. Give or take 6 weeks. I am? You didn't know? No. What's wrong with a heartbeat? I demand. Nothing. It is just what it sounds like when a mother is carrying twins. Nia. Twins? Yep. Raven smiles. Definitely. She presses the little wand harder against my stomach as I stare up at the ceiling. Dane's fingers curl around mine. I knew he was happy. I could feel it vibrating off of him. Twins, I muttered to Nix, hoping that she would understand my fear. I could barely look after myself, let alone 2 pups. Look at him, she mutters. My eyes drift to Dane. He holds the small monitor in his free hand as Raven points out the growing pups. The biggest grin is plastered on his face and his crimson eyes are bright. He's happy. We are not in this alone. How? My body has been through so much. I can't be 6 weeks. I try to add up the dates in my head, but so much has happened since my first period that I am all turned around. Nix doesn't say anything. Did you know? Silence. Nix? The forest, she mutters quietly, and our pups develop quicker. Lichens. I'm carrying lichens? As much as that was who I am, I wanted nothing to do with them. It's too early to tell. But there is every No! I climb off the bed, pulling my hand from Dane's. Both Raven and Dane stare at me like I'm mad. Nia? He tries to reach my wrist and I rip it out of reach. I need to think. I snap a little harder than I intended as I barge past them. Nix starts trying to talk to me. Shut up! Raven's dark eyes are like saucers as they flash between me and Dane. Just give me some time. I mutter, backing out the room. Nia? Raven calls after me. I hear Dane telling her to let me go, to give me what I had asked for. Hey, you okay? Klaus asks as I fly through the doors that led back out onto the grounds. I need to be alone, and I thought you were with Jess? Eric's at the house. Right, I huff. Is being alone what you really want? He gives me a small smile. Maybe you just need someone else to talk to? Or vent to? Someone that is not your mate. My eyes narrow at him for a second. Have you done any more research? About you mean? I nod. I have some stuff at the house, but I'm assuming you are talking about being pregnant? You know? He shrugs his shoulders. It wasn't too hard to guess. You came to the hospital with no visual injuries. You only looked a little off, and Dane was not losing his temper. What do the books say? To be honest, not a lot. I inwardly sigh. It wasn't what I wanted to hear. What does your lichen have to say about it? He quizzes. That the pups develop faster. You're worried that the pup will be a lichen? Worse, that they both will be? It takes him a moment to realize I am telling him it's twins. His eyes widen at the realization of my words. I have Trey and Cassandra coming for me with who knows how many lichens. Dane will be having guests arriving and... It's too much. I nod my head, closing my eyes to fight the tears that were trying to leak out. For everything that those bastards have done to me, they don't deserve to live. But now, I might be bringing more into the world. And that scares you? I nod. They will be raised by you. He gives me another small smile. That counts for something. I knew the words were supposed to be reassuring, yet they plant more doubt in my mind. Raised by me, it felt like some sort of universal joke. I see Eric come out of the pack house, his hands firmly planted on Jess's shoulders. He briefly looks around. Spotting me, he pushes Jess in our direction. Her eyes are low as they come to a stop in front of us. I was too busy staring at Jess's hair to listen to the men. She had taken a pair of scissors to it, and badly. Her eyes catch mine. I couldn't get the blood out. I was about to tell her I could fix it. I had learned to cut my own hair over the years, but Eric interrupts us to tell me that Dane's guests had arrived. Dane comes out of the hospital with force, making the door ricochet against the brick wall. It makes Jess jump, and her hand grabs mine. I could hear her heart beating so hard that it hummed. Take her to the house, Dane orders. All the men stare at me, waiting for me to move and take Jess back to the house. But for some reason, I had this burning need to ignore his instructions. I wanted to hear what his guests had to say about me. I wanted to see if they were disgusted by me. I didn't want to be kept in the dark like a dirty secret. No, the single word rolls off of my tongue and Dane just stares at me. Had he listened to my thoughts? Jess, go to the house. Her hand squeezes more, her nails practically digging into my skin. She was afraid to be alone. No, I had no idea where the confidence was coming from. Surely it couldn't be hormones already? His crimson eyes darken, and a faint whimper comes from Jess as she slowly creeps behind me. If we delay them meeting me, they will suspect something. You did. This isn't the same thing, isn't it? It's too late anyway, Klaus murmurs. I glance up to see a group of Dane's men leading 6 other men towards us. Jensen is at the front, talking to one of them. They were all big like the men here. I wasn't sure what I expected really, but they all had that powerful aura surrounding them. Not as strong as Dane's, yet still evident. It makes Jess shrink even more. And I was starting to regret not making her go to the house. She wasn't prepared for this. Well, Dane, we are here, the first one mutters. His dark gray eyes find me, and if I didn't feel the need to vomit, I would hold the glare. Roan. I hear Dane greet him as I empty my stomach once again. There were a few of us wondering if you were speaking the truth, especially with how long it has been since you have been trying to produce an heir, but now we can see it is obvious. I hated his tone already. There was no friendship between the two men, and that would likely be the same with the others. Contracts, that was the only reason why they were here. Well, I snap, then you will be pleased to hear that he is having twins. Definitely hormones. Nix muses at my frankness, and I see how Jensen smirks. You must be the mate. Roan cocks an eyebrow at me, and I notice how the others haven't spoken. Why were they letting him do all the talking? This is Nia. Dane introduces me. Roan holds a hand out to me. When I don't take it, he laughs, a deep roaring cackle that makes me tense up. I feel Jess tense too. Right now, she was probably regretting not having left the pack with the others when she had the chance. Suspicious, it makes a change. His tongue plays with one of his canines as he stares at me. What was that supposed to mean? This one hasn't tried running then? He knew about the others. How long had he known Dane for? No, and she is not going to. Dane replies, we shall see. Roan smirks at me. It will be a lot easier to protect you if you don't go running off. He shifts his gaze to Dane. Now tell me what we are dealing with. Your message was cryptic, and we all have the same question. We move to the house, taking a seat at the long dining table that hadn't been used since I had been here. Dane sits at the head and links me, telling me to take a seat to his left. The men sit, and I notice how Jess uses the moment to run off to her bedroom. Maybe that was for the best. Dane talks. He tells them almost everything except the bit about what I am and how they are turning people. Why the fuck would you need our help? Roan pushes his chair back from the table. Your pack is huge in comparison. Dane looks at me and nods his head. I'm not a wolf. I splutter. Everyone's eyes are instantly on me. The only blonde-haired man with them speaks. You smell like a wolf. I peered at the man that Dane had called Greg. I know, I whisper. What are you? The last Lycan Alpha. Dane. It was amusing to hear her say it, to finally announce who she was, though I couldn't tell if it was the growing pups giving her confidence or whether Roan genuinely annoyed her to make her snap at him. Either way, it didn't matter. A Lycan Alpha? Greg queries. What the hell is a Lycan? He looks around at the other men who all look equally confused, except Roan. Roan has his eyes are on my mate, and he looks at her in the same way Jensen used to, with a hunger to devour her. He can try. Arrow mutters. I keep my mouth closed much to Arrow's annoyance. I wanted to beat Roan into the ground, but for now, it could wait. I am a monster. I see the dark smile on Nia's face. I notice how dark her eyes are too. Barely a blue rim is present. She was letting Nyx hover near the surface. And you are running from your pack? Roan questions my mate. As I have already explained to you, no, she isn't. I cut in. I was expecting more questions about her being a Lycan. He bobs his head. So you are the reason humans are turning up with bite marks. Roan rubs through the stubble on his chin. What are you talking about, Roan? Greg asks. Before Roan gets a chance to answer, my mate snaps at him. I am not biting anyone. I hold my hand up to Nia as I turn to Roan. You've seen this? Yes. You've seen them shift? Now that is something I haven't been privy to. When they started showing up in the city, we dealt with them before things got out of control. Your pack is in the city? Nia asks confused. Next city over. Ashburn City. Roan mutters like he expected her to know where that is. My pack are more urban than you lot in Black Shadow. I roll my eyes at him. What worked for him didn't work for everybody. When you say, you deal with them, you mean? Nia asks quietly, and I see how the black fades and her eyes return to the usual blue. We kill them. You didn't think to tell me, Roan. Greg snaps at him. You are not anywhere near the situation. You married and became an alpha elsewhere, hundreds of miles away. We may be brothers, but we haven't been close in over a decade. My fist hits the table. Whatever you guys have got going on, it needs to be put aside. You all signed a contract with me. I have held up my end when you needed me. I snap. Now it's time you did the same. There's nothing about lichens in it, Greg murmurs. You are right, there isn't. But it does state that if there is a threat to my heirs, you will protect them with your lives. They aren't even born yet, Greg grumbles. From the day of conception, Roan rolls his eyes at his brother. We are contractually bound. Or are you prepared to tell your wife that you have just handed over your pack? Roan questions his brother. They all turn to stare at my mate. Her eyes are low. I see how she takes slow, deep breaths, trying to keep herself from throwing up again. I don't like the way she looks, Arrow tells me. Nia, go get some rest, I tell her. I have questions, Roan snaps, and if all my attention is on my mate, I won't be able to answer them. Nia practically runs from the room, whether to escape the meeting or to vomit. I wasn't sure, but this way Roan wouldn't be ogling my mate. Everyone's eyes are on me. Go on, ask, I challenge, knowing that there was a single burning question on the tip of everyone's tongue. What are they? Greg asks. It's too early to tell, I answer casually. What if they are like her? Another asks. They are still my heirs. I knew it was likely. She was developing faster than the average wolf, but I also knew the idea of them being lichens was plaguing my mate's thoughts. She hated the fact that they could be lichens. She wanted the lichen line to end. Jensen and Eric were quiet, listening carefully to everyone's words, until Jensen snaps. We didn't call you here to discuss the heritage of the pups. You are here purely to hold up your end of the contract. And when this is over, the contract is completed? Roan asks. We will be free? Their lives won't be worth living if something happens to our pups, Arrow growls. This is what has kept my contracts in place, the clause that states that they will repay their debts. Though until now, I have never needed them. I have always kept them hanging on, desperate to be free of my grasp. I was doing this to keep my mate and my heirs safe. Yes, I agree. The contract will be completed. The alphas exchange looks, and finally, they all nod in agreement. They all wanted the same thing, to be free of owing me anything. Just help me understand. You are the natural alpha of Moonshine. Why will they not bow to you? Roan asks Nia. You have the power. I can feel it. It's fucking strong. The alphas had been here for 2 days, and they still kept circling this question. Especially Roan. He was fascinated by the idea of a female alpha, and he always found a way to be present, asking the same questions, trying to get a different answer. They don't believe in a female alpha, Nia replies, exasperated. Yet, they still want you. He leans against the wall. They are so desperate to get you that they are creating pricks that don't know how to handle themselves. She gently thumps her head against the desk, tired of the same questions. They want me because I will produce more lichen alphas for them. The two that are leading the campaign, the male is her uncle. I tell him, the female is his mate. We believe they can't have kids, and that is why they kept Nia alive. So you thought it was a good idea to put a pup in her? He cocks a brow at me. I did. That's ballsy. What if they try and keep one of the twins for themselves? You must see the flaw in that plan, right? I know you, Dane. I know you have one of the best war planners in your pack. Was this his idea or yours? Does it matter? You are here to protect them. It's a dangerous game you are playing, Dane, and you are putting all of our packs at risk. Fucking idiot, Arrow mutters. He hated how Nia was being questioned. He hated how our word wasn't good enough for the alphas, and he was becoming desperate to get to the surface. I straighten up, glaring at him as my tone drops. It's the least you can do, Roan, especially after what we did for you. He takes notice of my warning. Are you trying to draw them out? Is this the idea? Yes, though it's been a little quiet since she killed one. He looks over at Nia. There's nothing to her. She really killed one? 2, I mutter with a smile. She used her claws to tear out the first one's heart. The second, she punctured its heart. I follow his gaze. Nia's eyes are closed and she is resting her cheek on my desk. I was worried about her. She hadn't eaten in days, and even water was a struggle to keep down. Some of the others had noticed too, though when they started asking questions, I shut them down. I decided to give her a couple more hours. If she was still struggling, then she will be going back to the hospital. Fucking crazy. Roan mutters for what felt like the 100th time. They would stand a much better chance if they had their true alpha in place. I know that. You know that, but for some reason they think they know better. And that is why they are dying out. Roan chuckles. No offense. He smiles at Nia and then frowns. Has she fallen asleep? You know that's not normal, right? Checking over Nia, I move her from my desk chair to the sofa. She doesn't stir, completely out for the count. You should get her looked at. Raven says it's early pregnancy stuff. We both know that is not normal. Roan cocks an eyebrow at me. She's a lichen. None of us know what's normal. She doesn't even know what normal is, as they lied to her her entire life. What about the witch confidant you use? Maybe she has knowledge on this. Madame Curie? She hasn't been seen in a while and no one has left the pack grounds. She's in my city. What? Why? It's a long story. I can put in a call, but you and I both know she doesn't come cheap. Call her. He whips a phone out from his pocket and holds it up to his ear. I hear her the moment she answers. Alpha Roan. You are requested at Black Shadow. There's a pause before she answers. A long sigh echoes down the phone before she tells Roan that she's on her way. She responds to you? I ask curiously when he hangs up. I caught her in a spot of bother. He smirks. Let's just say I've learned a thing or two from you over the years. He rises to his feet and glances over at my sleeping mate. His eyes hover on her a little too long before he turns back to me. I never thought I would see the day where you found a mate. Neither did I. If anything happens to her, he smiles at me. Oh, I know. I've already made that mistake once. This world will never be the same. It's better to be on your side than against you. Nia, it's been almost 4 days. Dane mutters as he walks back and forth in front of me. At least I've stopped throwing up. I try to smile at him, but it doesn't make his look of concern disappear. You need to go and see Raven. I should have taken you last night after I got back from the pack run. I'm fine. I wasn't. I was getting annoyed with the constant concern. I had somehow become the center of everyone's attention, and it wasn't a place I liked to be. I couldn't move without someone being on my case. The other alphas made me fidgety. When they were around, my guard would go up and I found myself quiet or snapping. There was no in-between. You may feel fine, but you haven't eaten. He steps towards me, pulling me to my feet. His hands sit on my hips. His thumbs casually skim my frame. You are losing weight. Nix had told me the same thing, but I felt fine. I went longer without food when I was being kept a slave. His hands moved to my stomach. You need to nourish yourself and them. You have access to whatever you need. You should be more concerned about Trey and Cassandra. I snap at him. There is still no sign of them, and the other alphas are getting restless. Fuck them. It's you who I am worried about. I'm fine. I really wish you wouldn't say that. I can hear your thoughts, Nia. I know you are not fine. I can smell that you are not fine. But for some reason, you won't talk to me about it. Are you freaking out because you think they might be lichens? Or are you starving yourself in the hopes that the pregnancy doesn't stick? He cocks his brow at me. You were supposed to block him out. I snap at Nix. They are my pups too, she scowls. Well, Dane snaps. It's not like that. I suck my bottom lip in between my teeth. It scares me. If they are lichens, then that is what they are destined to be. Madame Curie should be here today. Maybe she can give you some answers. His words fill me with more dread. The witch who had originally bound me was coming. The pit in my stomach growls and Dane cocks an eyebrow at me as his lips curve up. You need to stop worrying about them. They will be loved. They will be cared for, no matter what they are. He presses his lips to my forehead. Now go eat. Make my pups happy. As I head towards the door, he calls out to me to tell me Klaus will be popping by later to check how my reading is going. Making my way downstairs, I hear Jensen in the kitchen explaining mate bonds to someone. I'm 15, Jess screeches. I charge into the kitchen to find Jensen leaning against the cabinets, his arms folded against his chest as he stares at Jess. Immediately, I jump to her defense. I knew what Jensen was like, and there was no way on earth I was letting him do anything to a 15-year-old. What's going on? I glare at him. Do you want to tell her, or shall I? Jensen presses his lips together in annoyance. What's going on? Jess's eyes are low. Her face is as red as a tomato. Have you tried something? I snap at him. I like my women, but I draw the line at underage ones. He sighs. They are mated. Nix mutters as I try processing his words. And to make it worse, you were human. His dark eyes focus on Jess and not in a good way. Jess runs from the room crying, and Jensen rolls his eyes. How long have you known? He doesn't answer me. How long? I ask again. Since the day she turned up. She's a fucking kid. She started following me around a few days ago. I'm assuming because are starting to settle down with her body. His eyes flash at me. I will reject her. I am not waiting around until she is 18. I might be dead by then. That's why you were explaining the bond to her. You were trying to prepare her. He nods. As much as you think I'm an asshole, I do care about some things. That girl has been through enough. The rejection would probably tear her apart. It was weird hearing him talk like this. A kinder side. A side that showed he wasn't always an idiot. You walked in just when I was about to reject her. Maybe make sure that she has someone with her when you reject her. She will need it. Sure. Dane. Roan's voice travels through the house and Jensen rolls his eyes again. He sticks his head out the door. My brother is busy. What do you want? Madame Curie is here. My back stiffens and Nix is already muttering to herself. She hadn't even met her, but she already hated her for binding my abilities. She strolls into the house with a small bag. A smile creeps onto her tan skin as her eyes find me. How are you feeling, Alpha Nia? I didn't like it. I didn't like hearing it. I didn't like her saying it. Her eyes move down to my stomach and her grin seems to grow. Twins, how wonderful. You know, Roan asks her with a frown. I see what I need to see. She turns around in a small circle. I believe Alpha Dane wishes to see me. He is a little busy right now. Jensen tells her. You are more than welcome to wait in the office. Very well. She turns back to me. I would love your company. Jensen catches my wrist. If you don't feel comfortable, it's fine. You don't have to. I refocus on the witch. She knew I was having twins. Maybe she knew more. I'm fine. I mutter, pulling my wrist away. If she tries anything, I will just kill her. The men watch me move to the office. Madame Curie closely follows. A little too close for my liking. I make a point of sitting in Dane's chair behind the desk and facing her in the door. How are you feeling? She asks me as she makes herself comfortable. I don't answer her and instead fire my own question. You said that you see what you needed to see. Where are Trey and Cassandra? Waiting. Where? That, I'm afraid, is something I cannot be sure of. Annoyance was growing inside of me. I believe I am here to check on you. She studies my face. You don't need to. I know, you have it all handled. She mutters with a smile. You know, when I first met you, I knew you were different. You were a special little pup, just as those that grow inside of you. Are they lichens? She smiles at me. Lichens are a dying breed. Even those that have been turned will not produce lichen pups. They are wolves, like Dane. Is that what you want, Alpha Nia? I want you to answer my questions. As much as I would like to give you the answer you are looking for, I am afraid I can't. You mean you won't? I sigh and shake my head. Why did you even come here? I owe Alpha Roan and I wanted one last look at you as the lichen Alpha. Dane, I walk into silence. Nia looks as though she is on the verge of tears, though she clutches her stomach as if she is about to vomit again. What do you mean? She mumbles to Madame Curie. Exactly what I said. Madame Curie's eyes flicker up to me. I cannot give you the answers you are looking for. How much? I offer, knowing exactly how she works. She shakes her head at me and pauses. If I took money from you for this, the answers I would be giving you, will be unsatisfactory and unworthy. She looks back at Nia. I am sorry that I played a role in your upbringing. Twice, I snap, and I wish that I could give you the information you seek. She sighs. You said you wanted to take one last look at me, the lichen Alpha. What does that mean? Am I dying? Nia demands. Everyone is. She smiles sadly. I shake my head in disbelief. I had known Madame Curie for a long time. Nia, she is talking about herself. You were always the smartest Alpha Dane. Madame Curie winks at me and turns her attention to my mate. Yes, he is right, Alpha Nia. I have been around for a long, long time and my time is coming to an end. Oh, what I can tell you is that your boys will thrive. You just have a journey to get there. That's all you can tell us? I ask, watching my mate. That is all the information I have. She rises to her feet. Now, if you don't mind, I would like to enjoy the few days that I have left. She turns to leave. Oh, but there is something else. Your mother was just as sick as you are for lichens. That is just how it is. Most likely because of the human essence in them. Try some ginger biscuits. Your appetite will soon return. As she leaves, I hear Roan shouting after her, demanding to know where she is going. She made it sound like I was dying, Nia whispers with a frown. Madame Curie is like that. You should have waited for me. I would have been able to read between the lines for you. I still don't know, she whispers. I still don't know what they are. Maybe for now, we just take each day as it comes. When you feel them, I'm sure you will think differently about them. She nods and suddenly looks up at me. There is something I need to tell you. He beat you to it. For once in his life, I think Jensen is actually doing the right thing. It will break her. Nia mutters. I knew they had been talking, exactly like I had hoped she would. Jess had confided in her when Nia fixed her hair. Nia didn't share anything with me, telling me that it was not for her to say, that Jess had asked her to not talk about it, and I respected her choice. All you can do is be there for her. Be that person that you needed when you were growing up. I tell her. There's a knock on the door, and Roan doesn't even wait for an answer. What the hell did you say to my witch? 1. It's none of your business. 2. You don't own her. And 3. You are in my house. Watch your fucking tone, I growl. I called her here to help with whatever this is. He waves his hand at my mate. You wanted answers, and now, she has walked away without even looking back. What did you say to her? Or did she tell you that we are all fucked? She is dying, Nia mutters. She can't help you anymore. What the fuck are you talking about? If you keep insisting on talking to my mate like that, I will break your fucking neck, I growl. Madame Curie is dying. She has days left. She doesn't give a crap about you owning her. When all this shit with the lichens is over, we are done, Dane. I owe you nothing. I want nothing to do with your pack ever again. Lichens, Eric yells through MindLink. They are here, I mutter to Roan. He charges out without hesitating, putting his immediate issues with me to one side. Find Jess, I tell Nia, ushering her to the door. Stay with her. Stay in the house. I press my lips against hers and quietly pray to the moon goddess to let me make it back to my mate, because none of us knew what we were truly up against. My people had formed a wall, 3 people deep as they stood shoulder to shoulder. I could see the lichens, all shifted, and all lining the edge of the trees, waiting. It was still impossible to tell how many there were. They don't move, watching us as we watch them, each of us listening for a single sign of movement. Was Trey and Cassandra here? I had no idea what they looked like in lichen form. What are they doing? Eric links me. He was in the front row, his eyes locked on the big fucker directly in front of him. Scouting. They are trying to figure out if this is all of us. Faint clapping starts somewhere in the trees. One by one, the lichens join in, slamming their large clawed hands together. The noise is deafening. Something's not right, Jensen mutters. It's a distraction. We scan the area to see what was different. Nothing had changed. My thoughts immediately go to Jess. Had I been screwed over by a kid? Nia? Is Jess with you? I link her as my heart thuds through my chest. She's hiding in her closet. Keep her there. I cast another glance around at all the lichens clapping. It's only then that I notice them parting, letting the blonde bimbo through. Cassandra was still in human form. As she makes her way through, she steps out in front, raising her hands to silence them. Where is she, Alpha Dane? Her voice cuts through me like nails on a chalkboard. Not here. Where is your prick of a husband? Hiding her in the house, she muses. I suggest you bring her out. This could get quite ugly. For who? Not a single one of your creatures has made it. We have killed each and every one of them. Her smile creeps up her face, except one. The one that you made a mistake changing. I growl. Are you sure about that? Her eyes close and her grin appears to take over her face. When her eyes reopen, she stares at me. You see, Alpha Dane, no matter how much little Jessica wants to fight it, she cannot resist the orders of her maker. So Nia will have two options. Come willingly, or kill Jessica. I already knew what Nia would do. She wouldn't kill Jess. My eyes close as I hear the front door of the pack house open. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Jess can't even bring herself to look at me. As I refocus on Nia, I see her eyes are a solid black. Don't shift. I link her. It wouldn't be safe for her or the pups. She doesn't respond, stepping down onto the grass, willingly walking with Jess. Nia's expression was cold and dark. There was still a wall of wolves between Nia and them. There was no way they were getting their hands on her. The Lycans begin to cheer, acting like they had won before the battle had even begun. You will bring her to me, Cassandra screeches as Jess stops just behind Jensen. Jess's head snaps up. Her eyes are just as dark as Nia's. She holds her hand out to my mate. As they join hands, Jess growls, You may be my maker, but you are not my alpha. Nia, my heart is pumping. The adrenaline that's coursing through my body had crept up like a slow-burning fire, igniting something deep within me. I felt powerful, and all it took was Jess. When I had found Jess, she was already trying to get inside a closet. Her words blur into one another as my own panic seeped in. Tears flooded her face quicker than she could wipe them away. I did what Dane asked me to do, to keep her here. Yet I couldn't help but peek over the window ledge. I had to see what was happening. The clapping was weird, the Lycans slamming their claws together while staring straight at the wolves. This is all kinds of fucked up, Nyx mutters. What are they doing? She shrugs her shoulders at me. I wanted to link Dane, desperate for him to tell me what was happening, but all I could hear was Jess, crying in the closet. Pulling the closet open, I offer a weak smile. They are not here for you. They are here for me. Her arms are holding her legs to her chest, just like the way I did. It was funny. Why did we try to make ourselves as small as possible in a time of crisis? They, the woman, the one that brought me here, Cassandra, wants me to bring you to them. She refuses to look at me. Is that why you are here? Is that why you tried hiding? I try to keep the anger out my voice. Jess shakes her head and then taps her temple. Here, I hear her. It was like a whisper at first, and now, her soft blue eyes lock with mine. Now it's a demand. A demand? Her head bobs up and down. She keeps saying, I am your maker, you will obey me. Control, just what Cassandra has always loved and wanted. You are going to try and hand me over? I ask quietly, realizing why they had chosen to change a child. I don't want to, she whispers. I sigh. You can't fight an order. It's ingrained in us to obey those above us. Jess lets go of her legs. You make me feel like I can fight it, like being here with you. I feel a little safer. If you told me not to, I would have to follow you, right? Because you are the alpha. Because you are my alpha? Because you are more powerful than she is. Danes. No, you are the Lycan's alpha. If I understand it right, they have to respond to you. That's what Eric told me. She looks towards the window but closes her eyes. Her demands are getting louder. I actually feel pain in my chest. That's bad, right? It's because you are not acting on her orders. Can you make it stop? Would it work? Dane talked about linking them all, but would this work? There is only one way to find out, Nyx mutters. I order you not to take me to Cassandra. Jess throws her arms around me. Thank you. I think Jess might be onto something. Nyx muses. Let's go take down the whole pack. I smile at Jess. I think you might be right, Jess. And now, I need your help. My bare feet hit the grass. Jess stands a little behind me as though she is walking me out. She was trying so hard to hold it together, just like I was. It wouldn't have to be for long, just long enough to make Cassandra believe that she was getting what she wanted. I was desperate to look at Dane, but I knew I would break the moment we locked eyes. I had asked Nyx to keep him out of my head, just temporarily, while I try to put an end to all this shit. 2 words still got through. Don't shift. Shifting was not the plan. Cheers erupt from the Lycans, if you could call it that. It was more like roars and howls of satisfaction. They didn't even have me in their grasp, and yet they were celebrating. As they dropped down to silence, Cassandra yells, You will bring her to me. Jess stares through the rows of wolves. Like me, she was barely tall enough to see. Slowly, she reaches a hand out to me, locking it with mine. You may be my maker, but you are not my alpha. I feel my heart race, and still, I couldn't believe she was doing this. You are a stupid little girl. You know nothing of our world. I know enough to know who is wrong. Jess squeezes my hand as she stares out in front of her. Her eyes are dark in the same way as Dane said mine become. She was close to shifting. Bring her to me. She yells and stomps her foot. The wolves haven't moved an inch, but the Lycans creep closer, prepared for battle. I'm ready when you are, Nyx mutters. I take a deep breath as the Lycans edge a little closer. If this doesn't work, we were screwed. Drop the block. My head is quickly filled with mutterings, words of the Lycans all blurring together to make a constant hum. I am your alpha. Bring Cassandra and Trey to me, I demand. I'm almost surprised by my own tone as it becomes more authoritative. The Lycans freeze. I see how they all look at one another. They had likely been told something else about me. something far from the truth, but if they were feeling the same thing that Jess had felt, they wouldn't be able to refuse. No, Cassandra screams out, you don't have that power, you are no one. Trey, tell them. Her hands ball into fists at her side. She was so used to getting her own way, and now she had hundreds of lichens turning their attention to her, and not in a good way. I could see from her eyes that this was something she never saw coming. Stupid bitch, Nyx murmurs. Screams break through the air. Cassandra's shrill voice causes a lot of the wolves and lichens to cover their ears. She starts backing away, yet there was nowhere for her to go. Lichens lined the trees behind her. A wall of wolves stood in front of her. Trey, help me! A single black lichen backs away into the trees as large claws grab on to Cassandra, no longer caring about her screams. Bring him to me, I snap through the link to all of them. Several of them take off running after Trey. Looking over to Dane, I see him smiling at me. He had been waiting for this, waiting for me to become who I am supposed to be. The lichens start to attack one another, desperate to be the one to bring the screaming bitch to me. They probably thought that I would spare their lives for their compliance. I had no intention of doing that. I didn't want to be an alpha of a pack that would betray their own. I didn't want those who so easily believed the words of Trey and Cassandra. Jess's hand is still in mine, and I smile at her. She was young, and that was Cassandra's downfall. She had chosen to change a girl who was similar to myself. A girl who wasn't interested in being anything more than who she is. The wolves part to let two lichens drag Cassandra to me. Dane joins me and Jess and slips his hand into mine as he kisses my cheek. He turns his attention to Cassandra. Well, Cassandra, how do you feel? Bastard, you have no idea. Trey will seek revenge if you lay a single hand on me. She turns her attention to Jess. And you are a stupid girl. I should have left you to die. I rip my hand from Dane's just as claws appear at the tips of my fingers. Plunging them into her stomach, the lichens let go of her. She screams. Her hands lock around my arm, keeping me from retracting my claws. You destroyed me, I mutter to her. You made me believe you were someone special, and then you ruined me, and now I'm going to ruin you. I pull my hand from Jess's and let the claws appear. Slowly piercing her skin, I let my claws sink into her kidneys before ripping them across her stomach. I hated her. She took everything from me. Turning to look at Dane, I see the evil glint in his eye. Kill them all, I whisper. The two lichens that had dragged Cassandra to me back up, only to be attacked by Roan and several others. All hell breaks out as Dane gives the order to attack. Blood creeps out of the corner of Cassandra's lips. Her eyes are wide in fear as they remain on me. I wanted to see the blood pour from her, just like she had made it pour from my parents. You deserve this, and so much more. I whisper as my claws retract from her flesh. She drops to her knees as tears fall from her eyes. It was the first time that I had seen her weep for anything. You are a monster, she croaks out. I am what you made me. My claws plunge into her chest, curling around her heart as she chokes. With a tug, I rip it free from her chest, holding it in my hand as it continued to beat for a moment. Her body sways before hitting the ground, and when I look up, I see Roan staring at me. His expression, unreadable. Dane, 3 days it took to burn all the dead. 3 days is how long Trey had been in my dungeons, still clinging to life. 3 days where Nia hadn't spoken a word about what had happened. She sits in her usual chair in my office, nibbling on a ginger biscuit. Madame Curie had been right about them, and it was finally settling her stomach enough to eat decently. Though today, instead of her legs pulled up to her chest, they are crossed under her. Her dark hair hangs around her face, and she seems content, but I had a million burning questions about the prick in my dungeons. I can kill him, I mutter, without looking up. If that's what you're having an issue with, I can handle it. She doesn't answer me. Nia, why did you let him live? You killed his mate. She sighs. He needs to suffer. Why couldn't they say no to my order? The question takes me by surprise. I thought she knew why. You were their alpha, that's why you could order them. It's different with wolves. As you know, a blood bond can mean you respond to two alphas. There are also cases where wolves can seek refuge in another pack and pledge themselves to that alpha. You are the last living lichen alpha. There was no one else that they could obey. They had no choice. Right, she mutters, picking up another biscuit. And the sooner we kill Trey, the sooner the other alphas can leave. She looks up at me with a frown. They were called here to protect you and the pups, under obligation of their contracts. Trey is still alive, which means there is a threat still present. They won't leave until it's been dealt with. I'm not ready. They were not the words I was expecting to hear. I stare at her, unable to read her mind. Nyx was still blocking me out, making it impossible to read her properly. You are not ready? I ask softly as she frowns. You are going to think I'm mad. He is the last tie you have to Moonshine, or rather, your parents. I had been trying to figure out why she was keeping him alive, especially when she hadn't even been down there to see him. This was the only answer I could come up with. See, stupid, she mutters. They destroyed you. They beat you. They starved you. They let the pack abuse you. I know, she snaps at me. You are struggling with giving up the idea of the life you could have had, the life you now have here, where you are loved, where you have friends, where you have adopted a sister who adores you. Her lips tug up at the corners. My life is messy, and I wouldn't have met you if it wasn't. But maybe it is time to close the door on your messy past and focus on the future and the pups you are carrying. She nods her head at me. Will you come with me? I'm still not ready to face him alone. We step down into the dungeons as Trey groans and his stomach rumbles from hunger. Look who it is. He sneers, struggling to get to his feet. His hands coil around the bars as he tries to keep himself upright. Fading bruises lingered on his face, and I could smell that my brother had been down here recently. Come to get some punches in? He snarls at me. Nia doesn't speak. Her fingers stay tightly locked with mine. Her blue eyes are wide as she stares at Trey. All that confidence she had appeared days ago has now suddenly disappeared into thin air. This man put more fear in her than she had led me to believe. Can't speak. Trey mocks her. You always did have trouble with your words, stuttering over the simplest word, and now look, nothing at all. Shut the fuck up, I snap. You have no power over her. He smirks. Her trembling body says otherwise. You were there, Nia mutters breathlessly. You were in the shadows. You watched me put that lemonade in front of them. You did nothing as they bled out. I realize it's not that she couldn't let go. Instead, she was still looking for answers. You are right, Trey smirks. A small crease appears on Nia's forehead as she closes her eyes. They all knew, didn't they? The chaos, the people running around. They screamed for help, and yet not one of them tried to help. They all knew, didn't they? Yes. A tear leaks out of her closed eyes. You were planning this for a long time, since the day you were born. Trey tells her with a shrug of his shoulders. You were supposed to be the one producing more lichens, more of those who will carry the alpha blood. They saw something special in you, but I was the one to realize what it would mean for our kind. There was hope for us. So you lied to her, I snap. We did what we had to do. Why the contract? I question. It wasn't a lie. We did need protection. A wolf pack had discovered us and were moving in to kill us. I have to admit, it was odd seeing him standing with you the other day, but what I didn't count on was her being mated to you. None of us saw that coming. A lichen and a wolf, he snorts. That is unheard of. Who? Who already knew about you? I don't know his name, and I don't care for it either. Another trick? Trying to buy yourself more time, Trey? Because that will just lead to more torture. Do what you want. I have already come to terms with my future. Which alpha are you talking about? I demand. He watches me. Nia interrupts with a whisper. He wasn't fazed when we told him. The others had questions, but he already knew. Her eyes find mine. Roan. Nia, it was never ending. Secret after secret, being revealed like it was some kind of game. The dungeon is filled with choking sounds, and I look up to see Dane with his arms stretched through the bars. His hands are locked around Trey's throat, squeezing him until Trey's lips begin to turn blue. His body spasms, and his hands fall from the bars. His mouth opens and closes like a fish, but no sound comes out. His eyes slowly bulge from their sockets, as Dane uses his strength to crush Trey's throat. It's time, Nix mutters. It's time to finish him for good. Stepping forward, I stretch my hand through the bars as long, sharp claws sprout from my fingertips. My hand makes contact with his chest. Slowly, my claws pierce his flesh with ease, slipping through the layers of skin and muscle until they touch his heart. I hover for a few moments, staring into the eyes of the man that had caused me so much grief and pain. Not once had he apologized. Even now, seconds away from death, he stares back at me, ignoring the wolf crushing his windpipe. His voice appears in my head. Go ahead. I have been waiting. I knew this day would come. What do you mean? I mumble through the link. I knew I would die once you had found yourself, once you had realized your true position. He splutters as my claws sink a little deeper, piercing the edges of his heart. Goodbye, Trey, I mutter as my claws dive into his heart. This time I keep them there, watching the light disappear from his eyes, feeling the heart fight around my claws as it leaks blood. Dane releases him, and he takes a hollow breath that sounds like an old door opening. What I didn't expect was for Trey to grab my wrist, forcing my claws in deeper. His eyes close, and more empty gasps of air creep from his throat until there is silence. His heart had stopped fighting, his lungs had stopped demanding air. The only thing keeping him upright were my claws. Pulling my hand free, his body hits the cement floor with a crack. Blood quickly pools around him and a tear leaks from my eye. I had finally closed the door on my past. Dane carries Trey's body outside. He dumps it on the grass as Klaus appears with a box of matches and a small can of fuel. I watch in silence as Klaus drowns the body and lights a match. He looks at me for confirmation, and I nod my head. The flame lights Trey up the moment the match hits. Huge orange flames travel along his body, drowning out the smell of his blood. Instead, the air was filled with the nauseating smell of burning flesh. Dane slips his arms around my waist, pressing his chest against my back as we watch the body burn. They're all dead, he whispers. I nod, not being able to find the words I wanted to say. You won, Nia. Is Jess okay? I ask quietly. I wanted to ask where Roan was, but I wasn't ready to deal with that just yet. She's inside with Eric and Raven, Klaus tells me. I could feel their eyes on me. They were expecting me to talk about what had happened, but there was nothing to talk about. I had killed them. That was the end of it. Has Jensen rejected her yet? Is that why they are with her? It's a little more complicated than that. Klaus shakes his head. She is refusing to accept the rejection. Why? It comes out a little higher pitched than usual. What do you mean she is refusing? Dane asks. She flat out told him that she is refusing it. She didn't even say no. She just said she refuses it. Can that be done? I ask with a scowl. I mean, I was somehow still mated to Kyle after he tried rejecting me. That was because you didn't accept the rejection correctly, Dane mutters. I can't say that I have heard of someone refusing a rejection. She could die. My heart flutters with panic. I knew what Jensen was like. We all knew what Jensen was like. If he slept with another female, it would kill her. Where is my brother? Dane questions. He left. Klaus refuses to meet his gaze. He left. Where the fuck did he go? Klaus shrugs his shoulders. We tried to stop him, but he was so angry. With Jess? Klaus shakes his head. With the moon goddess. She is the one who paired him with Jess, and he isn't happy. I need to find Jess, I mutter. They let me go on my own. Now that all the lichens were gone, Dane wasn't too fussed about me going anywhere on my own. Roan makes me jump. He is sitting outside the office door when I enter the pack house. He rises to his feet when he sees me. His dark gray eyes drift down to my blood-covered hand. You killed him? His tone is empty, but he continues to stare at me like he had since we first met. Yes, he is dead. I don't know what it is about this man, but he brings out my irritation just by existing. That makes you the last one. Well, you and Jess. I don't like the way he is looking at me and his eyes settle on my stomach. Do we know what they are? Dane's heirs. I mutter back. You know that is not what I am asking. And still, that is what they are. I snap. Unborn members of this pack. Can I ask you a question? Ask. The bitten, the ones changed, whatever you want to call it. How did they end up in your city? The same way as they ended up in the city down the road. How long have you known there were lichens? He stares at me, pressing his lips together. You knew. You knew before they started turning up in your city. When you were told, you barely reacted. How long have you known? He shrugs his shoulders at me. He's an asshole, Nick growls. You didn't come just because of the contract, did you? In parts, yes. I don't walk away from my commitments. Though I was excited to hear that the great Alpha Dane had finally settled down, I was curious until I heard your name. Nia Kitson. It's not a name you forget easily. He rises from the chair. I frown, taking a step back. I've never met you. But you have, a long time ago. You were little, a few months old. I was 10, maybe 11. Your parents were in my family's city. They abandoned you. No, you are lying. A growl comes from deep inside me. It's the truth. I watched them leave you in a basket down an alleyway, a blanket tightly wrapped around you. The idiots made a mistake there, as your name was on the blanket. He rolls his eyes and turns away from me as he sighs. I took you home to my parents. By the time I got you home, you had already shifted multiple times. He smirks as he checks his reflection in the mirror. A strange little monster, but I couldn't leave you alone. I shake my head. It couldn't be true. I had been bound. I couldn't shift. My parents spent a week tracking your family down. You are making it up. His dark gray eyes find mine. Moonshine is situated in the middle of nowhere, far away from any other civilian life, far away that no other packs can easily find it. The house is large, but not as big as most pack houses. Gardens sit out the back. He continues to describe my old house. I feel my heart hammer. Your parents tried to say you were kidnapped, but there were no other scents on you, just theirs. To be honest, they didn't even seem happy that you were being returned. I begged my parents to keep you, but they said they couldn't. They said you were a powerful being. My parents loved me. Are you sure about that? Wasn't Trey raised as your older brother so that he could be the next alpha? Weren't they the ones who had you bound twice before Trey did it too? He rubs his jaw. The impression I got from them is that no matter what they did, you kept surviving. Like somehow you were supposed to. Maybe to lead you to this moment. He points at my stomach. You were going to kill Trey and Cassandra? I whisper. Not until a couple of years ago, when those who had been bitten began turning up in my city. At first we thought it was vampires, but then they started shifting. I knew what they were, I had seen it before, and it had to have something to do with that pack you belonged to. 2 years? Maybe more. Their plan had been in place for a long time, Nia. It was just amped up after you met Dane. They were likely going to breed you until you dropped dead. All the ones who were bitten are dead now, aren't they? I snap. Not quite. I realize how quiet the house is and my heart plummets. Where's Jess? He smiles at me. What the fuck have you done to her? She's safe for now. Nia, where is she? I feel my blood boiling. She couldn't be far. Klaus said she had been with Eric and Raven. Where were they? He couldn't have taken them all out. But then, if he had wounds, they would have healed by now. I turn away from him, quickly moving through all the rooms on the bottom floor. Roan stays on my heels, following me from room to room, laughing as I discover the emptiness of each room. The moment Trey died, the contract between us was over. He murmurs behind me. Just kill him, Nick snaps. We can't, we have no idea where Jess is, and he knows that. Don't go getting any ideas from that beast inside of you. He smirks at me. Jess is just a kid, I snarl at him. I know. That is why I said she is safe for now. She is part of this pack, I snap. You are breaking your contract with Dane. The contract was over the moment you killed Trey. Dane said it himself. When the threat is over, the contract is over, and I am not threatening your pups. So what? This is some kind of payback? You were the one who wanted Dane's help, and now you repay him like this? I did repay him. I helped kill the lichens for both of you, and she's not part of his pack. She is part of your pack. I suggest you tell your beast to step down. My eyes gave it away, turning black as Nyx pushed herself forward. But shifting right now was not going to help us. Where was Dane? He must be able to feel my panic. I close my eyes, trying to understand what benefit Jess would bring him. It was me, wasn't it? I mutter. You said you were fascinated by me shifting, but you can't have me because of Dane, so you are taking your chances with Jess, which is disgusting. You are almost 20 years older than her, and she is a kid. She is 15. He doesn't know, Nix murmurs. He doesn't know she has a mate. If he tries anything, it will kill her. Roan shrugs his shoulders at me. Do you really think I'm bothered by age? What are you trying to get out of it, pups? Lichen heirs? He smiles at me and I feel sick. She can't give you pups. I catch sight of Dane in the window to the side of Roan. He puts a finger to his lips. Keep him talking. His voice echoes in my head. The witch tell you that? Roan asks. Yes, we are a dying breed. I am the last true lichen. That is why there was only one pack left. They are slowly dying out. Yet you carry twins. He mocks. There's a good chance they are wolves. I snap back. Deep down I hoped they were. The idea of bringing more lichens into the world terrified me. Everything I had learned about myself had all been here in this pack. I couldn't raise lichens with no knowledge of them. Maybe, but only time will tell, and I need to prepare. By trying to create your own? What's your plan, Roan? To attack Dane and get payback? What's going on here? Klaus comes through from the back of the house and I don't get any answers. Nothing, Roan mutters. I was just letting Nia know that I am leaving. I frown. Him leaving right now was not what I needed. I needed to find Jess. So soon. You don't want to stay and celebrate Nia's birthday with the rest of us? I try to keep the surprise on my face hidden. No birthday party had been mentioned. This had to be something to do with Dane. What is Klaus up to? Nix murmurs. It's tomorrow. Klaus continues, not meeting my eyes. And you know, after everything, we all feel a celebration is needed. Dane wants to throw a party. I guess it will be a joint party. Nia's birthday and to celebrate winning the war. A party? Roan cocks an eyebrow at Klaus. Klaus nods. Are you interested? After all, you did help take down multiple lichens. Roan's eyes shift to me and narrow. Sure, why not? It's been a while since I've celebrated anything. Great. Klaus smiles at him. Do you know where your brother is? I need to ask him too, trying to get a list together. My brother left a little while ago. He's heading back home to his wife. I see, Klaus mutters. That's a shame. Oh well, more alcohol for the rest of us. He laughs, a fake laugh. His brother has her. Nix mutters to me. They live hundreds of miles away. I panic. I thought you might have traveled together, seeing as you live in that direction. Klaus presses. He had the same thought I had. I needed to clear a few things up. I wanted to get a written letter from Dane to confirm that the contract was over. I don't need him finding another loophole. He said it was over, several times. I mutter. Still, it's best to have it in writing. Roan smirks at me. He was too dumb to see that Klaus was digging for information. But I will stay for the celebrations. It could be fun. He turns from us and heads out of the house. Are you not going after him? I whisper to Klaus. No, Dane is already on it. I look up to the window and he has disappeared. What about Raven and Eric? We found them, unconscious in the pantry. Don't worry, they are both fine, just out of it. But Jess, we will get her back. We all know that she means a lot to you. He gives me a smile, but it doesn't meet his deep green eyes. He was worried too, he just wasn't going to admit it. Someone needs to tell Jensen. Nix murmurs. He doesn't want her, and that's for the best. He is still mated to her. Are you thinking that he will chase after her? I think if we tell him, we will learn what he really feels about being mated to her. She's a kid, I mutter. I know. Why do you think he really left? Because she refused the rejection. She shakes her head. Try again, Nix mutters joyfully. To wait until she turned 18? She nods. She refused his rejection. He can't do anything because he knows it will kill her. The easiest thing to do is to create distance and wait until she is old enough. Talking to Nix? Klaus asks. I nod. Dane will find Jess. He tries to reassure me. I hope so. Can you do me a favor? Sure. Link Jensen and tell him. He wanted to reject. He stops when he sees my face. You have an idea? Please just link him. He nods his head at me. His eyes quickly glaze over, showing that he is in the middle of a conversation. I watch his face go through a range of different emotions before he refocuses on me. He is on the way to meet up with Dane. It seems as though Dane had the same idea as you. He had already told him. We should tell the pack to keep an eye on Roan. I mutter to Eric as I stride back and forth in front of the office window. Since he had regained consciousness, he had stayed with me in the office along with Raven and Klaus, and I was growing restless. Eric shakes his head at me. As much as I understand where you are going with your idea, Dane doesn't want the attention on him. It will just give him a reason to run. As far as the pack is concerned, Roan is staying for the party. Nothing less, nothing more. But Jess... I know, but you have to remain present. Eric mutters. As soon as he suspects something, it will screw up everything. Raven takes my hands in hers. Jess has become like a little sister to you. If it were me that was missing, my brother would be like you. He would want to send out a search party. He had to once. Eric mutters and Raven glares at him. So I get it, Raven continues. And Roan has told you himself she is safe for now. Dane and Jensen know what they are doing, and they will be back in no time. For now, you need to remain calm and keep those nephews of mine protected. Boys? Klaus asks curiously. We don't know for certain, but Madame Curie suggested it was boys. I tell him. As I said, Raven smiles at me. Try and keep yourself calm. It's not good for you or them. We also need to continue as normal, Eric tells us. Hiding here in the office is just going to draw more attention. Nia, you should stay with one of us. We can keep you updated about Jess, and you have a reason to be with each one of us. I'm fine on my own, he looks directly at me. Dane's orders. He's right, Klaus adds. You can do tutoring with me. You can spend time with Raven because of the pups, and Eric is your bodyguard when Dane isn't about. I silently nod. Hours passed, and there was still no news. Sitting in the hospital with Raven was making me fidget. I felt the need to be doing something rather than just sitting around waiting for news. Here, Raven mutters, sliding a pack of ginger biscuits across the station to me. Dane had them placed all around the pack, just in case. I'm not hungry. No, but you look like you need to vomit. I had been feeling this way for a while. Something just didn't feel right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I rub my eyes and sigh, taking the biscuits. Anything? She shakes her head at me. He's fine, you would know if something was wrong. We all would. I thought that we were done. I mumble. When I killed Cassandra and Trey and all the other lichens were killed, I thought it was over, but there is always something. Unfortunately, that is part of being a wolf, or in your case, a lichen. Problems exist wherever we turn. It's why Dane has worked so hard to make our pack what it is, to limit the problems. And I have brought more. I groan. Dane knows what he signed up for. Of all the women he has tried forming a bond with, there has been nothing like the one you share with him. He could have killed you the moment he found out the truth about you. But he didn't. He isn't fazed about what his pups might be. He is just happy to be a father. She smiles at me. You make him happy. As I smile back at her, I'm hit with a sharp pain in my heart, just as the color drains from Raven's face. Dane was in trouble. Dane! Shit, Dane! Can you hear me? Wake the fuck up! I hear my brother's voice. It sounds desperate and so far away. Dane! Dane! For fuck's sake, shut up! I open my eyes to find myself hanging upside down. Blood dripped down my arms and face as I try to make sense of what happened. What the fuck happened? Arrow asks, coming to. I don't answer as I try to get my bearings. The car is on its roof. The windscreen shattered. Broken glass sits below my head. A sharp pain radiates from my chest, making it hard to breathe. I could smell the fuel leaking from the car. It would be seconds before this whole thing went up in flames. Shit, Jensen mutters. He is fighting against the dashboard that was crushed against him, forcing it back a centimeter at a time with his hands. If we were human, we would already be dead. Reaching down to release the belt, I feel it. The chuck of glass sticking out of my chest close to my heart. For all I know, it could be piercing the very organ that keeps me alive. Of all the ways I thought I would die, it wasn't like this. Jensen, look at me. Hold on, I'm nearly free. Jensen. He stops punching the dash to look at me. The cuts on his face from the glass were already healing. I see the terror in his eyes as he takes in the large piece of glass sticking out of me. The same thought runs through his head as what ran through mine. No, 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 no! This is not fucking happening. You are having kids. You can't leave Nia. She needs you. We all need you. Jensen, you know as well as I do that the pack will already know something is wrong. That's why you didn't want to look at me. You could already feel that I was in trouble. Nia will feel it too. Dane, Raven's voice screams through my head. What happened? Car accident. I half chuckle back. Some asshole came out of nowhere. But you are okay, right? Please tell me you are okay. I look at the piece of glass sticking out of my chest. My eyes go to Jensen as he uses one foot to stomp the dash back off his other leg. Promise me you will protect Nia, I mutter through the link. If I die, promise me you won't abandon her. No, she starts to tear up. She's carrying your children. And until they are old enough, I need you and Eric to help her run the pack. Jensen has his hands pressed against my chest. He couldn't hide the worry in his eyes, even if he wanted to. He carefully removes the belt that is holding me upside down, catching me before my body moves too much and dislodges the glass. Slowly, he drags me from the wreckage, pulling me all the way to the opposite side of the road, just as the car goes up into one big fireball. Go, I mutter. The human cops will be here soon. I'm not leaving you. Jensen rips my shirt open, pressing around the wound with all his weight. It might not be in your heart. If it is and you remove it, I die. If I don't, you will die anyway, unable to heal and constantly pouring out with blood. What about Nia? What about the twins? You know Roan will take her if you are not about. You know she will never be the same if she loses you. Turning my head to one side, I spit out the blood that had been creeping up my throat. I try to link Nia, but Nix has her blocked off. Are you trying to piss off a dying man? You are not dying. He wraps something around the piece of glass and yanks it out, tossing it to one side. He holds his hands against my wound. I watch his eyes glaze over. Who are you linking? I cough up more blood. My sister. If there is anyone who can help, it's her. Sirens erupt in the distance, but no one had passed us or stopped, so someone had alerted them. The other car that had hit us is long gone. You have to go. I snap at my brother. Not a fucking chance. I made the mistake of following your orders before. He pokes at my wound and I watch him smile. It didn't hit your heart. Are you sure? Raven said you would be dead by now, and you are healing. The cuts on your face have already healed. I look down to see the wound knitting together. A thick pink line develops, gradually thinning out until it looked as though I had never been injured. And you need to because you are not going to like what I have to tell you. He mutters, not quite looking me in the eye. Nia bolted. Eric and a few others are looking for her. They are trying to find her before Roan does. Sitting up coughing, I listen to the sirens drawing nearer. We have to go, I mutter as he helps me get to my feet. You want to go home? What about Jess? I shake my head. We just need to go. I can't be dealing with humans right now. I need to find somewhere where I can think. We move as quickly as we can. When I look down, the wound has completely disappeared like it was never there in the first place. I feel a sense of relief. Death was not something I feared. But now it wasn't just about me. I had a mate and twins on the way. We find an abandoned house and drop down on the dusty floor. I hate humans, I mutter. Are you talking about the prick that hit us? Jensen asks quietly. Who else? It wasn't a human. Jensen murmurs. You were knocked out. The guy stopped, got out of his car and looked in at us, before laughing and driving away. You are saying it's a wolf? He nods his head at me. Whose territory are we in? It's not, it's neutral ground. I mutter as I close my eyes and try linking Nia again. Are you sure? I know every pack from here to Greg's packland. This is neutral land. I think you might be wrong. When I look at him, he is looking past me. Turning around, I see a large black shadow crouching at the top of the stairs. Its beady eyes on us. It slowly rises to its full height, moving into the light where we could see it. A lichen. It growls at us, drool dripping from its bared teeth. Another fucking one. Jensen snaps and I glare at him. I thought we had killed them all. Arrow mutters. How did one get away? I turn my attention back to the lichen who hasn't moved. We are looking for someone. A girl with red hair. She is like you, but was taken from her home, from her family. It growls at us. My mate is a female lichen alpha. I try, hoping it would show some form of interest. It moves away from the top of the stairs, disappearing around the corner and out of sight. A few minutes later, a blonde female takes the lichen's place. A young girl? The blonde asks. She's 15. Why are you looking for her? You are wolves. As I said, my mate is a lichen alpha. The girl is like her little sister. I had one of those once. Her brown eyes stay on me. I'm sorry to hear that. She snorts and folds her arms across her chest. Did you kill her? Jensen asks. Her face hardens. She pulls at the collar of her shirt to show a bite, just like Jess's on her collarbone. What do you think? How long ago were you bitten? I question. Why does it matter to you, Wolf? Arrow laughs at the response, and normally I would have too, but maybe we could use her assistance. We were attacked back in my pack. The ones leading the attack had bitten a load of humans, changing them forever. She jumps the entire length of the stairs, landing inches from me. Was her name Cassandra? Yes. She smiles. I can't wait to kill her. You are too late. His mate killed her. Jensen mutters. The blonde frowns as she smiles, making her look quite dangerous. As she smiles, I see an old scar just above her lip. Good, she mutters. You got away? I ask. I wanted to know how she had survived all this time without a pack. She rolls her eyes at me as though the answer is obvious. Turning away from us, she heads back towards the stairs. I haven't seen the girl you describe. Please, Jensen mutters. The blonde looks back at him. You care for her? He doesn't answer her, but I could see it in his eyes. The man who had her kidnapped, he is not a nice man. Who is? She snarls. They want her to produce pups. Her eyes narrow to slits. Didn't you say she is 15? Yes. She sucks in her cheeks as she stares at us. I will help you, Wolf, but I want something in return. What might that be? Money. Seriously? Jensen interrupts. She is one of you. I named my reward. Take it or leave it. Deal. I mutter, holding my blood-covered hand out to her. She shakes it. You can call me Mallory. Trigger warning. Talks of miscarriage. Nia. My feet carry me forward as I run. I could hear the pack calling out to me, telling me they could help me, telling me that Dane would be fine. He wasn't fine. I could feel it. The pain grew stronger by the second, tearing at my heart as I moved. What's the plan? Nix asks. I have to find him. I fight back the tears. Nia, he left hours ago. We won't find him on foot. I have to try. I break through the trees, coming to a stop at the boundary. I hadn't crossed it alone before, and all that panic I had felt months ago about stepping out into the snow was back. Nia, please stop! Eric calls out from somewhere behind me. Dane is alive. I turn to see him creeping through the trees, his eyes on the ground as he frowns. The pain moves from my heart down into my abdomen. You are lying. A tear leaks from my eye and trickles down over my cheek. I feel it. I pat my chest. He is dead. Isn't he? Something's wrong. Nix murmurs. Dane is alive. Eric calls out. You were right, he wasn't. He was in a car accident, impaled by glass, but it missed his heart. Jensen saved him. He slowly steps towards me. I promise you, Nia, our alpha is alive, but right now, we need to get you to the hospital. For Dane? I whisper. No, we need to get you checked out. I need to see Dane. I know, but right now, he is miles away and you are important. The pain spreads further down into my hips and my thighs. It's only then that I pick up the rusty iron smell. My eyes find the spots of blood on the grass and fallen leaves. It leads straight towards me. Let me help, Eric whispers, holding a hand out to me. He catches me just before I hit the floor, swooping me up and carrying me in his arms with ease as he runs through the forest. Pain radiates through me. Am I losing them? Eric doesn't answer me as he powers on, and I could feel Nix pacing in my mind, her own worry echoing with mine. I killed my pups, didn't I? I mutter to Eric. He still doesn't answer me, but I feel him squeeze me closer to his chest, like Dane would do as my tears fall more freely. Eric barrels us through the hospital. In here? Raven shouts out. The moment he places me on the bed, Raven is pulling up my top and scanning me. Well? Eric demands. 2 heartbeats. Raven mutters. 2 strong heartbeats. Then why is she bleeding? Eric demands. If I knew that, I wouldn't be running tests, would I? Are you sure they are okay? I whisper, afraid to look at the screen she was showing me. She smiles. They seem perfect. She runs some other tests, but can't find a reason as to what caused the bleeding. In the end, she tells me to go on bed rest for a few days and then she will recheck me. I can't do that. Jess is missing. Dane was injured. I've still got Roan to deal with. And what about this stupid party tomorrow? Not a fan of parties. Raven tries to break the tension. I glare at her. She knew I had never been to a party. Just take it easy between then and now. If the pain gets worse, you need to tell me. But I will stick by your side at the party. If something is wrong, I will be able to help you. What's wrong with Eric? I mutter. He was outside the room, pacing. His arms folded up across his chest as he moved back and forth. His eyes were glazed as he links someone. He's checking in with Dane. Raven gives me a weak smile. He said he was okay? Oh, he is. Maybe it's best coming from Eric. He is my brother's beta. He might be able to give you more information. Tell me. It's not my place, she mutters, turning away from me. When Eric comes back in, he gives me a weak smile. A smile that doesn't quite meet his eyes. Is Dane okay? He's fine. They have found a place to lay low and recover. His eyes shift to Raven, who conveniently looks away. And they have found another lichen. Another? She has told them that she was changed a few years ago, apparently one of the first to be bitten. Did they kill her? I ask, already expecting the answer. No, she is going to help them. Help? It seems that this Mallory was also bitten by Cassandra. Mallory? That's what she called herself. No, I could feel my body trembling. It couldn't be the same one. No, you must have heard the name wrong. Nia, what's wrong? Raven asks. I know her. How? How is that even possible? They are miles away. Eric frowns. She was at Moonshine. Not for long. Maybe a couple of months. As a slave, Raven queries. I shake my head. She was their pet. Mallory? Eric sits in the chair by my bed. She appeared one day. Cassandra brought her into the house. She was full of smiles, laughter, and a few days later, something changed. She became something else, like a darkness gradually took over her. I paused because it reminded me of me, the girl who was now happy to rip out hearts like they were nothing. What do you mean? Raven asks quietly. She joined in with them. You mean she hurt you? Eric presses. I nod, remembering the last brutal incident before I was bound for the final time. She had taken hold of my shoulders and repeatedly smashed my head into the concrete wall of the basement. Blood splattered all over the walls and floor until I lost consciousness. I never saw her again after that. Eric and Raven were both staring at each other. Surely it can't be the same one? Eric mutters to Raven. How long ago was this? Raven asks. When I was 17, almost 18. So 5 years ago. It can't be the same one. Eric sighs. What does she look like? I can get Dane to confirm. Blonde, brown eyes. She had a scar right here. I touch my face, just above her lip. I will be right back. Eric strides out the door. Dane can handle himself. Raven weakly smiles at me. And if it is her, she might have changed. 5 years is a long time. Or she might have so much rage bottled up inside her that she takes him out the moment she gets a chance. Dane. And you are absolutely sure she is okay? I ask Eric through MindLink. Raven has checked her over. The pups are fine. Your sister thinks it's stress-related and has put her on rest. Nia thought you were dying. She wasn't even aware she was bleeding until I tracked her down. I'm still not entirely sure what she was thinking when she ran. She wasn't. All she knew is that she needed to find me. I mutter back. Keep her safe, and we will keep an eye on this Mallory. You are letting her live? Right now, she might be the only one who can help us find Jess. Will you be back tonight? I will try, but I can't make any promises. If I'm not, you know what to do. Of course. Dane, just watch yourself around the woman. She sounds batshit crazy, and everyone is a little on edge. Of all the people in the world, I couldn't believe we had ran into another one of my mate's abusers. We were hours away from home, hundreds of miles away. Then, I look over at my brother who is half asleep. We had agreed to take it in turns resting, keeping an eye on the lichen we are sharing a house with. Finished linking your pack? Mallory asks from the stairs. I was just checking in with my mate. I had told Mallory that my mate was a female alpha. Did she know I was talking about Nia? She must do? I think she does. Arrow groans. Is she okay? She sounds sincere, but she also may have had a lot of practice sounding like she cared. Resting. I smile back. I was only going to give her the bare minimum for now. A long conversation for someone who is resting. Her brown eyes remain on me. She's suspicious. Arrow mutters. I would be too if the role was reversed, I tell him. I give Mallory a reassuring smile. I checked in with my beta too. Running a pack doesn't just disappear because I'm not there. She nods her head at me. Do you live on your own? I ask curiously, looking around at the run-down house. Mallory raises an eyebrow at me, puffing out her cheeks like she was trying to decide how to answer me. Mostly. My brother. I mutter. He said when we crashed there was another. Are there more of you? We are playing with fire. Arrow mutters. There are a few, Mallory tells me. All bitten? She nods her head at me and rises to her feet. It was probably Damien that crashed into you. He doesn't like wolves. Hell, he doesn't like anyone. This is a neutral zone. Her eyes remain on me as she slowly walks down the last few steps. You all think that. You all say that when you try to pass through. Just because there is no alpha here, it does not mean it is a neutral zone. Her temper was growing as she slowly steps towards me. Wolves think they know everything. You are right. My mistake. Have you claimed it? We did. We made it a safe place for any of our kind. It's only this year that I have learned about your kind, I mutter, trying to distract her. Because of your mate? I nod. And she is a female alpha? Yes. I couldn't lie when I had already told her. She looks me directly in the eye. The girl in the basement. Her hard face softens. She's alive. I keep my mouth closed as she watches me. I thought I killed her. Is she really alive? You have to tell me. Yes. Mallory walks away from me, leaning against the wall. She half smiles. She's really alive? Yes. I repeat. She sighs. You know what I did, don't you? I have been told. By the girl in the basement? The one who is your mate? Yes. Then you don't know everything. She slides down the wall, landing on her ass as she scowls and picks at the hole in her worn-out jeans. I was told that she was a thief, that they were holding her prisoner until they decided what to do with her. She snorts. And of course, I was stupid enough to believe them. I had met her a few times before then. She was always in the house, working. I thought she was just some kind of hired help. I didn't even know her name. And then I was bitten. She runs her hands through her dirty blonde hair and sighs. They put her in the basement the day before I was bitten, telling me this story about how she had stolen family heirlooms. I was stupid enough to believe it. Stupid enough to trust Cassandra. She shakes her head, leaning it back against the wall. When that bitch bit me, something took over. I was so angry. I couldn't control it. I couldn't bury it deep down inside like I was used to. She sent me down into that basement and told me to have fun. They told me the female needed punishing. I see a tear creep out and roll down her cheek. She wipes it away, acting like it never happened. Her screams still haunt me. What did you do to her? Jensen asks. I hadn't even noticed he had woken and wondered how much he had heard. She begged me, tried to tell me that the people upstairs were lying to me, told me it was her home, that her parents had owned the house. It's only when I look back that I realize I didn't see how ill she looked or how thin she was. I didn't see the dark shadows under her eyes. All I saw was a liar that Cassandra had described, and I believed her. Mallory drops her head forward. She didn't even try to fight back. She was too weak. It is horrible, listening to what she is telling me. It also showed how much Nia hadn't told me about her past. Or maybe it was one of those things that she had learned to block out. Even now, I hear the cracks of her skull from when I beat her against the wall. You shifted? Jensen asks. No. She shakes her head. I was just an angry person and suddenly had the strength of a lichen. Her eyes settle on me again. Is she really alive? You are not just lying to get me to talk to you? She's alive. But how? She shouldn't have survived that. Because the moon goddess wants her to live, I mumble. How did you know she was an alpha? Jensen asks. I overheard them talking. I never knew what the term alpha was. Not until I broke free. Not until I met others. Cassandra kicked you out after? Jensen presses. No, I was so disgusted with myself I ran. I ran and didn't stop until I could no longer hear Cassandra and her demands rattling around inside my head. What about the others? Jensen asks. I knew he didn't believe her story. If you were the first one, how are there others here in this area? We found each other. Or rather, they found me. I call bullshit. Arrow snaps. Were they all bitten by Cassandra? I ask. She nods. For someone that rarely shifted, she liked to create us. She looks over to the broken window. The sun is rising. We should get ready to move. Mallory disappears up the stairs. She didn't seem as concerned about being out of our sight. Maybe there was some truth to her story? I don't buy it. Jensen's voice fills my head. She's playing the I didn't know what I was doing card. I don't trust her. You don't have to. She said she would help us find Jess, and all she wants is money in return. I can give her that. Jensen frowns at me. I thought you might want to kill her after what she told us. I do, but that won't help us to find your mate, will it? Don't call her that. He snaps at me and Mallory sticks her head around the corner. Eyeballing us, she snaps. What are you talking about? Jess, I mutter back. She slowly nods her head, yet I see the slight narrowing of her eyes. Right. She didn't believe us. It was evident in her tone. Dragging a bag, she moves back down the staircase towards us. The bag heavily thumps against each step. What's in the bag? Jensen questions. Weapons. Her brown eyes move to me. Where do you think this girl is being taken? To a place called Dark Ridge. She laughs. Dark Ridge? You guys really need to come up with better pack names, but I know where that is. What do you call the pack here? I ask. For the ones who have escaped? Rogues. And we are not a pack. Rogues? Jensen muses. Those of us who don't belong, nor do we want to be a part of some pack. She spits the words out. But you are willing to help us? As long as you don't try anything stupid. She smirks at me. She leads us almost a mile from the house to an old beat-up car. She throws her bag in the back seat. Get in! Mallory settles herself in the driver's seat, her hands gripping the wheel as she waits for us. We haven't got all day, she snaps. The sun is already up. Don't you want to get back to your mate? Get in. I mutter at Jensen. He takes the back seat while I sit in the front, next to her. Her foot hits the pedal and she drives like there's no one else on the road. Will you chill? We don't need the human police to chase us down, I tell her. She grins and keeps her eyes on the road. There are no police out here. Stop the car, Jensen yells out after 30 minutes of driving. But we need, Mallory mumbles. I can smell her. Mallory pulls the car over and Jensen practically throws himself out the door. His eyes are darting about. Tire tracks, he mutters, crouching down to the ground. What? That could be anyone. He sniffs the air. She got out! She ran! Jensen stares out to the cornfield in front of us. He moves forward, reaching over the fence, grabbing a stem. What is it? Dried blood, he growls. Dane. Jensen starts climbing the wooden fence. I grab his shoulder. You have to wait. We don't know what we are walking into. Does it matter? I need to help her. She is running. I can track her. Dane is right, Mallory mutters. You don't know what else is in there. What is she talking about? Arrow asks. Rogue lichens? Jensen chuckles. I've killed enough lichens already. A couple more won't hurt. Mallory looks at me. I didn't tell you everything. When you asked me if there were more, I said a few. Is this something to do with the Damien guy you keep mentioning? No. Her eyes scan the corn. They hide here. Is that what you were trying to say? It's more than that. Look around you, Dane. There are not many hiding places out here. But you should know that there are some who stay in lichen form, almost like they have lost their human side. She looks around her. How many humans have you seen since you arrived in this town? And no police. They killed the humans? They feast on them. Fucking gross, Arrow gags. That's why Damien tried to get rid of us? She nods, her dirty blonde hair falling around her face. Damien keeps the rogues from moving elsewhere. He brings them bad people. You know, criminals, people that hurt children, those kind. How many are there? Jensen asks as he continues to stare into the cornfield. A dozen. Damien's the only one like you, I ask. One that still shifts between both forms? She nods. Screw it. Jensen charges into the corn. Don't. Mallory grabs my arm again. You have a mate to go back to. I can't be the reason she gets hurt again. Jensen is my brother, I mutter, pulling my wrist free of her grip. And Jess is her family. Quickly hurrying into the corn, I realize I am practically blind. The tall stems block my view of everything. Whichever way Jensen had headed, the corn stems had jumped right back up in position. I would be relying entirely on my nose. And that was the problem. Lichens didn't have a scent when they shifted. Mallory appears next to me. I will try to help. We creep forward, inch by inch, following Jensen's scent. After a few minutes, Mallory stops me. A new scent hits me, one that I had not smelled before. Damien, I know you are there, watching me. Come out, Mallory demands. I see the corn move close to us. Dark eyes pop out, though the corn still hides the majority of his face. He was taller than me. You shouldn't be here, Mallory. His deep voice mutts. Mallory's arms fold up over her chest as she rolls her eyes. Have you seen a girl with red hair? She's being chased by a wolf. You know I see everything. She is one of us, Damien. Cassandra bit her. He steps through the corn towards us. I could see why he had been chosen to be turned. He is massive. Massive is an understatement. Arrow muses. Then why are there wolves after her? Damien demands. It's complicated. I mutter. His dark eyes find mine. His upper lip twitches. Funny colored eyes you have for a wolf. I ignore his comment. One wolf kidnapped her as a favor for someone else. I mutter. The other is her mate and is trying to save her. Right. A wolf mated to a bitten lichen. Now I have heard it all. He shakes his head dismissively. It's true, Mallory mutters. She frowns. Remember what I told you about why I ended up here? Damien's head moves up and down, but he doesn't break eye contact with me. What has that got to do with anything? She's alive, and she sees the red-headed girl like a sister. You told me you killed her, Mallory. I thought I did, but she somehow survived. And the least I can do to repay her is to help her by making sure that the girl is safe. I glance over to Mallory and see more emotion than ever. I see the guilt she feels, the sadness for what she had done. I see that she has been living with her actions for years. Why isn't she here herself? Damien asks. She's on bed rest. I bite my tongue from saying anything more. Damien narrows his eyes at me, but he doesn't push for more answers. You are in luck. The rogues are a few fields over, sleeping. He leads us through the corn to both Greg and Jensen, who are bound, gagged, and out cold. Where is Jess? I ask. Jess, you can come out. Damien calls, standing over the unconscious men. A few seconds pass and she charges through the corn at me, locking her arms around my waist. I didn't think I would see you again. Which one is the kidnapper? Damien asks me. I point to Greg. Damien strides over to him, ripping him up off the ground. He sinks his teeth into Greg's throat and tears it out, tossing Greg away like he was nothing as he spits out the throat. The rogues will find him later. Damien's eyes scan Jess as she hugs me. Cassandra really turned someone so young. I nod, but old enough to be able to shift. She needs shooting. She's already dead, I reply. You killed her? No, my mate. She ripped her heart out. He chuckles. Your mate is smart. She's the alpha. Jess whispers from my chest. Damien suddenly looks up and out into the corn. You need to move. They have picked up the scent of fresh blood. His dark eyes move to Mallory. Take them to the house. I will meet you there. Damien presses his lips to her forehead before taking off into the corn. Jess, go with Mallory. I will get Jensen. I haul my brother up onto my shoulder. Damien must have hit him with a decent force to knock him out. By the time we make it back to the car, he is stirring. Jess, he mumbles. Jess is safe. You will see her in a minute. I mutter just as he crashes out again. Come on, Mallory shouts. If they catch your scent, I won't be able to stop them. The car speeds away, the moment I close the door. Mallory doesn't take us back in the direction we came, but she carries on north. He said, take us to the house. I snap. I heard. He isn't talking about the shit pit you hid out in. Jess spins in her seat to look at me. Her soft blue eyes are wide. He kidnapped me. Alpha Greg took me. I know. I'm sorry. I was so busy protecting Nia. We all were. I didn't think you would be harmed. Why? I did nothing to him. He kidnapped you for his brother. Alpha Roan? I nod. Her eyes move to my brother. He really came to find me? Yes. I'm still not accepting his rejection. Then don't. Maybe it's time he learned he can't always get what he wants. But if the last 2 days have taught me anything, he does care for you too, and he will wait. She smiles and slowly turns back around, relaxing into the seat. Mallory pulls into the drive of a much tidier house than the last place. Freshly planted flowers sit in boxes on the windowsills. A small white picket fence framed the garden. This is your actual home? The other place is my base. This is my personal home. Just because I'm a beast, it doesn't mean I can't have anything nice. Make yourself comfortable. I need a shower. Jess immediately raids the fridge, muttering about how she was starving as I dumped Jensen onto the sofa. His bruises had healed, yet still, he wasn't awake. The front door swings open and Damien strides in. He laughs when he sees Jensen. He needs to learn to take a proper punch. Where's Mallory? Shower, Jess mumbles with her mouth full. Right. He takes off his jacket, revealing the tattoos that creep up his neck. The rogues know that you are here. He sits on the sofa opposite me. As soon as Jensen wakes, we will be leaving. He looks towards the stairs, his voice dropping to a whisper. Take Mallory with you. She doesn't want that. She doesn't want to be part of a pack. He's right. Mallory moves down the stairs towards us in a fresh set of clothes. She had tied up her blonde hair too. This is my home, and I am not leaving without you, Damien. I need to stay to make sure the other rogues stay put. You don't belong here anymore. This is my home. There is so much rage in her eyes, but she softens the longer he stares back at her. They are getting restless, aren't they? He frowns as he nods. Food is becoming sparse for them. That one wolf won't be enough for all of them. They are turning on each other. 3 have died in the last week, Damien tells her. Really? Mallory whispers, slowly sitting down. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want to worry you. Mallory, they are on the verge of turning on us. Damien tells her. You are going to kill them? I ask. Damien nods. It needs to be done. It was supposed to be a safe place for them, after what she did to us. Mallory groans. It was once. He moves over to her. Go with the wolf. Go see the female lichen. Apologize to her. If I survive, I will come find you. If I don't, then you will need help to take the rogues down. Nia, are you sure I can't do anything to help? I ask Raven. It's really hard to just sit and do nothing. No, you need to stay right there. Eric has it handled. She passes me a glass of orange juice and climbs onto the bed with me. Have you heard anything from Dane? I shake my head. It was the longest I had gone without speaking to him. It felt strange. I knew he was fine now. I could feel it, but it didn't stop me thinking about him. I'm sure everything is good. You never know. He might be back for the party. Raven mutters hopefully. Eric already said it was unlikely, and we still haven't figured out what we are doing about Roan. You don't need to worry about that. Eric and Klaus will have it covered. I groan, sipping the orange juice when there is a knock at the door. Come in, Raven calls out. Eric steps into the room. His eyes are low. Dane is on the way home. He found Jess, I mutter, shoving my juice at Raven. Yes, she is fine. She is safe. Why does it feel like you are not telling us everything, Eric? Raven is staring at him with her dark eyes. I've known you my entire life. I know when there is something else you want to say. Jensen is fine. Dane is fine, and you have just said Jess is safe. So what is it? His eyes settle on me. You need to stay calm. Raven clambers off the bed and punches Eric in the arm. Are you serious? You should know by now that telling a woman to remain calm doesn't make them remain calm. He sighs. Dane is bringing Mallory here. It felt like my heart stopped. Why? Why would he do that? You told him. You told him what she did to me. You said he confirmed it was the same woman, that she had the same scar. Nia, breathe, Raven mutters as I get out of bed and start pacing. He's bringing her here? I almost cry. Let me think. Nick snaps. She was just as riled up as I was. Maybe he is bringing her here so we can kill her. Nia, talk to me, Raven mutters. Maybe he wants you to get closure. Nick suggests. I felt sick. Since I had heard the name, the memory of what she had done to me had unlocked. And now, just like my parents' bloody faces, I replay it over and over in my head. The pain, the cracking of my skull, my pleading until my words were nothing and darkness took over. Nia! Raven calls my name again. She can't come here, I mutter. Okay, but please get back into bed. She turns back to Eric. Why the hell would he bring her here? He said he would explain when he arrived. I don't understand. I mutter, moving out of Raven's way. He always said he wanted to kill everyone that had hurt me. And now, he is bringing her here. To my home. I'm pregnant. And that is why you need to rest. We can handle this. She clenches her teeth as she glares at Eric. Can't we? Of course, you and the heirs are our priority. Eric mutters. I feel my stomach churn. I already knew what was coming and launched myself in the direction of the toilet. Just go and keep an eye on Roan. Raven mutters at Eric as she rubs my back. It's a joke, right? I mutter when she helps me back into bed. Dane always has his reasons. I'm sure he wouldn't do anything that would purposely put you in harm's way. Focus on the positives. Jess is safe. Dane and Jensen are bringing her home. No matter what is thrown at you, you have found a way to rise above. If you have to kill her, then kill her. You're right. I need to keep my pups safe. She nods and flicks on the television. Now, can we watch this film I've been telling you about? Why are we still going ahead with this? I mutter as Raven slowly walks with me towards the training grounds. Music had been playing for most of the afternoon. Everyone already seemed to be in the party mood, though it wasn't supposed to be starting until sunset. As I have said, the pack needs it. It was Dane's idea. It kept Roan here a little longer, and it gave my brothers the chance to find Jess. And bring the bitch here. Nick growls. Ladies, Roan comes up behind us. Did he hear Raven? How are you feeling, Nia? Tired, I mutter. He was playing the nice guy act. It must be hard carrying twin lichens. We don't know if they're lichens yet. Raven tells him briskly. Right, yes, Nia did say that. Out of curiosity, when will you find out? Not for a few months, Raven declares. His dark gray eyes hover on me. A few months is a long time. There's not a lot I can do about that, I snap at him. Knowing what he had planned for Jess made me so angry, but he was also overly interested in the twins. More specifically, my unborn twins. Hey, there you are. Klaus comes jogging towards us. Happy birthday. I thought this was a celebration for winning the war. Roan states, it is, but we also celebrate our pack leaders' birthdays. It's a joint celebration, Klaus tells him. No one told me it was your birthday. Roan grins at me. Happy birthday, Nia. It's not something I usually celebrate, I mutter. He watches me as Raven and Klaus talk. He doesn't speak a single word and a shiver goes down my spine. Jess was a distraction. It was the twins he wanted. I could feel it in my bones. It was why he was still here. Come on, Roan, Klaus shouts. Come tell me about Ashburn City. I've always wondered what it was like for you lot. Do you still do pack runs? I let out my breath as Roan follows Klaus, answering his questions. His brother is dead, right? I quietly ask Raven. That's what Dane told Eric. He hasn't said anything. Not a single word. He would feel it right. He would know that his brother was killed. Possibly. It's a little different when they are in different packs. There's a good chance he felt something, but there is also just as strong a chance that he felt nothing. Why? I think it was a setup. My eyes flicker around to make sure we are alone. He hasn't mentioned his brother once, and the questions. He is desperate to know if the twins are Lycans. Nia. Raven convinces me to stay at the party. She somehow convinces me to sit and do nothing, to let Eric and Klaus keep an eye on Roan while I relaxed. I couldn't relax. In fact, relaxing was the furthest thing from my mind. I should just kill him, I whisper for the 100th time. Get it over and done with. I agree, Nix murmurs. Shifting is not going to help your situation. You said it yourself. You feel pain moments before your shift. And if you were a wolf, you wouldn't be able to shift anyway. Think of the pups. I am thinking of them, I grumble back. I know you want them gone, and to be honest, I agree with you, but just do this for me, okay? Let the guys handle it. If something happens, nothing is going to happen. There are too many people. It would be a death sentence. I don't think Roan cares about that. My gut feeling told me everything I needed to know, and so did Nix. She hated sitting here while doing nothing. She hated the waiting when she knew we could kill him in seconds and get it over with. Besides, what do you think his pack will do when they find out you killed him? Raven whisper shouts at me. I don't know. Precisely. We don't need another war, at least not yet anyway. I look over to where they had set up the bar. Roan is sitting at the bar. Klaus and Eric are either side of him as he throws back drink after drink. The guy is going to be too drunk to do anything. Anyway, Raven smiles. After a few more drinks, Roan leaves his seat. The other two stay at the bar, preventing any suspicion as Roan makes his way onto the dance floor. He stays there for all of 3 seconds. The moment he sees me, he makes a very wobbly path in my direction, a huge grin plastered to his face. Nya, he slurs as he stops in front of me. Can I have this dance? Resting, I mumble back. Ah, he smiles and places his hands on my stomach. I wanted to vomit. Who thinks it's okay to do that? The pups. I'm sure one whirl won't hurt them. She is on rest. Doctor's orders. Raven mutters as she stands. Pfft. He grabs me and pulls me up in the air, holding me against him and just high enough that my feet can't touch the ground. Let her go, Raven snaps at him. He glares at her and spins me away. We need to talk. With each twirl, I feel sick. Without my feet being planted on the floor, I couldn't force myself away from his tight grip. He had my stomach pressed against his arms coiled around me, his face dangerously close to mine. I think you are lying to me about your precious alpha. The previous slurring disappears. It was like I hadn't watched him down drink after drink. He spins us again, moving me towards a darkened corner. I see Klaus and Eric moving in my direction. If Roan tries anything, they would be too far away to save me. They needed to move faster. Please put me down, I mutter, digging my nails into his arms. Not until you tell me where your mate is. His dark gray eyes narrow as he waits for an answer. He leans in close, his horrible breath fans my face. You see, I know Nia. I know my brother didn't make it home. I know Jess didn't make it there. So I will ask you one more time, where is your mate? I have already told you, he's doing some work in the city. I whisper and he spins impossibly faster. His hands slide to my lower back and dig into my skin. Don't lie to me, Nia. I know he killed my brother. I know it's your birthday. He wouldn't miss that unless there was something serious happening. I'm not lying. Spoken like a true liar. He murmurs and smiles. It takes one to know one. Let her go, Roan. Eric appears to one side of us, stopping Roan from spinning me any further. Tell me where he is. Roan snapped just as my nose is filled with Dane's woody scent. I'm right here, and I suggest you let go of my mate. Dane's voice echoes through me. The relief I feel hearing that he is home is unlike anything I have ever felt. I'm dropped as Roan turns to face my mate. Jensen stands tall next to Dane along with Jess, and then there was Mallory, the girl who had almost beaten me to death. You killed my brother, Roan screeches. No, I didn't. Dane shrugs his shoulders. I felt his death. Don't lie to me. And yet it wasn't me. It was a Lycan. Dane speaks calmly, though I feel his annoyance. Don't bullshit me, Roan screeches, grabbing me and pulling me back against him. His hand coils around my throat and he squeezes as I stare at Dane. The music stops and I feel all eyes on me. It wasn't Dane, Mallory mutters as she steps forward with her hands raised. There are lichens that have the taste for flesh. It was them. Bullshit, Roan yells as he squeezes my throat a little more. They are all dead. Do you really believe that? I believe that Dark Ridge is your brother's pack, right? There's a place before Dark Ridge that has been claimed. The town is owned by rogue lichens. Your brother passed through with one of our kind as his prisoner. She gestures to Jess. He was never going to make it out of our town alive. Her brown eyes find mine as he continues to squeeze my throat. My vision is darkening. Her face was not the last I wanted to see. So you killed him? Roan growls. No. Nix. I whisper as I find it impossible to breathe. What about the pups? She whispers back. There will be no pups if I'm dead anyway. Just the claws. Pain rips through my entire body. I could feel the claws pierce my fingertips as Mallory kept talking to him. Reaching behind, I plunge the claws into his stomach. His hands instantly let go of my throat as he yells in pain. My feet hit the ground, and as I'm about to run, I lose my balance, landing face first in the dirt. Get up! Nix screams at me. I couldn't move. Nia, get the fuck up! She screams again. There's shouting around me when warm hands slip under my shoulders, helping me to my feet. Mallory's face comes back into view. I know, she mutters. I'm the last person you expected to see. I was speechless. I had run the conversation through my head multiple times since it was announced that she would be coming here. I had so much I wanted to say, so much anger that I needed to get off of my chest. Yet as I stared back at her, not a single word leaves my lips. Every ounce of confidence I had is washed away. You need to move, Mallory mutters. I can take it from here. Raven appears at my side, looping her arm with mine and glaring at Mallory. I was just trying to help. Mallory frowns at Raven. Let's go. Raven tells me while steering me away from the crowd and away from the woman who had almost killed me once. Roan, I mutter when we are away from the party. Dane is dealing with it. Raven snaps. She seemed annoyed, but not about me being attacked. Something else seemed to be bugging her. She begins inspecting my neck, which we both knew was already healed. Are you okay? I ask quietly. Yes! She snaps again, avoiding eye contact. You shouldn't have shifted. It was just my claws, I grumble, but as I study her face, I knew something was off. What's wrong? She sighs, turning her back to me. This is going to sound mad. Madder than a man in the pack who is after my twins? The woman with Dane, Mallory? I spit her name. She nods. She carries someone else's scent. Okay, my mates. Salem? I ask confused. She shakes her head and frowns. My new mate. Nia. What are you talking about, Raven? I mutter as she tugs me into the house. It's not her scent. Raven mutters. She shakes her head, avoiding my gaze. It's on her. It's someone she has been near. Another lichen? I don't know. There's no way to tell the difference. When you first came here, you smelled like a wolf, though you had an odd scent too from being bound. She said there were rogues? What if it's one of them? I shrugged my shoulders. I didn't know how to answer her. I didn't have a clue what a rogue was. I never thought, not after Salem. There's a hint of sadness in her eyes. You loved Salem. A part of me still does. She sighs. He was everything and he threw it away because of my brother, because of my pack. Do you think this new mate won't meet your expectations? I was grateful for the distraction, even if it is only temporary. I don't know. I just know he is going to have to be pretty amazing for me to even consider accepting him. I will trade problems. I half smile at her. Your problems are my problems. She bumps her shoulder into mine, and one of them is heading our way. Through the open front door, we see Mallory making her way towards us. Her hands are shoved into her jeans pockets, a frown etched on her face. What right did she have to be angry? She was lucky we hadn't killed her already. She stops just outside the front door, her eyes on me. Can we talk? The audacity, Nix snaps. I have nothing to say to you. I make it clear with my tone that I was not interested in anything she had to say. She nods her head, a small smile plays on her lips. You don't stutter anymore. My eyes narrow. Why are you here? Why did my brother bring you here? He was asked too. By who? Raven demands. My best friend. Look, I didn't want to come. I wanted to stay in my town, but the rogues are difficult. Damien said they are becoming feral, impossible to control. Raven's dark eyes flicker to me before returning to Mallory. And where is this Damien? He stayed behind. He is trying to kill the rogues. He said if he does, he will meet me here. This mate of yours, is he a lichen too? He is not my mate, but yes, he was bitten just like the rest of us. She shows us the bite mark. Well, almost like all of us. Her brown eyes settle on me, and she takes a step closer. I believe you are the only purebred left. That's far enough. Raven holds a hand up to her, placing herself between me and Mallory. I still can't believe you are alive. Mallory shakes out her blonde hair. You should be dead. I thought I had killed you. Is that why you are here, to finish the job? Raven asks. No, of course not. Then why weren't the first words out of your mouth an apology? Raven snaps. Can someone even apologize for something like that? Mallory tuts with a frown. It's unforgivable. The words won't mean anything. I know that if it were the other way around, Nia wouldn't be apologizing to me. No, Nix murmurs. We would have made sure we finished the job. You should leave, Raven snaps at Mallory. I've not killed anyone, not since that day. Mallory mumbles, ignoring Raven. I couldn't. I shift purely to scare people, to make them back off. I make threats, but it's rare I follow through. That day changed me. And that's supposed to make me feel sorry for you, I snap. No, that's not what I'm saying. They used me too. Cassandra did. She told me lies about you. Lies that I believed at the time because I thought she was the most amazing person and I wanted to make her happy. I wanted her to believe I was worthy. By hurting a defenseless girl? What the fuck is wrong with you? Raven growls. She shrugs her shoulders. Everything. Mallory's eyes shift between me and Raven. I helped him find Jess. I can't listen to this, I whisper to Raven. Raven nods her head at me and tells me to go lie down. I leave the both of them talking as I head upstairs to rest. Trey and Cassandra are dead. I didn't think I would need to deal with any more people from my past. I was in and out of sleep when Dane appeared, bringing with him the stench of blood. Is Roan dead? I mutter sleepily. Not yet. He leans over me and presses his lips against mine. We are having some fun first. He pulls away from me, and seconds later the shower is turned on. I wait for him to get in before I sit up and ask the burning question. Why did you bring her here? He pauses to look through the glass door at me. I was asked to bring her. By this Damien guy? Yes. After what she did to me? What she did was horrendous. I am not disputing that, and I am thankful that she didn't kill you. But just like you are haunted by your parents' death, she is haunted by what she did to you. Good. I lie back and stare up at the ceiling. She deserves to be haunted. He doesn't respond and finishes his shower as I lay in silence. Eventually he climbs into bed, pulling me in against him. I'm not asking you to forgive her. I'm not asking you to become friends with her. I don't understand why she is here. I mutter, fighting the tears. She didn't have to help me find Jess, but she did anyway. If it wasn't for her, Jess would likely not be here. That doesn't answer my question. He rests his hands on my stomach and exhales. I don't have an answer right now, or at least I don't have anything to say that will make you feel better. Sitting up, I stare at him. You always have an answer. He doesn't speak. In the darkness, I watch his chest rise and fall. It wasn't like him. He always had an answer, and that unsettled me as much as Mallory being here. At the breakfast table, I sit my face in my hands. I felt like crap. Come on. Klaus speaks softly to me. You are nearly done. He taps the book in front of me. Sorry, I mutter. Dane said you weren't feeling your best this morning. He offers a smile. No one warned me about this side of pregnancy, and I'm so fed up of fucking ginger biscuits. He grins and taps the book again. Try to focus on this. I read a few more sentences and look up at him. Has he said anything to you? About Mallory? No. But he's with her now. I glance to the window. He said he is showing her around. Why? I didn't get a chance to ask, but I assume it's so she knows where everything is. Do you think he has mated to her? Is that why he is welcoming her with open arms? What? Klaus splutters his drink all across the table in the book I'm supposed to be reading. It's just, I was mated to Kyle and Dane at the same time. He could have another mate out there. That explains why you look so tired. Were you up all night thinking about that? I look away. Yeah, I don't know if it's your hormones playing tricks on you or you are genuinely overthinking it, but there is no way. Dane is an honest guy. You know how long it took him to find you. He closes the book in front of me. Let's go for a walk. I'm supposed to be resting. What good is rest going to do if you're just going to lie there stressing out? Stepping out into the warm morning sun, I see Dane standing on his own, his arms folded across his chest as he observes the pack. You should be in bed if you are not studying, he mutters as we approach him. Where's Mallory? I demand, and he cocks a brow at me, settling in at her temporary home. His crimson eyes move to Klaus. Can you give us some space? Klaus tells me that he will catch up to me later and gives me a wink as he walks away. I take a deep breath and ask the question that has been plaguing me all night. Is there something going on between you two? I've been waiting for you to ask since I read your mind last night. He smiles, trying to break my tension. No, he pulls me into his arms. You are my only mate. You are the one I love. You are the one carrying my children. Then help me understand because I feel like I am losing my mind. I blink back the tears that are trying to escape. I think she can help you. I open my mouth to respond, but all I could do is shake my head and frown at him. Yeah, if you are carrying lichens, we need someone who knows more about them. It's still new to you. It's new to all of us here. She is not the person she once was, but she has been living as one for a lot longer than you have. Images of her appear in my mind, her hands gripped around my face, her thumbs centimeters from my eyes as she slams my head back over and over. Pain shoots up the back of my head like it was happening right now. The others that have hurt you, they continued to hurt you. She left because she couldn't handle what she had done, and she has lived with that since. She told me the same thing, I mumble. You don't believe her, or are you choosing not to believe her? Raven, crap. My feet carry me back and forth along the corridor of the hospital. As usual, it is quiet and gives me some time to think. Will you just chill? My wolf, Midnight, rolls her eyes at me. I am mated to a lichen. How can I be chill about that? Nea is a lichen. She's different. I like her. This guy, he's friends with Mallory. That's not a good sign. And look at all the others. They are all assholes. We are right in the middle of some kind of moon goddess fuckery. Midnight laughs at me. I rarely showed anyone the panic I often felt inside, and thankfully, Midnight was savvy enough to make me appear calm. We could talk to her? Midnight suggests. Mallory? We can't do that. It would look like we are not on Nia's side, and I made it quite clear to Mallory that she is not wanted here. It might be the only way we get to meet our second chance mate. And what if he isn't as good as Salem? What if he is a horrid man? What if he hates us? Then we cross that bridge when we get to it. The hospital is dead as usual. Go find her. Stepping out, I could see Nia and my brother having a bit of a heated argument. Dane should know better. Nia was supposed to be resting. She's definitely become more confident since she has been pregnant. Midnight muses. Hormones and trauma history. I mumble back. I just hope Dane is prepared for it to get a lot worse. Hey? Eric scares the crap out of me. I really have to start paying more attention and not just tune everything out when I'm talking to Midnight. Hey Eric, can I help you? Have you seen Klaus? No, he was with Nia for tutoring, so I gesture to the couple arguing. I guess he has headed home. Sure. Have you seen Mallory? He cocks a brow at me. She was down by her house earlier. Her house? He nods at me. Dane has set her up. It was not what I was expecting to hear. I was still surprised he had brought her here after what she did to Nia. It wasn't his usual style. Eric walks with me to show me which house. He leaves me standing a few meters away as he heads off to find Klaus. 3 times I go to knock on the door. 3 times I turn around and almost walk away. Just as I'm about to attempt a 4th time, she pulls the door open with force and glares at me. What? She scowls at me. I've been watching you through the window since you first arrived. You have already made it quite clear that you don't want me here. So what do you want? Have you come to have a go at me? Call me all the names under the sun? I couldn't smell his scent on her anymore. She had clearly showered, and his scent had disappeared down the drain with the water. The guy, the scent that was on you. Have you heard from him? Now it makes sense. She smiles at me. The question's about him. You are mated to him. You could smell him on me, and that is why you came here. Apparently, I tut. The last I heard, yes, he is still alive. He was killing the lichens? Mallory nods at me. The rogues. Do you want to come in and ask these questions? I'm cooking and I don't want or need it to burn. My dark eyes move around to see if anyone is watching. I didn't want Nia to think I'm betraying her. I just wanted to know more about my mate. Sure. Following her inside, she gestures to the small kitchen table. Damien is my best friend, Mallory tells me. We found each other a few months after he had been turned. By that point, I had been a lichen for almost a year. A very lonely year. He was bitten too? By the same bitch that bit me? Mallory pours me a coffee and slides it across the table to me. Damien is a good guy. He has a dark side like all of us lichens. It's funny. It's like we could only become a lichen if we had a bad past. She half smiles. Fucked up, right? You really believe that? I saw the girl's arms. What's her name, Jess? Kids don't cut themselves like that unless there is some seriously bad shit going on. And you? I watched my father stab my mother over and over in a frenzied attack. After I attacked your friend, all I could see was my father in me. I had become exactly like him. And that is exactly what Cassandra wanted, what she hoped for. She ruffles up her blonde hair. Cassandra never chose normal, happy people. She always chose someone with issues. People who would perform the cruelest acts. I feel my stomach drop. What was Damien's past? Why had she chosen him? And Damien, I was almost afraid to ask. It's something he never talks about. Never. Never. I'm sorry. That's not the answer you were looking for. I stand up to leave and glance back over my shoulder at her. You should tell Dane and Nia what you told me. She snorts. You think that will make Nia think differently of me? She has a dark past too. The only difference is she is a pure blood, the last living one. She has a hard time trusting people after her history was built on lies. Well, that was not what I was expecting. Midnight tells me as we make our way to the pack house. Nia and Dane were no longer outside arguing and were most likely making up when she should be resting, but Jensen is sat out front. Maybe he could give me some advice. What were you doing at Mallory's? He asks as I drop down in a seat next to him. I'm mated to a lichen too. I didn't have to look at him to know he was staring at me. Mallory? I didn't think you were into girls. No, not Mallory. Some guy called Damien. His scent was on her. You met him, right? He nods. And? I don't know what you want me to say, sis. He's tall, maybe a little taller than Dane. He has tattoos. A bit abrupt, but he seems to like that, Mallory. Are you sure you are mated to him? I could have sworn those two were together. Yes. Then I feel sorry for you. To know of him and you might never get a chance to meet him. Thanks for the vote of confidence, I snap. How's Jess? He glares back at me. Don't claim you don't care for her. The moment you heard she was missing, you went after her. She's okay. Shut herself in her bedroom. Do you think the moon goddess is playing a prank on us? On you, maybe. I laugh. It's weird, right? All 3 of us being mated to lichens? He continues, ignoring my comment. The funny thing is, I said the same thing to Nia. If Jess and Damien were never turned, we would never have been mated to them. Does that mean we would have been destined to be mateless for the rest of our lives? Were we always supposed to be mated to lichens? Jensen shrugs his shoulders at me. You know me. I would have been happy without a mate. I roll my eyes at my brother. How you are still alive is beyond me. He rises to his feet, patting me on the back. Love you too, sis. Jensen strolls off, leaving me sitting alone. Sometimes I was jealous of my twin's carefree attitude. Rarely did things faze him. Even when he was kicked out, he ended up taking it in his stride. I sit watching the pack for some time. They move around, completely oblivious to me. I was pretty certain that if Dane wasn't my brother, they probably wouldn't even know of my existence. Dane, curled up in my arms, Nia rests her cheek on my chest as my fingers trail down her back. The smell of our sex still hovers in the room. No matter how we argued, she couldn't resist it when I started paying attention to the mark on her neck. For a brief moment, her mind is silent. It felt like it had been forever since her mind had not moved a million miles a second. Overthinking, overanalyzing. I feel her eyelashes flutter against my chest as her arms squeeze me. For a second, I thought she had fallen asleep. "When will you kill Roan?" she asks quietly. "Soon. He will stand trial once we have finished torturing him." My hand moves down to her stomach. There is already a small curve to it, easily visible due to how slim my mate is. Just as someone knocks on the door, Nia lets out a little squeal and immediately freezes, pulling the blankets up around her. She glares at me as I tell whoever is at the door that I'm busy. Nia tries to hold still, afraid to be caught. "Dane, there is a man here. He says he knows you." The deep voice comes from the other side of the door as I watch my mate. "Did he give you a name?" I call back. "He says his name is Damien." Nia bites down on her bottom lip, squeezing her eyes shut. "Keep him at the entrance. I will be there shortly." As the footsteps move away, Nia's lips part as she lets out the long, low groan she had been fighting to hold, while her muscles spasm around my fingers. "He's here," she mutters, trying to move away from me. "He can wait. I need to finish what I started." I rip the blanket back from her. "Dane," she mutters breathlessly. Pulling her upright, I hold her against my chest. "Let me see those pretty blue eyes." I growl. She sits still on me, her arms looped around me as her head rests on my shoulder. Her breath is heavy, her heart thuds loudly in her chest. "You need a shower," I murmur, combing my fingers through her hair. "Are you trying to say I smell?" I laugh. "Of our." Her legs curl around my hips as I carry her to the shower, her lips edging along my jawline. It was almost 2 hours before I finally left the bedroom and headed down to the PAC's entrance to meet Damien. He was busy arguing with several of my guards. "Where the fuck have you been?" He snaps the moment he sees me. My mate had needs. He rolls his eyes at me. "I assume that if you are here, the rogues are all dead." His dark eyes just stare at me. "It's fine," I tell the guard. "He is with Mallory." "I take it that the female alpha hasn't killed her then?" Damien asks curiously. "Not yet, though there is still a good chance." Damien sighs. "Did she apologize like I told her?" From what I understand, she said something like an apology would be worthless. "Mallory," he mutters to himself. He comes to a stop and I notice how his nostrils flare. His eyes dart about. I assume he is looking for Mallory and was just about to tell him where she was when I realize he is staring at my sister. Raven is carrying something in her arms and drops them when she realizes she is being watched. Quickly turning on her heel, she marches in the opposite direction with some speed. "Wolf, right?" Damien murmurs. "Yes, that's Raven, my sister. She's not the greatest fan of you guys." "Who is?" He shrugs his shoulders at me. "There are only 4 Lycans here. My mate, Jess, Mallory, and now you. Raven is good friends with my mate, and she likes Jess too, but every other Lycan she has met has been a royal pain in the ass. Everyone else here is a wolf." "Right." His dark eyes still scan the area as we walk towards the house I had set Mallory up in. Before Damien has a chance to knock on the door, Mallory throws it open, flinging herself at him. "I'm so glad you are alive, but it was a mistake coming here. Now you are here, we can leave." "I haven't met the female alpha yet." Damien mutters, putting her back on her feet. He looks at me, waiting for me to respond. "She is resting right now." "I see. Maybe a tour then?" he asks hopefully, and I see Mallory frown. "Are you up to something? Because I haven't got the time nor the fucking patience for that right now," I warn him. Damien smiles at me. "If I were, I would have taken out those 2 guards that were keeping me at the front, waiting for you. In fact, I probably could have taken most of your people out in the time you were fucking your mate, because that can be the only possible reason you have for keeping me waiting for so long. Right?" "Damien," Mallory snaps at him. "You can't speak to him like that. He is the pack leader." Damien glances at Mallory and reluctantly, he apologizes for the way he spoke to me. "Packs are not how I learned to be a Lycan. We didn't have a hierarchy." "You didn't, but it sounds like you were the one in charge," I mutter. He had taken control over everything in the short time we were with them. "I guess so." "Why do you want to meet Nia?" I push as Mallory retreats into the house. "You said it yourself, Dane. She is a female Lycan alpha, the last one. She needs as much protection as she can get. She has the pack." "Yes, but they are not Lycans." Damien frowns. What he's trying to say hits me. "The rogues are alive, aren't they?" "One got away." "We can take it out." I mutter. I wasn't afraid of any beast. "You have fought against Lycans, correct?" Damien asks. "Yes. But you haven't battled rogues. They are darker and far more dangerous than those who shift between human and beast. They don't fight to win a battle. They fight for fun. They won't just rip throats out or kill. They will tear apart an entire body, dragging the bones and organs from the flesh while the prey is still alive, feasting on them as they beg for death." "How did you kill them?" "Luck, but I've been studying them for years. I provided them with food. They don't care for wolves or other Lycans. They don't care for a chain of command. The thing they care about most is a full stomach." "You killed them in their sleep?" "I did what needed to be done." "Nia." Raven practically breaks down the bedroom door as she comes flying in. I had never seen her look so flustered. Her eyes are wide and she is breathing as though she just ran a marathon. She's flapping her hands, trying to calm herself down. "I assume you are not okay?" I mutter. "He's here." She had to be talking about Damien. "You saw him?" "Yes, wait, you know?" She stops to stare at me. "One of the guards interrupted us to tell Dane. What's he like?" "I didn't talk to him." "Okay." He looked directly at me. "Do you think he knows?" "Of course he knows, Nia." I panicked. I literally dropped everything and I came here. She shakes her head. With Salem, we both gravitated towards each other. When I first scented him, I followed my nose and Salem was doing the exact same. With this guy, he just stood there, staring at me while talking to Dane, acting like he couldn't even smell me, or maybe he was disgusted by me. Whatever the reason, he didn't look happy. Maybe he was surprised. You have known this guy as your mate without having seen him. The first time he realized he was mated was when he arrived here. You are not helping. I couldn't control the laugh. Raven points a finger at me. Don't. This is not funny, Nia. Do you think it's because I am a wolf? I don't know. It is, isn't it? He's probably grossed out. Where is he now? I don't know. I told you I came straight here. I figured you would be the only one to understand this. What does he look like? I ask calmly, hoping it would rub off on her. She stops pacing and turns to look at me. Like a god. She falls down on the bed next to me, giggling and letting all that panic disappear. Do you think he will like me? I'm sure he will. I couldn't understand how anyone would not like Raven. She rolls on her side with a frown etched into her face and sighs. He is Mallory's best friend. You spoke to her, didn't you? I mutter, looking away from her. I was curious about Damien, but yes. Do you believe that she is sorry? I whisper while staring up at the ceiling. I really want to say no, Nia, but when she spoke of what she did, there was so much sorrow in her voice. You think I should speak to her? Maybe hear her out and then make your decision. She shrugs her shoulders. If you still think she is lying, then do what you need to do. Raven sits with me for a few hours. She flicks the television on, but her topic of conversation keeps circling back to Damien. Raven, just go and speak to him. I can't. I've been with you for hours now, and he hasn't even come to find me. You are in my bedroom, in the pack house. Do you really think he is going to come in here to find you? You are right. She jumps up off the bed and hurries to the mirror, checking herself out. I can do this. I can seek him out. Women are just as powerful as men. She turns to me, her eyes wide. What if he rejects me? Do what Jess did. Refuse. Why not? It seems to have worked for Jess. She nods and hurries out of the room. You should have told her. Nix mutters. I'm fine. I mutter back. Just because you are ignoring the pain in your body, it doesn't mean that you are fine. I'm carrying twins. It's just uncomfortable. Raven's a doctor, Nix argues. I know, and she is caught up in the whole new mate bond stuff. I will be fine. I will get something to eat. I swing my legs over the bed and push myself up. It took more effort than I expected, but as soon as I am up, I made my way out into the hallway. Now I had thought about food. I realized I was starving. Heading towards the stairs, my legs give out from under me, plummeting me down each step. My head hits something and everything goes dark. Ow, I mutter, stretching myself out. My hand automatically goes between my thighs. No blood, thank fuck for that. These pups were stronger than expected. There's a knock on the front door. Come in, I mutter from the floor. Shit, are you all right? Unfamiliar dark eyes appear and a hand slides into mine, helping me up. You must be Damien? I mutter, noticing his neck tattoos while rubbing the back of my head. If I had a wound, it would have probably healed by now anyway. I am, though this was not the way I intended on introducing myself. You should get checked out. I'm fine. You are pregnant, though. I can smell it. I will be fine. I spit out the final word. He nods his head at me as I sit on the bottom step. You may think so, but you should still get yourself looked at. You are the female alpha. I roll my eyes at him. Is that why you are here? You are looking for someone to lead you? I'm looking for the only person that can lead us. His dark stare is intense. If I didn't know better, I would say he had learned it from Dane, but something tells me it was the way he always looked at things, even when he was human. And I want to offer you my protection. Nix snorts, and I almost do too. But his face is serious. From what? Whatever is coming. What is coming? I ask. He just stares at me, dark and mysterious. Exactly how Dane was when I first met him. And what about Raven? What about her? She's your mate, I mutter. I am aware. Are you going to reject her? I don't know her well enough to make a decision. She didn't go to him like I suggested. Maybe I could force them together. Actually, can you take me to the hospital? Maybe I should get checked out. He walks with me, stopping when we are just outside the hospital doors. Is something wrong with Raven? He asks with a frown. No, she's the pack doctor. His face is unreadable, but he still follows me inside. Nee. Raven's voice fades off to a squeak as she focuses on the man who is her mate. I fell down the stairs. I mutter and explain to her about the pain. She beckons me in for a scan, and Damien follows. He stands in the doorway watching, but now and again, his dark eyes would move to Raven. Raven tried her best not to look at him, so much so that beads of sweat were forming on her brow. The heartbeats of the twins flood the room just as Dane comes charging in. He pushes past Damien with a frown and presses his lips to mine. Sorry, we were cutting Roan's fingers off. Are you okay? I nod. Tell Nix to stop blocking me. She needs to rest. Raven snaps at him. Both boys' heartbeats are strong, but you must rest. It is still a risky pregnancy. Raven warns me, and I don't want to confine you to the bed just yet. Out of curiosity, can you tell what they are? It was Damien's first words to her. Wolves or lichens? No. Her answer is far more abrupt than usual. Was she annoyed with him? Damien, she was a pretty little thing. I thought that the moment I first laid my eyes on her. My mate. A wolf. Though she didn't deserve someone like me. I watch her move around the alpha. She is quick and thinks on her feet. Her dark hair is loosely pulled back into a hair bobble with a few escaped hairs at the top of her neck. As her dark eyes catch mine, I notice a fleck of light brown just under her left pupil. She quickly looks away, returning all her attention to the alpha, smiling as the heartbeats fill the room. Her happiness makes her scent of strawberries explode, and for a brief second, I wondered if she would taste of them too. I barely notice Dane pushing past me. I just watch her lips move as she scolds them both. When the all clear is given, I finally ask the question that had been playing on my mind since I first scented Nia's pregnancy. Raven shoots daggers at me, like I had asked the worst question in the world. She gives me a short and sharp no. Dane's strange red eyes find mine, and I remember what he told me earlier. Raven isn't a fan of us. Maybe she hated the idea of being mated to me. I step outside the room, leaving the three of them alone. Though I don't leave completely, standing guard over her room instead. I will protect the alpha even if she doesn't want me to. Dane steps out, closing the door to the room. The question you asked, it's been asked multiple times by the asshole in my dungeon. That's why she is so short with you. Sorry. I wasn't the type of person to apologize, but he had to know it was a genuine curiosity, nothing more. In theory, if I don't reject Raven, they become my nephews too. They become my family. The guy in the dungeon, he's the one who wants the pups? I ask. He nods his head at me. He was also the one who had Jess removed from the house. It was his brother that you left for the rogues. Right. Thanks for convincing her to be checked out, Dane mutters. Just give my sister time, she was rejected by her first mate. You know? I ask, surprised. My intention was to keep it quiet, at least until I had figured out if we were compatible. She's my sister, of course I know. He slaps me on the back. Like I said, give her time. Her first mate was an idiot for rejecting her. He heads back in the room and Raven takes his place. She stares at me with those beautiful dark eyes, and I can't help but glance over the rest of her. The blue shirt she is wearing hides her frame, yet the skinny black jeans shows off her legs and ass. You want to protect Nia? She asks quietly. Yes. Why? She raises her brow at me and presses her lips together. She has Dane. She has the entire pack. She is our lifeline, the only pure blood left. Right. Her brow creases as she folds her arms up over her chest. She sighs. If you are going to reject me, can you get it over with? I have stuff to do. I keep my mouth shut and just watch her. I could see the anger bubbling up in her eyes. The longer I didn't speak, the more irritated she grew. Fucking lichens, she growls and storms off. With a quick glance back at the alpha, I follow Raven. She marches across the grounds and into the forest. Is that what they do here? They don't tell anyone where they are going? Trekking after her, I keep my distance. She winds through the trees, dragging her hands across each trunk. It took me a minute to realize she is marking them with her scent in case anything happens. He's an asshole! She speaks openly to herself. No, she mutters. Who the hell was she talking to? There was no one here. She makes her way to a stream. Pulling her boots and socks off, she rolls up her jeans and wades into the water. Her eyes are glazed as she continues talking to herself, mostly complaining about me. I listen to her one-sided argument with amusement. She couldn't be linking the alpha. Only her mate and other lichens could do that. Yet it sounded like it was someone who knew we were mated. So who was she talking to? With her eyes glazed over, she is oblivious to me watching her. Even when I step out from the trees in full view, she doesn't notice me or the creature that is hunting her. I had been so concerned about making sure the alpha was protected when Raven seemed like she needed it more. The crack of a twig draws her attention back. Her glazed eyes focus on me, but I hadn't moved. I wasn't the one responsible for the sound. What do you want? She snaps at me. I hold a hand up, listening to the sounds of the forest. It takes me a second to hear the erratic heartbeat. Shit, it must have tracked me here. Raven, get out of the water and move towards me. She doesn't move and glares at me. Raven, you need to move now. She turns to look behind her. The leaves of the bushes start to move. Raven starts to back out of the stream in my direction. Spinning her around to look at me, I see the panic written on her face. Run. Find Dane. She takes off running as the rogue lichen shows itself to us. It's on all fours as it creeps forward. The rogues had found it easier to move that way, using 4 limbs to propel itself even faster. Drool hangs from its bared teeth. The snout is wrinkled up as it growls at me. Its claws pierce the dirt as it slowly makes its way to the stream. It sniffs the air, a whole place full of wolves. It was something I should have told Dane. Not only had they become feral to the point that they could no longer shift back, but they had learned to speak. You are not welcome here. I growl back. You need to leave before you end up like the others. It laughs at my words, yet it backs up into the bushes where it came from, the erratic heart fading until I could no longer hear it. Fuck! The surviving rogue was the worst one of all. It had a hunger unlike the others. I had seen it make its food last for days on end, enjoying the screams of its victims, torturing them as it ate a tiny piece at a time. But I was partly responsible for that. I brought them food when they couldn't find any. I hear footsteps, quickly moving through the forest. I smell Raven, but she is accompanied by others. Dane appears first, closely followed by a couple of other men and Raven. Her dark eyes scan me like she is checking me for wounds. Where is it? Dane demands. It backed off, I mutter. You brought it here? It followed you? Dane presses. Apparently. Why didn't you kill it? A man with long dark hair asks me. I sigh. Only Mallory knew the truth, but I had to tell them. He was my younger brother. Raven. It had been 2 days since Damien had announced that the rogue is or was his brother. He hadn't said anything more about it, and could often be found following Nia around, whether she wanted him to or not. It made it impossible for me to spend time with her when I was constantly being distracted by his scent. And still, he had barely spoken to me. He watched me when I was present, still keeping his distance like he was concerned I was going to attack him. The moment Eric or Dane were around, he would disappear to Mallory's home. "He's being an idiot," Midnight mumbles as I enter the pack house. "Tell me about it." Midnight was more frustrated than I was. "She's getting dressed," Dane mutters to me with a frown as he strides by and towards the front door. "Damien is outside the bedroom." "Are you really doing this? You are letting him guard her. We don't know anything about him." He stops and rolls his eyes at me, the same way he had done for years when he thought I was panicking about nothing. I wish he knew how irritating it was. He turns around properly and rests his hands on my shoulders. "Raven, speak to him. He is your mate. I don't understand why you are being like this. I thought you of all people would hate this, especially after everything the pack has been through." "Things change. He isn't here for me. He wants to protect Nia." He sighs, running a hand through his short hair. "What if he is like Devon? What if it's a trap, and you are just walking away, leaving him watching her? Just because he hasn't explained the situation to you, it doesn't mean he hasn't explained himself to me." Dane tuts. "Oh, he's told you?" I ask, surprised. "Out of respect for my position, yes. Now go and spend some much-needed time with my mate before she has another wave of hormones." I frown, but he just shakes his head and walks out of the door. Damien is literally stood like a soldier in front of her bedroom door. His hands are clasped together, and he stares straight ahead. I try to move silently, but his head slowly turns in my direction. He does not speak. "I'm here to see Nia," I whisper. It felt like I had been caught trying to steal. The way he stares back at me makes it sound like I've just told him I have a bomb. He steps to one side, watching me approach. With one hand on the door handle, I turn my face to him. "Why are you treating me this way?" "What way would that be? Like I'm some kind of trash you just chucked out your car window? It's not my fault you have been paired to me. I already told you, just reject me and get it over with." One side of his lips tug up, but the smirk quickly disappears. "Is this a joke to you?" I snap. "Do you know how much it is driving me up the wall? Knowing that you are about, smelling your scent everywhere I go, and yet you haven't even made a move. I don't know whether I'm coming or going with you. Do you even want me as a mate?" My heart thuds in my chest as I rant at him. "You hate lichens?" he states after a few minutes of silence. I feel my cheeks flame. Who had told him that? Nia is a lichen. My defense was weak. She's my closest friend. "You should hate us." He takes a step closer and leans over me. "We are not the same as you. We are dark, we are cold, we are monsters." His face is inches from mine. I should be scared by his warning, but this is the closest he had been to me since his arrival, and I couldn't tell whether he wanted to fuck me or kill me. But I did know what I wanted. "I'm not scared of you," I whisper, refusing to move from my spot. "You should be." My head slightly shakes at him. Suddenly he slams me into the wall, pressing his body up against mine. His lips hit mine with force. A deep longing growl rumbles inside of him as his hands slip under my top and grip my waist. He forces a knee between my thighs, pushing himself even more against me. When Nia shouts, Damien pulls away, forgetting me like nothing had just happened. My heart is pounding in my chest as he enters her room, leaving me semi-aroused in the fucking hallway with the taste of his lips on mine. "What the fuck was that?" Midnight gasps in annoyance. "I have to get out of here." Slowly, I back away, reaching the stairs. Tears creep in at the corner of my eyes. "No, not happening." I mutter to myself as I run down the length of the stairs, wiping my eyes. I'm not a crier, and I was not about to start now. Hurrying across the grounds, I enter the hospital. It was my safe place, the only place where I had control, where everyone in the pack relied on me. Sinking down behind the station, I sit quietly, letting midnight calm me. Why had I let myself get sucked into it? Why had I let the bond cloud my judgment? "We can't help it," midnight whispers. He brings out feelings that we haven't felt in a long time. "He's not Salem." "No, he's not. Salem did us dirty." I hear her annoyance, though she will never admit it. Frustrated, my hand slaps against the tiled floor. Angry? A low voice comes from the other side of the station, making me freeze. I thought I was alone. I couldn't smell anything. I couldn't smell another wolf. That could only mean one thing. "Dane." I link my brother. "It's here. It's in my hospital." "What are you talking about?" "The rogue." I whimper. "We are coming." "I would rather you come out." The low voice rumbles. "I just want to talk." The beast speaks. "We should shift," Midnight mutters. "No, it will attack." Slowly, and keeping my back to it, I get to my feet. I had no weapons or anything nearby that could be used to do some harm. Turning, my breath hitches in my throat. I didn't get a good look at it in the forest, but what I see in front of me is so much worse than the lichens we fought. Damien was right. They are monsters. It holds its gaze with me, its nostrils flaring as it tilts its large head to one side. Dried blood coated its sharp teeth and snout. "Did it kill someone to get in here?" "You smell of the traitor," it growls. I stare back, refusing to blink in case it moves. A part of me had thought Damien was lying when he said they could speak. How did you get in here? I always locked up when I left." "Is that what you will worry about when you are dying, Raven?" "You know my name?" I squeak, my eyes flicker to the door. Where was Dane? Or anyone? "Who are you looking for?" It sounds like it's trying to laugh. "Your new mate? Maybe your big brother? Or perhaps even the female alpha? None of them can save you, Raven. Keep him talking, Midnight mutters. Buy yourself some time. You've been watching me? I follow Midnight's instructions. Maybe then I would stand a chance. You can call it that if that makes you feel comfortable. It hadn't moved an inch since I had been talking to it. Was it trying to freak me out? Your eyes keep darting to the door. I assume you have linked one of them. It rises up on its hind legs. So now it is time for us to leave. It jumps over the counter at me, its clawed hands locking around me before I have a chance to do anything. It holds something over my mouth. No matter how hard I fight, the more I breathe in what's over my mouth, the more I feel my body getting weaker and weaker. My arms and legs grow heavy and are barely able to move. It wasn't like fighting one of the bitten, where their goal was just to kill in the sloppiest way. This one seemed to know exactly what I was going to try, like they knew me. I couldn't fight any longer, and my head falls back against a solid chest. Time for sleep. Damien. Repositioning myself in front of the bedroom door after checking on Nia, I see that Raven is long gone. I shouldn't have kissed her. She may have tasted amazing, but I shouldn't have let myself go like that. I couldn't bring myself to reject her, not yet. Maybe I didn't want to, not truly, though she will come to hate me eventually. Mallory creeps up the stairs towards me, her lips pressed into a thin line that gradually crept up into a smile as she makes her way towards me. Do you think she will speak to me if you are here? She asks hopefully, glancing at the door. Mallory, we have been over this. Damien, I have to try. Nothing has changed, I mutter. I wanted Nia to listen to Mallory, but it had to be on her terms. I had already learned that about her, and she is definitely not in the mood right now. If you go in there, she will probably kill you on the spot. Oh, she leans against the wall next to me. How am I supposed to get her to listen to me? You don't. You keep your head down. You do everything that is asked of you. You be respectful to everyone here, and then just maybe she will see that you are trying and be willing to speak to you. But for now, she is pregnant, and if she feels a threat, it will be game over for you. She sighs. I have told you it won't be easy. I thought you had trust issues, but the Alpha's ability to trust is on a whole different level. She frowns at me. She trusts you. No, she doesn't. Then why are you guarding her? To show her that I mean what I say. Mallory rolls her eyes at me. We both had a very different belief system. She expected everyone to accept her as she is, whereas I had always had to work for it, human or not. You know as well as I do that her abuse didn't end after you almost killed her. I add, right. Mallory bobs her head at me. I still can't believe you told the others the truth about him being your brother. She changes the subject because it was still hard for her to talk so openly about her past. If I want to live here, then I need to be honest with them. But you wouldn't have told them if he had never shown up here, would you? And you haven't told them everything. You won't be able to keep that a secret forever. They will figure it out. She knew me too well. But I also knew she wouldn't blab. I hadn't liked Mallory when I first met her. But when there are just two of you that are going through the same shit, it was pretty hard to not form a bond. And now, I couldn't imagine a world without her. She had helped me through some of the worst shit in my life and had done more than her fair share with the other rogues. She gives me a sad smile. You have slotted right in here. Who would have thought you would like pack life? You just need time. Isn't that what you first told me when I found you? Mallory bobs her head. True. Go back to the house. There's no point in you standing here with me. I will see you later, she asks. Sure. At least you and Jess like me, she mutters as she turns away. I watch Mallory hurry back down the stairs until once again I am alone. My thoughts drift to Raven and how she hadn't backed away from me. Not a single ounce of fear in her eyes. Anger and annoyance, yes, but no fear, even when I pushed her up against the wall. Almost as if she were expecting it. A man bellows out my name as he runs up the stairs. Dane needs you. Dane's beta. Eric splutters when he sees me. Why? He glances to the bedroom door and drops his voice to a whisper. It's here. It's in the hospital with Raven. My blood runs cold as he says her name. He was going after her again. Dane is on his way there now with Klaus, but you know it better than us. Alpha Nia? I mutter. Torn between staying to protect her or going to protect my mate. It could be a distraction, to lead us away from what my brother is really after. I will handle Nia. Go, Eric offers. If it shows up here, link Dane. I will be with him. I snap, running down the stairs and out of the house. The hospital wasn't far, but it was still far enough that he could have already done something to her. Dane and Klaus are searching when I arrive. She's gone. Dane mutters with a growl. Whatever it has done to her, she is out cold. I can't link her. We have searched the entire hospital. There is nothing. Klaus tells me, not a hair, no blood, even Raven's scent fades to nothing. I can smell him, I mutter. Moving around the small desk in the middle of the hospital, I'm hit with strawberries combined with the essence of fear. She had been here, hiding under the desk. How long? I mutter. For what? Dane growls. Between her linking you and you arriving here, how long? A couple of minutes. I came immediately. Why? Had she known it was in here? Is that why she was hiding? I move around the desk. He had been standing on the other side, probably taunting her. He wouldn't have taken her out the front door. That would be too risky. I tell them, the back door has been kept locked since we had the problem with the other lichens. Klaus mutters, it almost backs onto the forest. There is no other way in. There is always a way. I will link my men. We can hunt the forest. Dane mutters. No. I snap. She's my sister. If you want her alive, you won't send in any more men. He's doing this to lure me out. If you send in more, he will just kill her and everyone else. I told you, they like to play with their food. But if there is more than one option, they will just kill everything in sight. And it's like you said, Dane, you can't send him. Moving through the hospital, I'm quick to locate the back door. It is just as Klaus had said, with no signs of foul play. A curtain around a closed window begins to move. It's then I notice the claw marks around the edges and a small gap where the window hadn't quite been refitted properly, letting the wind through. He had removed and replaced the whole thing, slinking inside without being caught and disappearing in exactly the same way. He dragged her through the window, I tell them. She would have fought against him. Dane glares at me. She fights well. It's like you said, she's out cold. You can't fight someone if you are unconscious. I ram my shoulder against the back door. It only took 2 attempts before the door split from its hinges, pulling off my shirt. I feel my body crack as I prepare to shift. It had been a while. We are coming too. Dane mutters, ripping off his shirt. This is my pack and it is my sister that he has. You don't get to tell me what to do. His crimson eyes are narrowed at me. As I remove my belt and my boots, I just stare at him because he won't like what's coming. I thought I would be able to keep it a secret for longer than this. You can't track them. I can. I transform fully into my lichen, stretching my muscles out. Dropping onto all fours, I run my snout along the ground, sucking in his scent. I could still smell Raven, just a tiny bit, but enough to make it easy for me to find her. We can help. Just lead the way, Dane mutters. You can't do this alone. That is not how we work. I growl at him. I can because I was like him. Damien. They ignore me and shift anyway. Though Dane continues to glare at me. There would be questions, but those can be dealt with later. They keep up with me for all of a few minutes. They were fast, but I was quicker, gliding through the trees with ease. Tearing through the forest. I follow his scent. Hopeful, when hints of strawberries pass through. It meant he hadn't dumped her and hidden her anywhere like he usually would. This was a game to him, a game he was going to lose. The canopy of the trees thickens and makes the forest dark even though the sun was high in the sky. He could hide anywhere here and the wolves would be none the wiser. Hidden in the shadows, waiting and watching, choosing his perfect moment like he was hunting his prey. I know you are here, I call out. I smell you and her. He doesn't respond. I wasn't expecting him to, because this was exactly the way he worked. Silent and watching. Choosing his moment as though his life depended on it, and today, it might just. Could I finally kill my brother? Why her? I call out into the dark forest. Because she is my mate. Is this what this is? Payback for killing the others. Pretty pathetic. More silence, which means he is watching me, trying to decide if he should reveal his exact location. Part of the fun was your victim never knowing where you are. Have you heard her? I demand, and I'm met with the sounds of the forest. Creatures carrying out their work, oblivious to the fight that is about to happen. I couldn't smell any blood, but that does not mean he hadn't done something else to her. She doesn't deserve this. I speak to the trees. She has done nothing wrong. My eyes move between the shadows, looking for something that is out of place. But just like the hospital, everything looked untouched. He blended in well, a little too well. A whimper drags my attention behind me. By the time I lunge forward, they were gone, disappearing further into the forest. He would punish her for making his presence known. Stop this shit, little brother, I growl. We haven't been brothers for a long time. I could just snap her pretty little neck. His voice rattles from somewhere in front of me. But that would be no fun. I charge forward again and a laugh echoes above me. Looking up, I see him at least 20 feet up in a tree. Raven dangles from his claws like a doll. Her eyes are closed and thankfully, she doesn't look injured, just sleeping. What did you do to her? Just a little nitrous oxide. A garbled laugh comes from him. Remember, Damien, you used that on me once when you thought I was becoming a risk. I never forgot. It's amazing what people leave laying around. You mean you killed for it? It's not like you haven't done bad things, is it? He stares at me before moving his gaze to a heavily sedated Raven. Have you told her? Have you explained how cruel you are? How their alpha is nothing compared to you? What do you want? These people have done nothing to you. I have kept you safe. I have fed you. I provided you with a place to live without being hunted. I taught you how to survive. And look where that has got us. And whose fault is that? You are the reason I am like this. He growls and lets Raven drop a few inches only to catch her by her foot. He swings her back and forth like some kind of pendulum. And that is your reason for taking it out on her? Why did you wait, huh? I've been waiting for this for a long time, Damien. You have taken everything from me. And now, it's time to take something of yours. Everything? You are blaming me for being like this, yet you wanted it. Fed up of your shitty little human life, you asked for it. You knew what she had turned me into, and you still went to her. Did you think this would magically solve your problems? He growls at me. It had always been the same. Even as a human, he had never liked the truth. You didn't have to become this. You chose this path. No one chose it for you. So blame me all the fuck you want. She doesn't deserve it. Never thought I would see the day where you had a soft spot for a girl. He mocks, continuing to swing her. What if I mark her? He pulls Raven back up, holding her neck close to his sharp teeth. That would make things far more interesting. We both know that you can't mark her. It's such a pity, but I could rip her precious little throat out. What do you think? He laps his tongue over her bare neck. Delicious. A feral growl comes from deep inside my chest, but he doesn't seem to notice. It was bad enough he had her, but to violate her in front of me was a step too far. He rotates her around. Or maybe a chunk of her thigh? Would you still want her then? Let her go. I snarl at him. No. He jumps to another tree, keeping his grip on my mate. If you want her, come and get her. Charging up the nearest tree, I follow him closely. He laughs, jumping through the trees like an overgrown monkey. His claws are tightly wrapped around Raven so she doesn't fall. His feet make some of the branches crack as he lands, making it harder for me to follow his exact trail. He stops, suddenly spinning around to look at me. Enough of this shit. You took what was mine, and now I'm taking something of yours. I know you like to suffer, so let's see how you cope without her, brother. I see Raven's eyes open just as he sinks his teeth into her leg. She lets out a blood-curdling scream as he rips her flesh away, exposing her bone. Blood spurts from the hole as he laughs. He stares at me as he slowly chews her flesh. I will fucking kill you, Salem. Nia, hi Eric, I mutter as he slips in my room. Is everything okay? It's fine, he mutters, locking the door. Dane just wants you to stay here for now. Why? No particular reason. He's lying, Nix mutters. I know, I spit back. Eric doesn't look at me as he moves around the room and checks the windows. You know if someone wants to get in, they can just break the glass. He avoids my gaze. It's back, isn't it? The rogue lichen, that's why you are here and Damien has gone. He gives me a weak smile. It wasn't that long ago that you didn't really say what was on your mind, keeping your thoughts to yourself and not wanting to know the truth. Dane has gone after it, hasn't he? He's with Damien and Klaus, yes. Dane told me what Damien said about the rogue, how they like to play games. If you are checking everything is locked, you think it's going to come here, don't you? You think it's going to come from me? It's just a precaution. We don't know what it wants. Where? Eric doesn't answer me. Eric, tell me. It was at the hospital. It has Raven. Why? I stare at him. Why hadn't he just told me that in the first place? He's not stupid. He knows you will want to help, Nix murmurs. I don't know. All I know is that it was at the hospital when Raven linked Dane. And? It's taken her into the forest. Nia, Dane wants you to stay here. It's a lichen, I mutter. A rogue lichen, Eric replies. You can't do anything. It doesn't listen to anyone. But Damien thinks he can help? I frown. Eric's shoulders drop. There's something you haven't told me. What is it? The rogue is Damien's brother. He looks over at me. I don't know the ins and outs, but this is not the first time he has gone after Raven. I stumble back, sitting on the bed. I could feel my own deep frown, annoyed that this had been kept from me. Why hadn't Damien said anything? Or my own mate? Raven was my friend. I march over to the closet, pulling out some boots. Nia, you can't. You have to stay here, the twins. I am not leaving her. Think of the twins. I am. Do you think it's just going to stop if it kills Raven? What about all the children in the pack? They will be easy targets, and I would have just stood aside and let it happen. He blocks the door. I can't let you go, Nia, Dane's orders. Move, Eric. I need to protect you. Then come with me. I glare at him. Dane is going to kill me, he mutters as he steps to one side. Then don't let anything happen to me. I snap as I stride through the door. Eric follows me through the house, insisting that this is a mistake. I swing around to face him. Maybe it is, but Raven doesn't deserve this. They were all turned because of me, and now, because there is one that has taken it too far, she might die. I can't let that happen, Eric. If she hadn't been around when Veronica drugged me, I wouldn't be here today. So please, be on my side and help me find her. He nods his head at me, and we quickly make our way down to the forest. I step into the forest quietly and ask Nix to block Dane. I knew he had asked me not to do that, but I didn't need him worrying about me when his sister was missing. Only Eric is to know I am here. Moving quickly, my legs seemed to know exactly where I wanted to go, carrying me without question. I'm not sure how far we have traveled before I hear a scream. A scream that sounded like Raven. Are you sure about this? Eric whispers, grabbing my arm. I nod. I have to try, and charge forward, leaving Eric behind. I could hear Damien talking. It took me a moment to see him, high in a tree. He was in lichen form. He could talk in beast form? I think there is a lot we haven't been told. Nix mutters as I squat behind a bush. Raven screams again, and over in another tree is another lichen, holding on to her with ease. She's barely fighting and blood splatters onto the ground below her. Salem! This isn't a fucking game! Damien roars at him. Salem? Did he seriously just call him Salem? As in her first mate? Nix asks curiously. But he was a wolf? Has she ever mentioned that? Nix murmurs. Are you saying that she knew and didn't tell anyone? No. Think about it. You said she told you he rejected her once he found out who her pack was. What if someone from Moonshine told him to stay clear? I look up as Raven screams again. The rogue lichen has its teeth buried around her waist. It was killing her right in front of Damien. I couldn't take it anymore. I step out from my hiding spot. Let her go. The rogue removes its teeth from Raven to look at me. Let her go, I repeat. Gladly. He drops her. There's a blur of movement as Damien dives down from the tree to try and catch her before she slams against the ground. The rogue lands in front of me, standing up to his full height and looming over my small frame. You are the female alpha. It snorts. What is so special about you? Nothing. It lets out a gargled laugh, locking its beady eyes on me. You protect wolves? How noble. You're Salem? I ask. For some unknown reason, I felt no fear, staring into the eyes of death. I am. You were mated to her? You were the one who was mated to Raven? What? I hear from behind me. I don't move a muscle. If I looked to see what Damien was doing, it would be a mistake. Dane had told me that. Dane had said not to look away if I came face to face with it. Once upon a time, the rogue growls. You rejected her. I did. Wolves and lichens don't mix. He snarls at me. Bloody drool dribbles from its jaws, though wolves do taste delicious. He runs his tongue along his teeth. Was it your choice, or were you told to reject her? Like I said, wolves and lichens don't mix. You won't touch them. I stare back at him. He lets out that gargled laugh again. You think you can stop me? I've killed lichens. I knew my eyes were darkening as I stare at him. He laughs again, but this time it's not as gargled and sounds more skeptical. Because you are some almighty alpha? That doesn't work with rogues. Tell him, he hasn't figured it out, Nix mutters gleefully. I stare up into his beady eyes. I am your alpha whether you like it or not, Salem. He growls at me and takes a step back. I don't go by that name anymore, and you will never be my alpha. You are a product of a moonshine lichen. That makes me your alpha. I hated using the term, but right now it was needed, and without Nix, I probably wouldn't be standing here. You can't deny that. You feel it. You know I outrank you whether you want me to or not. I am a rogue. Keep telling yourself that. I will kill you. I don't respond as Damien creeps up behind him, forcing his claws through Salem's back before dragging them down through his skin. Raven. Whoa, easy. Klaus mutters as I try to sit up. I felt like I had been in a washing machine with how dizzy I was. Closing my eyes, I lie back, trying to stop my mind from swirling. Even midnight was quiet, which was very unlike her. I suddenly sit upright, looking around for the rogue when I'm hit with excruciating pain in my leg. Salem, I mutter. I had heard his name, I was sure of it, but things were hazy. What do you remember? Klaus asks softly. I rub my head. Is this what humans felt like when shit happened to them? Wait, why wasn't I healing? He was here, I mumble. He put something over my mouth. And then I heard a scream. My scream? Was it me? I look around, recognizing my own hospital when pain shoots through my leg again. Pulling back the blanket, I see a large amount of bandages wrapped around my leg. Take it off, I demand. Raven, you know that is not a good idea. Please take it off, I repeat. It couldn't be real. It just couldn't. But deep down I already knew. Klaus sighs and slowly unravels the bandages and the layer of dressing. There was a massive divot in my thigh where most of the muscle is missing. My skin is coated in dried blood. Ugly red wounds had been left in place where they had tried stretching and stitching my skin back together. By the looks of it, it had finally started to heal, though it would never be the same. I'm sorry, Raven. We can heal, but we can't grow new muscle in that much flesh. He bit me, but he was my mate. I mutter, shocked at how Salem could do such a thing. He was always so kind, so nice, and cared about every little thing I did. What happened to him? Klaus slowly rebandages my leg as he tries to decide what to say. He was a long, long time ago, but he is not the man he once was, Raven, or the man he said he was. He was never a wolf, and to do this means he doesn't feel anything for you. What made him like that? I don't know. I wanted to cry. I didn't want to fight it. I wanted to let the big fat tears roll down my face, but they don't come. Instead, I am laced with anger. How could someone be that vile? When you started stirring, I called Damien. He smiles at me. Maybe he will make you feel better. Damien, maybe now he would finally say those words. Did you do this? I asked Klaus quietly, pointing at my newly bandaged leg. I did what I could. It's going to be a long recovery. It's okay, Klaus. Know what you are saying. It's going to be a while before I can walk properly even after the wound has healed. He nods with a sad smile. Thank you, Klaus. When Damien arrives, he stands in the doorframe, his hands hooked above the door, leaning in as he tries to figure out if I wanted him here. He studies me with his dark eyes. I feel my heart skip a beat as his sweet vanilla scent fills the room. Klaus winks at him and leaves. How do you feel? Damien asks. Like crap. He nods his head and steps into the room. So you were mated to my little brother. Is that all you have to say? My entire body hurts, Damien. I've just learned that my ex-mate is the one who did this to me. That he is also somehow your brother when I could have sworn he was a wolf. I didn't know. I didn't know that he was a lichen. Clearly I never saw him in wolf form. In fact, we barely spoke of his pack or his family. Dane said you probably didn't know, he murmurs. Though he did fill me in on a lot, and now it all makes sense. He rejected me. I splutter. I am aware. A good job, too. He takes the seat next to the bed, watching me. It would have made it harder for me to find you. Is he dead? I sigh. Why did this man make me feel so irrational so easily? No, he is in the dungeons, though. Alpha Nia is trying to get more information out of him or break him. I'm not really sure. I just know she has banned me from going down there. She shouldn't be alone with him, and she doesn't like to be called Alpha. I mutter. He cocks a brow at me. She is more than capable of handling herself. She took a chunk out of his leg in payment for what he did to you. That made me feel a little better. You can't kill him, can you? You want to. You really want to. I can see it in your eyes, but you can't bring yourself to do it because he is your brother. Damien doesn't answer me. He just snorts and shakes his head. You talked. I mutter, remembering hearing him speak as a lichen. Yes. How? You are not like him. I was once. My hands clenched the blankets and his eyes moved down to them. I won't hurt you. I'm not scared. I'm frustrated. I sigh. I don't. Dane said you told him that there was no coming back from being like that. I found a way. He doesn't explain any further. You don't want to tell me, do you? I screw up my face as another wave of pain shoots through my thigh. This was going to be a long healing process. You tried to warn me. I sigh. He had told me I should be scared of him, that I should fear him. I did. I slowly nod my head. I give you permission to reject me. He scowls at me. You clearly couldn't make up your mind before, but now I'm damaged. I'm giving you a free pass. I won't fight it. I won't refuse your rejection like Jess refused Jensen's. Aren't we all damaged in some way? He stands up and moves closer to me, cupping my face. I've been waiting days to taste you again. He leans down and presses his lips to mine, softer and gentler than last time, like he was savoring the moment. My arms loop around my neck, pulling him in closer, and I feel him smile against my lips. Little sparks of electricity burn through me as his kiss deepens, but he is careful not to press himself against me this time. He pulls away when there is a knock on the door. There will be more than enough time, he mutters, taking in my frustrations. But I am not rejecting you, mate. My heart skips a beat again. Nia opens the door. She shoots Damien a look of disgust and then smiles at me. I notice how she is rubbing her small bump. Something she didn't have the last time I saw her. How long had I been out for? She thinks I put you in danger. Damien makes sure Nia hears him before stepping outside of the room. I see that he doesn't leave though, standing guard as Nia closes the door. He didn't know, I mutter. I wasn't even sure what I was trying to defend. He didn't know it would come from me. I didn't know that Salem was a lichen. He should have told us. He should have explained to you what he was, I mutter, but that's not what's annoying you, is it? Nia sits in the chair. Eric wasn't going to tell me. She looks at my confused face. When the rogue took you, Eric was guarding me. Dane wanted me to stay put. If I hadn't gone, you could be dead right now. But I'm alive. Nia, what do you want? I demand as I stare at the rogue, chained to the wall of the dungeon. It growls back at me. I had been asking it the same question for days, and yet it still refused to speak. This is a bad idea. We should have waited for Dane. Nix murmurs. She didn't like us being down here alone. Or rather, she didn't like pregnant me being down here alone. They can't do anything, I murmur back at her. Both Roan and the rogue were locked up. It wasn't like they could do anything. He won't answer you. Roan calls out from his cell. And shouldn't you be protecting those precious twins instead of coming down here to annoy us? I watch the rogue's eyes drop to my stomach at the word twins. His snout curls up even tighter until the whole thing is wrinkled and I can see his back teeth. Every time he heard the word, all he seemed to do was focus on my stomach. It was like Roan was trying to antagonize him. Growl at me all you want. It's not like you can do anything, is it? I snap at the rogue. You are chained up and you have 1.5 legs. I will kill you before you even lay a hand on me. He tugs on the chains. I had made sure to repay the rogue for what he had done to Raven, or rather Nix did. I hear Roan chuckle behind me, but for now I ignore him. He will be dead tomorrow, finally. The rogue's growl deepens and Roan chuckles more. I spin around to look at the asshole in the cell behind me. He liked to do this. He liked to stick his nose in where it wasn't wanted. And you can shut up. Are you not worried about being down here alone? Roan asks from his cell. You go on trial tomorrow. I spit. Oh, sweet Nia. His dark gray eyes lock on me. Don't sweet Nia me. I snap before he has a chance to say anything else. You don't get to talk like that to me. Not after what you did to Jess. Not after what you plan to do to my unborn pups. His grin grows, showing his missing teeth. You think these chains will stop me? He pulls on them as he gets close to the bars. Do you think I'm the only one in the world who will want those pups? The rogue starts to chuckle too, and the confidence I had a second ago was quickly fading. I was missing something. They were both chained up. There was no way possible for them to get out. My hands instinctively go to my small bump. What do you want? I growl again, aiming the question at both of them. Dane shouldn't have put them down here so close together. They could talk, they could plan, they could plot. Two very different enemies could work together. The rogue's beady eyes leave my stomach to find my eyes. Another deep growl comes from its throat, and for a split second I no longer felt safe. I knew he couldn't go anywhere. I knew they couldn't get out of his chains, but that unsettling feeling just doesn't go away. I felt like I was right back in the line of Cassandra's fist, unable to figure out what was wrong, unable to defend myself as it came at me. Shaking my head, I turn on my heel, leaving the dungeon. With my back pressed against the dungeon door, I look up, letting the warmth of the midday sun hit my skin. It lasts all of 2 seconds before I feel his crimson eyes on me. Again? He mutters. I thought I made it clear that I didn't want you going down there, especially not alone. And you are supposed to be resting, especially while Raven can't check on you. I wasn't alone, I protest, ignoring his comment about resting. Nix doesn't count. If something happens to you, it happens to her. He holds out a hand to me and pulls me in against his chest, locking his arms around me tightly and whispers in my ear. I don't like you going down there. I'm fine. Really? Because I see that frown on your forehead and I feel your frustration. What did Roan say this time? My scowl deepens. Something about me believing that he would be the only one who wants our pups. What if he is right? Have you heard anything about his pack? Ashburn City? He is trying to mess with your head. Roan will be killed in front of everyone tomorrow. It doesn't matter what he says. He presses his lips to my cheek. But yes, I have had news from Ashburn City. It seems that Roan was getting a bit too power-obsessed. The beta has stepped into the alpha role, and he has told me that he will be glad to see the back of him, as is the pack. I frown. It had taken me a while to figure out the importance of an alpha-beta relationship, but I always thought they had each other's backs, though I didn't have much to base it on, just Trey and Kyle and Dane and Eric. So they won't try anything? It seems that way. And what about the rogue, Salem? Will he be sentenced tomorrow? Raven wants to speak to Salem first. What? I was completely taken by surprise. She has requested it, and I agree. Maybe she can get more information out of him, because he isn't talking to you, no matter how many times you try. It surprises me that he had agreed, especially after what the rogue did to her. Are you sure you are okay with that? I whisper. Damien and myself will be with her. She won't be alone with him. It was late in the evening when the three of them headed over to the dungeon. Raven was hopping along on crutches, much to Damien's frustrations. She will be okay, Eric mutters from next to me. You don't know that. You are right, I don't. But neither of those men are going to let anything else happen to her. I watched them disappear from sight and turn back into the house. What answer were you hoping to get from him? Eric asks curiously, following me in. I don't know. Really? Nia, you have been sneaking down in the dungeons for days. There must have been something you wanted him to tell you. I wanted to know how he ended up like that, but he won't answer any questions. You wanted to know how he became rogue? I nod, feeling the lump form in my throat. He stares at me for a second. That won't happen to you. You don't know that. Do you crave the taste of flesh? I hear his amusement. No. But what if I snap or lose control? What if I'm lured into it? What if something so bad happens that I let Nyx take over completely? What if... Nia, that is a lot of what ifs. He grins at me. You have fully shifted all of a handful of times, and only for a short amount of time. I think it would take a lot for you to become permanently like one of them. You have Dane. You have the entire pack behind you. You are not a lone Lycan, and right now, you don't need to worry about them. We have it handled, I promise. Maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe I had let the silent rogue get into my head. I nod as we walk through the house to the kitchen. Do you think there are more? I ask quietly. Rogues? According to Klaus, the probability is yes. We don't know how many they chose to mark. Mallory said the others found her over a span of 2 years. So I would assume there are more out there. I can't sense them. Well, Damien I can, because he has made some sort of oath to protect me. But the others, there aren't even whisperings of them. It's like they don't exist, but I can see the rogue and Mallory with my own eyes. And in the forest, I continue, it was like my body knew where to go. Like Nyx could sense them, but I couldn't. How is that possible? Did Nyx know? No, I didn't, she snaps. She says no. How, Eric, how is it possible for me to track him without ever laying eyes on him? He smiles at me. You are an alpha, Nia. It's ingrained in your blood. Raven, the crutches were a nightmare, but not from my point of view. Damien and Dane walk either side of me as though I was going to fall any second. Any stumble, I would hear them catch their breath, and I was half expecting someone to say it would just be easier if they carried me. That's what Dane had done to Nia when she first came here. I see a slight head shake from Dane that's aimed at Damien. I can do this. You may have forgotten, Dane, but I did have to use crutches once. I grumble. When you were 7, my brother retorts, just as we make it to the dungeon, and for a few hours. Then longer won't be a problem, will it? I grumble. Dane unlocks the door and pulls it open. I'm met with the stench of dried blood, piss and shit. Every ounce of me has to stop myself from gagging. Why are we doing this? Midnight groans. Because it is Salem. She knew the real truth. I had no idea why I wanted to speak to him. Closure? Understanding why he rejected me. Maybe to stare at the man who had fucked up my ability to do anything physical for a long time. Who knows? I just know I had to see him. I had to look him in the eyes while learning how he could be so cruel. Oh, looks like we have more guests, Roan mutters as Dane walks in front of me. Shut the fuck up! Dane snaps at him. You shut up! It was a pathetic response on Roan's behalf, and before I know it, Dane is unlocking the cell door and is punching Roan in the face. His death couldn't come soon enough. Turning around, I see him, Salem, attached to the wall with chains. Damien hadn't been wrong either when he had told me that Nia took a chunk of his leg. The remaining leg dangled from his hip at an odd angle, the bone still exposed. Damien is already staring at him, his arms folded across his chest, but his face shows no anger, no frustration. It is practically unreadable. A statement I had heard from Nia many times but never quite understood what she meant until now. Salem's eyes are on me, his snout pulled up into a warning, yet no sound comes from him. His eyes briefly move to the crutches before locking on mine again. I didn't know what I expected to feel, but feeling nothing is worse. Ask him whatever you want, Damien whispers to me. I am not concerned about what he once was to you. You hurt me, I mutter as silence falls. Why me? I loved you once and you loved me. I always thought you rejected me because of my brother. I did. He pulls on his chains, but it makes no difference. His chains had been shortened until he was practically pressed against the wall. You did? You didn't reject me because you were a Lycan? Both. You wanted her, but Cassandra was afraid you would reveal the truth. Wasn't she? Dane asks as he locks Roan's cell. And you ended up finding out anyway. Salem snaps. Do you know why she wanted a contract with you? You weren't around when the contract was in place. Years, you idiot. Years she was planning that stupid contract idea of hers. It's true, Damien mutters. A wolf had discovered the pack. They didn't have the numbers needed for protection. Roan. Dane replies, glancing back at Roan's cell. Roan was the one who discovered moonshine. Roan was the one moving in to kill you all. He admitted it to Nia. Dane tells us that Nia met Roan as a pup, though she can't remember, and he became infatuated with her and their kind. Are you serious? I ask in shock. Dane is too busy looking at Salem to answer me. He points to Roan's cell. Did he not mention that to you while you were making your little plans? If he had attacked Moonshine earlier, you wouldn't exist. You don't know that, Salem growls. They were strong. They manipulated an alpha. You mean a child? I snap, immediately jumping to Nia's defense. Your current alpha? She is not my alpha. Why are you trying to stick up for them, Salem? Damien demands. Can you still not see that Cassandra fucked you over? She promised you the world, and she gave you nothing apart from the desire to be a predator. Salem tugs at the chains, growling, though it makes no difference. I'm not sure what he hoped to achieve, but he wasn't going anywhere. Dane had made sure of that. The dungeons would be the last thing Salem ever sees. After Salem rejected me and broke my heart, I questioned the moon goddess and her plans. I questioned fate too, wondering if it was just a word thrown around to make people feel better about themselves and about the future, to give them hope. But as I stood here looking at all the men, knowing how messed up all this is, I knew one thing for certain. We were all tied together because of Nia. All of us. I stare at the beast that was once Salem. I don't hear the voice I know. I don't smell his scent. I just see an angry beast. Was I always supposed to be rejected by him? Was this the plan for me? Was I always supposed to have Damien come into my life? My eyes shift from Salem to Damien. Are you okay? Damien whispers to me with a frown. Yes, I mutter. The smell is a bit much. I just need some air. Liar, Midnight mumbles. Damien starts to follow me. I shake my head at him. Stay, help Dane get answers. I've heard all I need to hear. I will just be outside. His frown deepens, but lets me go. I feel his eyes burning into the back of my as I hobble away on the crutches. I drop on the grass outside, rubbing my bandaged thigh before laying back under the warm evening sun. I had been so angry at Salem for so long, but in there, standing in front of him, I felt nothing for the man I once loved. I had spent so long trying to get over him when in reality, there was nothing for me to get over. He had made his choice. I feel someone's weight drop on the grass next to me. Are you okay? Klaus asks, just questioning a few things. The moon goddess? He asks curiously. I prop myself up on my elbows and tilt my head to one side. How did you know? I would too, if I were in your shoes, and because I did. Moonshine wanted a contract long before they asked for it. They had already started turning humans at that point, all because Roan discovered Nia when she was a pup. I tell him. He nods his head at me. I had thought that was the case. Have you ever considered that this is what the moon goddess's plan was? To try and right something that Nia's family did to her? To give her a better life? He pauses and puts his hands behind his head, staring up at the blue sky. I've had the same questions as you, Raven. The moon goddess can't control what we do with our lives. That's free will, but she can put things in our path and alter our journeys. She can test us. But look at me. My parents bound me once, and if Dane hadn't brought me here, I would be living the same shitty life. She put Dane in my path, and I've never once regretted it. Thanks, Klaus. I smile at him. You have always been good at reassuring my mind when Midnight can't. He winks at me and gets to his feet. Glad I could be of some help. Do you want some help getting up? No, I'm just going to lie here and enjoy the evening sun a little longer. It's not long before I'm hit with Damien's scent. His frame completely blocks the sun as he stands over me. Did you fall down? No. Do you need help? No. Just give her a few minutes. I hear Jensen shout from nearby. She's weird like this. I'm not weird. I shout back, remembering how Salem always referred to me as a weirdo before roughly slamming his lips against mine. Damien is still looking down at me with his dark eyes, and for a brief moment, I was glad he hadn't marked me yet. I didn't need him to hear what was going on in my head. He holds a hand out to me as I sit up, pulling me to my feet with ease. His large hands quickly find my waist as he holds me against him. We hadn't had more than a few minutes alone together since I had woken up in the hospital, and the tension between us was just that, tense. Did he say anything else? I asked quietly while bathing in his sweet vanilla scent. He's just going around in circles. I think, in some ways, he is too far gone to be able to have a straightforward conversation. We are only hearing snippets of his thoughts and knowledge. Are you going to kill him? No. Dane wants him to live for a little longer. He wants Mallory to talk to Salem. Mallory? She was the one who helped me. I stumble back, almost out of his grip, briefly forgetting that I needed to use crutches. He keeps his hands on my hips, stopping me from falling any further. I don't know why I didn't see it sooner. You fed on wolves? It's not something I'm proud of. His voice is low as his dark eyes stay focused on me. How? How were you able to turn back? Desire. Damien. Desire? She whispers back to me, refusing to look away. Yes. Her hands rest against my chest, a small crease forming between her eyebrows. A desire for what? To live. She glances down to her hand resting over my heart. It beated steadily under her touch. Yet her own heart starts to race and the wind catches in her hair, firing her scent in all directions. You were going to die? She asks with a hint of concern. We all die eventually, Raven. What I mean is that I had enough of the same shitty life. Eat, sleep, hunt, repeat. I had a desire to break free from it. Her eyes flicker back up to mine. And Mallory helped you? She did. She gave me a home. She became a friend and is now practically a sister. She reminded me that just because I became a beast, it didn't mean I needed to live as one. She still reminds me. And just like that, you turned back? No, it was a long process, Lena. You know what humans are like with their addictions. It was the equivalent of me being addicted to drugs. It wasn't easy to break free. Her lips part a little as she thinks of something to say. Oh, not what you expected to hear? I didn't know what to expect, she murmurs. This entire year has been full of surprises. Are you afraid? She hadn't pushed herself away from me yet, but that may be because she knew she needed the crutches that were still on the grass a few feet away from us. She shakes her head and presses herself against me. You need to stop assuming that I am. Grabbing the back of her head, I tilt her face up to mine, inhaling her delicious scent. I could claim her right here, but something tells me she would prefer us to be alone, away from prying eyes. I settle for a kiss, molding my lips to hers, enjoying the taste of her, smelling her subtle arousal. I would get to make her permanently mine soon enough. Sliding a hand under her ass, I lift her, ready to take her back to my place, but she lets out a squeal of pain, almost biting my lip. Her fingers dig into my sides as she squeezes her eyes shut. Sorry, she mumbles when the pain passes. I frown. She shouldn't be saying sorry for something my brother did to her. Maybe I should just go lie down, she mutters with a scowl. Her frustrations are clear. Spend some time with Nia. Are you sure? She nods and waits for me to pick up the crutches. I watch her hobble off in the direction of the pack house. Looking up, I see Mallory hovering, her arms folded across her chest as she looks at anything but me. Mallory, do you need something? That looked intense, she mutters as she catches up to me. Did it? I mutter, unamused. Come on, Damien. You know it was. What's it like having a mate? Mallory, if you are after gossip, then I have nothing for you. I knew it wouldn't be enough to settle her. In the past, she had openly admitted that gossip was one of the things she missed about being human. Living the way we did meant she lost that part of her humanity too. Fine. What about Salem? How did it go with him? Has Dane not been to see you? No. Why would he want to see me? I frown. He had left the dungeons when I had. I thought he was heading over to Mallory's house to ask her to speak to him like he had discussed with me. Maybe he got sidetracked. I cast my eyes across the nearby grounds. There was no sign of him, but it wasn't like the pack was small. Any member of the pack might have distracted him. What did he want? Did he say Nia would speak to me? Was that what it was about? She asks hopefully. No, and you need to drop it when it comes to the alpha. I don't know how many more times I can tell you this, but you need to back off. She turns in front of me, stopping me from moving any further and stares at me. I can't keep doing this, Damien. It seems pointless me being here. Maybe I'm not cut out for this. Maybe it's time we parted ways. You are not going anywhere. I need you here, where I can keep an eye on you. She smiles at me. I am not your mate, Damien. You have found her. But you are my family. 30 days, she mutters. I will give it another 30 days, and if she still won't talk to me, it's time for me to move on. 30 days, I agree. A lot could happen in a month. Raven sits across the dining table staring at me. Now and again she would pull that bottom lip in, trapping it between her teeth as her eyes strayed from mine. Her fingers lightly drum on the table as Dane speaks about the plans for my brother and the other prick in his dungeon. Klaus and Eric nod their heads in agreement at Dane's words. The prisoners are both set to be beheaded tomorrow at midday. There would be no chance for them to make a plea. In fact, Dane wanted them both dealt with as soon as possible. Personally, I don't know why he had waited so long. It wasn't like they were going to be released if they shared useful information. Is everyone in agreement? Dane asks all of us, but his eyes focus on me. This is your pack, Dane. It is your decision. I am not here to question your judgment. I mutter. I wasn't going to try and defend my brother. He lost the right to that the moment he bit into Raven's leg. Klaus and Eric stare at me before verbally agreeing. It seemed as though they were surprised by my response too. But what would the alternative be? Save my brother and never be allowed to see my mate again? Leave the alpha without lichen protection? That wasn't going to happen. Especially not now. Could Mallory not get anything out of him? It was the first time Alpha Nia had voluntarily asked about her. Maybe there was hope for the both of them. No, she tried, I reply. It's like I told Dane, Salem is too far gone. There is no humanity left in him. If he cared, he wouldn't have bitten his ex-mate. Alpha Nia briefly looks down at her stomach with a frown. They won't be like my brother, I reassure her. I will make sure of that. You think they are lichens? Klaus asks me. What do you mean? Raven scowls at me. We don't even know what they are yet, and probably won't until they are born. You can't just assume. I am not making assumptions. I can tell you what they are right now. I state with my attention on the alpha. All sets of eyes are on me as I wait for someone to answer. You can smell them? Alpha Nia asks quietly. Yes, for a few days now. I can't. She looks over at Dane, who is still frowning, and slowly returns her gaze to me. How can you? The same way as I was able to track my brother through the forest. The same way as how I always knew where the other rogues were hiding. I can smell lichens. Raven. Wait. It was a lot of information in the space of a minute. I have a million questions. So it wasn't because he was your brother? It was both. Damien mutters back. If he hadn't been my brother, I still would have been able to track him. I didn't think lichens had a scent when they shift. I glance at Nia, who still has her head down, a deep frown etched into her brow. I thought you found me because of me. In the second that those final words left my mouth, I knew I sounded needy and in front of everyone. Midnight laughs, which does not help. Damien stares at me with those dark eyes and I fight the blush creeping up my neck. Of course we do, it's just subtle, Damien replies. But nevertheless, it is there. Subtle? Dane asks. I don't know what else to tell you, Dane. Would you rather I had not been able to scent my brother? Of course I'm not saying that, Dane snaps. Alpha Nia, tell them. Tell them that we have a scent in lichen form. Damien looks for confirmation, but Nia is staring at her stomach. Gently nudging her, she looks up and blinks a few times as though she's trying to remember the conversation. I can't smell them. Why didn't you tell me I was carrying lichens? Damien tilts his head to one side. I thought you already knew. Nia opens her mouth to say something. Not a single word leaves her lips. Instead, she gets up and hurries out of the room, Dane following closely behind. To us, they have a wolf scent, but only if they are in human form, Eric tells him. When they shift, we can't scent them. And the alpha? Is what she's saying true? Yes, Klaus replies. She tracked me in the forest better than Dane and you. Damien gestures at Klaus. She had to have known. Eric shakes his head. Though she spoke of how her legs carried her through the forest to find you, that she had no clue where she was going, just a feeling, nothing to do with scenting you, although she can now, because you have pledged your loyalty to her. We really need to ask him about that, Midnight murmurs. And Jess, Klaus adds, she can scent Jess too. I tried to look into it, Klaus murmurs. There is limited information on your kind. We are pretty much learning as we go. Something to do with her being bound in the past? I ask. Possibly, Klaus replies. Maybe not every ability of hers is unlocked yet. Ability? Damien asks. She can partially shift. I watch as Damien's eyes widen in surprise. That's new. It did take long enough for Nyx to make an appearance, I add. Who is Nyx? Damien is looking at all of us like he is missing something. Nia's lichen. I frown at him. I thought this would be something he already knew. But then again, he was a converted lichen. What he knew is what he had learned. Just like Nia. Eric explains it to him. Damien's head slowly moves up and down as he takes in the information. So all alphas? He asks. No, just one's born in the bloodline. So Dane, me and Jensen in this pack, I tell him. Nia too, obviously. It explains who you were talking to in the forest. What about that prick in the dungeon? He has an inner spirit. No, his father took over as alpha a long time ago, but wasn't blood related to the original alpha. But you won't be an alpha? Nor will Jensen? Jensen and I have a different mother to Dane, so the gene was still passed to us, and I'm glad I won't be. I don't want to have to deal with that. Guys, as much as this conversation is interesting to you, we are losing the point. Eric snaps. Damien leans back in his chair, his dark eyes still on me, a hint of a smile on his lips. Why was it that any time he learned something new about me, we were surrounded by other people? He couldn't say how he really felt, or he could. He just chose not to. Like what he had to say was for my ears only. The point of this conversation was to decide my brother's fate, correct? Damien mutters. Well, that has been decided, so are we done? Yes, Eric retorts. Good. If you will excuse me, I have things to do. Damien walks around the table and picks up my crutches. Holding them out to me, he doesn't speak. He just waits. Slowly getting to my feet, I take them from him. With the smallest of head movements, he gestures to the door. He walks ahead of me, slowing his pace and allowing time for me to catch up. Where are we going? Somewhere where it is just you and me. His voice is low and full of intent. He leads me to the hospital. It wouldn't exactly be the place I would have chosen, but at least we would be alone. As we get close, I see his expression change. The lustful look in his eyes, long gone. Stay here. Why? I thought. The girl. She is in the hospital. Jess? I call after him as he hurries on. Why would she be here? She hasn't had any breakdowns since she first got here. He pauses when he is standing outside the doors and glances back at me before disappearing inside. Seconds later, there is a gush of air almost knocking me over as my twin charges past me and into the hospital. Making my way over, I'm hit with the metallic smell of blood and my brother yelling at Damien. What the fuck did you do to her? She was already like this. Fucking liar. I told my brother we shouldn't trust you. Jensen is pointing a scalpel at Damien. Jensen, he was with me, I shout. Don't stick up for the asshole just because he is your mate. You can confirm it with Eric and Klaus. We were in a meeting talking to Dane. We have literally just left the house. I plead with him. Bullshit. We should have killed you along with your bitch. Dane Hospital. I link my brother, hoping he would come quickly. I step forward enough to see Jess around the corner. Her body sprawled out on the floor. There wasn't even a chance of saving her, not when her heart had been ripped from her chest. Dane arrives with Klaus. I watch Dane's eyes shift between all of us before landing on Jess. Check the dungeon. Damien mutters as he stays squared up to Jensen. I smell him. It's impossible. He can't escape. I am telling you, Dane, he was here, and if you tell your brother to stand down, I will be able to check the girl and tell you if it was him. He's lying. He's admitted it himself. He used to be a rogue. He's fucking playing us. Jensen jabs the scalpel at Damien. Damien expertly moves out of the way. He will screw with everything, and you are letting him get near Nia. I knew Jensen would be upset, probably to the point he couldn't think straight. But what the fuck he thought he would achieve with a scalpel is beyond me. Especially when Damien could heal. Go! Dane snaps at Klaus. He turns to Jensen. Let him look at her. You are on his side? Jensen spits. I am on the side of finding answers. Dane is somehow calm as Jensen tries to take another swing at Damien. Jensen, stand down. That's an order. He tosses the scalpel to the floor and backs up but keeps his eyes locked on my mate. I will fucking kill you. Damien ignores him as he carefully moves around Jess. He crouches and leans over her. Without touching her, he inhales the scents. He frowns and shakes his head as he leans back on his heels. I don't understand. What is it? Dane demands. I think he shifted. Dane, you said... I know, Dane. I know exactly what I said. Damien snaps back at me, a deep frown etched into his face. He has never wanted to shift back. I didn't think it was even possible. Do you know how hard it was for me? What do you mean? Raven asks. I told you that it wasn't easy, that the process took time. I would find I had shifted in my sleep, waking up in lichen form in the middle of the cornfield. It's not easy to just shift back, not once you see yourself as a monster. Just full of secrets, aren't you? Jensen mutters as he shoves Damien out the way. Dropping down to the floor, he pulls Jess's lifeless body into his arms. I could see from his face that he was broken. The last true loss he had experienced was our parents. Anything in between then and now had never bothered him. We will need to keep an eye on him, Arrow rumbles. Agree. I mutter back. Maybe this is what he needs. Arrow adds, what are you talking about? He has only ever cared about himself his entire life. That's a bit harsh. How would you feel if Nia... Shit, Nia. I link some of the guards and ask them to station themselves around the house. Let's say he has got out, though it wouldn't have been like he could just walk out. How did he shift? I asked Damien. I don't know. He hasn't been in human form for over a year, and like I said, he has never wanted to shift back. Trust me, I tried to help him. Mallory did to you. He has never wanted it. The only thing I can think of is that he has actually been shifting for some time, that he has just kept it quiet. Dane, Klaus's voice fills my head. He's gone. What? He isn't here, and according to Roan, he did indeed shift to human form. How the fuck did he get out? I snap. The rogue had been chained to a wall. If he had shifted, he would have been able to slip the chains that I could understand, but the cell was still locked. The only way out would be if someone had physically let him out. Not to mention, he wouldn't just be able to walk out of there. I had seen what Nia had done to his leg. If we are to believe Roan, then he is also saying Jess was the one who helped Salem get out. I glance over at a silent Jensen. He is stroking Jess's red hair. Why would she have helped Salem? It made no sense when she loved Nia. She stood against the woman who had changed her to help Nia. I'm right, aren't I? Damien asks. I can tell by your face and I know what I smell. I am right. Is he? Raven demands. Has Salem got out? Has he shifted? Is he out there, walking around in the pack like he belongs here? Yes. No. Damien interrupts me. He wouldn't be that stupid. He would hunch down somewhere. Somewhere he could hide in plain sight, watching, waiting, and he will work better, making sure his scent is spread around the entire pack. This is your fault. Jensen growls from the floor. He came here because of you. You better sleep with one eye open, Lycan. Damien doesn't respond. He is quiet, mulling over what has happened, and not in the least bit bothered about my brother's threat. You are hiding something. Raven mutters through mindlink. I look over to her to see her arms folded across her chest as she stares at me. I know you, Dane. There is something you are not saying. According to Roan, Jess let him out. What? She shouts out instead of keeping the conversation between us. Everyone's eyes turn to her and she drops her gaze. What's going on? Damien asks, moving toward my sister. Sorry, Raven mumbles. Look, I don't know if it's true. All we have to go on is what Roan is saying, and he isn't exactly the most truthful person. He saw him shift, Damien frowns. And he saw who let him out, which I'm taking with a pinch of salt. Let me guess, she did, he points to Jess. I can't scent anyone else on her. No, Jensen snaps. She wouldn't do something like that. She wouldn't put her own life in danger. She just turned 16. Maybe, maybe not. She was probably lured into freeing him. Damien shrugs his shoulders. Is this where you tell us that he has some sort of ability to attract people? I ask. How do you think they killed people in that town so easily? None of the humans left. Bodies started turning up in all places. Most people would leave if that started happening, but they stayed. The humans practically walked to their death. It was only once the town was wiped out that I started bringing them food. Damien shakes his head, but his eyes are on my sister. But she would have had to have been down there already. Stop talking about her. Just stop! Jensen yells out. She is still here. Raven hobbles over to him using the crutches. Jensen, I'm really sorry, but she's gone. We can't bring her back. Jensen growls at Raven and pushes her over. Sweeping up Jess's bloody body, he holds her to his chest. He charges out of the hospital as Damien helps Raven get back on her feet. We should go after him. She whimpers, her face creases up from the pain in her leg. He needs space. He has just lost his mate. But Raven, give him space. You can't do anything for him. Damien speaks softly to her. This is something he has to deal with. She slowly nods her head as he wraps an arm around her shoulders. I see her shrug him off with a frown. What does he look like in human form? I ask. I had never had a chance to meet Salem before he rejected my sister. Well, I don't know now. He used to have chestnut eyes, but those eyes that I saw were like black holes. Raven whispers. His hair matched his eyes. A smile creeps up on her lips as she recalls him. A tattoo on his neck. Damien adds. Like yours? He nods. A family thing. About 6 feet tall. A wide smile. Damien growls as she continues to describe him to us. Again, as he tries to reach for her shoulder, she moves out of the way. The latest bit of news about luring humans to their death had clearly upset her. sending out a link to the entire pack. I remind them that the only guests we have in the pack are Damien and Mallory. Anyone else was to be taken out on sight. Stay in the house, Raven. You think he will come for me again? I don't know, but this way I know where you are. She nods her head, glancing back at the pool of blood where Jess had been. Do you want me to tell Nia? No, that should come from me. Raven hobbles out of the hospital, Damien closely following her. She was already snapping at him to stay away from her. They were having a much rockier start to their bond than what Nia and I had. I hang back, not wanting to get caught up in their issues. Cleaning up the blood, I try to decide how I was going to break the news to Nia. The twins were already taking their toll on her, and this news might just be the thing that tips her over. By the time I make it back to the pack house, Damien and Raven are having a full-on argument, right in the foyer. I sidestep around them, following my mate's scent to the kitchen. She rolls her beautiful blue eyes at me as she stuffs toast in her mouth. When she sees my face, she lowers the toast and scowls. Why is there blood on you? He got out. Roan? I shake my head. How? I tell her our theory. Still not mentioning Jess. I can find him, she mutters, brushing the crumbs from her hands. No, he will be smarter this time. Damien is certain of it. She shuffles on the chair, her brow knitting together. How did he get out? He can barely walk, if he can even walk at all. We have reason to believe Jess let him out. No, she wouldn't. She trails off as her blue eyes find mine. She's dead, isn't she? Raven, you don't get to fucking tell me how I should feel. I jab a crutch in Damien's direction. Raven, I don't do that anymore. I haven't done it for a long time. And what if a deer isn't good enough for you? What if whatever we hunt on a pack run isn't good enough? Will you disappear into the city to get a human fix? Will you lure a human to their death because I have not got the patience or the desire to deal with that? I have a brother who right now might be losing the plot over his dead mate. I have a pregnant friend who is probably receiving some of the worst news she has heard in a while. And an ex-mate that is loose in the pack and could be coming after me to fuck up my other leg. So stop telling me how I should feel. My shoulders rise and fall with my heaving breathing. My heart hammers in my chest as he stares at me. It was all too much. The drips of information, the secrets. Is this what it would always be like? Raven. Stop, just stop. I stamp one of the crutches on the ground to prove my point, almost losing my balance in the process. I'm mad too. Midnight snaps. Damien narrows his eyes at me. I drop my shoulders and shake my head. There's nothing you can say to me right now, Damien. I just can't right now. I turn, ready to hobble to the kitchen. He grabs me, pulling me back around to face him as the crutches fall to the floor. You don't get to walk away. If we're going to argue, we're going to find a solution before either of us walk away. You don't get to decide that. My hands push against his chest, but he holds me tight, refusing to let go. His dark eyes roam my face, yet his grip never changes. It seemed like forever before he spoke again. Go on then, walk away. I couldn't move, or maybe I didn't want to. Not so easy, is it? He whispers in my ear. Promise me you will never lure a human to their death. Promise me that you will never feed on one again. You didn't need to ask, but you have my word. He gently presses his lips to the corner of mine. Closing my eyes, I bask in his scent, letting my thoughts and questions of his past fade from my mind. Losing myself in the moment as his kiss deepens. His hands slide up the back of my tee, his rough fingertips grazing my skin as he pulls me impossibly closer. He breaks away, but keeps his face inches from mine. There is only one thing I'm hungry for, Raven. My name rolls from his tongue in such a way it sends shivers down my spine. His lips press against my neck, slowly working their way up to my earlobe, sending little sparks through me with every kiss. When his teeth graze my ear, an involuntary gasp escapes my throat. It had been such a long time since I had felt anything, and Damien made me feel everything with just the slightest touch. I could be angry with him, but that just didn't faze him in the slightest. I need you to be safe, Raven. He murmurs in between kisses. I need to know where you are at all times. His teeth graze my skin as he moves back towards my collarbone. You want to claim me? I whisper back. I want you to be mine now and forever. His teeth sink into my flesh. A primalness takes over him, and from his grip, I knew there would be bruises forming along my torso. A hand leaves my back, locking into my dark hair as he pulls my head back further, allowing his teeth to sink even deeper. I wince at the pain, though it quickly subsides and is replaced with a longing for something more. It even takes over the pain that radiates through my leg. You want more? He muses as he retracts his teeth from my neck. My room is upstairs and... I know. He nibbles on my earlobe again and lifts me off the ground with one arm, draping me over his shoulder while bending to grab my crutches. Damien quickly scales the stairs, taking 2 at a time. Finally alone. He mutters, lowering me to my feet. His hand quickly returns to the back of my head, knotting up in my hair as he slams his lips against mine. A low growl rumbles from his throat. Letting go of my hair, he pulls my tee up and over my head, tossing it to one side. He spends a moment with his eyes roaming over my black lace bra and to the ropey scar that runs along my right shoulder and down towards my right breast. What happened? He asks in a low voice. It was a long time ago. I don't really remember. He traces a finger along it. You have alpha blood. You can heal quickly. It was before I had midnight. I landed on glass, I think. I'm not really sure. I was 5, maybe 6. He doesn't respond. Instead, his lips leave little sparks of electricity along the scar, as he makes his way towards my breasts. He stops to pull off his own black tee, muscle upon muscle with perfect definition. The tribal tattoos traveled further than his neck too, running down over his shoulders and chest and disappearing under the waistband of his jeans. Damien. I whisper, throwing my head back with frustration. There's no rush. He nips at my jaw, sending more electricity through me. Nia, where did he take her? I demand as I step out through the back door into the pitch black of night. I had no idea what time it was, but the adrenaline was pumping through me anyway. Several guards move closer, yet keep their attention on the surrounding area. I don't know. Dane mutters back, grabbing my wrist to stop me. Just let him be. There's nothing you can do. Maybe I can save her. Nia, she isn't dying. She isn't hanging on to life by a strand. She is dead. Salem tore her heart out. My heart plummets. A part of me had hoped he was wrong, that Jensen had taken Jess to find a way to help her. He took her heart, among slicing her up pretty bad. I feel Nix's sorrow along with my own. Jess was just a kid. She was family. She was like me. She had helped me see what I could do. Why? A single tear rolls down my cheek. I don't even try to fight the flood that's about to come. I'm so angry. Why would he do that to her? I don't know. I thought his endgame was to get at Damien, but he has nothing to do with Jess. You said she let him out. According to Roan. We can speak to him. Nix murmurs. We need to know why Jess was down there. I nod my head in agreement and repeat the words to Dane. No. I need you to stay in the house. He tries to tug me back through the door. I slap his hand away. Nia, we don't know where he is. We don't know if his plan is to come after you next, or Damien, even Raven. Or Mallory. I mutter, watching her stumble forward towards us. Her arms cling against her stomach, blood profusely spilling over. She can't walk in a straight line either, almost like she is drunk. Shit, don't move. He charges over to her, lifting her from the ground. It's Salem, I hear her mutter. As Dane brings her closer, I see her dirty blonde hair is stained with blood and parts of her intestines hang from her body. My stomach back flips as I fight the urge to gag. Apparently I could handle holding a heart, but intestines were just too much. Dane brings her inside. His eyes glaze over as he drops her onto the table. I just stand there watching. She was probably on the verge of death and not a single bit of me cared. She should have died instead of Jess. Let me see, I hear Dane tell her. She removes her arms, and if she was upright, all the organs of her abdomen would have fallen out. Raven comes crashing in through the kitchen door, almost tripping over her own crutches. Her dark hair is stuck out everywhere, and I see a mark similar to mine on her neck, just peeking out of the tea. She had finally let him claim her. Damien is right behind her. He grabs Mallory's hand, holding it against his own chest. Hold on, just hold on. His dark eyes flicker to me. Don't let her die. She doesn't deserve this. It took me far too long to realize that Raven was waiting for me to say something. To give her the go-ahead to save another Lycan, because technically, Dane wasn't their leader. I was. But was I cruel enough to say no after what she did to me? Was I cruel enough to let her suffer a long and painful death? Nix was oddly quiet too. Save her. Dane mutters before I get a chance to make my decision. He is my mate. We both lead this pack, and she is my guest. Save her, Raven. I need stuff from the hospital. Raven mutters as she inspects Mallory's open wound. What do you need? Damien and Dane ask in unison. Raven starts making a list as I watch Mallory drift into unconsciousness. Hurry, but be careful. We don't know where Salem is. She mutters as the men disappear out the back door. Raven works to clean Mallory's stomach, prepping it for whatever she needs to do. I find myself unable to move. I was inches away from getting my revenge for what she had done to me, and yet I couldn't say the words. Damien will never forgive me if she dies. Raven mutters, pushing intestines back in the gaping wound. My eyes flicker up to her, but she isn't looking at me. Instead, she is too focused on saving Mallory. If I stop her from helping Mallory, it would put her mate bond with Damien at risk. She will hate me for taking away her chance at happiness. I couldn't lose the one friend I have. Can you save her? I ask quietly. I think so. She gives me a tight-lipped smile. The wound higher up has already healed, which is a good sign. But I think her stomach is a bit like my leg. I won't be able to tell until I can get in there properly. She sighs. I know you have issues with her, Nia. I know a million ideas are probably running through your head right now, but this is what I signed up for. Saving people and helping them has always been my dream. Please don't let me leave her to die. It's your choice. I will stand by you, no matter what you decide, Nix murmurs. Is there anything I can do to help? It was so hard forcing the words from my mouth. Raven gives me a small smile. Give me your hand. She takes my hand and places it on Mallory's neck. Normally I would listen to her pulse, but it's not clear. Her body is going through mass amounts of trauma, so you have to trust what you feel. Do you feel it? I nod. Tell me if anything changes, even the slightest little jump. The men return after what felt like forever, accompanied by Eric, Klaus, and Eric's boys. The boys' eyes are wide as they see Mallory, but Eric guides them straight past and into another part of the house as I hear one of the boys asking if the woman on the table is dead. I watch Raven work. She's patient and calm and completely in her element. The only sounds that could be heard is from the work she is doing. Now it's up to her. She steps back, admiring her work. Mallory was lucky. There was enough flesh that once everything was back in its right place, it had begun to knit itself together. I stumble from the kitchen, not quite believing that I had let her live. Dane's hand catches mine, stopping me from going any further. Talk to me, Nia. There is nothing to say. You were going to let her die. I didn't though, did I? The words sound so spiteful. I helped. His hands moved to my shoulders. I wish you would talk to me more. I do talk to you. Not recently. You are so short-tempered all the time, and if you are not, it lasts for all of 5 minutes before you lose your temper. And no matter how many times I have asked you not to do it, Nyx keeps blocking me from reading your mind. I can't help if you keep blocking me out. His crimson eyes bore into my own, making me feel small and seen. I open my mouth to speak, but the words disappear into thin air like they were never supposed to be heard. Dane. Nia? She falls into silence, staring back at me with her mouth partly open. Can we please find Jess and Jensen? I know she is dead. I need to say goodbye. You're deflecting, I mutter. I just need to deal with one thing at a time, she mumbles with a frown. Please? She adds, practically choking on the word as tears fill her blue eyes. I link my brother. He doesn't answer immediately, though I feel his pain through our link. Jensen, where are you? I ask again. Leave me alone. Jensen, I snap through the link. Fuck off. Don't you dare speak to me like that. Where are you? You let them come here. You let them invade our home. His anger through the link was rising to levels I had never felt before. Jensen, where are you? Far away from you. He snaps. You put her in danger, and I can never forgive you for that. He takes a deep breath. I, Jensen Black, former Gamma of the Black Shadow Pack, reject all ties to Black Shadow from this moment onwards. Fuck her! Arrow roars. I feel the breaking of our connection, just as Raven lets out a scream. She would feel it too, because he would be rejecting her as his twin too. Nia's eyes are wide as she stares at me, waiting for me to speak. He has rejected the pack. He left, and he has taken Jess's body with him. I mutter in annoyance. She blinks back the tears. What does that mean? Why would he reject the pack? He blames me for Jess's death. Where will he go? I don't know. My face hardens, but he has made his choice and he can live with it. You're giving up on him, just like that? She asks in shock. He doesn't want my help, Nia. He doesn't want his sister's help. Nia looks back to the kitchen door where we could both hear Raven sobbing. Tears that she hadn't shed in years are probably drowning her face. Go to her, Nia whispers softly. She is your sister. I hold my hand out to her. Are you coming? She looks up at me, a small smile creasing her lips. Maybe it doesn't have to be a completely bad day. She takes my hand and places it on her small bump. I could feel the movement underneath, only slight and more like flutterings, but still movement. It was enough to keep me focused and deal with Raven. Raven, as expected, is in floods of tears. She is on the floor, gripping onto Damien like her life counted on it. He is talking to her, but even I knew it was falling on deaf ears. Will someone tell me what has happened? Klaus asks. Jensen has rejected the pack. He has broken all ties with us. I tell him. Are you serious? He blames me, I mutter. He should blame himself. Klaus retorts. He was the one who insisted you bring in other alphas. If Roan had never come here, Jess wouldn't have been kidnapped. You guys would never have had to go after her. You would never have met. He gestures to Damien and an unconscious Mallory. It wasn't like Klaus to sound so irritated. I'm just saying, we are all in this together. It's not his battle alone. Did he say something to you? I ask, narrowing my eyes. He looks away. Klaus? He has been making his annoyance clear from the moment the rogue first presented itself. To who? Mostly me. He folds his arms across his chest. I tried, Dane. I tried to make him see that he started this, that if he really looked into it, he could find blame anywhere. Why didn't you come to me? I honestly thought I had it handled. He stopped bringing it up. I thought maybe he was finally starting to understand that it is out of our control. Then Jess, I'm sorry. I screwed up. I hold a hand up to stop him talking, focusing my attention on my sobbing sister. Has she spoken? Damien shakes his head. Raven, I know you are hurting. Jensen has made his choice. You wouldn't have been able to change his mind. No one could have. I glance back at Klaus, who sighs. She doesn't speak. Her eyes are glazed and she stares at a spot on Damien's shirt, unblinking, unmoving, while great big fat tears roll down her cheeks. Maybe Midnight was trying to offer some comfort, but then again, Midnight had lost her twin too. I will take her upstairs. Damien mutters, rising to his feet with Raven cradled in his arms. I think I will rest too. Nia murmurs. Her eyes shift to Mallory, though her mouth remains closed. I stop her before she leaves. Tell Nyx to drop the block. She nods and her eyes briefly darken. I could feel all her emotions come flooding in. I never thought the day would come where I wouldn't feel normal because I didn't feel my mate. Somehow, after all these years searching, she was the only one who made me feel complete. In that second, I understood Jensen's reaction. He had gone from woman to woman until he had a mate who made him rethink everything because she was too young for him to act on it. Grief had hit him like a brick wall. Is she okay? I asked Klaus about Mallory as Nia leaves. It was close according to Raven. He sliced her stomach up pretty well, but somehow she didn't lose much flesh. Raven was able to put it all back together. It might just take a while for her to wake up. He pauses. I am sorry, Dane. If I had known it would come to this, I would have told you. I know, it's in the past. What we have now is a rogue on the loose, and I have no idea who its next target is. Did Roan say anything about the rogue's plans? He shakes his head at me. I would say Lycans, but it went after Raven first. He shrugs his shoulders. Maybe it is whoever is fair game, because it doesn't seem like it's here just to piss off Damien, not anymore. No, but what else do the first two victims have in common? Nia, but that doesn't explain Mallory. He gestures to the unconscious woman on the kitchen table. Death, Mallory mutters huskily, her eyes still closed. He wants to bring death to everyone. Damien. Her fingers remain tightly coiled around mine as I lay her on her bed. Raven doesn't speak a single word as tears continue to roll down her face in uncontrollable sobs. The pain she is feeling is unforgiving, and until now, I never knew that losing a twin was almost the equivalent of losing a mate. It didn't matter that he was still alive. He had rejected the pack, and that included his own siblings, and it had broken her. Did he feel the pain, or was he caught up in the loss of his unclaimed mate? Either way, I don't think I will ever be able to forgive him for what he has done to my mate. Raven cries herself to sleep, blood from helping Mallory still stained on her skin. She lets out little whimpers in her sleep, eventually falling quiet as she slips into a deep slumber. Cleaning up the blood, she doesn't move, and I hope that my touch is somehow bringing her some comfort in her sleep. She had been to hell and back in recent days. She didn't need this too. Slipping out of her bedroom, I make my way towards the stairs, stopping outside the Alpha's room when I pick up her scent. I could hear the gentle shuffling of her feet as she paced back and forth behind the door. I know you are standing out there, she calls out. You can come in. She continues to pace after I have entered. Her hands are on her hips as she moves, a deep frown etched into her face. Alpha Nia, you should be resting, especially given what has happened tonight. I murmur, my eyes moving down to her rounding belly. It was crucial that her twins survived. They were the future of Lycankind. Damien, please don't keep referring to me as Alpha and I'm fine. Is Raven okay? Sleeping. You marked her, so how is she really feeling? She presses. Like her heart has been ripped from her chest. She's in pain. She nods as she continues to pace. I will kill him, Damien. Jensen? You know that I'm not talking about Jensen. She stops and stares at me. Are you going to try and stop me? No. I might have done it if it were another time, when the idea of an alpha or being in a pack was of no interest to me. Good. She starts moving again and pulls a jacket from the closet. Let's go. Right now? Even I know that's a bad idea. You said you wouldn't stop me. I'm not trying to stop you. I just think we could choose a better time. When emotions are not so amped up. I've seen people make massive fucking mistakes because their emotions got the better of them. She rolls her eyes and drops onto the bed. He is causing havoc. You nearly lost your friend and your mate because of him. How are you so calm? Practice. You wouldn't believe it if you knew what I used to be like before I became a Lycan. I add. She smirks and mutters lightheartedly. What were you, some kind of mass murderer, to those that deserved it? I watch the color drain from her face, yet her blue eyes round in curiosity. That's why she turned you. I nod. She thought I would be a good asset to her little club. Humans, I assume, if it was before you were turned? Yes. How many? I stopped counting. I shrugged my shoulders. The number of bastards I had killed didn't mean a thing compared to those who I saved. 50? No. 100. That's when I stopped counting. What do you mean by those that deserved it? Those that hurt children and young women. If I had known what Cassandra and Trey were doing to you, I would have ripped them apart. That's why you are loyal to me now, because you feel you owe me something. Yes. Have you told Raven about your past? No. No one likes to hear that news. You should tell her. You have claimed her. How do you think she will feel if you keep a secret like that from her? Because trust me, I know what it's like to have secrets kept from you your whole life. She sucks her bottom lip between her teeth as her eyes narrow. You could have easily killed him, but you didn't. You even purposely missed his heart after he had hurt Raven. And that was an emotional mistake. Because a part of you hoped that your old brother was still in there? I don't answer because I don't need to. There was nothing more for me to say on the matter. I decide to change the topic. Why don't you want me to call you Alpha? It's not just you, I don't like anyone calling me it. But you use the term when needed, like when you were squaring up to Salem, and I heard that you used it to get the other Lycans to stop attacking Black Shadow. A small crease appears on her brow. I was made to call people by their status my whole life. If I didn't, I got punished. Even with Dane, I still said it for a long time. It's not something that I want to force people to call me. It makes me sound more powerful than the rest of us, because we all know you are. Her eyes flicker up to me. It makes me sound like a power-pissed asshole. Her comment makes me laugh. Dane did tell me that you took some time to accept your alpha position. Maybe it's time for you to take back everything that was taken from you. She lets out an involuntary snort. Is that it, Damien? Is that why you are really here? To try and convince me to be something I'm not? No, I can't convince you of something you have already been questioning. And I don't need to convince you that you are powerful. You already know that. I haven't been questioning it. Right. I mutter, knowing full well that she had. I saw it in the way she acted, her desire to correct what is wrong. Let's test this theory of yours, she mutters. How exactly am I supposed to be an alpha of 2 bitten Lycans and a rogue? You don't see it. What? Those are a sign that the breed will thrive once more. I point to her stomach. What if there are more? What if they are all in hiding? She laughs and shakes her head. That is a crazy theory. You didn't know we existed until Dane and Jensen met us. You didn't know that you were a Lycan. What if there is more? What if there are some that broke away from Cassandra and Trey? Just stop. Nia snaps at me, holding her hand up and closing her eyes. When she opens them again, the blue is long gone and they are almost black. Raven had mentioned something about it being a sign that Nia was talking to her inner lichen. "You want to find more?" she asks after some time. "Wouldn't it be better for the twins if there were more of their kind to help raise them?" "You need to leave," she mutters. I don't try to say anything else, turning and leaving the moment she asked. Downstairs, I hear Mallory telling the others about what happened to her. Her eyes flash up to mine when I walk in and she gives me a massive smile. "I'm alive. Why did the fucker come after you?" I was telling them that he turned up at my house. I was so surprised to see him in human form that I was too slow in acting. He shifted and... She gestures to the thick red weeping wound on her stomach. "Did he say anything?" "That he wants to kill us all. I know I have already said he is nuts, but the idiot is in full-on demon mode. They're talking about how he will make everything his, that we will bow down to him." Dane laughs. "If he wants to bring death to us all, how are we going to bow down to him?" "It's a choice," Klaus mutters with a frown. "He is saying it's either we bow down or we die. Then he chose the wrong pack to attack." Dane snarls. "Raven." It took me less than a second to realize I was alone. Damien had brought me upstairs, but he hadn't stayed. Maybe he was regretting claiming me after he watched me sob my heart out like a child. My chest felt broken. Every breath seemed harder and harder to take, like my lungs were shrinking and at the same time a heavy weight slowly crushed them. "It's the breaking of our twin bond." Midnight murmurs. She was in just as much pain as I was. Being a twin really did suck at times. It hurt more than my leg. It hurt more than being rejected. "He's really gone." I mumble back to Midnight. "Yes." She whimpers as another tear leaks from my eye. I'm quick to wipe it away. He had made his decision. He hadn't even had a second thought about me. Damien had left my crutches by the bed. Picking them up, I make my way to the windows and drag back the curtain to see daylight. Freezing, the curtain falls from my hand, hiding the blood I had just seen. Slowly, I pull the curtain back. A bloody handprint painted the outside of the glass. How? I didn't even have a balcony, and it was a sheer drop to the ground. My eyes roamed the grounds, but there was nothing, and it was quiet. I assume Dane has told everyone to stay inside, but the handprint looked fresh. "Don't open the window," Midnight mutters. "I wasn't planning to." "Really? You are not exactly one for leaving things alone," she snaps. She was angry. We both were, but there was no need to take it out on me. Aspen should have tried talking him out of it. "I am hurt too. You lost your twin, I lost mine. We can't change that. Now can we deal with this, please?" I was trying so hard to bury the pain. Maybe if one of us does, it would help us to feel a little more normal. "Check the other window," she mutters reluctantly. "There is only half a print on the other window." "Do you think he was trying to break in?" "If he was trying to break in, he would have done so, like at the hospital." "Call Dane." I nod but sit back on the bed. Why does he keep coming for me? I don't know, but sitting here, waiting like an idiot, isn't going to help either of us. I'm grateful when Damien's sweet vanilla scent seeps in. It meant he was close. He doesn't even knock. Pushing the door open, his dark eyes meet mine before drifting to the handprints on the windows. He frowns and moves over to them. His brow crinkles up into a scowl. Ripping open one window, he leans out, looking at the wall between the windows. "Bastard!" Damien slams the windows shut so hard that I thought the glass was going to break. He turns to me. "Have you seen him?" "No, I opened the curtains just now, and they were there." "Why me?" "Mallory shared some information with us last night. I thought you would be safe. You don't have a fire escape or a balcony. I wouldn't have left you alone last night if I thought he would be able to get to you." "He hasn't," I murmur. "But I wish you hadn't left." He steps towards me. His lips hit mine with force as his hand locks against the back of my head. His tongue begins exploring my mouth as his weight forces me backwards on the bed until he is pressed flush against me. A heat begins to burn inside of me, creeping from the inside out. I try to ignore it as Damien's bites along my skin drive my insides wild, but it continues to grow, like an itch that needs to be scratched. "Nia." I sit hunched over with my forehead on the cool wooden desk as Dane, Eric, and Klaus try to come up with a plan. But every scenario was a waste of time. Salem was smart. He had outsmarted Raven, Jess, even his own brother. Turning my head to one side, I glance at Mallory, who is asleep on the sofa. Klaus had said it was unfair for her to be alone while in recovery, and my mate had agreed for him to bring her to the office. Her eyes are closed and her arm dangles over the side of the sofa, but I had a sneaking suspicion that she wasn't really asleep, that she just wanted to hear what was being said. "We should say something?" Nix mutters. "Not yet," I reply. I still didn't trust Mallory. I may have helped save her life, but that didn't mean she was trustworthy. Everything surrounding her seemed too good to be true. The others didn't see it yet, and constantly reminded me that she was trying. But they will see what I see. It's just a matter of time. Damien had told me more about his past than what she had. All she kept harping on about was what she had done to me, and that made me suspicious. I see her eyelashes move, but all she does is roll over, so that her face is towards the back of the sofa. I won't be able to know for certain if she is faking sleep. "Are you okay?" Dane moves around the desk to me, partially blocking my view of Mallory. "Tired," I mutter. It wasn't a lie. The movement of the twins inside me had been non-stop all night. I had barely slept a wink. "Do you want to lie down?" I see Mallory tense, waiting for my answer. "No." He leans down and kisses my cheek when there is a knock at the door, dragging my eyes away from Mallory. Klaus opens it to Damien and Raven. Her cheeks are a little flush, and my guess was that she had been in heat, as they hadn't left her room for most of the day. Now what's your problem? Dane mutters. Salem has been trying to watch Raven. What do you mean? I sit up. Bloody handprints on her windows and his scent. Damien replies. How? I ask in surprise. Your room doesn't even... I know, we haven't figured that out yet. Please tell me I get to kill someone today, Damien asks. Dane had agreed to let Damien kill Roan. Well, you are in luck. Today is the day. Dane smiles. We need to get him out of the picture. About damn time, Nix mutters. Klaus wakes Mallory, though she practically springs up from the sofa when he touches her, almost as if she wasn't really asleep like I suspected. The 7 of us head to the dungeon. Roan was supposed to be having his death sentence dealt in front of the entire pack, but given the circumstances, Dane decided it would be best if we got it over with in the dungeon. Roan laughs as we stand in front of his cell. His eyes drifted across each of our faces, as though he was reminding himself on who to haunt after his death. Go on then, do it, he gloats. Dane clears his throat. His crimson eyes lock onto the asshole in the cell. I am sentencing you to death for your acts of crime against the Alpha and Luna known as Nia Kitson. Roan laughs again. His smile takes up most of his face. He had lost a lot of weight since being locked up, and it gave him even more of a creepier look than before. I assume the girl is dead, Roan asks, as Dane unlocks the cell. Why would you assume that? When she was down here, he told her he would kill her. She still opened the cell anyway, but she wouldn't open mine. He spits on the floor. She deserves to be dead. Deserves? After you had her kidnapped by your brother, you think she deserves to have her heart ripped out? I was fuming. Careful now, Nia, you are carrying a precious load. We wouldn't want anything to happen to the twins. You will be dead soon. Those twins are nothing to you. Damien growls. Rather invested, aren't you, Lycan? Roan's grin seems to grow further, practically reaching his ears. My pack is coming for me. Dane bursts into laughter. No. No, they are not, Roan. Your beta has taken over Ashburn City. Your pack wants nothing to do with you. In fact, your beta wants to be called when your heart has stopped beating. Dane unlocks the cell, moving in with Eric. You are a liar, Dane. You know they will seek revenge for my death. They won't rest until you suffer. Dane and Eric hold him still as Damien unlocks his chains. Raven slips an arm around mine, using me to steady herself. Go on then, kill me. You will never find out the truth about the young redhead. Nia, Dane links me. He is just trying to get in your head. He is trying to buy himself time. The truth, I mutter, removing Raven's arm from mine and stepping into the cell. I lock eyes with the gaunt-looking man. The truth is that she was just a girl who had her life turned upside down. You don't know what that's like. But maybe if I rearrange your organs, you will feel what it's like for just a few seconds. Damien, move. Damien glances at my hand that was already quickly becoming claws. He steps around me as one by one my claws pierce Roan's chest, like slicing into soft cheese. He fights the screams. His body sweats profusely as he struggles against my claws, but that only makes them sink deeper. Slicing his flesh open, he struggles against Dane and Eric, who refuse to let him drop to his knees. Isn't this what you want, Roan? I hear the darkness to my own words. I had so much rage surging through me. Please, please stop or kill me quicker, he begs. You don't deserve a quick death. I mutter, pulling my claws free of his flesh, the wounds partially knit together, just for me to slice through again. I repeat the action 3 more times, putting all my anger into his slow and painful death. His head drops low as he coughs up more blood. I knew my claws had penetrated his lungs this time. I could tell by the strange whistle that comes from his mouth. Forcing my claws in deep, I squeeze the lungs and tear parts of them from his chest. His entire body trembles until Eric and Dane let go of him, letting him fall face first in the pool of his own blood and piss. Leaving the cell, I see Raven with her head buried against Damien's chest, but his eyes are on me, along with Mallory's. I hope they both could see that I was not worth fucking with. Not anymore. I don't stop, and walk straight out of the dungeon. If Salem wanted to attack, I will be ready to rip him apart. Damien. I would usually have been impressed by Nia's kill if I wasn't so worried. Mallory nudges me, giving me the same look of concern. I knew what was going through her head, and I slowly shook my own. We would need to be really careful. Raven keeps her head buried against my chest, grossed out by how Nia had killed Roan. Nia had made him suffer over and over until she decided enough was enough. Or rather, she was done playing with her prey. Raven, go with Mallory. I need to speak to Dane. Her dark eyes peer up at me. Why? What's wrong? I just need to confirm a few things, that's all. I reassure her, hoping it would be enough information to keep her from pushing. It wasn't that I wanted to keep secrets, but Dane was Nia's mate. He should hear the information from me first. Come. Mallory smiles at her. You are mated to my best friend. We should get to know each other. Dane is looking at me suspiciously, but Raven follows Mallory anyway. A few moments pass and he orders Eric and Klaus to go with them, just in case Salem was about. Salem wouldn't show himself yet. Whatever he was planning, he was dragging it out, much like how Nia had killed Roan. I wonder if she knew she had spent hours torturing him. What? He snaps when the dungeon door is closed, and it was just us and a dismembered Roan. There was something you told me about her Lycan being a separate spirit. And, I know I said you could kill Roan. Is that what this is about? No. It's just, since I have been here, I have come to understand that when her Lycan is pushing forward, her eyes are dark, almost black. It's her Lycan that helps her find the courage to kill. Yes. They weren't black, Dane. They were her usual blue color. She had no help from her lichen. She wanted to kill. She wanted to torture him. His strange crimson eyes lock with mine. She has a lot of deep-seated anger, and it's not like any of us are angels, not from what she told me. I nod, half a smirk creeping across my lips. She told you about my past. He continues to stare back at me, and I could see why so many were put off by him, but he didn't scare me. I had dealt with much worse. We all have a past, Dane. Every single one of us, but I'm talking about the present. The one where you are at risk of losing your mate. He slams me up against the wall, his arm pressing against my chest as he tries to hold me in place. I suggest you take that back. I won't ever lay a finger on her. I shove him back and straighten out my shirt. I made a promise to protect her. I am telling you that you need to stop her from killing anyone else. No matter how much you agree with it. I'm not going to stop her from wanting to put things right. It's her right to hurt those who have hurt her. Then listen to me, Dane, because you will lose her, and it won't be to death. His brows fuse as he glares at me. How she is acting is how I became a rogue. It's how Salem became a rogue as well as the others. Just now, she was completely oblivious to the rest of us, like it was just her and the prick down here. She played with the body, slicing him open and letting him heal, over and over like it was a game. Exactly how the rogues play with their food. I bet she doesn't even know how many times she did it. He shakes his head. You are wrong. Mallory saw it too. She was just getting revenge for Jess. He defends Nia, but I hear the skepticism that he tries to hide in his tone. Deep down he could see it too. Think about it, Dane. You grew up knowing how to punish people, making them pay for their sins. Most rogues didn't. The ability to kill with ease became a new adventure, and I see that in Nia. You said it yourself. For the best part of 16 years she was a slave. Her abilities were bound. Her true life was kept from her, and she has gained everything back in less than a year. He shakes his head in denial. Roughly the same amount of time before a bitten lichen turns fully rogue if they don't control themselves. She wasn't bitten, and you still turned. Then maybe it's something to do with her being bound. I don't have everything figured out. All I see is that she is walking the same path as I did. Anger and hate fuels her. I turn around, resting my hands against the stone wall and hanging my head low. This was not a problem that I thought we would run into. We were supposed to be starting afresh, not running into past problems. She is your mate, Dane. I can see that you love her. We can all see that, there is no question about it. But if we don't get ahead of this, Salem will be the least of your problems. I turn around to see his frown. It's Nia, he mumbles. I knew my words were hitting home by the way he spoke with his jaw clenched. In theory, due to her being bound, I have been a lichen for longer than she has. And trust me, I know what I see. Mallory brought me back from that long after I'd let myself go. Dane snorts. When we first learned what she was, do you know what she was afraid of? I shake my head. Becoming a monster. Ironic, don't you think? He folds his arms across his chest. Seeing as you came back from being a rogue, can you help her? I can try, but in truth, Mallory is probably the best one to help her. She was the one who helped me. Nia doesn't trust Mallory, and that isn't going to change anytime soon. Then I suggest we find a way for Nia to accept Mallory. He glances back at Roan's slumped body. Do you really believe I'm losing her? I nod. The thing is, she won't even realize it herself until it's too late. Raven is sitting in the kitchen with Mallory by the time we head back to the house. Given the circumstances, they were both giggling and stuffing themselves with ice cream. Where's Nia? Dane asks. She headed upstairs. She didn't want to see me. She sighs. Every day she was growing more and more desperate to find a way to please Nia. And still, Nia wanted none of it. Dane nods and leaves, hopefully to have an important conversation with his mate. Did you talk to Dane? She asks as she shoves a spoon in her mouth. Yes. What am I missing? Raven frowns. We were having a laugh until Damien walked in, and now you are acting like you have the weight of the world on your shoulders. It's fine, I tell Mallory. Dane knows, so you can tell her. Raven's eyes round as she listens to Mallory. Her lips part until her mouth is wide open and I can see her tonsils. She was terrible at hiding her feelings, but I love the fact that she thought she could. Does she know? Mallory asks. Not yet. Dane doesn't want anyone to say anything to her, which, in my opinion, is fucked up, but she is his mate. He wants to protect her. Raven sighs. She has spent most of her life fighting for it, and now she has to do it all again. It's different. How? Raven's dark eyes rise to mine. How is it different? Because that life was something she never wanted. This is something she is slowly choosing. She just doesn't know it yet. Why? Raven mutters with a whisper. It makes her feel strong and powerful. It gives her the feeling of satisfaction. The sad thing is, if she had been raised a lichen, she would never have this need inside her. Mallory gives Raven a sad smile. We both know that is hearsay. Neither of us knows what her life could have been. I snap. I can't lose her too, Damien. Raven pleads with me. I can't. It will break me. As she stared at me, I felt it. Every little glimmer of emotion that she was trying so hard to keep bottled up inside. Mallory reaches a hand across the table to her. Nia will need to want the help. It's the only way it will work. Raven. Damien is tense as he moves around my room. He had checked the windows several times before closing the curtains. Thankfully, there were no more bloody handprints. He looks so tired. Midnight murmurs. There's a lot going on, I mutter back. I knew better than to ask him if he was okay. It was obvious he wasn't. but I wasn't exactly the greatest when it came to me being reassuring. I tried to be reassuring to Nia when she first came here, and all I did was stick my foot in it about Dane having other brides, though that was a combination of me trying to warn her. Jensen told me once that I was too truthful for my own good, that it would get me in trouble one day. You always have been a shit liar. Midnight snorts. It was pretty much the only thing she agreed with Jensen on. Damien checks the hallway and even checks the bathroom, which has a window that even Nia couldn't fit through. It was like he was expecting Salem to jump out at any second and attack us. There was even a moment where I thought he was actually going to check under the bed. I knew he was just doing it to gain some level of control. If he's in human form, we would be able to scent him. If he is in lichen form, you will be able to scent him. I remind him. You're right. He stops in front of me and leans down to kiss me. He pulls back, resting his forehead against mine. You think it's too late, don't you? It was a question that I had been desperate to ask, but I had managed to keep it out of my thoughts so that it didn't bother him if he read my mind. No. It was a heavy no, almost like he wasn't convinced of his own answer. You don't have to lie to me. I can see it in your face. You warned Dane, but deep down, you think it's too late. It's impossible to know. Not a single one of us is the exact same. For example, you and Jensen. You are twins. Your wolves are twins too, but you are not in any way alike. There's no way of knowing that if she crosses over, we can bring her back. If she doesn't want to. He trails off as he shakes his head at me. I know Nia is your friend Raven, but there is only so much we can do. Only so much any of us can do. He sits on the bed next to me. You will try? I ask. I won't stop trying. What about the pups? He keeps his eyes averted. Will they survive? I push that. Maybe if Nia knew what would happen to her pups, it would keep her from becoming something she is not. Damien clenches his jaw. Tell me I can handle it. There was a female in our group of rogues who was pregnant when she became fully lichen. The pup died in birth. She ate it. His eyes flicker to me in my shocked face. It's not black and white, Raven. Everything is food to them unless... I cut him off as I add up the information. Unless it's in lichen form. The pup was born in human form, so she ate her own pup. He nods. I warned you, Raven. We are dark. Everything about being rogue is food and games. It's like nothing else matters. The world could be crumbling around you, but as long as you have food, you don't care. It took me a long time to understand why we become so obsessed with food, and the simple answer is the same as why you eat so much after you shift. It makes you so hungry, but for a rogue, the hunger doesn't go away, ever. I swing my good leg around the back of him, coiling my arms around to his chest and hooking my legs over his, and hug his large back. The others didn't see how much he carried. They didn't see how the past weighed heavily on his shoulders. Or maybe it was just me that could see through his hardened exterior. As hard as it seems, you need to tell her. I whisper quietly. Those pups mean a lot to her, this pack, to Dane, to me, and to you too. Maybe it will keep her from killing anyone else. Maybe it will stop her changing. I hear the pleading in my own tone. I was afraid of losing her. And in that second, I knew there was more to what Damien speaks of. The constant warnings, telling me he is dark, that I should be scared of him, that I will one day hate him, how he talks about Nia changing. I let go of him. You think you will be dragged back to that life? I hold my breath, waiting for his answer. I used to. Every day was a fight. You don't anymore? I ask in a whispered tone. Not since you. I feel my heart skip a beat. The only other person that said something was because of me was Salem. He had wanted a blood bond, to align himself with my pack, only he wasn't a wolf. How would that have worked? I mean, I knew lichens could blood tie themselves to each other, because of Nia and her first mate. But between a wolf and a lichen? Was that even possible? I let go of Dane, shuffling myself off the bed and holding on to the dresser to keep myself upright. Really? You are thinking about my brother now? He mutters, having read my mind. He wanted a blood bond. We were supposed to have completed it, but then he found out about Dane. I shake my head. I would have had to bow to Trey and Cassandra. They really fucked things up for us all. Then you had a lucky escape, and for that I am extremely grateful. I see the lustrous look in his eyes, the desire to prove that I'm his and his alone. And let me remind you why. His lips graze mine as his hands grip my waist. He lifts me up onto the dresser, nuzzling in against my neck. You smell so good, he murmurs against my skin before nipping me, but you will have to wait. For what? I gasp in annoyance. Less than a second later, there's a thundering knock on the door and I catch my brother's scent. His timing was absolutely shite. I know you are in there, Damien. Damien gives me another quick kiss and moves to the door, letting in Dane. How can I help? Damien muses, looking back at me as I desperately clamp my thighs together, waiting for my arousal to disappear. I need you to talk to Nia. The conversation didn't go well then? Damien asks. She is hormonal, she is angry, she thinks I'm bullshitting her, or rather Nyx does. She has always been one to listen to me, to accept my word as what it is, but this, she doesn't want to know. I watched Damien's face harden. It was subtle, but it was there. I couldn't read his mind yet, but I knew what he was thinking. It was the one thing he was worried about, that we were too late. Where is she? Down the hall in our room. Damien begins to head in her direction when Eric starts shouting from downstairs, calling for help. I will go to Nia, I murmur, getting off the dresser and reaching for my crutches. Go see what's wrong with Eric. The men hurry towards the stairs as I make my way to Nia's room. She is curled up in the big chair in front of the window, cradling her small bump. She gives me a small smile. Did you hear Eric? She shakes her head. Her blue eyes are full of that same sadness I saw when she first arrived in Black Shadow. Dane told you? He's wrong, right? He has to be wrong. I wasn't bitten. She sighs heavily. Damien has spoken a little bit of it. I mutter quietly, pulling the stool from her dresser over to her. He is worried. She frowns. Dane said I sliced Roan open over and over. You did. I was confused. We had all been there. We had all seen what she had done to him, and no one had stopped her. It had gotten too much for me that I buried my face into Damien's armpit so I wouldn't have to watch it. No, it was just 3 times. Nia, we were down there for hours. She shuffles herself around on the chair until she is facing me properly. Hours? You don't remember? Nia. How can I not remember, Raven? That makes absolutely no sense. Maybe you got confused. Maybe you lost track of time. You don't believe that. Damien must have said something to you. I mutter. I was out of the chair and pacing. Somehow, pacing has become the thing that helps me think. What does Nick say? Raven asks quietly. Her eyes follow me as I move around the room. She thinks you are all lying to me. But you can't all be, can you? It's not like Moonshine where they kept secrets from me. You would tell me the truth, wouldn't you? Raven nods her head. I lower myself down onto the edge of the bed. There's a darkness inside of me, Raven. It's like in the moment, I can't control it. Like it takes over, and once whatever needs to be done is done, the darkness fades like it was never even there. Does that make sense? I think so. How long has this been happening? Since Devon. Maybe even before, I don't know. She rocks on the stool. Have you told my brother? Does he know? He is aware, but he also never had a problem with it. He enjoyed it. Until now. Dane does enjoy the darker side of life. I think that's why he gets on so well with Damien. I see her smile, and I am truly happy for her, but Dane and Damien being friends was not the issue right now. Raven, I'm scared. What if they are right? What if I am too far gone? What if it's too late? I glance down at my bump. What about them? That's a lot of questions to answer. She was deflecting. What else has Damien told you? Her shoulders drop as she frowns. According to Damien, if you become rogue, they won't survive. The twins will die? I scoff. She nods her head at me. I could feel my eyes filling with tears. So then I just don't turn. It sounded pretty simple, and no more killing. That's what Dane had said. Raven lowers her dark eyes. It's not that simple, is it? Not from what I understand. Why couldn't I just go back to the days where the hardest part of my day was learning to read and write? I could still turn? I never wanted to be a monster, but here I was, slowly turning into one. Her heavy sigh seems to echo in the room as she nods her head. But the good news is we have Damien who transitioned back and Mallory who helped him. She can help you too, if you let her. Mallory is bad news. Does it matter if she is the one who can help you and the twins? Raven offers. At least then, you will be able to keep a closer eye on her. Nyx is quiet but angry. She doesn't want to be shut away. She wants to be free, and I was fighting every inch of my being to keep her from coming forward. Do you trust Mallory? I ask Raven. I believe her when she says she regrets hurting you. But if you don't want to be alone with her, I can be with you, and maybe that way I can stop you from killing her. She gives me a small smile. It wasn't hard to find Mallory. Dane had set her up in one of the guest bedrooms, but she did seem surprised to see me at her door. Is everything okay? I grit my teeth, annoyance already deeply embedded within me. I need your help. Her lips part a little as she tucks a strand of her dirty blonde hair behind her ear. Taking a step back, she asks us both to come in. How can I help? She asks, looking between the both of us. You helped Damien, right? Raven mutters. You already know that. You can help Nia, right? Ah, they have spoken to you. She turns away and fiddles with the blankets on the bed, refolding them as she tries to think of something to say. It's not a quick fix. Mallory looks over to Raven. I'm sure Damien has told you it's a constant battle. Raven nods, and automatically, I feel that she has been keeping secrets from me. You have to stop that. Mallory snaps, making me jump. What are you talking about? I frown back at her. That look. You have to stop looking for the bad in every situation. I didn't say anything. I protest. You didn't need to. Your face did. Raven looks between me and Mallory. I'm not even going to ask what I just missed. I know everything is 10 times harder for you. Mallory speaks softly. Your upbringing has made it harder. The shit you went through means you automatically see the bad, and I don't blame you for that. You mean like you nearly killing me? She doesn't physically react to my question, instead holding her spot. Exactly. Just kill her and get it over with. Nyx growls. Shut up, I can't be dealing with you right now. I snap back at my lichen. I want to help you, Nia, if you will let me. At the end of the day, you are my alpha. Her brow crinkles up into a frown. But if you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't. Raven grabs my arm, even though I hadn't moved. Let go, Raven. This has to be her choice. It's a test, I murmur. Because if I kill you, there's a good chance I will change. Neither of them respond. Kill her, we will be fine. Nyx muses. Was it her? Was she the reason I was becoming a monster? I close my eyes. I want your help. I want to see my pups grow up. I want to be with Dane. I want to live. Good, that's a start. It was like Raven said, I didn't have to trust her. I just had to let her help me, for now. Mallory gestures for me to sit down, but I stay on my feet and she cocks an eyebrow at me. Now normally I would insist on intense exercise. Intense exercise? Raven cuts her off. Why do you think Damien is built the way he is? She laughs. Elah, but Nia, as you are pregnant and supposed to be resting, this is going to be a little more difficult. And the fact Salem is out there somewhere. Raven adds. That too. Mallory turns to Raven. Is she clear to have sex? I am here. I snap, frustrated. It doesn't stop them. Raven shrugs her shoulders. Wait, did you tell Damien the same thing? Who was he sleeping with? Mallory doesn't answer her and speaks to me. Part of the key is keeping your mind busy and keeping your body active. Nix rolls her eyes, but at least she keeps her mouth shut. That's your advice? I splutter. Sex and keeping busy? That's just the beginning. It's a long process, Nia. It's not a quick fix overnight, and you need to be prepared for that. How long did it take Damien? Raven asks. Has he told you? No. There's your answer. I don't follow, I mutter. It will always be a battle. Some will win, some will lose. Mallory's brown eyes lock on mine. You have helped others, other than Damien? Raven asks. She nods. Others? So there are more? I ask. Damien is the only one who has 100% fought the rogue life and continues to fight it. You tried to help some of the others, but it failed. Raven clarifies. My chances of me fighting this were not in my favor. Raven. Who do you think it is? Midnight mutters as we follow Nia out of Mallory's room. She was all hyped up after learning that one of the strategies to help Nia would be sex. She was desperate to know who Damien had been sleeping with while he was going through it, and her jealousy was starting to rub off on me. We should go back and demand the information. She sulks. Nia is more important. I mutter, though I wanted to know the answer too. They were in the middle of nowhere. There was a female rogue in Mallory. It couldn't have been the rogue. Did that mean he's sleeping with his best friend? No, that was all before me. I can't be jealous of his past. Raven. Dane's voice interrupts my thoughts. Keep Nia upstairs. What's going on? I link him back. I will explain later. For now, Nia doesn't need to see this. Nia was already at the top of the stairs when I stopped her. Hey, can you come and help me with something? Raven, I'm starving, she mutters with a groan. And if I'm to get through this, I at least need to keep these two happy. She rubs her stomach. Then you are in luck. I have some candy bars in my room and it won't take long. Her shoulders drop as she sighs. Thankfully, she turns back and follows me to my room. What do you need help with? I hadn't actually thought of anything. Ask her to look at your wound to make sure it's not infected. You can't see the back of your leg. Midnight mutters in a hurry. I repeat Midnight's words to Nia. She nods her head and follows me to my room. My eyes flicker to the window, half expecting to see another handprint. This time, there is nothing there. Being watched was something I had never really had to worry about until now, and it felt like no matter where I was, eyes were on me. It takes Nia less than a minute to inspect my leg. I don't really know what I'm looking for, but it doesn't look any worse. She drops down onto the edge of my bed. You are hiding something from me. You could have had Damien look at your leg, and I know you could have seen your reflection in that massive mirror. My cheeks flame and I quickly turn away. That mirror had seen a lot the last couple of days. It's because of this darkness in me, isn't it? She pauses. Raven, just tell me. You know I hate secrets. I don't know what it is. I just know Dane asked me to keep you upstairs. She immediately gets to her feet, puffing out her cheeks. Focus on what Mallory said. You need to keep busy. I pull out a handful of candy bars from the drawers and hand them to her. Let them deal with it. Everyone has your best interests at heart. None of them are doing this to intentionally keep secrets from you. Something hits the window, making both of us scream. Blood is smeared as though something had just slid down the glass. What was that? We both speak in unison and move to the window. I pause when I see him. He was just as I remembered him, and our eyes met moments before men started charging him. He disappears into the forest. Was that him? Nia whispers to me as Damien crashes into the room. In human form. I feel a knot in my stomach. Damien's arms wrap around me. He pulls my back in firmly against his chest. A reminder that he was here. They will get him, but I want to know why you are in just a tee and panties. He was out in the middle of the grounds, in broad daylight. He threw something at the window. I'm his target, I mutter, feeling a rush of panic. He won't get to you. Damien tells me. I will kill him myself. What did he throw at the window? Nia asks. I can't quite see. Damien pauses. I think it's best you speak to Dane about that. He reaches forward and pulls the curtain closed. Tell me, Nia demands. Nia, he's right. Wait for Dane. I see the last thing I want to see. Her eyes slowly darkening until there is only a very faint ring of blue. What if Damien was right? What if this is it? What if we had run out of time? Damien, don't. I mutter. At the same time, I knew the next words out of Nia's mouth would be an order he couldn't refuse. Tell, Dane's coming. Damien interrupts her. He will give you all your answers, probably more than what I can give you right now. She stares at him and very, very slowly, the black in her eyes retreat. Thank the goddess for that. Nia? Dane's softly spoken voice fills the room. He only ever spoke to her like that. Sometimes it seemed like he was almost afraid of breaking her, or maybe he knew it would help reason with her more. I just knew he never spoke to the rest of us in that way. Her eyes flashed to him, and for a brief moment I expected the darkness to return. She's scary when she is like that. Midnight murmurs. I agreed, and sometimes it almost felt like I barely knew her. Come with me. He holds a hand out to her. Her eyes flash back to Damien and I. Come. His word is more forceful this time, but she goes to him. His eyes flash up to Damien. Don't let my sister out of your sight. I'm not planning on it. Dane closes the door as Damien's breath fans over my cheek and his hands cup my ass. Now are you going to tell me why you have no joggers on? It was the only thing I could think of to keep Nia upstairs. Really? He muses. Not like that, obviously. I wanted her to look at my leg. This leg. His fingers skim around the outside of the wound. Small spikes of pain snake out across my leg, followed by jolts of electricity as his teeth graze my earlobe. Damien, I whisper as his lips travel to my neck. This really wasn't the ideal time, but he made me feel like the world fell away from us. That it's just me and him and nothing else mattered. His lips and teeth alternate between small bites and kisses as they work their way down between my breasts. He stops, just above my belly button. Are you still thinking about him? What? I prop myself up on my elbows to look at him. What the hell was he talking about? It hits me. He had felt what I felt when I saw Salem in human form. I try to push Damien off, but it was a useless attempt. His body doesn't even budge. I am your mate. This was some kind of test? I snap. You passed. He mutters as I grab the pillow and smack him across the head. He still doesn't move. Get off me. I growl at him. He stands up, glaring at me. If you had even bothered to ask, I felt sorry for him. Not that I wanted to sleep with him. He was your mate once, and he rejected me, and he did this to me. I point at my leg before hobbling across the room and shutting myself in the bathroom. I was furious that he had even thought I would consider Salem. Raven? He is leaning against the other side of the door. Just because you can read my mind, it does not mean you have it all figured out, so fuck off. My blood was boiling. I couldn't believe he could even accuse me of such a thing. I'm not leaving you alone. Then don't fucking talk to me. Hello everyone, and thank you so much for reading my book. It means the world to me that you want to join me along for the journey. As always, thank you for all reviews, comments, and gems. I don't say it enough, but I really do appreciate it and love reading your predictions. I hope you are all enjoying everything so far because there's so much more to come. There will be no update for tomorrow, the 16th of April, and also possibly the 17th, but I will definitely be back on the 18th. Thank you all again, Taylor West. Damien, I fucked up. I could hear her heavy breathing coming from the other side of the door. She was so angry with me. It might have been funny if I hadn't guessed what her thoughts meant. I was an idiot. I push on the door a little. It doesn't budge, and from the shadow under the door, I would say she is leaning against the door to make sure I don't come in. Though I could if I wanted to. It wouldn't take much to make her body slide across the tiles. Raven, I have nothing to say to you. Her answer is short and sharp, her words laced with spite. She was so angry that there weren't even any tears. Would she believe me if I told her the truth? Jealousy was not something I had really felt before, and every time her mind went to him, I just wanted to remind her that it was me she was mated to, that the spawn who rejected her did just that. It wasn't even him that I was jealous of. It was the fact she was thinking about another man, if you could even call him that. I'm sorry, I mutter through the door. I already knew it would take more than a couple of words to make it up to her. She shuffles away from the door, and I watch the handle turn. She pulls it open no more than an inch, peering through the small gap at me. You are shit at apologies. I don't usually apologize. I wanted to push the door open and pull into my arms, though the way she is blocking the door tells me she would either be thankful or she would punch me and poke my eyes out. It was impossible to tell. I don't want him. You have to understand that. He is on my mind because he is fucking with my head. The blood on the windows and seeing him, he is not the man I remember, which makes it even more confusing. And that definitely does not mean I want to sleep with him. I know that now. How could you even think I would want him? Her voice falters. He damaged me in more ways than just my leg. Just come out the bathroom. She opens the door a little further, and I see that she has wrapped herself in a robe, hiding away her gorgeous body. Her arms fold up under her tits as she hugs herself. Her dark eyes meet mine. I am yours, Damien. Not his, not anyone else's, yours forever. I use the moment to pull her in against me. She doesn't pull away, resting her cheek against my chest as our heartbeats slowly fall in sync. What didn't you want to tell Nia? She asks quietly once her anger fades. Maybe it's best if you sit down. Why? She leans back in my arms, her brow wrinkling into a frown. I've seen some pretty bad stuff. It was a box of dismembered body parts. She screws her face up. Someone from the pack? That's just it. It was human, and I'm guessing what was thrown at your window was also a part of that same body. She pulls back from me and hobbles to the bed, slowly sinking herself down into the mattress. I watch her try to compose herself. He would have had to leave the grounds to find a human. Unless they wandered into the forest. No, that doesn't happen. We are too far. She trails off, looking at my face. I have lived here all my life, and humans don't just wander in. Has Dane told you that has happened? I nod. Did he kill them? No, at least I don't think so. He said he tells them that it is private property, and they will be sued for trespassing if they don't leave. She sticks her tongue out to the corner of her lips, deep in thought. I was just grateful she wasn't mad at me anymore. Do you have any idea why he is doing this? At this point, I think tormenting everyone is his game. He told Mallory he wanted to bring death and a load of other crap, but the one thing I know about him is that he likes to play games. This has to be a game. Could he be working with someone else? The other rogues are dead. Dane has enemies left and right, and now the contracts are well and truly completed with other packs, What's to say there isn't someone else helping him? Rogues are not pack creatures. They wouldn't even work together to take down a kill. She puffs out her cheeks. It must be hard for you, living here in a pack. Actually, no, I sink onto the bed next to her. I spent years working alone, being a hitman for people to hire. Being a rogue was freeing, but I felt like I was missing something. Then I found Mallory. She helped to free me from that life. But being welcomed into this pack and finding you, it was like coming home. She smiles at me and opens her mouth to talk, but we are interrupted with Mallory opening the door. She is half hidden by the door frame and is visibly shaking. It wasn't like her at all. She was pretty much unafraid of anything. She holds her shaking hands up, blood dripping from each of them. I'm sorry. Mallory? I went down. She turns slowly, looking back down the hallway from the direction she came. I was too late. She steps in the room. I see her top isn't just colored red, instead blood is dripping from it. I tried, she whispers. Who, Mallory? Who is dead? The office. She mutters, completely lost in shock. No, please tell me it's not. Raven mutters. Who is in? Eric's boys had been put in the office. I charge out the room, smacking my hand on Dane's door as I run by. Racing down the stairs to the office, I see Eric on his knees, frozen like a statue with his boys in his arms. Blood coated almost everything, including the curtains blowing in the breeze. Dane practically crashes into the back of me. Eric, Dane mutters quietly, his eyes roam the room. He moves around me and crouches next to his beta. Eric, we will make him pay for this. I move over and close the window, finding the tip of a finger. He had been in human form, and the boys had probably gone to let him in, thinking he was in danger. I look back at the boys in Eric's arms. Both of them had all 10 fingers, which meant the one left behind had belonged to Salem. The boys weren't even old enough to have their wolves. They had been defenseless. They never stood a chance. Raven, Mallory, and Nia appear. The three of them turn their faces away from the scene. I walk to Raven and kiss her forehead. Stay here with Mallory and the others. Where are you going? You can't leave. We don't know where he is. I'm gonna fucking find him and kill him. He's dangerous. I'm worse. Every inch of me regrets not killing him that day. Just causing enough damage to bring him to the dungeon was my mistake. I won't be making that mistake again. Even if it takes days, weeks, or months, I won't stop until he is dead. Raven. 2 weeks he had been gone, and it was absolute torture. He wasn't dead, I knew that. If he were, I would have felt it, and Salem would likely have returned. It must mean he is chasing Salem. He had to be. There had been no sign of Salem here, though most nights, me and Mallory bunked together, just in case. Eric was a mess, and rightly so. Klaus had sort of stepped into his role, helping my brother in any way he could while Eric spent his days at his parents' house, grieving. And thankfully, without Salem's presence, Nia was calm, to an extent. She cried the other day because she cracked an egg she wanted to crack so she could cook it. I had to leave the kitchen before I burst into laughter. Damien could shoot me if I was that bad when I eventually got to carry his pups. One day, I sigh. Please come back to me. He will. Midnight mutters, he has too. I drop my empty cereal bowl into the sink and lean forward, looking at the wolves carrying on like nothing had happened. Less than 2 days of no problems, and Dane had them back to duty. It didn't sit right with me. 1, we didn't know for sure where Salem was. And 2, there were a lot of people grieving over Eric's boys, but Dane insisted normality would help. What part of kids being killed was normal? I had tried to argue with him. Asked him if we should expect him back to duty if something happened to his twins. He hadn't answered, but I could see the fury in his eyes. He's just trying to keep the pack occupied. I know. I mutter back to Midnight. I know. It doesn't mean it has to sit right with me. I touched the mark on my neck. Damien hadn't even linked me or anything. Not a single whisper of his voice. Maybe he thought it was best this way, to keep me in the dark until there was something to tell me. Maybe I would be a distraction. He will be okay. Mallory interrupts my thoughts as she bursts into the kitchen. She had told me the same thing, multiple times a day for the last 2 weeks. It didn't make it any easier to hear. How can you be sure? It's Damien. She gives me a tight-lipped smile, almost turning her lips the same white as the scar just above her lip. Even she was starting to question it. He survives everything. Surviving wasn't the only issue. I turn as she starts pouring herself some cereal. She had practically made herself at home now. I didn't mind. It was nice to have another female in the house. I was so used to being outnumbered by the men. She shovels it in like she is never going to eat cereal again. Sorry, she splutters, spraying pieces of half-chewed Frosties across the table. Dane wants me in training today. Seriously? She had asked, but he had always said no. What has changed about today? Her head bobs up and down as she shovels in another spoon. With Damien chasing Salem, Dane wants me to help guard Nia. I had to hide my surprise. He had made it quite clear Nia was to be with him. How does Nia feel about that? She had accepted Mallory's help, but she still barely tolerated her. She shrugs her shoulders at me. Probably hates it. I could join. I watch as her eyes drift down to my bad leg before I even finish my sentence. I had stopped using crutches, but I was still hobbling everywhere as I couldn't straighten my leg properly without intense pain licking up my bones. Whereas Salem somehow walked with half his thigh missing. He ran too. That day I had seen him. He disappeared into the trees at breakneck speed. Like the injury was non-existent, but I had seen it myself. Maybe pain was nothing to him. Maybe that's why he gets a kick out of playing with his food, listening to the screams, because he found their pain hilarious. Mallory washes up her bowl super fast and hurries out the door without even a goodbye. We could go hang out with Nia. Midnight suggests. As much as I loved Nia, I would rather not right now. Instead, I found Klaus sitting in the freshly decorated office. It had to be done after the bloodbath that took place. Klaus has his head buried in books. He smiles at me as I plonk myself on the chair, his long dark hair falling around his face. He is quick to tuck it back, letting his deep green eyes catch mine. You okay? Frustrated, I mutter. We both know if there was something wrong with Damien, you would have felt it. It's not that. He tilts his head and smirks at me. Really? I just have a bad feeling. About what? That's the problem. I don't really know. You are in a mood, but you don't know why. Exactly. I let myself slope against the backrest. Did you know Dane has asked Mallory to join in the training today? Klaus bobs his head at me. It was actually my idea. Yours? I splutter in surprise. Look, she is in the house the entire time, and as much as Nia has accepted her help with her other problem, she feels caged in by Mallory. Dane wants Nia to have a break, and this is the best way. So you are sending her to training and have told her it's so she can protect Nia. We never told her that. He scowls at me. Maybe she just got the wrong idea of what's being asked of her. He pauses. Maybe she made a mistake. Maybe she misunderstood. He was probably right, though it sounded as if he was trying to convince himself. Mallory had spent most nights telling me how she was grateful that Nia was finally talking to her. Maybe she had just misheard. You miss him? Of course I do. I mutter, surprised by his comment. I'm not talking about Damien. No one had spoken to me about Jensen. If I mentioned him in front of Dane, he would either roll his crimson eyes or leave the room. As far as he was concerned, our brother was dead, but it never stopped me wondering. He is still my brother. He made his choice. I sigh. I didn't want him to think anything else. He rocks in the chair as he studies me. Do you know something? Has he been in touch? Does he regret rejecting the pack? The questions topple from my mouth without another thought. He shakes his head, and I feel my stomach drop. For a fleeting moment, I had something to look forward to instead of being trapped, waiting. I'm not sure what I was even hoping for. Jensen had made it very clear that he blames Dane for Jess's death, and that wasn't going to change. Klaus returns to reading his books, unfazed that I was still sitting here, watching him. He was like that. Company or no company, he was content. I didn't know how he did it. Do you think you will ever find your mate? I prod, trying to start a conversation with him. Huh? He doesn't even register what I say. I repeat my question and he shrugs his shoulders. Who knows? Do you not wonder if they are out there, wondering where you are? He won't tell us. Midnight muses, already predicting the outcome of this conversation. No. He slowly closes the book and looks up at me. Not all of us view life in the same way, Raven. And that was the end of that conversation. I had tried so many times to get information over the years, but it was always the same answer. I didn't even know if he was into men, women, or maybe even both. He kept all that close to his chest. I didn't even know if there was anyone in the pack that he liked. I twiddle my thumbs and eventually push myself up to leave. As I get to the door, Klaus tells me that he is sure Damien will be back soon, as though he knew why I was really asking questions. A distraction from my own mind. But what if something bad has happened? What if that control he has, stopping him from turning back to a rogue, breaks? What if he is so angry with Salem that I lose him for good? I limp to the bottom of the stairs, but instead of climbing it, I sit there, willing, and hoping that he walks right back through the front door. Stop it! I snap, staring at my belly. The twins were growing fast and had also taken to kicking each other or my bladder, and it was driving me nuts. Dane raises an eyebrow at me with a small smile as Mallory comes running towards us. I sigh. I'd forgotten she was taking part in training. She comes to a stop in front of us, her eyes narrowed at my belly. Is it wise for you to be training? I'm not. This is the only way I can get out of the house. I snap at her, and she lowers her gaze. Years I had spent trapped inside a house because of Cassandra and Trey, going no further than the back garden to having almost complete freedom. And now I would do anything to feel the grass on my bare feet, to lie in the sun without being monitored every second of the day. But until Damien sends news, I wasn't allowed out of Dane's sight. The fake grass of the training ground will have to do. I knew it was to protect me and the twins. I knew he was doing it to keep us safe, but all I wanted to do was break away, to not feel so trapped. Dane knew, and he would talk to me in a reassuring tone, reminding me it was only temporary and for the best, promising me that I could still do most things as long as he could see me. But to me, doing the best thing meant losing a part of my sanity, if I even had any at this point. But it wasn't just about keeping me safe. It was to keep an eye on me, to make sure I don't become the monster I feared. Where do you want me? Mallory beams at Dane. I really wanted to wipe that smile off of her face. It felt fake and forced. And I bet behind closed doors she has an excellent resting bitch face. Though I was yet to see it, deep down, I could feel it was there. Dane sends her over to a group of well-trained guards. He had already told me he wanted to test her abilities. I questioned why, because I was living proof of her abilities. I had felt what she could do if she put her mind to it. And that was just after she had been turned. What was she like with years of training under her belt? It's better to know what everyone is capable of. There may be a time when we need to use it or prepare for it. Dane winks at me. I look up at him, but he keeps his crimson eyes focused on the groups as they start to spar. Did he secretly not trust Mallory either? Nix mumbles and starts to talk. I tell her to shut up. It was easier not to have her weighing in with her own opinion, and this way, I could focus on keeping the monster at bay. I lower myself onto the grass, watching everyone fight. Training had been a no-go for me since finding out I was pregnant. Though training had never been a concern when I was face-to-face with someone and fighting for my life, I had just shifted and destroyed them in seconds. Taking their heart, just like Salem did to Jess. Was that a rogue thing? Going for the heart? Surely that was just the obvious choice. But then again, they play with their food. The heart wouldn't be the first thing they went for. It was just me in the moment. I never thought about my aim. My hand, or rather my claws, just went straight for it. Except for Roan, I tortured him. I feel a smile creeping up my face and have to force it away when Dane clears his throat. He is staring at me with his crimson eyes. "You've been listening?" I whisper. It's pretty hard not to. His tone is low and he squats down in front of me. "Mallory told you that you have to stop the dark thoughts seeping in." It was like I was being scolded. I couldn't help the way my brain automatically tried figuring things out. It wasn't my fault that I naturally looked for answers. "You liked it when I found my confidence to kill." I mumble. "We had sex in the forest that day." "I know, but if I lose you over it," he shakes his head. "I just can't lose you or the twins, okay?" I nod and try to clear my head as he stretches back up to full height, turning his attention to the training. Lying myself back on the fake grass, I stare up at the blue sky. Dane was making the most of training this morning as a storm was supposed to be coming in tonight. I hated storms. The sharp cracks of lightning always reminded me of being hit, particularly whipped. I probably won't sleep later. Mallory comes bounding up to us after training, her skin shiny from the sweat. She wipes her forehead, flinging the beads of sweat onto the grass. "So how did I do?" "As well as what I expected." She smiles at him. "So I got the job, right?" Dane cocks an eyebrow at her in confusion. "To protect Nia, right?" "I don't need your protection." I snap and Dane's hand wraps around my wrist as he gives me a warning glare to calm down. What Nia means to say is that she doesn't need protection right now. She has me. He smiles at her. "I thought this was why you wanted me to train." She scoffs. "To test my skills so you knew I could watch her." "I think you misunderstood me, Mallory. I said to test you while I watched Nia." Dane tells her. "I am grateful that you want to offer your services, but right now, Nia isn't leaving my side." There is annoyance in her brown eyes, but I'm not sure if Dane saw it. If he did, he kept his face unreadable. "Oh," she sighs. "I just wanted to help. You let Damien help." "Damien didn't give me much of a choice," Dane murmurs without looking at her. His eyes are too busy scanning the people still training. "What does that mean?" Mallory asks. "It doesn't matter." But I was curious too. What did he mean? As far as I was aware, Damien had just started planting himself in locations near me. I will have to ask him later when we are alone. Mallory turns her head to me. "I was just trying to help." I don't respond, because the words ready to come out of my mouth will have Dane worrying. Instead, I force the words back down my throat and ask if he has any more snacks. "Not on me. We are done anyway. Let's go." We turn away from Mallory and Dane drapes an arm around my shoulder. "What are you up to?" I murmur as we leave the grounds. "Just working through something. Until I know more, all you need to do is focus on growing my sons." "No secrets," I mutter as I'm kicked in the bladder. "It's not a secret, it's a theory. What is that supposed to mean?" He stops me and spins me around to look at him, encasing my hands with his. "I am working on a few ideas. For now, it is best that only I know. If the time comes that you need to know, I will tell you." "Does anyone else know?" He shakes his head at me. There's a strange glint to his crimson eyes. The same look he had given me back at Moonshine that first day. A knowing look. A plan hovered beneath the surface. I might have been scared once, even tried to hide away, but whatever he was up to, he was doing it for us. And I had to trust that. Raven. Every single day I sat and waited. 30 days and still nothing. Complete radio silence. Not a single link. Nothing. But he was still alive. I lean back against the stairs, letting it dig into my back as I close my eyes, trying to force a line between us to open. "Why won't it work?" I snap at midnight. My sanity was holding on by a thread. "You know why." She mutters back, just as frustrated. "Well, that's a fucking stupid reason. I shouldn't have to mark him to be able to link him. He had already claimed me." She nods her head in agreement. "It doesn't make me feel any better. In fact, it was just a reminder of how different we are. A lichen and a wolf. I'm sure my parents must be turning in their grave. 3 children, all mated to lichens. Even worse, I had been mated to 2. I wish they were still here to see how you had turned out." Midnight whispers softly. "I'm sure they would be pleased." I knew Mum would. She was the reason I became a pack doctor. I sigh and push myself up, pleased when my leg doesn't cramp. It was getting there, but still had a long way to go. I still walked with a limp and the pain wasn't constant. Maybe I would be walking properly by the time Damien got home. Just as I'm on my feet, Eric tumbles in through the front door, a bottle of half-drunk whiskey hanging from his hand. The liquid swirls as he struggles to stay upright. He frowns as some sloshes onto the floor. He had started drinking a couple of weeks ago, and even his parents were at a loss of what to do. They were grieving for their grandchildren, and now it seemed like they were grieving for their son too. Dane had tried talking to him along with most of the pack members, but his grief was heavy, and he just couldn't see a way through it. I wondered how his ex was coping. I knew she left a while ago, and I half expected her to turn up, but nothing, almost like she didn't care. I never understood how a mother could leave her children behind while she runs off. "Hey, Eric," I mutter, limping to him. When I grab the bottle, he lets me take it, which was progress in itself. "Where is he?" he slurs, wobbling and falling back against the door frame. "Who are you looking for, Eric?" "Big bro," he laughs to himself, his body slipping down the door frame until he hits the floor with a thud. His chin drops to his chest, and in seconds, snores vibrate through the foyer as drool creeps out the corner of his lips. He stank and looked like he hadn't shaved in a while. I groan and try to pull him up. His dead weight just slips through my arms. "Dane." Less than a second later, the office door opens. Dane's eyes fall on Eric, and I watch his shoulders drop. He was at a loss too. They had been best friends for as long as I could remember. Yet he didn't know how to help Eric. None of us did. Could you even help a grieving parent? "Vodka?" Dane mutters to me as he crouches in front of Eric. "Whiskey," I mutter, lowering the half-drunk bottle onto the small table near his office. A quick glance through the office door and I see Nia curled up asleep. A stack of books like the ones Klaus had been reading a few days ago are piled high on Dane's desk. It wasn't like Dane to research something. He got the others to do that for him. "Raven, give me a hand." I pull my eyes away and Dane is lifting Eric off the floor. Limping forward, I pull Eric's other arm around my shoulders. "Where are we taking him?" "Just into the lounge. Let him sleep it off." "You need to find a way to help him, Dane. He can't keep drinking like this. You know as well as I do, he will burn it off in less than an hour. And he will start all over again. It's not good for him." I groan. "Just like it isn't good for you to sit on the bottom step every day, waiting for Damien." "I'm not harming anyone," I snap. "You are harming yourself." We dump Eric onto a sofa. He groans as his body sinks into the cushions, while Dane and I glare at one another. What would you do if it were Nia? I fold my arms up. I already knew the answer. He would burn the world down looking for her. He should be grateful that I'm just sitting on the stairs, waiting, hoping and praying to the moon goddess that he walks through those doors. "You have a point," he mutters. I look at his tired, crimson eyes as he straightens his spine. "Are you going to lead the pack, run tonight?" I still wasn't strong enough to go, but he needed the strength of the full moon. "I need to keep an eye on Nia." "I can do that." "Dane, you missed the last one because of Salem. You need to go this one, and Nia will be fine. We will probably eat ice cream and she can listen to me moan about Damien." He snorts and cocks an eyebrow. "I will think about it." Glancing at Eric, he tells me to let him sleep it off. We can only help him when he is ready. As Dane leaves, I settle into the sofa opposite Eric. He barely spoke when he was awake, and if he did, everything came out in either a slur or sounding like he had developed a lisp, and none of it ever made sense. I wanted to tell him that everything will be all right. But it wouldn't be, would it? He had lost his world. How could one beast destroy so much of our pack by himself? Dane had worked hard for years, implementing strength and power. We had always had the upper hand, and now one beast was gradually tearing us apart. Even all the bitten lichens with Cassandra and Trey hadn't done this much damage. He had to be having help, but who? Midnight is quiet but panicking. I knew why. She had the same worrying thought as me. What if the real reason Damien left was because he was helping his brother and didn't want to be caught? It can't be. It was a stupid idea. He wouldn't have bothered marking me. "Mallory?" Midnight mutters. "I don't think so." I whisper back, though we were no longer bunking together as she had decided to go back to her home. "She's trying so hard to prove her worth here in the pack. If she was trying to cause trouble, I think she would have given up by now." Maybe I was just tired and overthinking it. Maybe Salem was just a monster with no actual endgame other than to slaughter us. Leaning forward, I rest my elbow on my knees and cup my chin, watching the drunk sleep. There had to be something I was missing. I still hadn't moved by the time Eric started to wake. He rubs his eyes and stares at me, his eyes drifting around the room. "How did I get here?" "You practically broke down the front door. I think you were looking for Dane." He rubs through his already chaotic blonde hair and yawns, stretching out his limbs. "Got any whiskey?" "No." I glare at him. If I had to follow him to make sure he doesn't touch another drop, then that is what I'm going to do. "Why did you want to speak to my brother?" "It doesn't matter." He gets up and starts looking in the cupboards. Dane had it removed a few days ago. I snap. "Just forget it." He storms out and I hurry as fast as I can after him, ignoring the spasming pain that decides to rip through my leg. Skidding across the floor, I slam myself into the front door, stopping him from leaving. "Raven, get out of the way." "No." He goes to grab me and I make a swift punch to his balls. He lets out a howl and clutches his dick. "What the fuck, Raven?" "I'm sorry, but you can't keep going on like this. You are practically my brother, and I can't watch you drink yourself into oblivion. I'm sorry that Salem killed your kids. I'm sorry that he targeted them. I'm sorry that I can't bring your sons. They weren't mine." What are you talking about?" "They weren't my sons. That makes no sense. I helped deliver your second son. I was there. But you weren't there for conception, and it turns out I wasn't either." His fist hits the wall. "I found Mallory with them. If they were mine, I would have felt their deaths, and I didn't." I could feel my mouth hanging open and work hard to tighten my muscles so I didn't look so gobsmacked. "You raised them. I've watched you raise them. Your bond with them was..." They couldn't shift yet, which also means he couldn't link them. He would have found out when they got their wolves. Instead, he finds out because they were slaughtered. Who? I was trying so hard to get the words out. I think you already know the answer to that. My eyes flicker to the open office door. Dane was standing there, his face rigid as he watched us. Is it true? I had my suspicions. Dane sighs heavily. They were Jensen's kids? He nods at me. We would have known for certain when they got their wolves. That's why he had been letting Eric drink himself stupid. Eric had lost everything. Damien. Every day I got a little closer, and he would do something to completely throw me off my tracks. He shifted regularly, swapping between Lycan and human, leading me further away from Black Shadow and my mate. But I won't stop, not until he is dead, even if it means going to the ends of the earth. A handful of times we had come face to face. Not up close, but we could see each other across fields, a train station, and bridges. As each day passed, the angrier I became. I just wanted to be with my mate, yet if I didn't stop Salem, he would find a way to torment that pack and my mate forever. Tracking his scent into a bar, my eyes quickly adjust to the dimly lit space, the smell of dried booze, piss and blood filling the air. It had been a few hours since he was here. Before I even entered, I knew why he had chosen this place. He had always liked a challenge, long before he turned into a Lycan, teasing and tormenting people. There was so much Raven didn't know about the man she was once mated to. She had a lucky escape there. Bodies littered the floor as the jukebox played. Half a dozen had their throats ripped out before they even had a chance to acknowledge what was happening. The other dozen had tried to put up a fight, losing against the beast that had attacked them. Since being on the run, he had eaten every few days, though this time I was certain he hadn't eaten in a week. He knew there was a risk I would catch him. He must have been starving to target a place like this. I make my way through the bodies, just to check that all of them are dead. Fucker! I turn to leave and hear a whimper that stops me in my tracks. There's a kid somewhere in here. Between the stench of booze, piss, and blood, I had missed the scent of a child. It's okay, you can come out. I won't hurt you. I wait for a few moments but nothing moves and the kid is quiet. Why had Salem left a kid alive? He had killed Eric's kids without a second thought. Pinky, swear. The small voice calls out. It had been a long time since I had heard that. A smile creeps across my lips. Pinky, swear. A small girl crawls out from behind a curtain. Blood smeared across her face. Remnants of bruises littered her chubby cheeks along with trails of dried tears. A floral dress that was once yellow or even white had seen better days. It barely fitted her, a sign that she had been here for a long time. She steps towards me, her body trembling, tears in her bright green eyes as she tries not to look at the carnage surrounding us. She stops a few meters from me, a chain attached at her ankle, preventing her from moving any further. Not only was she locked up, she was a wolf pup. Either Salem had been too busy to notice there was a child here, or he had left her for me, knowing it would buy him some time. What's your name? She closes her eyes tight, screwing up her face as she chews on her bottom lip. Dorothy. How old are you, Dorothy? Big black circles hovered under her eyes. 6. Do you know how long you have been here? She shakes her head at me. Her mousy brown matted hair falls around her face. You smell funny. So do you. She smiles at me and opens her bright green eyes. Are you like me? No, but I know lots of people who are. She was aware that she was a wolf, which was a good sign. I had 2 options. 1, take her to the police station, but that would raise questions that I didn't have time to answer. Or 2, turn around and take her back to Black Shadow, letting my brother get away. Let's get you out of that, shall we? I smile as I squat, inspecting the chain. She freezes as my hand touches her leg, and it sickens me to think what the bastards here might have done to her. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea for Salem to have chosen this bar. The cuff around her ankle was easy enough to break through. It was clearly designed with Dorothy's strength in mind as it snapped in my hands. Are you after the bad man? She asks as she lets me pick her up to step over the dead bodies. I am. He smelled funny too. She coils her arms around my neck, understanding that I was someone safe. Kids this age were resilient compared to adults. They only see things in black and white, and it's also why it is so easy to lure them away. There are a set of keys on the bar. Grabbing them, I carried Dorothy out and hit the key fob, waiting for a set of lights to alert me of which car they belonged to. Settling her into the blue BMW, I notice a blanket on the back seat and drape it over her. She's quiet as I strap her in, and when I tell her I'm taking her somewhere safe, she smiles and relaxes into the seat. Dorothy was asleep by the time I pulled up outside the police station. Her head dropped to one side and rested on the belt as her long eyelashes fluttered against her cheeks. I look out at the busy police station. She would be safer here than at Black Shadow. They could find her a good home. Granted, it would probably be with humans, but she would still be safe. If I take her to Black Shadow, Salem could still come back, but she would be with her own kind. Fuck it! My foot hits the pedal, and I pull away, hoping that I was making the right decision for the kid. It takes almost a week to get back to Black Shadow. Each night I stopped in a hotel to make sure we both got a decent night's sleep and to feed us both. Not once did she ever ask for food, and my guess is that they starved her or only fed her on their terms. So she had learned to wait, to ignore the hunger growls in her empty belly. The first day, she ate like a dog, lapping up the food with her mouth. She didn't know how to hold a cup without spilling, and she definitely didn't know how to use a knife and fork. She had been their pet, and from the age tag in her dress that said 2 to 3 years, she had most likely been the bar's pet for years. Dorothy was so excited when I picked her up some clothes, but didn't seem to understand what I was saying when I said she could change every day. She kept insisting that a pink dress was her favorite and that she would wear it all the time, so I just bought more so she could wear a fresh one every day. She was even more excited by a teddy bear that one of the hotel staff gave her and carried it around everywhere with her. How could people be such assholes? To have the desire to lock up a kid was sick. Driving up towards Black Shadow, I'm stopped by a couple of wolves. Smiles etched on their faces as they see that it's me. Is he dead? One asks. Not yet. I glance at a sleeping Dorothy and the guy nods in understanding, waving me through. Parking in front of the pack house, I could already hear Raven shouting at the top of her voice about something before I even got out of the car. She was pissed about something, and probably just as angry with me as I hadn't spoken to her since I left. Walking around the car, I lift a sleepy Dorothy from the passenger seat. She peers at me with one eye. Are we there yet? It had been her favorite question to ask multiple times a day. We are. She straightens her spin, widening her bright green eyes as she looks at the massive house. Home? She mumbles. Home. Technically, it wasn't for me to decide, but I knew Nia wouldn't kick her out, especially when she learns where Dorothy came from. Pushing the door open, I'm met with Eric, Raven, and Dane, all glaring at one another. Dane's crimson eyes settle on me first as Raven slowly turns around to look at me. Her emotions flood through her as she stares at me. You are here. She mutters breathlessly, her hands clasped to her chest. Her dark eyes move to Dorothy, and she frowns for a second before her face softens, most likely when she realized that Dorothy is a wolf. This is Raven, I tell the kid, the one I told you about. Your girlfriend? Dorothy smiles as she stares back at my mate. Yes, and this is Dane, he is the one in charge. The owl. Fa? She had caught on pretty quickly with the terms when I was trying to teach her. And that man is Eric, he is Dane's beta. She finishes the sentence for me. I was like a proud father. She had to learn a lot in a short space of time. I'm Dorothy, she mutters shyly. Raven is just staring at me. I expected her to say more, but she stepped forward with a limp. Hey Dorothy, why don't you come with me and we will let the men talk? She holds her arms out to the kid I'm carrying. Dorothy looks at me first. She's good, I tell her. She's a doctor. I put her down and she grabs Raven's hand. As they walk away, I hear her telling my mate about her pink dress and the teddy bear. I take it he is dead. Dane mutters when the office door closes. No, I ran into a bit of a problem. So you brought her here? She's a wolf. Why didn't you take her to her pack? She was being held hostage and likely for several years. She doesn't know what her parents are called. The only thing she is aware of is that she is different to the men who were keeping her as a pet. I see the acknowledgement in his eyes. He killed the people that were keeping Dorothy? Yes. Either because he was caught up in a frenzied attack to notice she was hiding, or because he knew I would help her and he used her to get away. I look over to Eric. He still had a face like thunder and hadn't spoken a word. But I could smell the booze on his clothes. Now it made sense why Raven was shouting. You take responsibility for her. Dane mutters, his strange eyes are darkening. You brought her here, you look after her. Of course. That means you don't go running off again. We work together, not alone. Nia. A new scent hits my nose before I even open my eyes. Another wolf that I didn't recognize. I don't know why, but I keep my eyes closed. Dane must be nearby. He wasn't ready to leave me alone yet. This wolf couldn't be dangerous. Let her sleep, Dorothy. Who the fuck was Dorothy? She has babies in her tummy. Raven tells this Dorothy person. It makes her tired. She's very pretty. A small voice mutters back. I open my eyes to find a young girl inches from my own face. Wide, bright green eyes stare back at me. As she smiles, dimples appear on each cheek. Hi. Hi, I mutter confused. Where'd she come from? She hurries back to the desk and plonks herself in Dane's chair, doodling on a piece of paper as she clutches a small teddy bear to her chest. Raven smiles at me as I swing my legs around and rub my eyes. Damien is back and he brought us a friend. This is Dorothy. Dorothy is oblivious to us, continuing to doodle with her tongue stuck in one corner of her mouth as she concentrates. Does that mean? No. She cuts me off before I have a chance to finish my sentence. He is out there, she points to the door, with Dane, discussing it. A shiver goes down her spine and she visibly shakes it off. What are you not telling me? She glances at Dorothy, choosing her words carefully. The boys weren't Eric's. We think they are. We're Jensen's. Remember, it all came out about him and Kelsey. It seems that it was going on a lot longer than what he had us believe. Are you serious? Are they dead? Dorothy asks without looking up. Neither of us thought she was paying attention to our conversation. You don't need to worry about that, Raven mutters. Was it the monster? The monster killed lots of people. She doesn't even look up as she speaks. Then my new daddy found me. I watch the color drain from Raven's face until she is whiter than the piece of paper Dorothy is drawing on. Your new daddy? I asked because I still didn't understand why he had brought her here. I had only been asleep for a few hours and yet somehow I had missed so much. He broke my bracelet and carried me to a car. And he got me the best food and he told me who you all are. Her bright green eyes catch mine as she looks up. Nia. She puts her pen down and holds up a piece of paper covered in squiggles. Do you like my picture? She had drawn like a 2-year-old, like me when I couldn't hold a pen properly or control it. The door swings open. Damien and Eric stroll in, and I watch Damien go straight to Dorothy. What are you drawing, Dottie? The monster, Daddy. Dottie, we have talked about this. I'm not your daddy. You can call me Uncle Damien. Her face scrunches up as she thinks about it, and I see the relief on Raven's face. Being a mother was not something she was ready for just yet, and especially not to someone who wasn't her kid. I'm still not even sure if I'm ready. The only difference is I was already a mother, and my boys would be here soon. Everyone needs a daddy. Dorothy grins. My eyes flicker around the room. Only Eric and my sons had a father. Please? I see tears building in her bright green eyes. I watch Damien squat down next to the chair, and before he has a chance to speak, she throws her arms around his neck, sobbing into him. Looking over to Raven, she just seems so stunned by the whole situation. Damien lifts Dorothy from the chair, holding him against her as she continues to cry. His dark eyes look pained, and I wondered how often he had helped other little kids. His past as a human slowly creeping up on him with one little wolf girl. Dorothy's sobbing stops, and an arm falls from Damien's neck. She had cried herself to sleep. Do you want to set her up in the room next to Raven's? Dane offers. I assume you will be sleeping there tonight and will want her close by. Damien shakes his head. Holding her is the only way to stop the nightmares. He sways back and forth with her against his chest. Nightmares. I had lived with them for years. Fought against them every night. Eventually, my mind had become so used to them, it became a comfort. They stopped a few years before Dane came into my life, minus the odd few. Where did you find her? I ask when I hear the subtle snores that confirm she was actually asleep. Damien tells us everything. The bracelet that Dorothy had referred to was a chain, keeping her locked up as a pet. Did they? The thought sickened me. Did they touch her? I don't think so, not in that way at least. Damien tells me. I have asked as gently as I can in several ways. The most I think they did was watch her crawl around like a dog, lapping water from a bowl, throwing food at her, made her sleep in the cold, though she did have a few bruises. Her parents? There were no other wolves there. Everyone Salem killed was human. He sighs. She was likely there for years. Well, she's 6, and she has spent most of her life chained up. Honestly, I'm surprised she isn't more feral. I was 6 when all my problems started. Imagine being younger and not even understanding what is happening to you. You brought her here because of me, I mutter, looking at the sleeping pup in his arms. Yes, he doesn't even hesitate with his answer. What about Salem? He will come right back here, Raven mutters. I figured she would be safer surrounded by wolves and lichens than humans. At least this way, she has a chance of learning who she is. Can you imagine her being with humans and then suddenly unable to control her shift? His response takes me right back to Devon. I shake the thought away because who knows how much of what he told me was actually true. Okay, I mutter. Thank you, Nia, you won't regret it. Damien's eyes drift to Raven. She hadn't said a lot. Dane, do you mind holding Dottie so I can spend some time with my mate? We have things to discuss. She's your responsibility, Damien. Dane warns him. He will. I interrupt. Dane glances at me and rolls his crimson eyes as he holds his arms out to Damien. Dorothy snuggles into Dane, and something about him holding her makes my heart explode. He looks alarmed as he stares at me. Are you okay? I smile at him and nod. Maybe everything will be all right. Dane sets Dorothy up on a small fold-out bed in our bedroom. Damien and Raven are still busy, and it is getting late. He had missed another pack run, deciding not to go after tonight's antics. Dorothy is still asleep when he lowered her onto the bed. He tucks the blanket up around her and makes sure the little teddy bear is with her too. I don't know how long I had been asleep before the whimpering started. I sit up, flicking on the bedside light. Dane is already getting out of bed to check on Dorothy. He wasn't particularly happy as he had to wear shorts to bed. She lashes out as he tries to reassure her, her fingers catching his face. Small scratches disappear from his cheek as quickly as they appeared. Making my way over, Dane tells me to stand back. She's not aware it's you, I mutter, seeing how tightly her eyes are closed. Beads of sweat hover along her hairline. She starts to cry, repeatedly calling out for Daddy. Dorothy, I speak softly. Dorothy, it's Nia, you are safe. Daddy! She screams at the top of her lungs, and our bedroom door is nearly knocked down by Damien. Her cries settle into quiet sobs as he pulls her into his arms, muttering softly to her. Say what you want, Damien, but you've just become a dad. Dane smirks at him. Raven paces my room. She was starting to move a little better and the limp wasn't so obvious. What am I supposed to do, Nia? He was gone for a month and he brought another woman back with him. A kid. I mutter. It was far too early for me to be dealing with this. I'm not ready to be a mother. I thought he would come back and we would have the best sex session to date. But no, he brings someone else back. Again, it's a 6-year-old. I can't compete with that. I don't think he's expecting you to compete. You are his mate. She calls him Daddy. I am aware. It's fucking insane. It's not. Not really. He saved her from a terrifying scenario, one that could probably get 10 times worse as she got older. He protected her, like a father should. Not like my father. I'm jealous of a 6-year-old. She groans, settling on the big chair by the window. Pretty much. At the end of the day, she is more like you than Damien. She will need help guiding her and understanding that she is a wolf. Damien won't be able to do all of that. Just let her settle in. Give her time. She nods her head. Look at you being all understanding. I know what it's like to fear each day. Unknown POV. Yes? I mutter, swirling the wine in my glass before taking a large mouthful. It had been a long day and I didn't need another idiot in my life. He saunters up to me like a lost sheep. His dark hair is a mess and he looked and smelled as though he hadn't seen a shower for weeks. You better start talking if you are going to invade my space with that stench. I'm looking for a favor, he asks quietly. I don't do favors, I sneer, setting my empty glass down on the circular table. He slides into my booth anyway. You are the lone wolf, right? I smirk. I hadn't heard that term in a long time. Oh honey, I'm the furthest thing from a lone wolf. Right, because you are not a wolf, are you? The ball's on this guy. You think you know everything. I wave to the bartender who brings me over a fresh drink. His eyes shifted to the trash sitting opposite me and he quickly looks away. It was a rule in here that I am not to be disturbed, especially not when I still had blood on my fingers. I know enough. One of your kind killed my mate, he seethes. I couldn't hold back the laugh. And I want revenge. Did you piss it off? He scowls at me. If he didn't look so filthy, he could probably be quite handsome. Maybe then I wouldn't have minded the interruption. No, my brother brought their kind into our pack. A rogue followed. The rogue was the one who murdered her. So let me guess, you blame Big Brother, and now you want revenge. I let the Merlot hit the back of my throat. I preferred something much fuller-bodied, but this was the best the bar offered. I didn't say Big Brother. You didn't need to. If your brother brought them into the pack, my guess is he is the alpha, which makes you poor little brother. I hit a soft spot. I could see it in his dark eyes. Oh, was the dream to be an alpha? Fucking alphas and their need for control. And now what? You want to claim it back? I can't help you. Nor did I want to help. He was focusing on the wrong person for a start. Our pack was fine until they arrived, and it all started with one. He screws up his hand and slams it into the table, almost knocking my wine glass over. If that had gone all over me, I might have just stabbed him in the neck with the glass. That's not my problem. Rumor has it that you will accept jobs for a decent amount of cash. And that's what you have, is it? Look at the state of you. You might as well have slept in a hole in the ground. I've been a little busy, mourning your dead mate. He nods, lowering his head as he rolls his neck. Right. I get to my feet. I can't give you the help you are looking for. Correct that, I won't. I think you will change your mind. He calls out after me as I strut away. He catches up to me, standing far too close for my liking. His breath, the only clean thing about him, fanning across my skin. You are a Kitson, right? I spin around to glare at him, my hand locking against his throat while pressing my stiletto heel into the toe of his boots. Where the fuck did you hear that name? My brother's mate is a lichen. Impossible. Wolves are not mated to lichens. That's just it. All three of us were, and my brother is mated to the most powerful one, the female alpha. My hand moves from his throat to his grubby jacket as I drag him to the ladies' room. He laughs as I slam the door shut and push him back against the pink tiles. You better start talking, because I am seconds away from ripping your throat out. Or what? He chuckles. You wouldn't be the first kill tonight. Your name? Jensen. He doesn't hesitate, clearly a real name. Your brother's pack name? Black Shadow. A cackle escapes my throat. So Dane is your brother. There's disappointment etched on his grimy face. You know him? I know of him. Anyone would be stupid to not know what he is capable of. And I had kept myself out of ever being involved with him. Besides, it wasn't like I went around broadcasting that I was a lichen. You're telling me that he is mated to the last female lichen alpha. He nods. He had just made my fucking day. Maybe even my year. What are you to her? He asks quietly. Why the fuck does that matter? I watched him for a little longer. Are you prepared to do everything I ask? He nods. It will tear the pack apart. His mouth opens and closes like a fish, as it dawns on him what I am asking. What is it? My twin. I don't want to hurt her, but she is mated to a lichen too. The fucker that killed my mate also hurt her. I lean back against the ugly pink tile. Then you have a decision to make. But either way, you have given me the information I need. This was wrong. I shouldn't have come here. I shouldn't have said anything. He goes to walk past me. I lift my leg, pressing my foot against the door. His eyes linger on it longer than it should. You should have thought about that. You clearly know my reputation. It wasn't easy to find someone like you. I always believed there weren't any more of your kind. Just Nia and the couple that were bitten. Her name sends a familiar feeling through me. Did she even know of my existence? Either way, I didn't care. I am going to take what's mine. Oh honey, there are thousands of us. You just need to know where to look. Thousands? His dark eyes are wide. Thousands. He looked as though he had just face-planted in a pile of dog shit. Packs? No, what would be the fun in that? I look him up and down. Come with me, we have much to discuss. I lead him to my Porsche, eyeing him up before letting him sit on my clean leather seats. How long have you known Nia? I was curious. How long had she been living happily with her mate? A little under a year. I don't want her to suffer. He mutters. She's been through enough, and she's pregnant. How this is gold. Jensen, you came to the wrong person if you just want to scare them a little. I'm an all-in kind of girl, and now you have just given me news of my target. Besides, if I hurt Dane, she will get hurt in the process. I reach over and grab his thigh. Maybe I could reward him for the information. Did you know Trey? He asks just as I pull into my driveway. Name doesn't ring a bell. Is he another problem? No, Nia dealt with that. I knew what he was doing. He was trying to work out my connection. I send him to the shower so his stench didn't settle into the fabrics of my home. When he reappears, the smallest towel is covering his cock. He looked so much better now he had cleaned up. "Do you have anything bigger?" he asks as the water drips off of him onto the carpet. I watch one particular bead make its way down over his chest and abs, disappearing into the small towel. Not right now, it will have to do. It had been too long since someone had given me a good seeing to, and though it wasn't my plan, I couldn't help but think of him pressed up against me. He smirks at me, turning around and showing me that firm ass as he walks away. Dane. Taking a seat in the large chair, I take in the shadows of the grounds. It had been a week since Damien had returned, and still, there was no sign of Salem. Maybe that was a good thing. Maybe he realized that he couldn't get what he wanted from us. But until I knew more, the grounds would be guarded. Turning my head back over my shoulder, I see that Nia is still fast asleep, huddled up into a ball with her hands cupping her bump, unbothered about me not lying next to her. She looks so peaceful. Arrow mutters, "She's beautiful." I whisper back to my wolf. With no sign of Salem, she had been so much calmer. Raven insisted that she was at the stage in her pregnancy where she had more clarity, even if it was temporary. And I was more than happy. There was a moment where I thought I would lose her to the darkness, the very darkness that I enjoyed seeing in her. Her heart rate changes, and she stretches out. "You're watching me again." She mutters sleepily, yet keeps her eyes closed. "I will never stop watching you." She doesn't answer, and the beat of her heart slows, telling me that she had fallen back into a slumber. My eyes move up to the clock. It was coming up to 4 a.m, and the wolves on guard would be swapping over soon. There's movement over the far side of the grounds, and as he steps out of the shadows, I see Klaus heading this way, books under his arms as he quickened his pace. Groaning, I push myself up and move to the bed, kissing Nia on the cheek. She doesn't wake, but a small smile spreads across her face. A kiss was all she would let me have at the moment, insisting that being pregnant made sex uncomfortable. When the twins are here, I will remind her of everything she has been missing out on. Slipping out the door and down the stairs, I find Klaus with his hand ready to knock on my office door. "Klaus, it is 4 a.m. "I'm sorry, Dane, but this couldn't wait." He is practically grinning from ear to ear. I gesture for him to enter the office, and he quickly drops the books on my desk. You know how it was really hard for me to find information on Nia and other lichens, that the only information was from a long time ago and only snippets of literature. I remember Klaus. I yawn. Remember what Jess said about the humans having stories. Get to the point. I snap, exhausted. I've been going to the library and bookstores in the city and in some of the nearby towns. If the books are even remotely factual, I believe there are more lichens out there. What are you talking about? He opens up one of the books. This one. He seemed really pumped about finding this information. It talks about how lichens showed themselves to humans around 5 centuries ago, that there was a war between them. A lot of both sides lost lives, but ultimately, the humans won. Okay. There is no mention of lichens being wiped out, Dane, just that they won. Don't you see, Dane, they survived. We can't say that. Not when I have never come across any. I had made deals with a lot of packs and none of them had anything hidden so deeply like Moonshine had. He shakes his head, opening up the other book. This one talks about the war too, but this one says the lichens won the war. If lichens won the war, there likely wouldn't be any humans. That's what I thought, but there's more. This one says the lichens won the war, but they knew they didn't have the numbers to take on the world after losing so many in the war. He smiles and then frowns. They wanted time to repopulate, and they couldn't do that with humans knowing about them. They went into hiding, leaving the humans to believe that they won. Hiding? Where? Arrow mutters, and I repeat the question to Klaus. It's not specific. I've searched the book and there is no mention of it, just that it was important to keep the knowledge of lichens quiet. Why were we not taught anything about this war in school? Think about it. If they wanted to go into hiding, the last thing they needed was humans or wolves discovering information years down the line. His deep green eyes flicker up to mine. We were told about a war, Dane, if you remember your history. The Great Wolf War, he nods his head. It was known as that, but what if that was just a cover-up? I feel like such a fucking idiot. Of course the lichens worked to wipe out all information, but then why would someone write a book? I cock an eyebrow. It probably wasn't supposed to end up there. It was likely supposed to stay with the lichens. You are probably right. He taps the book, more excited than ever. The guy who wrote this book was a leader in the war. He kept talking about the importance of a bloodline, his bloodline to be precise. He closes the very old book and hands it to me, The War, by Aldous Kitson.